Under the setting sun of Qingshan City in Dongwang, Fang Xiu was swinging a massive black iron sword, his bare torso glistening in the open-air training room of 3rd High School. His muscles, sharp like those of a sculpted statue, tightened and relaxed with each powerful swing, the blade slicing through the air with a fierce whooshing sound. Passers-by stopped to watch, and one girl looked on with a mesmerized expression. "He's so handsome. I wish he could be my boyfriend," she sighed. However, the boy accompanying her sneered. "You want Fang Xiu as your boyfriend? I heard he still hasn't successfully changed his class." The girl's interest faded instantly, and she quickly walked away. Fang Xiu heard their conversation, but quietly opened his status panel. His mythical level Seeker talent allowed his skill level cap to increase by 50, while his creation level Infinite Job Change talent enabled him to switch professions freely based on his skills. Such dual talents were rare in this world. In the Infinite world, people could change their class based on their skills. By raising a skill to the base level cap of 10, one could transition to the corresponding profession. For example, Swordsmanship could lead to becoming a swordsman, and Fireball technique to a flame mage. If one possessed 2 level 10 skills, they could combine them to transition to a more advanced profession. At Qingshan City's 3rd High School, students receive their first 1-star skill 2 months before graduation. Fang Xiu chose basic swordsmanship and, in just 12 days, raised it from level 1 to level 10, showcasing his extraordinary talent. However, due to his Seeker talent, his skill cap was 5 levels higher than normal, and those extra 5 levels were exponentially more challenging than the initial 10. For 2 months, Fang Xiu was a regular in the training room. Despite his dedication, he was ridiculed as a talentless fool for not changing his class sooner. But he never gave up, and finally, his skill level reached the maximum of 15. With a slight smile, Fang Xiu casually tossed the large sword aside. He stretched, his joints cracking like popping corn. Sitting cross-legged, he carefully reviewed his skill panel. His basic swordsmanship now had an additional 30 damage increase, 10 attack speed boost, 5 physical defense penetration, and a 1 chance to trigger a critical hit. These extra attributes were the only benefits brought by the Seeker talent. But at this moment, Fang Xiu couldn't care less about them because he was finally able to undergo his first class change. Fang Xiu stared at the text appearing before him, feeling increasingly immersed in a game world, much like the virtual space of Sword Art Online. Without hesitation, he quickly chose Basic Swordsmanship LV-15 Max as his core skill for job transition. Immediately, 3 career options, glowing with starlight, unfolded before him. 1. Sword Technique Mentor, a guiding force known for dazzling sword techniques. Opponents often find themselves defeated before they can even react. This swordsmanship teacher is not only powerful, but also excels in imparting the essence of swordplay. 2. Berserk Siege Breaker, a berserker wielding a giant sword, specializing in siege warfare. They conquer fortresses with ease, even sacrificing reason for terrifying combat power, making them human weapons on the battlefield. 3. Swordmaster, a speed-oriented career pursuing the ultimate in swordsmanship. They live freely and unrestrained, dedicating their life to the eternal pursuit of stronger sword techniques. Seeing these 3 options, Fang Xiu was stunned. 3 unique, 3-star careers. He recalled the official statistics. Transitioning from a 1-star ordinary skill, 90 would receive a 1-star career, 10 might see a 2-star career, while the chance of a 3-star career was negligible. Even with a perfect grade 1-star skill, there was only a 10 chance of encountering a 3-star career option. In Qingshan City, with a population of millions, only a handful of people each year could achieve a 3-star career at their first transition, and they were the geniuses among geniuses. Now, 3 unique 3-star careers appeared before him simultaneously. Fang Xiu immediately dismissed the possibility of luck. His gaze fell on his mythical talent Seeker, and he suddenly understood. Higher skill levels led to stronger career choices, revealing the true value of Seeker as a mythical talent. Realizing his 2 months of hard training had not been in vain, Fang Xiu clenched his fist. If his assumption was correct, every future job transition would present this theoretical maximum. His classmates who transitioned a month earlier, at best, had 2-star careers, with most only having 1 star. From today, his growth rate and combat power would far surpass theirs. Returning to the choices before him, Fang Xiu didn't hesitate long. Among the 3 equally star-rated and unique careers, he chose the most stylish, the Swordmaster. In an instant, a surge of energy burst forth from Fang Xiu's entire being, coursing through him like a warm and gentle stream, enveloping his body. He let out a comfortable sigh, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. This energy not only enhanced and transformed his body, but also dispelled the fatigue from over an hour of training, erasing any hidden injuries and bruises caused by overexertion. Changing professions was undoubtedly a transcendence of both body and mind. Fang Xiu opened his eyes, and the virtual dialogue box reappeared before him. Job change successful, current profession, Swordmaster unique. Basic swordsmanship upgraded to advanced swordsmanship, acquired profession core, Way of the Swordmaster. Basic skill slot limit 1. Eagerly, Feng Xiu opened his status panel to examine his new state. Race, human. Talents. Infinite job change Genesis level. Allows free switching of professions based on skills. Seeker of Truth mythical level. All skill level caps 50. Level 10. First job, Swordmaster unique. Profession core. Way of the Swordmaster sword damage increased by an additional 50. Health points 110110. Magic points 110110. Attributes. Strength 12 growth 0.5 stars, 0.5 per level. Agility 22 growth 1.5 stars, 1.5 per level. Stamina 11 growth 0.5 stars, 0.5 per level. Spirit 11 growth 0.5 stars, 0.5 per level. Skill slots 12. 1. Advanced Swordsmanship 3-star common skill. LV 10100. Sword skill damage 30. Attack speed 10. Ignores 5 physical defense. 1 chance to trigger a critical hit. Professional skills. 1. Sword Chi 3-star skill. LV 1. Level Swordsmanship level. Sword weapon attacks include sword energy. Attack range agility 10 centimeters. Additional damage attack power 0.8. 2. Draw sword technique 3-star skill. LV 1. Level Swordsmanship level. Swiftly draw sword to attack surrounding targets. Damage attack power strength agility 1.35. Cooldown 30 seconds. Unknown skill 1. Unlocked when advanced swordsmanship reaches level 10. Unknown skill 2. Unlocked when advanced swordsmanship reaches level 15. Feng Xiu was surprised to find that his agility growth had increased by 1.5 stars, and the growth of his other attributes had also improved by 0.5 stars. This meant that at level 10, he gained an additional 30 attribute points, significantly boosting his power. He couldn't help but marvel that he could now easily defeat 10 of his pre-job-changed selves. Reflecting on the mocking voices he had heard before, Feng Xiu finally understood their reasoning. The gap between before and after the job change was indeed like night and day, with not only a substantial increase in attributes, but also the acquisition of powerful professional skills. Of course, this was also due to his transition into a 3-star profession. Most people could only change to a 1-star or 2-star profession, unable to receive such amazing growth bonuses and skills. What excited Feng Xiu even more was the prospect of unlocking new skills after reaching level 15 in advanced swordsmanship. This far exceeded his expectations, as he knew that most people could only unlock a finishing move upon reaching level 10 after a job change. Overwhelmed with excitement, Feng Xiu silently expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Seeker of Truth talent. There were too many people outside just now, but now I kneel to you in gratitude. With a mythical level of talent, Feng Xiu once again felt the immense power of the Seeker's gift. He exhaled softly, sprang to his feet with the agility of a carp, and picked up the massive black iron sword. Surprisingly, it felt light in his grasp. Once a challenging training tool for someone with 7 points of strength, the black iron sword now seemed weightless with his strength boosted to 12 points. It felt like swinging a large wooden stick, losing its training value. Feng Xiu pondered that as a student at the ordinary Qingshan City 3rd High School, there clearly weren't heavier swords available. He would need to purchase a heftier sword specifically for future practice. Holding the sword in one hand, Feng Xiu's gaze locked onto a distant ironwood stake, his eyes suddenly sharp. He took a sudden step forward and swung the sword. This was not a skill, just a simple slash. However, the black iron sword transformed into a nearly imperceptible shadow, slashing forward with astonishing speed. With a thunderous crash, the sword's edge struck the ground. The earth trembled as a 3-meter-long, half-meter-wide crack opened from the point of impact. The strike was incredibly powerful and awe-inspiring. Feng Xiu's attention then shifted to the ironwood stake in the distance. A white, crescent-shaped slash, as thin as paper and as tall as a person, shot out from the sword's edge, landing precisely on the stake. A sharp cracking sound followed as the stake split neatly in half, the cut smooth as a mirror. So sharp, Feng Xiu's eyes lit up. This impressive effect was thanks to the sword energy skill. Considering that the hardness of the ironwood stake was comparable to a shield, the ability to easily slice through it meant that even a casual swing could break through the defenses of shield warriors, guards, and other defense-oriented professions. Besides sword energy, the Swordmaster also had a sword-drawing skill. Feng Xiu glanced at the massive black iron sword in his hand and decided that testing the sword-drawing skill would have to wait. After all, this skill required at least a regular long sword with a sheath to truly demonstrate its power. Feng Xiu jogged home with a spring in his step. He lived in an apartment near the 3rd middle school in Qingshan City. As soon as he reached his door, he expertly pulled out his keys and unlocked it. Feng Xiu was an orphan, which wasn't uncommon in a world dominated by battles and monster slaying for leveling up. His parents disappeared when he was 13 and hadn't returned since, likely having perished in the wilderness or a dungeon. After all, although this world mirrored a game, it lacked the player's privilege of infinite respawns. Upon entering, Fang Xiu casually tossed his backpack onto the sofa and headed straight to the kitchen. He scooped a cup of rice from the container, rinsed it, and poured it into the rice cooker. Then, he opened the fridge, took out a frozen fish head, and placed it in the sink to thaw. Today, he had finally leveled up and decided to reward himself with a good meal. While the fish head was defrosting, Fang Xiu took a shower. Emerging with a towel wrapped around him and his hair still dripping, he sat on the sofa. The TV was turned on, providing background noise. Fang Xiu's focus was entirely on his phone as he deftly navigated the professional shopping app. This e-commerce platform catered specifically to professionals, offering everything from skill books and weapons to monster materials. Fang Xiu entered his search criteria: level 10, excellent quality, a long sword with a sheath, and an additional agility attribute. Soon, a weapon named Blood Plum Sword caught his eye. The Blood Plum Sword had impressive attributes: attack power 25, agility 3, durability 150150. Red patterns adorned the blade, leaving traces of blood-red plum blossoms in the air when swung. The most enticing aspect was the price: only 1,000 alliance coins. Without hesitation, Fang Xiu placed the order, opting for next-day delivery at 8 a.m. Putting his phone aside, Fang Xiu got up, donned a tank top and shorts, and tied an apron around his waist to start preparing dinner. He planned to make fish head tofu soup, fry a pork chop, and order a side of cola fried chicken. As he busied himself, he was already planning his leveling strategy for the next day. He decided to head to the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon, known for its Gale set, which enhanced movement speed and agility. As an agility-type swordsman, this set was perfect for him. Fang Xiu's sword energy and sword drawing techniques were linked to agility, making a set that directly boosted agility his ideal choice. The Swiftwind set is priced at 20,000 on the professional purchase app. It's a collection of 5 high-quality gear pieces that only the wealthy can afford. Fang Xiu decided to level up and give it a try first. Half an hour later, he returned to the table with a steaming bowl of fish head tofu soup. As he scooped up a spoonful of the creamy broth, the delicious taste made him smack his lips. Then, he picked up a golden fried pork chop and started devouring it. Fang Xiu thought to himself that the best way to recover from fatigue isn't changing jobs, but rather a delicious meal after a long day. Focused on his meal, Fang Xiu finished in just 10 minutes. Just then, the fried chicken delivery he had ordered arrived. He took the bucket of fried chicken, leaned back on the sofa, and started eating while checking his phone. Although he had decided to level up in the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon, he hadn't studied any strategies yet and planned to research them that evening. As soon as he opened his phone, Fang Xiu saw a message in the class group chat mentioning him. The class group was managed only by the homeroom teacher, so it must have been an important announcement. He carefully checked the message. Teacher Qin Shuang. Is anyone else signing up for the 10 school tournament? Tomorrow is the deadline. If you haven't registered but want to, contact me quickly. Below the message were replies from classmates. Li Kong. No, teacher. Zhou Yangyang. Nosepicking.jpg. Isn't this graduation competition a stage for top students? Wang Lu 1. Fang Xiu recalled the origins of the 10 school tournament. It was a small competition organized by 10 schools in Qingshan City, held annually for all first-year graduates. Initially, it was meant to attract students, but now it involves the city's allocation of resources to the schools. Additionally, it serves as a platform for graduates to showcase their skills and talents, with many guilds, mercenary groups, and teams seeking to recruit talent, much like a campus job fair. While Fang Xiu wasn't interested in working directly for others, the lucrative rewards of the 10 school tournament had long tempted him. Last year's first prize was a level 20 perfect quality weapon and a perfect 3-star skill book, worth over $1 million. Even the 10th place received a set of level 20 excellent quality equipment. With 2 new schools joining this year, the rewards were sure to be even better. Fang Xiu rubbed his chin, considering participating. Suddenly, he remembered he hadn't informed his teacher about his job change, so he directly messaged the homeroom teacher. Hey, I've changed jobs. 2 minutes later, instead of a text reply from teacher Qin, he received a call from her. You finally did it. A lively and cheerful female voice came through. Sorry for the trouble, Fang Xiu apologized, knowing that Qin Shuang was participating in an excellent homeroom teacher competition, which required a 100 graduation job change rate. As the last student in the class to change jobs, he had almost held her back. It's no trouble at all. I'm not really interested in any excellent teacher titles, Qin Shuang said casually. By the way, what's your first job class? I need to make a note of it. Teacher Qin Shuang's voice came through the phone, tinged with curiosity. Fang Xiu hesitated for a moment before answering. Swordsman. Swordsman? Qin Shuang frowned, searching her memory for information on this class. She'd heard of Wind Swordsman, Rock Swordsman, and Sacred Swordsman with prefixes, but a plain swordsman was new to her. How many stars? She asked, her voice carrying a hint of anticipation. 3 stars, Fang Xiu replied truthfully. What? Qin Shuang's voice rose several octaves. Really? You're not kidding me, are you? Her teeth chattered slightly as she asked in disbelief. Fang Xiu calmly explained. I can access the professional array, a special formation that detects the level and class of those who enter. As soon as he finished speaking, an explosive roar came from the other end of the line, akin to a prehistoric beast. Wow, a 3-star class. My student achieved a 3-star class on their first job transition. I've nurtured a prodigy. Let's see how they compete with me for the outstanding homeroom teacher title now. Feng Xiu silently held the phone away, a slight smile playing on his lips. Although teacher Qin Shuang claimed she wasn't interested in any outstanding teacher title, her reaction betrayed her true feelings. Indeed, a student achieving a 3-star class on their first transition is absolutely worth celebrating. The emergence of a 3-star class signifies genius, and as the teacher of such a prodigy, earning an outstanding homeroom teacher title is practically a given. Seizing the moment, Feng Xiu asked, "Teacher, since I've achieved a 3-star class, shouldn't the school have a reward for me?" This was his main concern. Of course. Absolutely. Qin Shuang immediately took charge. "Don't worry. I'll make sure the school gives you a reward. But you better work hard on leveling up, because you'll be representing us in the 10-school battle." "No problem." Feng Xiu agreed without hesitation. "All right, I'll hang up now. I'll go get your reward. Wait for the good news." Before Feng Xiu could say anything else, Qin Shuang hurriedly hung up the phone. Feng Xiu looked at the phone screen, silent for a moment. He had wanted to ask what kind of reward he could expect, but swallowed the question. Based on past experiences, a rare grade 2-star skill book was likely. It would be perfect as his second skill and a foundation for his second class transition. In the early morning, Feng Xiu returned home after his morning run in the park. Along the way, he bought 10 steaming hot buns and 3 bottles of fresh milk. After enjoying a refreshing shower, he sat at the dining table to savor his hearty breakfast. Just as he was taking the last bite of his bun, the doorbell rang. Feng Xiu wiped his mouth and got up to answer the door. It was the delivery man with the Shui Mei sword he had ordered the day before. He eagerly accepted the finely crafted sword case and opened it immediately. Inside lay a sword measuring 3 feet 3 inches in length and 3 fingers wide. The blade was adorned with blood-red circular patterns, gleaming coldly and exuding sharpness. Feng Xiu carefully grasped the hilt and lifted the sword. As he examined the blade closely, he noted that its attributes matched the store's description, though it was heavier than he had anticipated. He nodded to himself, thinking that the weight was just right for a realistic swing. The sword case also contained a matching sheath made of huali wood. The sheath had a smooth texture, a gentle hue, and a glossy surface, with intricately carved blood-red plum blossoms adding to its aesthetic appeal. Satisfied, Feng Xiu sheathed the sword, convinced that it was worth the 1,000 yuan he spent. After attaching the Shui Mei sword to his waist, he checked his supplies in the spatial backpack. His aunt had provided a set of healing potions, along with a 7-day supply of drinking water and dry food, all ready for the journey. Feng Xiu donned a lightweight jacket, locked his door, and headed out of the city. Qingshan City, located in the southern part of Dongwang Nation, is named after the nearby, famous Miaoqing Mountain Dungeon. Besides, various dungeons of different levels are scattered around the city. Feng Xiu's destination was the Fengling Valley Dungeon, one of the lowest level, yet most popular dungeons in the Qingshan City area. In addition to the Swift Wind set that Feng Xiu coveted, Fengling Valley was known for dropping rare Wind-type skills and Priest-type auxiliary skills, which were highly sought after in the market. As a result, both novice professionals from Qingshan City and adventurers from neighboring towns regarded Fengling Valley as a prime target. After getting off at the city gate of Qingshan City, Feng Xiu registered his departure with his ID card. He passed through a lush forest and soon spotted a bustling crowd of professionals. The air was filled with shouts. "Need one more for a strong magic class. Starting a normal difficulty dungeon soon. Looking for a strong healer. 2-man slow run on easy difficulty. Freshly crafted hurricane staff for sale. Don't miss out. Buying a wind rock or for 3,000 yuan." The lively scene resembled the entrance to a game dungeon, with people forming teams and trading equipment. Feng Xiu made his way through the crowd to the entrance of the Fengling Valley Dungeon. In front of the narrow mountain path, a shimmering pale blue portal, about 5 meters high and 2 meters wide, floated silently. A simple touch would allow entry. Beside the portal stood a black stone tablet, densely engraved with dozens of names. 1. Ingfeng Team Completion Time, 35:48. 2. Ma Ingyuan Team Completion Time, 38:21. 3. Lindong Team Completion Time, 40:25. This was the dungeon leaderboard, appearing only at the dungeon entrance. It recorded the names of professionals who had completed the dungeon and their completion times, listing the top 10. The leaderboard was updated monthly, and those who ranked received rewards from the Heavenly Tao. The higher the ranking, the richer the rewards. Feng Xiu glanced at the leaderboard, his eyes quickly scanning from the 1st to the 10th place, which showed a completion time of 48 minutes and 51 seconds. He set a small goal for himself, aimed to get on the leaderboard. However, reason quickly took over. Today was clearly not the right time to aim for the leaderboard. He had just switched to level 10, and apart from a new sword, his equipment was lacking. In contrast, those on the leaderboard were likely all level 20 and fully equipped. Just as Feng Xiu was lost in thought, a casual voice interrupted him. Isn't this Feng Xiu? You finally changed jobs? Want me to take you through the dungeon? Feng Xiu turned around to see a familiar face, a high-nosed bridge, thin lips, and those signature peach blossom eyes with sparse golden hair. Without much thought, Feng Xiu recognized his classmate Kai Nans, who had just become a 2-star breeze mage. At that moment, Kai Nans was holding a staff embedded with a green gem, looking at Feng Xiu with a slightly disdainful gaze. Behind Kai Nans stood 2 more people, a burly man carrying a shield and a girl in a priest's robe. Coincidentally, these 2 were also Feng Xiu's classmates, 2-star Iron Guard Chung Sun and 1-star priest Han Lily. Chung Sun also extended an invitation to Feng Xiu, his tone much friendlier than Kai Nan's. Feng Xiu, want to join us in the dungeon? Feng Xiu shook his head slightly and declined. No, I plan to solo it. He calculated in his mind that with the strength of a 3-star profession, soloing the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon on easy difficulty should be feasible. Since he could complete it independently, why share the experience and loot with others? Solo? You. Kainan seemed to hear the biggest joke, his mouth curling into an exaggerated grin like a clown. Feng Xiu shot him a cold glance. Every school had a few who relied on their family's wealth, mingled with troublemakers outside, and bullied classmates within. Kainan's was one of them. However, he hadn't targeted Feng Xiu before. When no one had changed jobs yet, Feng Xiu was very popular in the class due to his strong build, excellent grades, and handsome appearance. Those bullies knew to pick on the weak and avoided Feng Xiu. But as classmates gradually changed jobs and Feng Xiu was left behind, they turned their attention to him. Feng Xiu, however, spent most of his time practicing swordsmanship alone and rarely encountered them. Now, having run into him, Kainan's wouldn't miss the chance. Inwardly, Feng Xiu thought, don't give me a chance to teach you a lesson, or I won't hesitate to show you why the flowers are so red. Unfortunately, there were officials maintaining order at the dungeon entrance, prohibiting fights. So, without another word, Feng Xiu turned and stepped into the dungeon's portal, leaving Kai Nan's with a stiff expression. Soloing, Feng Xiu is amazing, Han Lily said in surprise. Kai Nan snorted. Amazing my ass, just changed jobs, and wants to solo a dungeon. In a few minutes, he'll be rolling out, beaten by the wind fairies. He couldn't even solo a dungeon when he first changed jobs, let alone Feng Xiu. Chung Sun said nothing, merely gazing thoughtfully at the portal, lost in his own thoughts. Stepping through the portal, Feng Xiu found himself in a valley shrouded in thick mist. A virtual dialogue box appeared before him, detailing the background and challenges of Wind Spirit Valley. This place was once the dwelling of wind spirits, attracting countless beings in search of wind power. However, for some unknown reason, these beings suddenly became violent and started attacking all outsiders. Feng Xiu carefully reviewed the difficulty options for the instance, which ranged from easy to hell, totaling 5 levels. He decided to start with easy and gradually tackle higher difficulties. As he confirmed his choice, the mist slowly dispersed, and a gentle breeze carrying the scent of grass brushed against his face. Not far away, 2 turquoise butterflies the size of basketballs wind fairies were hovering low in the air. They excelled at using the 1-star wind spell, Windblade, posing a threat with their ranged attacks. Nearby was a creature resembling a calf-sized tiger, the Wind Chaser, known for its light and agile movements. Feng Xiu recalled reports of a rain that could summon a Wind Chaser as a mount, which had once been auctioned for a staggering 5 million. Let's test my sword on them, Feng Xiu murmured, gripping his sword hilt tightly, each step charged with mental focus and concentration. He moved as if carried by the wind, swiftly closing in on the wind fairies. Suddenly, Feng Xiu accelerated into a sprint, akin to a cheetah's pounce. In a flash of cold steel, the nearest wind fairy was split in half before it could react. The momentum of his sword's strike continued, cleaving the other wind fairy behind it. Messages reading, defeated wind fairy LV12, gained 120 experience, appeared one after another. The remaining wind chaser, unwilling to be outdone, roared in anger and lunged at Feng Xiu with all its might. However, Feng Xiu remained calm and unhurried as he approached it Heaton. He casually twirled his sword in a flourish, his movements as fluid as a graceful dance. Finally, he sheathed his blood-plumb sword with a smooth motion, showcasing the poise of a true master. Just as the Gale Beast was about to pounce on Feng Xiu, he moved with light steps, his body as graceful as a drifting willow. With a slight sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the beast's fierce attack. As their forms crossed, a sudden chill flashed in Feng Xiu's eyes. His right hand rested on the hilt of his sword, and in an instant, he vanished. Blade draw technique. Cold air swirled in midair, and a flash of steel appeared. The sword's edge sliced through like lightning, leaving behind crimson blossoms of blood, sharp and deadly. The Gale Beast landed heavily with a thud, seemingly unharmed. Just as it was about to launch a second attack, it realized its body was no longer under its control. Unnoticed, a thin red line had appeared on the beast's neck, extending straight to its tail. With a chilling, tearing sound, the Gale beast's body was suddenly split in two. A system notification sounded, announcing the successful kill. Killed Gale Beast LV-11. Gained 150 experience points. Feng Xiu, satisfied, sheathed his sword and turned to look. The beast's body dissipated like smoke, leaving only a small white fang the size of a fingertip. Good start. Luck's on my side, Feng Xiu murmured to himself, bending down to pick up the fang. The system immediately displayed the item information. Gale Beast Fang Common Material. A fang from the Gale Beast, containing a trace of wind elemental power, capable of easily tearing through thick hides. Suitable for crafting and decoration. Material grade matches equipment, classified as the lowest grade material. Feng Xiu calculated that such common material was worth about $20 on the market. He recalled seeing a merchant buying them at the entrance before entering the dungeon. Though not rare, having a drop was already fortunate. Looking back, the two wind sprites he had slain earlier indeed yielded nothing. It's typical for ordinary monsters in dungeons not to drop items, so getting any material was lucky. If equipment dropped, that would be akin to winning the lottery. Feng Xiu carefully stored the fang in his backpack, a slight smile playing on his lips. Tonight, I can treat myself to an extra cup of milk tea to celebrate. With everything in order, he stepped forward into the depths of Wind Spirit Valley, eager for more challenges and opportunities. In the serene Wind Spirit Valley, gently caressed by breezes and bathed in warm sunlight, wildflowers bloom in abundance, exuding the vitality of spring. A few wind fairies flit leisurely between the trees, trailed by several wind-chasing beasts that resemble loyal guards. Their movements suggest both a casual outing and a territorial patrol. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind heralds the appearance of a handsome young man emerging from the underbrush. He wields a long sword, its blade infused with a chilling intent to kill, flashing with an elusive cold gleam in the sunlight. With agile grace, the young man moves as if dancing, and with a swift turn and a swing of his sword, the wind fairies and wind-chasing beasts fall like wheat before a scythe. A system notification rings in the young man's ears. Wind Fairy LV-12 defeated, gained 120 experience. Wind-chasing Beast LV-11 defeated, gained 150 experience. Level up to 11, Strength 0.5, Agility 1.5, Constitution 0.5, Spirit 0.5. Nice, Feng Xiu stretches contentedly, feeling the tangible increase in his attributes from leveling up. He turns back to check for any loot from the slain wind fairies and wind-chasing beasts, but finds nothing. Unperturbed, he continues onward through Wind Spirit Valley, leaving chaos in his wake. As he traverses the valley, Feng Xiu has slain nearly 100 wind fairies and wind-chasing beasts, yet has only acquired 3 items, 2 wind-chasing beast fangs and a pair of fairy feathers wind. The fairy feathers wind, a common material containing a trace of wind power, can stir up a gale with a gentle shake and are in high demand for crafting and decoration in Qingshan City, the hub of wind-based skills. Feng Xiu quickly tallies his earnings for the day. The fairy feathers wind fetch 50 coins per pair, and combined with the 2 wind-chasing beast fangs, he totals 90 coins. This meager income isn't enough even for a hot pot meal, so he pins his hopes on the final boss. Just one piece of equipment would make the dungeon run worthwhile. Lost in thought, Feng Xiu arrives at the heart of Wind Spirit Valley, a small garden brimming with vibrant flowers. This is the domain of the Wind Spirit Valley boss, the Fairy Queen. A creature about 2 meters tall patrols the area, its upper body humanoid and lower body resembling a butterfly, with enormous wings adorned with bizarre patterns fluttering behind. Above its head floats the text, Fairy Queen LV 15 Boss HP 1000. As soon as Feng Xiu steps into the garden, the Fairy Queen's gaze cuts toward him like a sharp blade. Her delicate face contorts with anger as she shrieks, "Intruder, get out!" If this were the real Fairy Queen, Feng Xiu might have teased her, perhaps reminding her to put on some clothes. But everything in the dungeon is a mere shadow of the past, incapable of conversation with challengers, only capable of unleashing deadly attacks. Before her words have even faded, the Fairy Queen launches her assault. Her wings vibrate violently, unleashing 2 intersecting giant wind blades. The system indicates this is a 2-star wind spell called Crisscross Wind Blades. Feng Xiu's eyes narrow as he grips his sword tightly, bracing for the fierce battle ahead. The Crosswind Blades, a signature move of the Fairy Queen, is powerful enough to instantly defeat a fully armored level 10 magic class. For Feng Xiu, who was only wearing basic 1 defense clothing, this move was equally lethal. The strategy guide he studied last night suggested tackling this with a team, a defensive class holding a large shield at the front to block the wind blades, while the priest continuously heals. This would easily take down the boss of this low-level dungeon. However, Feng Xiu was going solo. No teammates, no shield, and no healing. His only option was to dodge. The 3-star agility advantage of the Swordmaster class shone brilliantly at this moment. Fang Xiu nimbly sidestepped, moving out of the wind blade's range. He swung his sword backward, releasing a crescent-shaped blade of energy that sliced through the air, aiming straight for the Fairy Queen's head. The Fairy Queen instinctively raised her arm to block. Even though it was just a phantom, her battle instincts remained. Just as she deflected the blade energy, Fang Xiu, who had been several meters away, was suddenly upon her like a phantom, drawing his sword from its sheath. A flash of cold light, and a blood-red plum blossom bloomed in midair. Fang Xiu's figure had already shifted behind the Fairy Queen. With a thud, a line of blood erupted from her upper body, running diagonally from her left shoulder to her right rib, with blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ah! The Fairy Queen let out a cry of agony as this strike took away more than half of her life force. Yet, she had no time to feel the pain as Fang Xiu's blood plum sword struck again. Each slash of the blade inflicted double damage, with the blade energy nearly doubling the power of his normal attacks. The Fairy Queen struggled to turn, attempting to release the crosswind blades once more. But Fang Xiu had already anticipated this, effortlessly sidestepping to avoid it. Years of rigorous training had not only honed his swordsmanship, but also perfected his combat skills. Facing these lethal wind blades, Fang Xiu's dodging was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, yet he remained confident. Last night's guide had detailed the Fairy Queen's attribute panel, giving Fang Xiu a thorough understanding of his enemy. The Queen's casting movements were obvious, and her agility was no match for Fang Xiu's. As long as he read her actions, he could easily dodge. The rhythm of the battle was under his control. Defeating her was only a matter of time. After dodging the wind blades once more, Fang Xiu advanced again, delivering 2 more sword strikes. Before his sword-drawing technique could cool down, the Fairy Queen's life bar was already depleted. Damn intruder, you will surely face the wrath of the wind. The Fairy Queen cursed bitterly before dissipating into a phantom. On the ground, she left behind a pair of green gauntlets and a yellowed parchment. Loot dropped. Fang Xiu's eyes lit up as he quickly sheathed his sword and stepped forward to collect the items. Fang Xiu gazed at the newly acquired gear in his hand, the Swiftwind bracers. This excellently crafted piece not only offered 5 in defense and 2 in agility, but was also a crucial part of the Swiftwind return set. He quickly equipped it, contemplating the set's effects. 3 pieces would boost movement speed by 10 and add 5 agility, while 5 pieces would increase attack speed by 10 along with an additional 5 agility. Woohoo, let's go! Fang Xiu whispered excitedly. He was well aware of the rarity of the Swiftwind bracers within the entire set, a unique drop from the Fairy Queen, with a market value of at least 6,000. However, the thought of selling it didn't linger in his mind for even a moment. Alongside the bracers, another equally valuable item had dropped the Roaring Wind Challenge scroll. Fang Xiu examined this consumable item carefully. Upon use, it would grant access to a special public instance called Roaring Wind. The scroll also noted a usage restriction of 1 turn and included a mysterious description. The frenzy of the creatures in Wind Spirit Valley seems to have another cause. Staring at the scroll in his hand, Fang Xiu marveled at his incredible luck today, even considering trying his hand at the lottery. He knew clearly that the rarity of this scroll in the Wind Spirit Valley instance was like finding a needle in a haystack. It only had a slim chance of dropping when the Fairy Queen was defeated solo, and the difficulty of the instance it granted access to was daunting. The Roaring Wind instance featured only 1 level 20 boss, the Roaring Wind Wormling. Defeating it promised rich rewards, but the difficulty level was akin to a nightmare mode in Wind Spirit Valley. Fang Xiu calculated that forming a team to tackle it was nearly impossible, so he resolved to attempt it solo in the future. He set a goal for himself, to try once he could clear nightmare-level instances solo and complete it within a month's time. As Fang Xiu pondered his future plans, a system notification suddenly popped up. Instance completion time, 48 minutes and 32 seconds. Easy difficulty does not count towards the leaderboard. The surroundings flowed like an ink painting, and Fang Xiu realized he was already standing at the entrance of the Wind Spirit Valley instance. People bustled around, indicating it was already late morning. Fang Xiu glanced at his phone, noting the time was 10:08 a.m. He decided to take advantage of the early hour to run the easy-level instance once more. Although the attributes of the Fairy Queen in normal difficulty would increase by about 30, he planned to first level up and improve his gear before attempting higher difficulties. The buzzing of Fang Xiu's phone interrupted his preparations to enter the dungeon. He picked up the phone and saw 3 missed calls on the screen. With no signal inside the dungeon, it was no wonder he couldn't answer the calls. Upon closer inspection, Fang Xiu realized all the missed calls were from his homeroom teacher, Qin Shuang. The reward must have been approved. Fang Xiu thought happily and quickly called back. The call was answered after just 1 ring, and Qin Shuang's straightforward voice came through. "Where have you been? I couldn't reach you at all. I was leveling up in the dungeon and just got out," Fang Xiu explained briefly. "All right, come to school as soon as you can. I've got your reward approved, and I'm waiting for you in the office." Got it, I'll be right there. Fang Xiu replied, hanging up swiftly and dashing towards Qingshan City. Not far away, Chung Sun, Han Lili, and Kai Nan witnessed Fang Xiu emerging from the dungeon. Before they could approach him, they saw him rushing off. Kai Nan watched Fang Xiu's retreating figure and scoffed. See? I bet he got his butt kicked by the wind fairies. Han Lili, recalling Fang Xiu's appearance just moments ago, remarked, really? But he didn't seem hurt at all. Chung Sun glanced at his watch and added, he was in there for almost an hour. Without hesitation, Kai Nan concluded, then he must have been hiding for an hour. No wonder he's unscathed. Her tone was filled with confidence. However, Han Lili's next words left Kai Nan and Chung Sun stunned. But I saw Fang Xiu with a new pair of bracers. They looked like gale bracers. She looked around to confirm her observation. I've seen many people with those gale bracers. This comment hit them like a bombshell. The gale bracers were part of the gale set, only dropped by the final boss, the Fairy Queen, in the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon. Fang Xiu hadn't been wearing them when he entered, but he had them when he came out. Could it be that Fang Xiu had soloed the Fairy Queen in the dungeon? Kai Nan tried to justify her earlier assumption. He must have bought them beforehand and put them on after entering the dungeon. Chung Sun ignored Kai Nan's stubbornness. His mind was racing. The likelihood of Fang Xiu buying the gale bracers in advance and equipping them in the dungeon was slim. Most people would first purchase armor or boots as their initial protective gear. Yet, Fang Xiu's only visible equipment was the gale bracers. Buying bracers as the first piece, especially the most expensive in the gale set, would be foolish. With this reasoning, Chung Sun was almost certain that Fang Xiu had indeed completed the dungeon and did so solo. He quietly took out his phone and made a call. Uncle, it's Chung Senator, can you check on a classmate of mine named Fang Xiu? What's his class after the first turn? At the entrance of Qingshan City's third high school, the clock pointed to 10:30. Fang Xiu jumped out of the taxi and strode purposefully towards the campus, heading straight for the office. However, he had only taken a few steps when a familiar figure blocked his path. His homeroom teacher, Qin Shuang, stood at the school gate, wearing a white shirt paired with jeans, looking both light and energetic. Spotting Fang Xiu, she immediately waved him over. Over here. Fang Xiu paused and smiled, asking, Teacher, why are you waiting for me at the gate? Qin Shuang glanced past Fang Xiu, looking behind him. It's not just me, the principal is here too. As she spoke, an elderly man with a bald head and round face, dressed in a blue suit, emerged from the security room. He wore a warm smile and greeted Fang Xiu enthusiastically. This must be Fang Xiu, right? The elderly man asked, his voice gentle, yet carrying a hint of authority. Fang Xiu immediately realized that this was Principal Dong, he of Qingshan City's third high school. It was rumored that Dong he was a level 7 professional, though his specific profession remained a mystery. Fang Xiu quickly responded, Yes, Principal, that's me. Dong he nodded and said, All right, let's go to the professional array first. The three of them walked towards the east side of the playground, where a device resembling a stone mill the professional array stood. This magical instrument not only screened participants whose levels didn't meet the requirements during competitions, but also determined students' professions at graduation. Various professional guilds also had similar testing tools. Upon arrival, Fang Xiu stepped onto the professional array, and Qin Shuang personally operated the device. The stone platform glowed faintly, and Fang Xiu's basic information slowly appeared. Name, Fang Xiu. Level, 11. Profession, Swordmaster, 3-star. Even though she already knew that Fang Xiu had transitioned to a 3-star profession, Qin Shuang couldn't help but widen her eyes at the sight of the information. Dong He, on the other hand, stared thoughtfully at the profession named Swordmaster, his brow furrowed as if trying to recall this rare profession. Are we done? Fang Xiu asked, interrupting the teacher's thoughts. Qin Shuang snapped back to reality and turned off the professional array. Yes, you can come down now. Fang Xiu nimbly jumped off the stone platform and stood alongside Qin Shuang in front of Principal Dong, eagerly awaiting his response. Dong He quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, with Fang Xiu transitioning to a 3-star profession, according to school regulations, you qualify for the Genius Clause. If you agree to participate in this year's 10 schools competition, the school can provide you with a 2-star rare skill book. Of course, if you don't need the skill book, you can exchange it for equivalent value in equipment and items. Fang Xiu responded without hesitation. I am willing to participate in the 10 schools competition and would like the 2-star rare skill book. Even without the Genius Clause, he would participate for the competition's rewards. As for the 2-star skill book, Fang Xiu had no intention of exchanging it for equipment or items. A 2-star skill book starts at 10,000 in the market, and a rare grade 1 could be worth over 20,000. If he didn't take it now, he didn't know when he would be able to afford one or would have to settle for a merely excellent grade 1. A wise choice, Principal Dong acknowledged with a nod, then snapped his fingers. Instantly, dozens of skill books appeared out of thin air, floating in front of Fang Xiu, arranged in a neat array, awaiting his selection. Fang Xiu gazed at the array of skill books before him. each one radiating the glow of 2-star rarity. Names like Gale Slash, Holy Light, and Healing Chain echoed in his mind. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Choosing the second skill was crucial for his future development. Most people would opt for skills similar to their first profession, like a Fireball user learning Fire Element enhancement to prepare for a second transition. But Feng Xiu couldn't follow this common path. His infinite job transition talent was a double-edged sword. It offered limitless possibilities, but required each skill to forge a different path. With swordsmanship already in his arsenal, he needed to steer clear of melee attack types. The options suddenly expanded to include magic, support, and defense. Feng Xiu's thoughts went even deeper. Although his seeker talent boosted combat power, it slowed down his job transition speed. The more skills he acquired in the future, the more pronounced this issue would become. Therefore, the new skill had to be easy to level up. At the same time, enhancing his combat power for soloing the Roaring Gale in the first transition was essential. After careful consideration, Feng Xiu decided that a magic support skill with fast growth potential was the best choice. Defense skills were the next priority, as they offered protection and laid the groundwork for the future. However, the skills provided by Principal Dong didn't include an ideal option. In the end, Feng Xiu chose a defensive support skill book called Transform, Glyph Iron Guard. This rare skill allowed him to temporarily transform into a Glyph Iron Guard. Principal Dong's eye showed a hint of approval. This student, who had just completed his first job transition, might not have high comprehension, but he understood how to compensate for his weaknesses by choosing the fastest upgrading skill, which was undoubtedly a wise decision. Thank you, Principal. Feng Xiu expressed his gratitude sincerely. Principal Dong waved his hand to retrieve the other skill books and encouraged him. No need to thank me. It's what you deserve. I'm looking forward to seeing your performance in the 10-school competition. Teacher Qin Shuang also offered encouragement. Keep leveling up and don't worry about others' opinions. Being able to transition to a 3-star profession shows you have potential. You might just be a late-blooming genius. Feng Xiu chuckled inwardly. At 18, how could he be considered a late bloomer? Nevertheless, he nodded gratefully. Holding the Transform, Glyph Iron Guard skill book, Feng Xiu felt a surge of excitement. With this, his combat prowess was bound to skyrocket. Leaving school, Feng Xiu set off on his way home. The sun shone on his shoulders, and his mind was still filled with plans for a day of leveling up in the Wind Valley dungeon. Since he was back in town and it was lunchtime, he decided to fill his stomach before heading out again. Back at home, Feng Xiu quickly opened his food delivery app on his phone and ordered a serving of braised chicken with rice. He thought to himself that he would indulge in hot pot for dinner, so a simple lunch would suffice. After placing the order, he leaned back on the sofa and began experimenting with the new skill he had just acquired. Transform, Magic Rune Iron Guard. Feng Xiu muttered. As soon as he spoke, a strange energy wave swept over him. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a silver-gray iron figure, adorned with purple stripes forming peculiar symbols magic runes that enhanced his magical defense. Feng Xiu tried to move, but felt an unprecedented stiffness and heaviness. He lifted his hand, lightly tapping his arm and chest, and could clearly feel his defense capabilities skyrocketing. Eagerly, he opened his skill menu to examine the details. Transform, Magic Rune Iron Guard, a 2-star rare skill, LV10100. Upon activation, you transform into a Magic Rune Iron Guard, reducing incoming physical and magical damage by 50, and increasing physical and magical defense by 50. Movement speed is reduced by 95, and attack speed by 70. The duration consumes 10 mana points per second, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. This is a defensive specialization skill that enhances defense at the cost of movement and attack speed. Feng Xiu was delighted. This was exactly what he needed. With his speed-oriented swordsman class, both combat and escape were not an issue. If he battled the Fairy Queen of Wind Valley again, he could transform into the Magic Rune Iron Guard every 10 seconds to withstand an attack. This would undoubtedly increase his margin for error when soloing Wind Valley. He pondered that with this skill, soloing on normal difficulty should be as easy as on easy mode. Additionally, it would increase his margin for error when tackling the Roaring Tempest dungeon in the future. After all, reality differs from games. Although he could revive, he couldn't recklessly use skills that purely boosted damage. Feng Xiu continued to think about the characteristics of transformation skills. With enough resources, the level-up speed of such skills was astonishing. Most transformation skills didn't have fixed durations, relying entirely on the user's mana. Like his Magic Rune Iron Guard, it consumed 10 mana points per second. In theory, as long as he could regenerate 10 mana points per second, he could maintain the transformation indefinitely, rapidly increasing his skill proficiency. The simplest way to quickly restore mana was to drink mana potions. However, this method was rarely used due to its exorbitant cost. A bottle of the lowest grade slow-acting mana potion restored 300 mana points over 30 seconds, costing 50 units. This meant spending 100 units per minute and 6,000 per hour. It was more like burning money than training a skill. Therefore, Feng Xiu planned to adopt the second method, a more economical choice often used by magic-based classes carrying items or equipment with mana regeneration attributes. He began listing possible options in his mind, considering how to maximize mana recovery efficiency. Just then, the doorbell rang, interrupting his thoughts. The food delivery had arrived. Feng Xiu deactivated his transformation, got up to answer the door, and prepared to enjoy his lunch while continuing to plan his upcoming adventures. Feng Xiu's fingers glided smoothly over his phone screen, opening the professional purchase app. He typed in magic recovery attribute as his search term and then sorted the results by price, low to high. Instantly, a variety of items appeared before him, with the most eye-catching being the cheapest option at the top, a magic spring necklace. The detailed information about the magic spring necklace popped up on the screen. Grade: common. Attribute: magic recovery 1. Description: a necklace crafted from gems found in magical spring water, providing a continuous flow of magic to its wearer. Price: 100,000 alliance coins. Feng Xiu furrowed his brow and quietly opened his wallet interface. His bank balance boldly displayed 4,851.7. He sighed softly. Although he had anticipated that equipment with magic recovery attributes would be pricey, such an exorbitant price still caught him off guard. However, Feng Xiu quickly composed himself. It's all right. I have a plan, he muttered to himself, then opened his contact list and dialed Li Qinghong's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Hello, came a slightly cold female voice on the other end. Aunt, it's me, Xiao Xiu, Feng Xiu quickly replied. Hearing it was Feng Xiu, Li Qinghong's tone noticeably softened. What's up? Feng Xiu carefully began. I need equipment with magic recovery attributes to practice skills. Aunt, does your company offer rental services for such equipment? He knew that as an alchemist, making potions required not only materials but also consumed a lot of magic. Hence, potion companies would often purchase equipment with magic recovery attributes to enhance employee efficiency. Additionally, some training centers collected such equipment to rent out to mages for skill practice. Feng Xiu's call to his aunt was partly to understand the market and partly to see if he could get a discount. You've changed professions? Li Qinghong perceptively noted. She remembered her nephew's first skill was swordsmanship, and now that he needed magic to practice skills, it was evident he had changed professions and started working on a second skill. Yes, I've switched to a 3-star profession, Swordmaster, Feng Xiu replied honestly. Impressive, Li Qinghong nodded to herself. She had been worried that her nephew hadn't changed professions yet, but it seemed her concerns were unfounded. Switching directly to a 3-star profession indicated he was truly talented. How much magic recovery per second do you need? Li Qinghong asked. Just 10 points in total, Feng Xiu answered. After a brief consideration, Li Qinghong said, all right, come to my company. I'll arrange for you to rent magic recovery equipment for free. However, the equipment can't be taken out. You can only use it on site. Great, I'll be right there, Feng Xiu exclaimed, almost leaping off the couch at the prospect of free rental. He immediately decided to cancel his afternoon leveling plans at Wind Spirit Valley, focusing instead on mastering the transform magic pattern iron guard skill for another job change. Once completed, leveling at Wind Spirit Valley would be much more efficient. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification that his braised chicken rice delivery was about to arrive. Feng Xiu didn't hesitate, deciding, I'll just give it to the delivery guy. His mind was entirely occupied with the prospect of acquiring the magic recovery equipment. The headquarters of Lingji Pharmaceuticals proudly stands tall in the prime commercial district of the city center, with its 33-story office building showcasing its formidable strength. In this world, where combat is the main theme, the demand for potions far exceeds that of Feng Xiu's previous life on Earth, making them essential for nearly every profession. For magic-oriented professions, potions are seen as the source of life, while even physical professions consume attribute-enhancing potions regularly, regardless of injury. This significant market demand has brought substantial profits to Lingji Pharmaceuticals. As Feng Xiu stepped into the ground floor of the building, he was greeted by Xiao Li, a receptionist in professional attire with a warm smile. She politely introduced herself. You must be Mr. Feng Xiu, right? I'm Xiao Li, responsible for welcoming visitors. Manager Li specifically arranged for me to wait for you here. Feng Xiu was slightly surprised, not expecting his aunt's position to grant her the ability to arrange a personal reception. Guided by Xiao Li, Feng Xiu took the elevator straight to the 13th floor and eventually entered training room number 5. Before him was a space as spacious as a basketball court, filled with various exercise equipment and adjustable gravity weapons. Near the entrance, a desk embedded with a tablet computer stood out, used to control the room's functions, such as raising hurdles and lowering shooting targets. Feng Xiu marveled at this, as it was the most luxuriously equipped training room he had ever seen. Xiao Li pointed with a smile to a jewelry box on the other side of the desk, explaining, Mr. Feng Xiu, the equipment prepared for you by Manager Li is all here, and you can wear them at any time. If you need anything else, please let me know. Curious, Feng Xiu picked up a piece of jewelry to examine it, discovering it was a magic-infused bracelet called the 10-phase magic source. This rare-grade equipment provided a magic recovery attribute boost of 3, far surpassing ordinary market equipment. Feng Xiu roughly estimated that this piece could fetch no less than 500,000 alliance coins. In addition to the bracelet, the jewelry box contained 2 rings and a necklace, all rare magic recovery equipment. Feng Xiu quickly donned all 4 pieces, feeling the powerful effect of recovering 12 magic points per second, enough to sustain his transformation, magic rune Iron Guard skill. After Shaoli left, Feng Xiu immediately activated the transformation, magic rune Iron Guard skill, standing still in the center of the training room. The continuous prompts before him showed the skill's proficiency rapidly increasing, approximately 1 point per second. Feng Xiu calculated that at this rate, he could raise the skill to level 2 in under 2 minutes, and if the pace continued, he could reach level 10 by dinner time. If I can reach level 15 by going home later, that would be awesome. Feng Xiu couldn't help but shout, his face beaming with excitement. He felt an unprecedented sense of relief, as the worry about skill levels was no longer a burden, putting him in a great mood. Leaning against the wall, Feng Xiu reflected on his choices. I should have learned the transformation skill as my first skill, he muttered to himself, recalling the skill list provided by the school. Unfortunately, there was no transformation skill available, since even the lowest quality ones were at an excellent level. He shook his head and continued pondering. There won't be many opportunities to boost proficiency by maintaining a transformation in the future. After all, I can't learn transformation for every skill. Feng Xiu frowned, contemplating other possibilities. What other skills have no cooldown and only consume mana, allowing for quick proficiency improvement? Just as he was deep in thought, a minute later, the system notification suddenly sounded. Transformation, Iron Guard skill proficiency 1, skill level increased, current level 2. Feng Xiu immediately opened the skill panel to check the details. The skill panel displayed, Transformation, Iron Guard, 2-star rare skill, LV 2200. Upon use, transform into an Iron Guard, reducing received physical and magical damage by 51, physical and magical defense 55, movement speed reduced by 92, attack speed reduced by 68, consuming 10 mana per second, cooldown 10 seconds. Feng Xiu carefully compared the data and found that all the positive effects had increased, while the negative effects had decreased. He was more satisfied with this skill, thinking to himself, when it reaches level 15, the benefits will be stronger and the negatives will be minimized. Additionally, the skill gains extra effects every 5 levels. Due to his myth-level talent, Seeker, the transformation, Iron Guard had 3 more enhancement opportunities, and Feng Xiu was already looking forward to its maxed-out effects. Closing the skill panel, Feng Xiu turned his attention back to reality. Despite the 92 reduction in movement speed in transformation form, making it nearly impossible to move, he was not discouraged. Even though I've turned into a wooden stake, the attack speed is only reduced by 68, so I can practice swordsmanship, he murmured. With that, Feng Xiu deactivated the transformation and quickly walked over to select a weapon. He carefully observed each sword and finally chose a giant sword with a suitable weight. Then, he activated the transformation again and began practicing swordsmanship. Thrust, slash, chop. Feng Xiu swung the giant sword at a third of his usual speed. Although his movements were slower, he found he could more carefully adjust his posture and exertion techniques. Before long, the system notification sounded again, Advanced Swordsmanship Skill Proficiency 1. Feng Xiu was surprised to find that the rate of gaining proficiency in advanced swordsmanship seemed no slower than when he first practiced beginner swordsmanship. This was contrary to his expectations. Higher-level skills should take longer to improve in proficiency. He pondered, suddenly realizing, the slow speed allows my mind to immerse itself, which actually speeds up my proficiency gains. Continuing to wield the giant sword, Feng Xiu gradually understood the essence of practicing swordsmanship. Practicing beginner or advanced swordsmanship, these passive skills, is not about the act of swinging the sword itself, but about perfecting my posture, exertion, and deepening my understanding of swordsmanship through the act, he murmured, his eyes shining with the light of enlightenment. At 7 in the evening, Feng Xiu was still in the training room. He initially planned to leave by 5, but since no one informed him of the closing time, he decided to skip dinner and focus on maxing out the transform, Iron Guardian skill before heading out for a late-night snack. This way, he could head straight to Wine Spirit Valley for leveling up the next day. With that thought, Feng Xiu concentrated once more on practicing his swordsmanship. In the monitoring room, a tall woman in a white researcher's coat was watching Feng Xiu on the screen. Supervisor Li rarely saw 2 of her colleagues approach at the training grounds. One was a young man in a white suit with gold-rimmed glasses, lightly adjusting them with his left hand, his gold watch catching the eye, and a smile that exuded confidence. The other was a middle-aged man, slightly overweight, whose black Zhongshan suit appeared tight, with a string of sandalwood beads on his left wrist. Li Qinghong recognized both of them. They were colleagues from the investment department of Lingji Company. The middle-aged man was named Zhang Fugui, and the young man was He Dongjun, both managers in the investment department. He Dongjun greeted her, and Li Qinghong nodded slightly in acknowledgement. They were from different departments, so she wasn't very familiar with them, and there were plenty of managers in the investment department. He Dongjun and Zhang Fugui walked over to Li Qinghong, following her gaze to Fang Xiu. Is that young man Supervisor Li's son? He Dongjun asked curiously. Li Qinghong smiled slightly and replied, he's my nephew. He Dongjun nodded in understanding and remarked, I thought so. I've heard that Li Qinghong is famously unattainable in the pharmaceutical department, with countless admirers. If she were married, everyone would know. He looked at Fang Xiu and speculated. Judging by his age, he must be a recent graduate. What profession is he in? Swordsman, Li Qinghong answered simply. He Dongjun asked with curiosity, what kind of swordsman? Li Qinghong repeated herself, recalling that Fang Xiu had only mentioned swordsman, without any prefix when discussing his profession. Hearing this, both Zhang Fugui and He Dongjun frowned. They were familiar with professions like Wind Swordmaster or Rock Cleaver Swordsman, which usually have prefixes. A simple swordsman was something new to them. What star level? Zhang Fugui inquired. Li Qinghong replied, 3-star. Zhang Fugui and He Dongjun took another look at Fang Xiu. A 3-star profession was a mark of genius. Li Qinghong's slight smile indicated her satisfaction with their reactions. Why didn't you mention it? The company's genius investment program still has slots available this year. He Dongjun scrutinized Fang Xiu, while Zhang Fugui also observed him practicing his sword skills. Li Qinghong was well aware of Lingji Company's genius investment program. Each year, Lingji Company allocates funds to invest in promising talents in Qingshan City, without expecting any return. However, this shouldn't be mistaken for generosity. Although the geniuses don't owe the company anything, they inevitably accrue a debt of gratitude. Once these talents grow into powerful figures, the advertising benefits and the goodwill of a strong individual are worth far more than the initial investment. Moreover, this money is just a drop in the bucket for Lingji Company. However, the Genius Investment Program has limited slots each year, with a rigorous selection process. Not everyone qualifies. They only invest in true geniuses. The Samsung profession is undoubtedly a worthy investment. However, when Li Qinghong mentioned Fang Xiu's recent job change, He Dongjun couldn't help but frown. He muttered to himself, recalling that the school's skill distribution had been 2 months ago. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike him, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he refrained from mentioning the genius investment plan. Li Qinghong glanced at He Dongjun, understanding his thoughts. She knew why he didn't bring up the genius investment plan again. He simply believed that Fang Xiu took 2 months to complete his first transition, indicating mediocre talent, and that achieving a Samsung profession was purely luck. However, Li Qinghong knew that sheer luck wouldn't take one far. After the first transition comes the second, and then the third. A true genius excels at every stage compared to their peers. At that moment, Zhang Fugui, who was standing nearby, suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Manager Li, can you ask your nephew if he's interested in accepting a genius investment? Li Qinghong looked at Zhang Fugui in surprise, noticing that he was intently watching Fang Xiu on the monitor. He Dongjun was even more shocked than Li Qinghong and blurted out, Brother Zhang, you want to invest in him? Zhang Fugui calmly replied, yes, I have some extra investment funds and want to take a chance. Upon hearing this, He Dongjun raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that the headquarters had given Brother Zhang quite a bit of resources this year. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he said, I suddenly feel like taking a gamble too. Brother Zhang, are you interested? You want to invest in him too? Zhang Fugui turned to He Dongjun. He Dongjun quickly waved his hand, not exactly. I just want to bet with Brother Zhang on whether this person is a genius. What's the wager? He Dongjun thought for a moment and proposed. In the 10 schools competition, if he makes it to the top 10, I'll share 2 million of my investment with you. If not, then your investment will share 2 million with me. How about that? Zhang Fugui didn't immediately agree, but instead seriously considered the feasibility of the bet. He recalled the career data from various universities. Among this year's graduates, only 4 people had achieved a first transition Samsung profession, and with Li Qinghong's nephew, that made 5. The difficulty of reaching the top 10 wasn't high. We can give it a try, Zhang Fugui finally agreed. Suddenly, an idea struck He Dongjun. Oh right, let's raise the stakes. I also invested in a genius this year, named Huang Daoing. Let's see whose final ranking is higher. As for the wager, I heard Brother Zhang obtained a fragment of the Steel City treasure map years ago. Coincidentally, I also collected a fragment recently. Let's use that as an additional bet. Zhang Fugui immediately saw through He Dongjun's true intention. The 2 million investment was just bait. What he really wanted was the big fish, the Steel City treasure map fragment. Huang Daoing was one of the 5 first transition Samsung professionals this year and was the second fastest to transition. All right, Zhang Fugui agreed, confident in his judgment. For Fang Xiu, he wasn't just taking a gamble. Great, Then, managerly, please be our witness. He Dongjun and Zhang Fugui both looked at Li Qinghong. Li Qinghong frowned, feeling somewhat displeased about them gambling on Fang Xiu. But seeing how Zhang Fugui valued Fang Xiu and wanted to invest in him, she finally nodded in agreement. All right. However, whether Fang Xiu wants to accept the company's genius investment depends on his own decision. Also, I don't know if he's participating in the 10 schools competition. Your nephew's name is Fang Xiu, right? He Dongjun immediately pulled out his phone to check and quickly found the result. He just signed up this afternoon. As for the genius investment, please introduce us, and I'll talk to him. Zhang Fugui concluded, his eyes still fixed on Fang Xiu in the monitor, as if seeing limitless potential in the young man. At 9:27 p.m., inside room 5 on the 13th floor of Lingji Corporation, Fang Xiu felt a wave of relief wash over him as his body suddenly relaxed. He had just completed the final upgrade of the skill, Transformation, Iron Guardian, reaching the maximum level of 15. Fang Xiu quickly deactivated the transformation, and the stiffness vanished, replaced by an unprecedented feeling of lightness. He stretched his limbs, feeling as if he had shed a heavy burden and could take off into the air at any moment. Sitting down, he opened the skill panel to review his achievements. The panel displayed 22 skills. Among them, Advanced Swordsmanship, a 3-star common skill, was at level 6, with attributes enhancing sword damage by 40, attack speed by 20, ignoring 5 of physical defense, and a 1 chance to trigger a critical hit. The newly maxed out Transformation, Iron Guardian, was a 2-star rare skill that transformed Fang Xiu into an Iron Guardian, providing formidable defensive capabilities, reducing physical and magical damage by 64, boosting physical and magical defense by 120 points, and reflecting 15 of physical damage. However, this powerful defense came at a cost, reducing movement speed by 53 and attack speed by 42. The skill consumed 10 magic points per second during its duration and had a 10-second cooldown. Reflecting on the afternoon and evening training, Fang Xiu marveled at the rapid improvement of both skills. Advanced Swordsmanship had risen from level 1 to level 6, gaining a 10 attack speed boost at level 5. Meanwhile, Transformation, Iron Guardian, had surged from level 1 to level 15, acquiring a 5 physical damage reflection attribute at levels 5, 10, and 15. Reaching level 15 with Transformation, Iron Guardian significantly boosted Fang Xiu's resilience, giving him the confidence to withstand the nightmare-level Wind Valley Fairy Queen's ultimate moves. Although this skill alone wasn't enough to solo a boss, Fang Xiu believed that day wasn't far off. The speed at which Advanced Swordsmanship improved surprised Fang Xiu, leading him to suspect he had discovered the key to practicing sword skills. This realization made him decide to always transform into an Iron Guardian during sword practice for faster progress. Shifting his focus from the skill panel to the talent section, Fang Xiu's gaze fell on an astonishing talent. Infinite Job Change, a Genesis-level talent. This unheard-of talent allowed him to freely switch professions based on skills. Taking a deep breath, Fang Xiu prepared to test this powerful talent for the first time. Infinite Job Change, activate, he silently commanded. The system immediately responded, initiating job change. Please select a core skill for the job change. Without hesitation, Fang Xiu chose the recently maxed out 2-star rare skill, Transformation, Iron Guardian LV15. The system continued, generating profession. Please select from the following options. 1. Magic Pattern Guardian 4-star, a defense-oriented profession originating from the ancient land of magic patterns. Magic Pattern Guardians naturally counter magic professions, can see through invisibility, and their mission is to protect the land of magic patterns. Any intruders will face the Magic Pattern Guardian's relentless attacks. Fang Xiu gazed at this newly appeared profession option, filled with anticipation and excitement. He knew he was about to embark on a brand new adventure. Fang Xiu stared at the job change options before him, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. 3 4-star professions lay before him, 2 of which were rare and unique. His lips curled into a smile, excitement written all over his face. No matter which one he chose, he would become the first ever to achieve a 1-turn 4-star profession. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and think carefully. The Magic Pattern Guardian, although aligning with his original expectations, paled in comparison to the other 2 unique professions. Even though choosing a unique profession might increase the difficulty of clearing the Ragewind Roar dungeon, the value of a unique profession far surpassed the dungeon rewards. Between the Magic Pattern Golem Maker and the Ancient Transformation Sorcerer, Fang Xiu weighed his options and chose the latter. Considering his current limited funds, opting for a crafting profession might waste time. The Ancient Transformation Sorcerer, as a balanced profession, not only offered crafting abilities but also enhanced combat power. With his decision made, Fang Xiu began the transition to Ancient Transformation Sorcerer. Instantly, a surge of energy welled up from within him, sweeping through his body like a tide. Having experienced this before, he relaxed and enjoyed the soothing, spa-like sensation. Before long, A virtual dialogue box appeared once again, announcing the successful job change. Fang Xiu eagerly checked his new attribute panel. Race, human. Talent, infinite job change Genesis level, Seeker mythical level. Level, 11 one turn. Profession, ancient transformation sorcerer unique. Core profession, primal heart. He carefully read through his newly acquired abilities and skills, particularly intrigued by the transformation book, a 4-star rare skill. Although it currently only had 2 transformation pages and 1 magic pattern iron guard form, Fang Xiu was already contemplating the future potential of this skill. As his level increased, he would unlock more powerful professional skills. The core utilization and transformation stone creation, both 4-star skills, though currently at low levels, already showcased immense potential. Fang Xiu clenched his fist, determination shining in his eyes. He knew this was just the beginning. As the unprecedented one-turn 4-star professional, his future was filled with limitless possibilities. Fang Xiu delved deeply into the profession of the ancient shapeshifter. While this profession leaned towards creation, its primal heart talent also endowed it with considerable combat prowess. The key lay in the crafting of transformation stones capable of converting monster corpses into these stones. An idea sparked in Fang Xiu's mind, and his eyes lit up with excitement. What if he could turn a boss into a transformation stone? This would elevate the power of the ancient shapeshifter to unimaginable heights. The thought thrilled him, and he couldn't wait to test it out. Tomorrow, I'll head to Wind Spirit Valley to slay a fairy queen and test this out, Fang Xiu planned silently. But for now, his empty stomach reminded him of a more pressing issue to address. He carefully removed his magic recovery gear and stored it safely in a jewelry box. As he opened the door, Fang Xiu was taken aback to find 2 people waiting outside. One of them was his aunt, Li Qinghong. "Auntie," Fang Xiu greeted, somewhat surprised. Li Qinghong smiled and asked, "Finished training?" "Yeah, my skills are maxed out," Fang Xiu nodded. "I was just about to go grab a late-night snack." The middle-aged, slightly chubby man standing next to his aunt eagerly chimed in. "Late-night snack? My treat. What do you feel like eating?" Fang Xiu glanced at Li Qinghong, trying to guess the man's identity. Li Qinghong immediately introduced him. "This is Zhang Fugu, manager of the investment department at Lingji Company. He wants to discuss the genius investment plan with you." Genius investment plan? Fang Xiu had never heard of it before, but out of respect for his aunt, he decided to give it a chance. "Then let's have hot pot. We can talk while we eat." Zhang Fugu agreed enthusiastically. "Sure, I know a great authentic Sichuan hot pot place right across from the company." The 3 of them walked to the hot pot restaurant, where Zhang Fugu generously handed the menu to Fang Xiu. "Order whatever you like, it's on me." Fang Xiu didn't hold back, ordering a table full of dishes in his usual double portions, along with some cold appetizers to start. As they waited for the food, Zhang Fugu explained the genius investment plan in detail. After listening, Fang Xiu immediately thought of the concept of an angel investor. However, this plan seemed even more generous, offering support without expecting anything in return, like an angel beyond angels. Fang Xiu asked directly, "What can you offer me?" Zhang Fugu confidently replied, "A 2 million investment fund. Within this budget, whether it's skill books, weapons, monster materials, or potions, I can help you acquire whatever you need." 2 million. Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow, quickly calculating in his mind. With this money, his growth rate would undoubtedly skyrocket. While the Swordmaster profession mainly required equipment, the ancient shapeshifter needed a wide variety of resources, and this investment would provide significant support. The ancient art of transformation is a skill known as the Book of Transformation. Although it might not sound like a typical skill, it indeed has a proficiency level. The only way to enhance this skill is through transformation, a process likely linked to the so-called transformation stones. Creating a transformation stone requires monster carcasses, and according to the usual practices of crafting professions, the quantity needed is likely substantial. If even the carcasses of bosses can be used to make these stones, they would be even more valuable. Zhang Fuguwei sat in a hot pot restaurant, the steaming broth reflecting a warm glow on his face. He looked at Fang Xiu across the table, his eyes full of expectation. "This is just the initial investment. If you can place in the top 10 in the 10 schools tournament, we'll invest another 2 million. And if your final ranking surpasses someone named Huang Daoing, I'll prepare a special gift for you personally." Li Qinghong looked at Zhang Fuguwei in surprise, her brows furrowed slightly. "Isn't this all just part of a bet between you and He Dongjun?" Fang Xiu asked curiously. "Huang Daoing? Your enemy?" Zhang Fuguwei shook his head and explained, "No, he's a genius invested in by another manager in the investment department. I made a bet with that manager." Fang Xiu turned to his aunt, his eyes questioning. "Aunt, what do you think?" Li Qinghong calmly replied, "It's up to you." Fang Xiu had always been independent, even after his parents disappeared early on, so she never had to worry much about him. Fang Xiu nodded, calculating in his mind. His aunt hadn't stopped him and even facilitated the meeting, which likely meant she agreed with him accepting the investment. Indeed, why refuse such an opportunity where he had nothing to lose and could gain at least 2 million? or as much as 4 million. I accept your investment, Feng Xiu said decisively. Zhang Fugui's face lit up with joy. Great. I'll bring over some documents tomorrow for you to sign. It's not a contract, just a confirmation that you're accepting the company's investment. After all, it's $1 million project, and the company needs records to know where the money is going. Feng Xiu thought for a moment and asked, can we do it tomorrow night? I plan to level up during the day. He was already planning to check if boss carcasses could be used to create transformation stones. If so, the 2 million could entirely be spent on purchasing boss carcasses. Of course, Zhang Fugui agreed readily. Tomorrow at 8 p.m., I'll host dinner for both of you. With the matter settled, the three continued to enjoy their meal, chatting amiably and savoring the tender slices of meat. As they were about to part ways, Li Qinghong suddenly asked, Manager Zhang, your interest in Feng Xiu isn't just about a gamble, is it? Zhang Fugui paused, holding his wine glass, and chuckled. I can't hide anything from you, Supervisor Li. Feng Xiu continued eating quietly, puzzled by his aunt's question. Zhang Fugui suddenly turned to Feng Xiu, a glint in his eye. I want to ask you some questions first, Feng Xiu. When did you switch professions? Last night, Feng Xiu answered honestly. And what level is your advanced swordsmanship now? Level 6, Feng Xiu said nonchalantly, as if it were the most ordinary thing. Li Qinghong immediately looked at her nephew in surprise. In just one day, your advanced swordsmanship reached level 6? Yeah. Feng Xiu continued eating, as if it were no big deal. Zhang Fugui smiled and explained. Now you understand why I have high hopes for him, right? Advanced swordsmanship is a 3-star passive skill that requires a high level of comprehension. And Feng Xiu managed to raise it from level 1 to level 6 in just one day. While Zhang Fugui wasn't sure about Feng Xiu's other talents, he was certain that Feng Xiu's talent in swordsmanship was the highest he had ever seen. The fact that he was a 3-star swordsman was proof enough. Moreover, it was a 3-star profession he had never heard of, possibly an extremely rare and unique one. As for why Feng Xiu only made his first job change after 2 months, Zhang Fugui speculated that there might have been some complications. But he wasn't concerned. Feng Xiu was only a month behind others in changing professions, and with his talent, catching up would be easy. Li Qinghong asked curiously, how did you know his advanced swordsmanship reached level 6? Zhang Fugui proudly puffed out his chest and said, don't be fooled by my current figure. I was once a budding swordsmanship talent myself. Although not nearly as gifted as Feng Xiu, advanced swordsmanship isn't some esoteric style. I can still understand it. Early in the morning, Feng Xiu got up bright and early. The question of whether the transformation stone could create a boss transformation stone had kept him awake all night, itching with anticipation. Just past 6, he finished washing up and confidently took a taxi straight to the city gates, hastily having breakfast in the car to avoid any delay. Arriving at the entrance of Fengling Valley, the place was as bustling as ever. Without stopping, Feng Xiu headed straight into the dungeon. This time, he chose the normal difficulty, as the easy mode no longer posed a challenge for him. Even if it was just to test the transformation stone crafting skill, he opted for a higher level of difficulty. As the thick fog cleared, a valley shrouded in a gentle mist unfolded before Feng Xiu. A breeze swept from the depths of the valley, brushing against his sleeves. Not far away, a wind fairy was leisurely flying in midair. Feng Xiu quickly noticed this level 15 wind fairy, with an HP of 130, 3 levels higher, and 30 HP more than an easy mode. Let's test it on you, Feng Xiu thought to himself, casually twirling his sword. He quickly approached the wind fairy and delivered a fierce slash. 2 blood-red numbers floated up, and the once carefree flying wind fairy felt a sharp pain, its vision splitting in two, quickly descending into darkness. By the time its body hit the ground, it had been sliced into 4 pieces by the sharp blade and sword aura. Another one-hit kill. Feng Xiu was secretly delighted, immediately switching his class to Ancient Transformation Sorcerer. He quickly activated the corpse utilization skill. Strangely, the wind fairy's body did not dissipate as usual, but lay quietly on the ground. Even more surprisingly, the fairy's material fairy feather windropped beside it. 2 pairs of wings appeared before Feng Xiu, which he could only attribute to the game's rules. However, this was undoubtedly good news, proving that corpse utilization not only didn't affect material drops, but might even increase the drop rate. He crouched down by the wind fairy's corpse, using the transformation stone crafting skill. A small dark purple array immediately appeared under the corpse. The wind fairy's body seemed to ignite, gradually disintegrating from the edges, turning into fine dust that rose and condensed above the array. Eventually, the corpse vanished completely, leaving behind a pea-sized green stone. System prompt: Wind Fairy Transformation Stone successfully crafted. Feng Xiu picked up the green stone from the ground, and its attributes immediately appeared. Wind Fairy Transformation Stone. Grade: Excellent. Effect: Transforms into a wind fairy upon use, granting 1 agility, 1 spirit, and the skills Breeze Perception and Windblade, lasting for 3 minutes. Description: a transformation stone imbued with the power of a wind fairy, allowing you to experience what it's like to be a wind fairy. An excellent great item, quite powerful. Feng Xiu assessed to himself. Not only 2 attribute points, but also 2 skills. He decided to try it himself. First, he switched back to the Swordmaster class, and then chose to use the transformation stone. As soon as he crushed the wind fairy transformation stone, a swirl of green light enveloped Feng Xiu. When the light dissipated, he had transformed into the very wind fairy he had just killed. Feng Xiu found it peculiar yet fascinating that he could so naturally control the wings on his back, allowing him to fly through the air as if this ability was innate. As he looked around, he realized the world before him was far grander than the human era. The air was filled with azure particles, drifting with the wind, within reach. Coming to his senses, Feng Xiu remembered he only had 3 minutes in this transformed state, so he couldn't afford to waste it. He immediately tried to use his skills, but found himself unable to wield the blood plum sword or execute the sword drawing technique. Glancing down at his butterfly form, he couldn't help but chuckle. It was indeed a challenge for a butterfly to wield a sword. Nonetheless, Feng Xiu noticed on his panel that the 3 agility points from the blood plum sword were still effective, meaning his agility and attack power were enhanced. Unfortunately, he couldn't use his sword aura skills, leaving him with only the 2 innate skills of a wind fairy. Breeze Perception, a 1-star common passive skill that allows sensing areas dense with wind elements. Wind Blade, a 1-star excellent active skill that forms a wind blade to attack a target, dealing wind attribute damage equal to 1.15 times his spirit, consuming 10 magic points, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. It amounts to a flying low-level magic class, Feng Xiu assessed to himself. 3 minutes later, the transformation ended, and Feng Xiu returned to his human form. He pondered the value of the Wind Fairy Transformation Stone. The 2 skills were practically useless. Magic classes wouldn't value them, and physical classes lacked the spirit attribute to deal significant damage. Perhaps crafting classes could use it in combat, but they rarely engaged in battles. The only noteworthy aspect was the Wind Fairy's innate ability to fly. Against opponents without ranged attacks, flying creatures would be invincible. Feng Xiu decided to check the market price for similar items online after leaving the instance. He believed such items should be more valuable than materials like fairy feathers. If a Fairy Queen transformation stone could be crafted, its price would undoubtedly be higher. Opening the skills menu again, Feng Xiu saw that the proficiency of the transformation book had increased to LV 110100. Using 1 transformation stone granted 10 proficiency points, so if he couldn't sell it, he could use it to boost his own proficiency. Sheathing his sword, Feng Xiu stepped forward with determination. His target was set on the Fairy Queen, and he embarked on his journey with resolve. Standing at the entrance of the small garden where the Fairy Queen resided, Feng Xiu couldn't help but feel his heart race. An hour ago, he embarked on this challenging journey, each step fraught with battles and attempts. Along the way, Feng Xiu's sword never stopped swinging, leaving the bodies of wind fairies and gale beasts at his feet. However, his goal wasn't just to slay these creatures. More importantly, he aimed to harvest materials from them to craft transformation stones. After each kill, he immediately attempted to make these stones, hoping to make a small fortune. However, reality was harsher than he had imagined. Despite having defeated over 100 monsters and leveling up to 12 in the process, he managed to craft only a handful of transformation stones, 10, to be exact. Among these 10 stones, 3 were from gale beasts and 7 from wind fairies. Yet, even stones from the same creature varied in quality. Surprisingly, the first wind fairy transformation stone Feng Xiu crafted turned out to be the best, rated as excellent. The remaining 6 wind fairy stones were of ordinary quality, lacking any additional attributes or skills. As described, these stones merely allowed the user to experience what it's like to be a wind fairy, serving no other purpose. This outcome made Feng Xiu realize that his idea of making money through crafting transformation stones was too naive. However, as he prepared to face the Fairy Queen, he harbored a simple yet urgent wish: to successfully create her transformation stone, even if it was of low quality, just to keep as a memento. With a mix of apprehension and anticipation, Feng Xiu stepped into the Fairy Queen's small garden. In the distance, a creature over 2 meters tall, half human and half butterfly, came into view. Was the Fairy Queen. She elegantly fluttered her enormous wings, patrolling her domain. Feng Xiu quickly glanced at the Fairy Queen's attributes. Fairy Queen LV 18 Boss. HP 2000. Compared to before, the Fairy Queen had gained 3 levels, and her health had doubled. This signaled a difficult battle ahead. As Feng Xiu observed, the Fairy Queen also sensed the intruder's presence. Her gaze turned sharp, fixing on Feng Xiu. "Intruder, get out!" she shouted harshly, raising her hand to unleash a powerful crisscross wind blade. 2 massive wind blades intersected in the air, forming a lethal-shaped slash, hurtling towards Feng Xiu. Her aggression has stepped up a notch from the easy difficulty, Feng Xiu noted to himself. But his actions didn't falter. He swiftly dashed forward, nimbly dodging the fierce crisscross wind blades. In the instant he evaded the attack, Fang Xiu activated his sword-drawing technique. Swish! The sound of the blood-plumb sword leaving its sheath was crisp and clear. Fang Xiu's figure suddenly blurred, his speed dramatically increasing. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared behind the Fairy Queen. In the air, only traces of blood-red plum blossoms remained, drifting and imprinting on the Fairy Queen's chest. A string of blood-red numbers floated up, indicating the damage dealt. Although it didn't trigger a critical hit, the damage was far from explosive as before, yet it undoubtedly troubled the Fairy Queen. The Fairy Queen quickly turned, launching another attack at Fang Xiu, another crisscross wind blade. Die, she roared. Fang Xiu had to admit, the Fairy Queen at this difficulty level had an astonishingly fast reaction time, far exceeding her performance at the easy level. He was relieved he hadn't rashly chosen to challenge the normal difficulty dungeon right after his job change. Facing such swift and powerful attacks, even with his ability to anticipate the Fairy Queen's attack patterns, Fang Xiu found it challenging to dodge continuously without making mistakes. It's about time, Fang Xiu thought. He had fully experienced the Fairy Queen's increased strength at this difficulty level, and it was time to fight in earnest. Transform, Iron-marked Guardian. Fang Xiu muttered under his breath, ready to fully commit to this challenging battle. Fang Xiu held his sword in his right hand, a silver helmet insignia appearing in his palm. In an instant, a silver light cascaded over his body like a tide, enveloping even his clothes in a silvery sheen. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a gleaming silver Iron Guardian, adorned with faint purple magical runes. This transformation was identical to what he had practiced the day before in the Lingji Corporation training room. After transitioning to an ancient transformation warlock, his original Iron Guardian skill had become a permanent transformation stone recorded in the Book of Transformations. Although the form had changed, the effect remained as powerful as when the skill reached level 15. Clang! Intersecting wind blades crashed fiercely into Fang Xiu, the violent wind elements threatening to tear everything apart. Yet, as the wind blades dissipated, Fang Xiu remained unmoved and unscathed. The numbers silently floating above his head merely indicated that the Fairy Queen had attacked. A smile tugged at Fang Xiu's lips. The transformation into the Iron Guardian granted him a 64 magic damage reduction and 120 points of magic defense, leaving the Fairy Queen unable to breach his defenses. With such an advantage, why not go all out? He decisively maintained his transformed state, raising his blood-plumb sword to engage the Fairy Queen in close combat. At this moment, he was filled with boundless courage, thinking to himself, anyone who hides is a coward. If it were still the former Iron Guardian transformation skill, Fang Xiu might have hesitated, as maintaining the transformation required continuous mana consumption. But now, this transformation was like using the Wind Fairy transformation stone before, limited only by duration with no further cost. If he ever transitioned to an ancient transformation warlock, even the time limit would vanish. Fang Xiu mused to himself, it's not the Iron Guardian transformation that's powerful, but the ancient transformation warlock profession itself. Truly deserving of its 4-star rating, it's a force to be reckoned with. Sword drawl. Fang Xiu swung his blood-plumb sword, boldly facing the Fairy Queen's intersecting wind blades as he pressed his attack. Seeing the Fairy Queen's health dwindling, he unhesitatingly executed a sword draw, ending its malevolent existence. Arg! The Fairy Queen's anguished wail echoed throughout the Wind Spirit Valley. Its body, deprived of wind element support, plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground with a pair of boots falling beside it. Fang Xiu was pleased. Twice defeating a boss and twice receiving equipment drops. His luck was indeed fortunate. He bent down to pick up the boots, their attributes immediately displayed before him. Boots of the Gale. Set quality, excellent. Attributes, defense 5, movement speed 10, agility 1. Tier, first transition set. Gale's Path, 15. Movement speed 10, agility 5 3-piece set, not activated. Attack speed 10, agility 5 5-piece set, not activated. Durability, 5050. As expected, this was another piece of the Gale's Path set. Fang Xiu calculated that with the wrist guards he already possessed, and these boots, he only needed one more piece to complete the 3-piece set. Eagerly, he equipped the boots and then turned his gaze to the Fairy Queen's corpse on the ground. Snapping his fingers, Fang Xiu commanded, Transformation Stone Creation. Instantly, a large dark purple array appeared beneath the Fairy Queen's body. The array's light flickered, burning the Fairy Queen's form. Her body gradually disintegrated, then began to coalesce above the array. As her form faded, the transformation stone above the array grew larger. Fang Xiu's heart raced. He knew that failures in creating transformation stones often occurred at this critical moment. Now, everything depended on luck. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Transformation stone. Fairy Queen successfully created. Success. Fang Xiu couldn't help but clench his fist, a joyful smile spreading across his face. This joy didn't stem from the rarity of success, but from the fact that creating the Fairy Queen Transformation Stone proved he could craft BOS-level transformation stones. The Fairy Queen was just the beginning. More powerful bosses awaited him, ready to have their powers condensed into transformation stones. Feng Xiu took a deep breath to calm his excitement and carefully caught the freshly crafted transformation stone. He examined its attributes closely. Transformation Stone, Fairy Queen. Grade, Rare. Effect, transforms the user into a Fairy Queen, granting Agility 2, Constitution 3, Spirit 7. Skills acquired, Gale Force, Windblade, Cross Windblade. Duration, 5 minutes. Description, a transformation stone infused with the power of a Fairy Queen, allowing you to become a Queen of Storms. Feng Xiu's eyes lit up. As he expected, the attributes of a BOS-level transformation stone far surpassed those of ordinary monsters. A total of 12 attribute points, 3 powerful skills, including the Fairy Queen's signature Cross Windblade. Even without using the transformation effect, Feng Xiu could feel the immense value of this item. Undoubtedly, it would be a coveted trump card for magic-based professionals. Carefully storing the transformation stone in his backpack, Feng Xiu promptly exited the instance. The system notification chimed. Instance completion time, 1 hour 13 minutes 31 seconds. Normal difficulty does not count towards the leaderboard. Feng Xiu returned to reality, finding himself at the entrance of Wind Spirit Valley. Looking around, he noticed many more stalls than when he had arrived, and the number of professionals here for instances had increased significantly from the early morning. It was now 7:30, the time when most professionals began their day. To avoid blocking others, Feng Xiu quickly moved aside and found a shady spot under a tree to sit. He took out his phone and carefully browsed the information on the professional shop app. On the app, transformation items were divided into 3 main categories. First category, shape-shifting items, which only change appearance without additional abilities. Second category, QQ items, which alter part of the appearance, like growing a foxtail or cat ears, some with additional abilities, some purely decorative. These items sell briskly, with prices ranging from cheap to expensive. Among them, cattails, foxtails, and cat ears are the most popular. Seeing this classification, Feng Xiu couldn't help but marvel at the creativity and diverse gameplay of the Infinite World professionals. Third category, transformation items, similar to the transformation stone Feng Xiu had just crafted, allowing complete transformation into another creature and granting some of its abilities. These items are the rarest and most expensive because they genuinely enhance combat capabilities. Feng Xiu searched through the transformation items and soon found one similar to the Fairy Queen. Sky Falcon's Feather. Grade, Rare. Effect, transforms the user into a Sky Falcon, granting Agility 3, Spirit 5. Skills acquired, Wind Form, Wind Barrage. Duration, 10 minutes. Description, the feather of the Sky Falcon clan's ruler. Only those recognized by them can borrow their power. Price, 300,000 Alliance coins. Feng Xiu carefully compared the attributes of the two items. Although the Sky Falcon's feather allowed the user to fly and increased the spirit attribute, with 2-star wind magic skills, its attribute boost was 4 points less than the Fairy Queen, and it had 1 fewer skill. Moreover, the Fairy Queen's humanoid form was more convenient to use. After weighing his options, Feng Xiu concluded that his Fairy Queen transformation stone was worth at least 350,000 Alliance coins. He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, thinking, it seems making money isn't that difficult. Feng Xiu stroked his chin, already planning his next steps. Feng Xiu stood in front of the portal to the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon, his eyes alight with excitement. He quickly calculated in his mind. There's a 10 chance of obtaining a Fairy Queen transformation stone each time through the dungeon, so after 10 runs, he's almost guaranteed to get one. Considering each dungeon run takes an hour, he could secure a precious transformation stone in 10 hours. He frowned slightly, realizing that 10 consecutive hours of intense combat would be quite a challenge for someone like him, with a maximum stamina of only 18 points. Thus, he adjusted his plan, 5 dungeon runs a day, and in 2 days, he'd have a Fairy Queen transformation stone. This meant he could earn an astonishing 5.25 million a month. 5 million a month. Feng Xiu muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the portal with determination. Suddenly, the 2 million offered by Lingji Company seemed less tempting. Without hesitation, he strode toward the portal, ready to tackle the hard difficulty this time. As Feng Xiu's figure gradually disappeared into the portal, 3 people stood under a large tree 100 meters away, watching intently. Han Lily's eyes were filled with envy as she clicked her tongue in admiration. Feng Xiu's soloing again. 3-star professions really can do whatever they want. Kai Nan's, eyes brimming with jealousy and disbelief, turned to question Chung Sun. Are you sure you got it right? Chung Sun shrugged and explained. My uncle found out that Feng Xiu's profession is already listed in the school's new enrollment catalog. You can check for yourself if you don't believe me. Also, I heard the homeroom teacher even got the principal to give him a genius award. A genius award? Kainan's jealousy burned even hotter. However, he quickly realized that if Fang Xiu accepted the genius award, it meant he would participate in the upcoming 10 schools competition. A glint of malice flashed in Kainan's eyes. This was the perfect chance to deal with Fang Xiu. He began to assess his advantages. He had transitioned a month earlier than Fang Xiu and was already at level 20, while Fang Xiu could be no more than level 11. With less than a week until the 10 schools competition, Fang Xiu couldn't possibly level up much more. The level suppression could negate the attribute gap between 3-star and 2-star professions, especially with some equipment and items. Chung Sun noticed Kainan's intentions and, with a mix of confusion and warning, asked, "Do you really have to cause trouble for him? He hasn't done anything to you, has he?" Kainan's casually brushed him off. "Humph, I've disliked him since the day he entered the school." His eyes gleamed with a plan, clearly plotting something unscrupulous. Seeing Kainan's lose his reasoning to jealousy, Chung Sun wisely chose not to say more. He silently watched Kainan's twisted expression, inwardly bracing himself for the impending storm. In front of the Fairy Queen's small garden in Wind Spirit Valley, Fang Xiu found himself there for the 4th time. His steps were light yet determined, his eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation and challenge. The Wind Spirit Valley dungeon on hard difficulty wasn't too challenging. The overall level increased by 3, with the final Fairy Queen's health reaching 5,000. Although the Fairy Queen on hard difficulty could pierce through Fang Xiu's defense when he transformed into the Iron Rune Guard, the damage was negligible to him. A slow-acting healing potion, restoring 10 health per second for 30 seconds, was enough to handle it. Lady Luck seemed to favor Fang Xiu. Though he couldn't create another transformation stone for the Fairy Queen, he acquired a 2-star ordinary skill book, Cross Wind Blade, worth 30,000 on the market. Fang Xiu planned to sell the skill book and the Fairy Queen transformation stone together. Not content with the current state, Fang Xiu decided to challenge the higher Nightmare difficulty, wanting to test his limits. In Nightmare mode, the levels of Wind Fairies and Wind Chasers soared to 23, while Fang Xiu had just leveled up from 12 to 14. This 9-level gap was almost equivalent to a career change gap in professional gaming. Monsters that he once could defeat with a single strike now required at least 2. Wind Chasers needed 2 draw sword techniques combined with sword energy just to barely defeat them. This significantly reduced Fang Xiu's dungeon clearing efficiency. By the time Fang Xiu reached the Fairy Queen's small garden, the clock showed 11:07. Reflecting on entering the dungeon at 9 o'clock, he realized that dealing with the monsters alone had taken over 2 hours. The first-place dungeon run of 35 minutes and 48 seconds suddenly seemed unattainable, and Fang Xiu couldn't help but appreciate the advantage of team dungeoning. However, he wasn't disheartened. Instead, his determination to keep challenging grew stronger. Gripping the hilt of his sword, Fang Xiu stepped into the garden. In the distance, the Fairy Queen, like an elegant statue, floated in midair supported by wind elements. Her massive wings were slightly curled, enveloping her body, and she appeared like a sleeping beauty, serene and delicate. A system notification popped up, Fairy Queen LV 25 boss HP, 10,000. Sensing the intruder's presence, the Fairy Queen awoke instantly from her slumber. Her emotionless eyes locked onto Fang Xiu, and her cold voice echoed in the air. "Intruder, get out." With her roar, a fierce wind surged around her. It was as if an endless gale poured forth from an abyss behind her, pressing forward like a tidal wave. Fang Xiu felt as if he was being crushed, barely able to lift his head. No wonder it's Nightmare difficulty, Fang Xiu muttered to himself. He recalled that the Nightmare-level Fairy Queen had several additional skills. The current situation was her using a 2-star rare skill called Wind Domain. Within this domain, all allies' movement speed increased, and wind-based skills damage was boosted. Meanwhile, enemies' movement speed was heavily suppressed by the gale, making it an ideal domain skill for team battles. In the midst of the wind domain, Fang Xiu felt as if he was moving against a strong wind, his feet seemingly weighed down with lead, making each step incredibly tough. Just then, the Fairy Queen's voice rang out again, carrying an undeniable authority. "Feel the wrath of the storm." In just a second, the Fairy Queen transformed from a delicate sleeping beauty to a mad queen of chaos. Her hands moved like a whirlwind, and her massive wings trembled as she summoned a turquoise wind elemental energy. This shaped intersecting wind blade, standing about 3 meters tall, surged forward with incredible speed, determined to slice through and crush anything in its path. Fang Xiu's heart skipped a beat. Realizing the power of this intersecting wind blade surpassed anything he had ever encountered before, undoubtedly a max-level skill. In the blink of an eye, Fang Xiu decisively abandoned the idea of engaging with just his swordsman skills. "Change class. Ancient Transformation Sorcerer Transformation, Magic Rune Iron Guard," he shouted. With a flash of silver light, a metallic armor enveloped his entire body. The Ancient Transformation Sorcerer provided an additional 30 transformation boost, raising his magical and physical defenses from 120 to 156 points. This was his strongest defensive state. Clang. The intersecting wind blade struck Feng Xiu heavily, like a massive axe chopping into a thick iron plate. The sound of metal clashing was deafening. The powerful impact pushed him back over a meter. Thud. Feng Xiu quickly planted his foot firmly on the ground, stabilizing himself, and continued to advance without hesitation. He glanced at his life points, 188200, and felt somewhat reassured. The Fairy Queen's formidable strike had only inflicted 12 points of damage, within an acceptable range. This fight is winnable, he resolved internally. Quickly retrieving a slow-acting healing potion from his bag and consuming it, Feng Xiu raised his blood-plumb sword and slashed forward. The sword blade landed on the Fairy Queen, displaying a crimson number. After changing to the ancient transformation sorcerer, he lost the swordsman's draw technique and sword aura, leaving him with only regular attacks. But that was enough. As long as I can break through the defense and my recovery speed exceeds the rate of injury, I can whittle you down one strike at a time. Feng Xiu calculated. This was his ultimate strategy for clearing the dungeon, relying on a strong defense to slowly wear down the opponent. Though time-consuming, it was the strategy with the highest potential. This tactic wasn't invented by Feng Xiu. It was a common solo method for defense-specialized classes. However, most defense class players lack the attack power to handle even small monsters, let alone breach a boss's defense. Therefore, they usually opted for team battles. But this strategy was perfect for Feng Xiu. Small monsters were swiftly dealt with by his swordsman skills, while tough bosses were confronted with the ancient transformation sorcerer, transforming into the magic rune Iron Guard for a heated confrontation. Thus, the scene unfolded. A handsome young man enveloped in a silver armor-like glow, advancing step by step against the relentless giant intersecting wind blades of the Fairy Queen in the howling wind, slashing with his sword. He resembled an indefatigable war machine, each strike powerful and resolute, determined to completely defeat his opponent. After defeating the frenzied Fairy Queen boss, Feng Xiu gained 25,000 experience points, leveling up to level 15, with increases in strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. Feng Xiu watched as the Fairy Queen gradually fell, exhausted, and collapsed backward after reverting from his transformation. Lying on the ground, he gasped for air, his clothes soaked with sweat. This 10-minute battle was 100 times more difficult than his usual sword practice. Every strike required 70% of his strength, executed without pause, while constantly monitoring his health to replenish life points. It was undeniably an extreme test for Feng Xiu. Despite his fatigue, a wave of joy surged in Feng Xiu's heart. He clenched his fist towards the sky, silently celebrating. I finally solo-cleared Nightmare-level Wind Spirit Valley. This was a goal he had set for himself and the minimum requirement for using the Furious Wind Roar Challenge scroll. After resting for about 5 minutes, Feng Xiu forced himself to get up. He reached out to cast a spell on the Fairy Queen's corpse, preparing to craft a transformation stone. A dark purple magic circle appeared beneath the Fairy Queen, absorbing the power of her body. However, just as the absorption completed, the transformation stone in midair suddenly cracked with a sharp sound. System notification: Transformation stone crafting failed. Feng Xiu was accustomed to such outcomes and was unfazed. His gaze caught sight of another drop on the ground, and he quickly picked it up. It was a piece of the Gale set. Gale armor. Set quality: rare. Attributes: defense 35, agility 4, strength 1. Grade: first transition. Set: Gale's return 15. Movement speed 10, agility 5. 3-piece set, not activated. Attack speed 10, agility 5. 5-piece set, not activated. Durability: 150,150. Feng Xiu raised an eyebrow slightly. The Gale set from Wind Spirit Valley was usually of excellent quality. Although rare grade was uncommon, it had higher base attributes without affecting the set bonuses, making it more favored by professionals. He had previously considered buying a full set directly. An excellent quality Gale armor cost 5,000, while a rare grade required 20,000. Now, this small amount of money was insignificant to him. He had planned to order a full set when he got home tonight, but unexpectedly, he had already obtained one piece. Well, that's one less to buy, Feng Xiu thought, as he equipped the armor. System notification: Gale set 3-piece bonus activated, movement speed 10, agility 5. With the bonuses from the Gale set, Feng Xiu's agility reached 45 after switching to the Swordmaster class, a rather impressive figure. After ensuring there was nothing left behind, Feng Xiu chose to exit the dungeon. System notification: Dungeon completion time: 2 hours 21 minutes 7 seconds. Record saved, not ranked. Standing at the bustling entrance of the dungeon, Feng Xiu assessed his performance. From a solo perspective, the result was quite good, but there was still a long way to go to make the leaderboard. Exhausted from the morning's efforts, Feng Xiu just wanted to treat himself. Time for a meal, he murmured to himself, stepping towards a restaurant near the city gate to enjoy a relaxing lunch and take a well-deserved break. Fang Xiu walked forward and soon saw Kai Nan's, Chung Sun, and Han Lily resting under the shade of a tree. He was puzzled. Didn't these three need to level up? How was it that he ran into them outside the dungeon every day? To his surprise, Kai Nan's didn't come up to mock him this time. Fang Xiu felt relieved and didn't bother to pay them any mind. He headed straight to the restaurant near the city gate, ordered 4 dishes, a soup, and a large bucket of rice, and sat down to enjoy his meal at a leisurely pace. As he chewed, he pondered over the dungeon matters. Having already cleared the nightmare-level Wind Spirit Valley dungeon, he now needed to focus on 2 things: strategizing for the Wrathful Roar challenge and figuring out how to speed up his entry into the leaderboard. The Wrathful Roar challenge wasn't urgent. The challenge ticket was valid for over 20 more days. Fang Xiu planned to attempt it before his second job change, aiming to enhance his combat power as much as possible to increase his chances of success. After all, he only knew the name of the Wrathful Roar's boss, the Wrathful Hatchling, and couldn't find any detailed attributes online. In contrast, getting onto the dungeon speedrun leaderboard was more pressing. The leaderboard updates monthly, and the rewards are said to be unique enhancement stones that can upgrade equipment. It was already June 26th, with only 4 days left before the rewards were distributed. Fang Xiu was contemplating how to make it onto the leaderboard within these few days, even if it was just in 10th place. However, his time of 2 hours, 21 minutes, and 7 seconds was far from the 10th place time of 48 minutes and 51 seconds. As he absent-mindedly shoveled rice into his mouth, muttering, "If only I could go straight for the boss," a sudden idea struck him. Wait, maybe this wasn't impossible. Fang Xiu recalled the fighting style of assassins and rogues, sneaking through areas with minor enemies to confront the boss directly. This method was often used to solo easy or normal dungeons. However, in nightmare-level dungeons, the enhanced perception of minor enemies made it easy to detect ordinary rogues in stealth. Even if their stealth skills were exceptional, as fragile classes, it was nearly impossible for them to solo a nightmare-level boss with much higher health. This explained why speedrun records in most dungeons weren't dominated by powerful assassins or rogues. However, Fang Xiu was different. He had the ability to solo a nightmare-level dungeon boss. After all, in his previous run of the nightmare-level Wind Spirit Valley, he had wasted over 2 hours dealing with minor enemies. If he could bypass the minor enemies and go straight for the boss, not only would the 10th place on the leaderboard be within reach, but he might even surpass the current first-place time by a significant margin. With this realization, Fang Xiu's eyes gleamed with excitement. The crucial question now was, how could he achieve this plan? To reach the boss directly, Fang Xiu faced 3 options: stealth, flight, or burrowing. He quickly dismissed the stealth option, as his non-rogue class made low-level stealth potions ineffective in nightmare dungeons, and it would be a waste of money. Flight seemed feasible. Fang Xiu had 30 Wind Fairy transformation stones in his backpack. However, he recalled being used as target practice in Wind Spirit Valley, and the dense monsters in the nightmare dungeon were even more intimidating. Only by relying on the skills of transformation, Demon Mark Iron Guard, did he narrowly escape danger. Burrowing? Fang Xiu checked the professional purchase app and found that Earth Burrow talismans were available for sale. These high-quality talismans could allow the user to move freely through soil, but at half speed and for only a minute. Although they weren't expensive individually, getting from the dungeon entrance to the destination would require at least a dozen, costing nearly 1,000,000 Alliance coins. Worse, this method would consume a lot of time, affecting his ranking. Fang Xiu speculated this was why top-ranked teams didn't use Earth Burrow talismans to directly clear the boss. For a 4-person team, the cost approached 4 million, and few dungeons offered such lucrative rewards. Deep in thought, Fang Xiu began searching on his phone for nearby monsters adept at burrowing, hoping to create transformation stones as a substitute for the talismans. Unfortunately, there were no such monsters around Qingshan City, so that path was also a dead end. Suddenly, a thought struck Fang Xiu. How did the dungeon monsters actually identify enemies? Was it by appearance, aura, or something else? This idea filled him with excitement. Check, please. Fang Xiu hastily swallowed his last bite of food, paid the bill, and dashed towards Wind Spirit Valley. It was noon, and the sun was blazing. Most adventurers at the entrance of Wind Spirit Valley had gone to eat, leaving the place unusually quiet. Fang Xiu unhesitatingly chose to enter the nightmare-level dungeon. As the thick fog before him cleared, familiar trees and monsters came into view. 2 wind fairies and a wind-chasing beast strolled leisurely through the forest, enjoying the breeze from the valley floor and soaking in the dappled sunlight. Their languid demeanor stood in stark contrast to Fang Xiu's tense mood. Fang Xiu crushed a transformation stone in his hand, and in an instant, a radiant light enveloped him, transforming him into a vibrant green wind fairy. Without hesitation, he flew towards the distant wind fairies and chasing beasts, his heart pounding like a drum. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. The distance closed rapidly. Fang Xiu suppressed the urge to strike and continued to approach. As he brushed past the three creatures, they only gave him a curious glance before leisurely continuing their stroll through the woods. Feng Xiu finally relaxed. His hypothesis was confirmed. The creatures in the dungeon indeed identified friend from foe through appearance and aura. This meant that as long as he transformed into a wind fairy or chasing beast, he could move unhindered through the Wind Spirit Valley. Filled with excitement, Feng Xiu performed a few flips in the air. But he quickly noticed the peculiar looks from the two wind fairies and the chasing beast, prompting him to resume a calm demeanor and fly forward nonchalantly. Once out of their sight, Feng Xiu immediately accelerated, racing towards the Fairy Queen's little garden. Despite his wind fairy appearance, he retained his Swordmaster attributes. With 45 points in agility fully unleashed, he zipped through the Wind Spirit Valley like a green flash, catching the attention of passing wind fairies and chasing beasts. In just 2 minutes, Feng Xiu reached the Fairy Queen's garden. As soon as he entered, all the creatures, including the Fairy Queen, cast puzzled looks his way. "This is not where you belong," the Fairy Queen scolded sharply, raising her hand to control the air currents that whisked Feng Xiu out of the garden. This scene further convinced Feng Xiu of the ancient transformation sorcerer's prowess. Not only could his own kind not see through it, but even the monarch of the race failed to notice. He began to envision his future dominance in all major dungeons. "Cancel transformation," Feng Xiu whispered firmly. The wind fairy's form, carried away by the fierce wind, was instantly enveloped in dazzling light, and the next moment, a sword-wielding human appeared at the garden's entrance. Witnessing the entire transformation, the Fairy Queen was stunned. At first, she thought one of her kind had somehow taken human form, and quite a handsome one at that. But she quickly realized the truth. A human had transformed into a wind fairy to infiltrate her domain. "Despicable intruder, you shall face my endless wrath," the Fairy Queen roared, unleashing a domain of fierce winds. Her wings beat furiously, conjuring 3-meter-high interwoven wind blades that surged towards Feng Xiu, intent on shredding him to pieces. Faced with this familiar scene, Feng Xiu was unfazed. He swiftly switched to the ancient transformation sorcerer role, then transformed into a runic iron guard. Sword in hand, he advanced with swift strides, slashing decisively. "This time, I will claim the top spot in the dungeon rankings," Feng Xiu vowed silently, his eyes gleaming with determination. After dinner, Cheng Sun, Kai Nans, and Han Lili set off for Fengling Valley. The hustle and bustle of the city gradually faded away, and the sound of their footsteps echoed along the forest path. As they neared the dungeon entrance, Cheng Sun turned to Kai Nans with a hint of concern in his eyes. "I've asked a friend to help us with the dungeon, so try to keep your temper in check." Kai Nans shrugged indifferently, replying casually, "Got it." Seeing his attitude, Cheng Sun shook his head helplessly. If it weren't for the family business connections and the elders' deep friendship, he wouldn't bother helping this troublemaker level up. The entrance to Fengling Valley soon came into view. From a distance, Cheng Sun spotted a striking figure, a young man with a dark blue staff floating beside him, a tuft of golden bangs glistening in the sunlight. "Hung Gu," Cheng Sun waved excitedly. Upon reaching him, Cheng Sun quickly introduced everyone. "This is Huang Daoheng. We were in the same year, but he graduated from the neighboring Qingqing Mountain High School. He's already a 3-star Thunder Spirit Mage." He then turned to his companions. "This is my teammate Kai Nans, a 2-star Breeze Mage. And this is my girlfriend Han Lili, a 1-star Priest." Han Lili greeted politely. "Hello, Hung Gu." Huang Daoheng merely nodded in response. Meanwhile, Kai Nans frowned, muttering to himself. "Not talking, acting all high and mighty, huh? So what if you're a 3-star? Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Cheng Sun quickly tried to smooth things over. "We're counting on you, Hung Gu, to help us with the dungeon." Huang Daoheng nodded again, his tone flat. "Let's enter the dungeon. I have something to do later, so I can only take you through the Nightmare Dungeon twice. I can't guarantee we'll rank, though. It's up to luck." Cheng Sun waved his hand dismissively. "No worries, Hung Gu. It's great that you can help us at all. We're not aiming for a rank." "All right, let's go," Huang Daoheng replied, and the 4 of them headed towards the teleportation portal to Fengling Valley. Just as they were about to step through the portal, a commotion erupted near the dungeon leaderboard monument. Someone exclaimed, "The Fengling Valley leaderboard has a new top rank for the first time." This announcement was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring ripples. The professionals at the dungeon entrance craned their necks and perked up their ears, eager to find out more. Those closer to the monument couldn't wait to push forward. "Is it Ming Yuan's team? I saw them enter the dungeon this morning." "Finally, they've overtaken the long-standing second place to claim the top spot," someone speculated. "It's not Ming Yuan's team. They've been pushed to third. It's someone named Feng Xiu," another voice corrected. "Who is Feng Xiu? I've never heard of this person before. What's their team's setup?" Curious questions filled the air. Suddenly, a voice burst out from the crowd, even more shocked than before. "Holy crap!" The exclamation was so loud that it caught the attention of those who hadn't yet approached. "What happened? What's going on?" Everyone asked urgently. The professional who had exclaimed stared wide-eyed, pointing with a trembling finger at the first place on the leaderboard, incredulity in their voice. The top rank isn't from a team clear. It's a solo clear. Solo clear. Those words struck like a lightning bolt, instantly stunning the crowd. Everyone was momentarily frozen. It was common knowledge that the Fongling Valley Dungeon's leaderboard required a nightmare-level difficulty to even qualify. A typical four-person team needed at least all members to be two-star professions, at level 20, and fully equipped. Although they had heard of some powerful three-star professionals or wealthy heirs with perfect gear managing to solo the nightmare-level Fongling Valley, achieving a solo clear was already astonishing. But to claim the top rank on the leaderboard as well? That was beyond anyone's imagination. Shocked discussions rippled through the crowd, disbelief etched on every face. Outside the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon, a crowd had gathered, buzzing with excitement as professionals flocked to check the dungeon ranking stone. Even the vendors, who were busy with their stalls, hurriedly packed up to join the throng. Chung San, Huang Daoheng, and others stood at the dungeon entrance, their eyes fixed on the stone. Fang Xiao, Chung Sun, and Kai Nans exclaimed in disbelief. Fang Xiao not only soloed the Wind Spirit Valley nightmare-level dungeon, but also claimed the top spot on the leaderboard. They remembered that Fang Xiao had just recently changed professions a couple of days ago, and was only at level 10 or 11. Even for a three-star profession, such prowess seemed improbable. Huang Daoheng, however, looked intrigued and said, Fang Xiao cleared the nightmare-level dungeon? Interesting. Chung Sun, curious, asked, Brother Hong, do you know Fang Xiao? I don't know him, Huang Daoheng replied casually, then added, but I've heard of him. He's part of Lingji Company's Genius Investment Program. I heard our investment manager even made a bet with his manager on who would rank higher in the 10 schools competition. He squinted his eyes. Initially, I didn't pay much attention to him, but seeing him solo a nightmare difficulty and take first place suggests he's a formidable opponent. With that, Huang Daoheng also felt the urge to challenge the nightmare difficulty. Chung Sun and Kai Nans appeared calm, but inside, they were deeply shaken. Lingji Company invested in Fang Xiao? As the largest pharmaceutical company in Qingshan City and one of the top 3 enterprises in the southern part of Dongwang Nation, Lingji Company's Genius Investment Program was reserved for top-tier talents. This meant that even though it took Fang Xiao 2 months to complete his first transition, someone still believed in his potential. Chung Sun quickly took out his phone and sent a message to Kai Nans, who stood right beside him. The notification startled Kai Nans, prompting him to check his phone. Chung Sun, this is my final warning. Don't mess with Fang Xiao. If you insist on doing so, then I'm sorry, but starting tomorrow, you won't have a place in my team. Meanwhile, inside the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon, Fang Xiao looked at the fallen fairy queen and exhaled deeply. Finally done. The battle took at least 12 to 13 minutes, and including the time spent traveling as a wind fairy, it was under 20 minutes. He calculated that his top spot on the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon leaderboard was secure. Just as he was about to use the transformation stone on the fairy queen, a notification popped up. Advanced Swordsmanship Skill Proficiency 1. Skill level up, current level, 10. Advanced Swordsmanship reached level 10. Fang Xiao was astonished. Just last night, it was only at level 6, and today he was so focused on defeating monsters that it had unknowingly advanced to level 10. Such rapid progress in just one morning left Fang Xiao both excited and puzzled. Fang Xiao quickly scanned the prompt records, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. During his intense battle with the fairy queen, especially in the moment he wielded his sword against the intersecting wind blades, his proficiency in advanced swordsmanship unexpectedly soared. This realization struck him. Practicing swordsmanship under pressure not only accelerates skill mastery, but pressure here encompasses both physical weight and the challenges and dangers faced. It was no surprise that honing his sword skills amid the chaos of wind blades led to such rapid progress in advanced swordsmanship. Fang Xiao suddenly recalled that once his advanced swordsmanship reached level 10, his Swordmaster class should unlock an ultimate skill. After all, every class gains an ultimate skill upon reaching level 10, which everyone refers to as the finishing move. His heart racing, Fang Xiao immediately switched to the Swordmaster class. Eagerly, he opened the skill panel, and indeed, a third skill appeared in the class skills section. Sword Insight, 3-star skill. Level 1 max. Effect: each attack adds a layer of Sword Insight, up to 100 layers. All Sword Insight is lost 30 seconds after stopping attacks. Attribute bonus: each layer of Sword Insight increases attack speed, movement speed, and swordsmanship damage by 1. So powerful. Fang Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. Although this is a passive skill, its potential is astounding. By attacking continuously 100 times, he could stack Sword Insight to 100 layers, effectively gaining a 100 boost in attack speed, movement speed, and swordsmanship damage. At such a level, no opponent could withstand his relentless assault. Fang Xiao rubbed his chin, already calculating in his mind. Once I equip armor with higher defense, I can solo the fairy queen as a sword master even faster. He closed the class panel and approached the Fairy Queen again, using a transformation stone. Unfortunately, this attempt ended in failure once more. Confirming that the Fairy Queen hadn't dropped any equipment or items this time, Feng Xiu chose to exit the dungeon. A system prompt immediately appeared. Dungeon completion time, 15 minutes, 22 seconds. Score recorded. Note: you have ranked on the Wind Valley Dungeon leaderboard, current position, 1. Great, Feng Xiu sighed in relief, seeing the results as he expected. Returning to the entrance of the Wind Valley Dungeon, Feng Xiu looked at the adventurers gathered around the leaderboard, excitedly discussing. He couldn't help but smile knowingly. He thought, this was just the beginning. Once he collected the Gale set and further increased his defense, transforming into the runic Iron Guard as a Swordmaster, he could better withstand the Fairy Queen's attacks. By then, the dungeon completion time could likely be reduced by a few more minutes. Feng Xiu set a silent goal for himself, to reduce his solo run record to under 10 minutes. He turned and re-entered the Wind Valley Dungeon. The afternoon had just begun, with 5 to 6 hours left to farm the dungeon. He planned to make full use of this time to strive toward his goal. As night fell and the city lights flickered on, Feng Xiu hurriedly finished his shower, changed into comfortable casual wear, and headed to the restaurant Zhang Fugui had reserved. As he pushed open the restaurant door, he immediately spotted Zhang Fugui and his aunt, Li Qinghong, already seated. Perfect timing. Zhang Fugui greeted him with a smile. We just got here a little while ago. Feng Xiu sat down opposite them, and the waiter appeared promptly. Zhang Fugui skillfully ordered a few signature dishes, and then took a stack of documents from his briefcase, handing them to Feng Xiu. I heard you not only cleared the nightmare-level Wind Spirit Valley today, but also topped the instance leaderboard. Zhang Fugui's eyes glimmered with approval. Feng Xiu took the documents, flipped through them casually, and then handed them to his aunt. Just used a few tricks, nothing major, he replied modestly, not letting the achievement get to his head. Zhang Fugui, however, dismissed his modesty. Don't be too humble. In the adult world, only results matter. Securing the top spot on the Wind Spirit Valley leaderboard proves your capability. He lowered his voice. I even got a call from above today, asking me to increase your investment quota. Feng Xiu's interest was piqued. How much? Zhang Fugui held up 4 fingers. The first investment is doubled, for $1 million. If you perform well in the upcoming inter-school competition, further investments will follow. Feng Xiu nodded, mentally calculating how to use the money. For $1 million was substantial, but it no longer thrilled him as it once might have. Earlier that afternoon, he had soloed the nightmare-level Wind Spirit Valley 10 times, successfully crafting transformation stones twice. He kept the one with the best attributes and listed the other 2 for sale online. Before the dinner began, he had successfully sold one, netting nearly 350,000 after fees. If he sold all 3 transformation stones, his daily earnings could surpass $1 million. In comparison, a $4 million investment was just 4 days' work. Nonetheless, Feng Xiu did not intend to decline Lingji Company's offer. It wasn't just about receiving money, it was also about leveraging the resources of a big company. What do you plan to do with the $4 million? Zhang Fugui asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Feng Xiu thought for a moment. Get me a 1-turn perfect quality weapon first, and keep an eye out for 3-star or higher perfect level magic skills. He had considered using the money to collect boss-level monster corpses, but abandoned the idea due to the low success rate of transformation stones. His current priority was preparing for the upcoming inter-school competition and the Fury Wind Challenge instance, focusing on enhancing his combat power. Feng Xiu calculated that at his current leveling speed, he would reach level 20 by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Regarding equipment, he decided to temporarily keep the Gale set that matched the Swordsman class. If he couldn't gather a rare level set before the competition, he would consider purchasing the missing pieces. Feng Xiu had already met the requirements for the first transition phase, and now his attention was focused on the key to the second transition phase, 3-star skill. Although there were quite a few 3-star skills on the market, most of them ranged from common to rare quality. In fact, from 1-star to 6-star skills, the largest shopping app in Dongwang, Career Purchase, only offered skills up to the common, excellent, and rare levels. Skills of perfect quality and above, as well as rare skills of 7 stars and above, were considered rare treasures that could be auctioned. Some were so rare that even auction houses struggled to find them, only appearing in exclusive private gatherings of powerful individuals. These skills couldn't be bought with money alone. Feng Xiu's true reason for accepting investment from Lingji Company was to use their channels to acquire these rare resources. As for why he chose a magic-type skill as his third, Feng Xiu had 2 considerations: to make up for his lack of long-range attacks, and to increase his leveling efficiency. A magic-type profession perfectly met these needs. He had a brilliant plan in mind. After transitioning to a magic-type profession and transforming into the Fairy Queen, he would become a formidable damage-dealing cannon, significantly boosting his leveling efficiency. Zhang Fugu said, getting a perfect quality first transition weapon shouldn't be an issue. The company warehouse has some in stock. I'll send you the catalog later, and you can choose one. But for a 3-star perfect skill, for million might not be enough. How much do I need then? Fang Xiu asked. Zhang Fugu held up one finger. Starting at 10 million. Upon hearing this price, Fang Xiu wasn't surprised at all. In fact, he thought it was quite reasonable. He was well aware of the pricing for 2-star skills, where each quality level increased the cost by nearly 10 times. A 3-star rare skill already cost millions on career purchase, so a perfect skill starting at 10 million was quite normal. You keep an eye out for me, Fang Xiu said readily. We'll talk after the 10 schools competition. If the money isn't enough by then, I'll cover the rest myself. In his view, 10 million was just the equivalent of 30 Fairy Queen transformation stones, something he could earn in 10 days at most. Zhang Fugu nodded in agreement. All right, I'll keep an eye out for you. I'll notify you when I find something suitable. As a member of Lingji Company's investment department, this was a small task for him. Li Qinghong remained silent throughout, carefully reading Zhang Fugu's documents before handing them to Fang Xiu with a pen, indicating that the content was correct and ready for signing. Fang Xiu took the pen and signed his name without hesitation, then returned the documents to Zhang Fugu. Pleasure working with you, Zhang Fugu toasted. Fang Xiu and Li Qinghong raised their glasses as well, with Fang Xiu saying, rather than calling it cooperation, I should be thanking you. Zhang Fugu laughed. The stronger your talent, the more valued I am in the investment department. It's mutually beneficial and, in a sense, a form of cooperation. The three clinked glasses and drank, enjoying another pleasant evening together. At 9 p.m., after a satisfying meal, Fang Xiu got up to leave. Since he planned to solo the Wind Spirit Valley the next morning, he didn't drink much that night. Li Qinghong accompanied him to the door, watching him get into a taxi before turning to leave. Shortly after the car pulled away, Fang Xiu's phone buzzed with a new message. He checked it to find a bank transfer notification. A transfer of 2,154,000 Alliance coins from Li Qinghong's account ending in 2145 to his account. There was no doubt that this money came from his aunt. Fang Xiu smiled knowingly, realizing that his aunt preferred expressing her care through actions rather than words. He silently resolved that if he ever found a suitable 4-star skill book, he would get one for his aunt as well. After signing the genius investment plan, Fang Xiu seemed to be possessed, immersing himself in the Wind Spirit Valley, tirelessly setting new records for dungeon completion. His efforts quickly paid off, as the top record for the Wind Spirit Valley dungeon soared from 15 minutes and 22 seconds to an astonishing 7 minutes and 31 seconds. This incredible achievement discouraged other teams. Even the former record holder abandoned any thoughts of competing. They realized that even if they spent a fortune on Earth Escape talismans to enter the dungeon, Fang Xiu might just break the record again as soon as they stepped out, making it a futile endeavor. With this remarkable efficiency of 7 minutes and 31 seconds, Fang Xiu reached level 20 in just one day. However, he didn't stop there. He continued to stay in Wind Spirit Valley. The level requirement for the second-class transfer had been met, but now he needed to focus on improving his skill proficiency. For a sword practitioner, what better opponent than the Fairy Queen with her unending crosswind blades? Fang Xiu recalled how she had helped him advance his advanced swordsmanship from level 6 to level 10 in a single morning. Now, his goal was even clearer to reach the maximum level 15 in advanced swordsmanship before the 10-school competition. Besides advanced swordsmanship, Fang Xiu faced another daunting challenge: the transformation book skill of the ancient metamorphosis sorcerer. The method to increase this skill's proficiency was quite unique, requiring the use of transformation stones, and only the actual consumption of these stones could improve proficiency. Using documented magic iron guards would not contribute to proficiency. This made Fang Xiu acutely aware that professions with crafting abilities indeed demanded substantial resource investments. To level up the transformation book, Fang Xiu had to sell the Fairy Queen's transformation stones online, while keeping the Wind Fairy and Wind Beast transformation stones for his own use. Through this method, he successfully raised the skill level to 5. Fang Xiu estimated that if he could continue farming Wind Spirit Valley for about 10 consecutive days, not just defeating the boss, but also clearing all the smaller enemies, the transformation stones he crafted should be enough to max out the transformation book. However, Fang Xiu also realized that completing the second-class transfer before the 10-school competition might be impossible. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was June 30th, the day before the official start of the 10-school competition. On this day, Fang Xiu uncharacteristically allowed himself to sleep in. After getting up, he diligently warmed up and practiced swordsmanship in the courtyard, then leisurely enjoyed a hearty breakfast and took a relaxing hot shower. All of this was to ensure his energy, spirit, and status were at their peak. Today, he was about to undertake a significant challenge, soloing the Roaring Gale. Standing at the courtyard gate, Fang Xiu meticulously checked his gear to ensure everything was in perfect condition. His weapon was a sword named Drizzle, purchased from Lingji Company for 200,000. The sword was of perfect quality and boasted outstanding attributes: 50 attack power, 7 agility, 2 strength, and 10 attack speed. Even more impressive, it featured a passive skill called Drizzle, which reduced the target's physical defense by 1 with each attack, up to a maximum of 10. The creation process of Drizzle was a masterpiece. 3 craftsmen continuously worked with forging hammers for a full 7 days, using a perfect quality Drizzle stone as the core to forge this slender and swift sword. Its blade was extremely thin, only 2 fingers wide, adorned with blue raindrop-like patterns. This design not only granted it faster slashing speed, but also imbued it with an aesthetic appeal, though it gave off an illusion of fragility. The texture of the raindrop stone is as hard as rock and as tough as steel. Every time Feng Xiu draws his sword, he feels the sharp aura, as if a single swing could cut down an entire army. Its astounding durability of 250 points silently attests to the extraordinary nature of this weapon. Feng Xiu's gear has been completely upgraded. The full set of the Gale Return is now complete, showcasing its rare and luxurious quality. The set's effects are enviable. Defense 65, movement speed and attack speed each increased by 15, agility 23, strength 2. The first transformation set further enhances these with an additional 10 increase in movement and attack speed and agility 10. Eagerly, Feng Xiu opened his attribute panel. The data before him made him feel as if he had entered another world. Race, human. Talent, unlimited job change Genesis level, freely switch between job levels. Seeker mythical level, all skill level caps 50. Level, 20. Profession, Swordmaster unique profession. Core, Swordmaster's path, sword skill damage increased by an additional 50. Skills, Sword Chi, Sword Draw Technique, Sword Comprehension Style, Condensed Crescent Slash. Health, 160,160. Mana, 160,160. Strength, 21 growth 0.5 stars level. Agility, 67 growth 1.5 stars level. Stamina, 16 growth 0.5 stars level. Spirit, 16 growth 0.5 stars level. Skill bar. 1. Advanced Swordsmanship, 3-star common skill, LV 15 max. Effect, sword skill damage 60, attack speed 20, ignore 10 physical defense, 3 critical rate. 2. Book of Transformation 4-star rare skill, LV 5, 160500. Effect, permanently record 3 transformations, recorded, magic pattern Iron Guard. Feng Xiu sighed softly, recalling the awkwardness of entering his profession for the first time just a week ago. Now, he was completely transformed. His gaze turned to the profession backpack, filled with items that nearly burst the 2 by 2 by 2 meter space. In preparation for facing the roaring gale, he stocked up on powerful healing potions, slow healing potions, defense scrolls, and attack speed scrolls, filling almost every corner. After a final check to ensure everything was in order, with his state perfect and equipment complete, Feng Xiu stood in the center of the courtyard. Taking a deep breath, the challenge scroll in his hand trembled slightly at his fingertips. In the next moment, he tore it open without hesitation, ready to face the upcoming challenge. The feeling of weightlessness engulfed Feng Xiu. As the scene before him became clear, it felt as though he had returned to Fengling Valley. A dense forest spread out in front of him, with a light mist weaving through it as a gentle breeze brushed past him. Feng Xiu looked around, certain that this was indeed Fengling Valley, yet it felt slightly different from the one where the Fairy Queen resided. Suddenly, a sharp metallic clashing sound echoed from a distance, instantly capturing Feng Xiu's attention. He followed the sound, and, after passing through a small grove, found himself in an open clearing. In the center of this clearing, a massive dragon, measuring about 3 meters in length and covered in dark green scales, was roaring towards the sky. Roar! The ferocious dragon's roar unleashed a Saiyan hurricane, sweeping across the surrounding 100 meters with terrifying force. Feng Xiu was secretly alarmed, knowing that even a first-rank magic class could hardly wield such powerful skills. Focusing his gaze, Feng Xiu saw a line of information hovering above the dragon's head. Gale Wormling LV 30 Boss. HP 10, 82120000. So, the target is an already injured Gale Wormling. Feng Xiu mused, noting that the dragon had nearly half of its health remaining. At that moment, the swirling hurricane was suddenly pierced by something sharp. A girl clad in red armor, with a black ponytail and wielding a golden spear, leapt out from the opening. Her agile form moved like a shadow, charging towards the Gale Wormling with incredible speed. With a flick of her spear, the golden shaft's surface displayed swirling patterns, quickly forming a massive drill that thrust towards the dragon, as if to pierce it completely. Clang! Another explosive metallic clash rang out. The Gale Wormling managed to block the girl's attack with its claws. At the same time, its golden slit eyes flashed with a fierce light, and with a slight tilt of its head, it prepared to strike. The next moment, the dragon's head dipped, roar, unleashing a breath of wind and draconic power that poured down upon the girl. She swiftly retreated, but the Gale Wormling, seizing the rare opportunity, pursued her relentlessly with its breath attack. Forced to ground herself, the girl spun her spear quickly in front of her, forming an invisible barrier to fend off the dragon's breath. Simultaneously, she hurriedly retrieved a healing potion from her professional backpack with her left hand and drank it, barely withstanding the dragon's fierce assault. Feng Xiu stood by, contemplating. This was his first time entering the Gale Roar dungeon, leading him to wonder whether this was a scripted dungeon event or if he had stumbled upon someone soloing the Gale Wormling. He recalled the concept of dungeon events. Many dungeons recreated past events, causing historical figures to repeat their actions. However, Feng Xiu also considered that the Gale Roar was a public dungeon. Even without forming a team, players entering the dungeon would face the same Gale Wormling. To enter this dungeon, one first had to obtain a scroll with an extremely low drop rate, and then use it at roughly the same time to meet, making the odds incredibly small. As Feng Xiu pondered, the dragon's breath finally ceased. The girl seized the opportunity to retreat, glancing in Feng Xiu's direction as she did. Soon, Feng Xiu received a system notification. Professional Lin Jinan has invited you to join her team. Would you like to accept? A professional? Feng Xiu was secretly surprised, his gaze returning to the remarkably skilled girl. Feng Xiu decisively declined Lin Jinan's invitation to team up. He confidently assessed the level 30 Rage Wind Dragonling boss in front of him, thinking that with his current strength, taking it down solo would be no problem. Lin Jinan frowned as she deftly dodged the Rage Wind Dragonling's attacks, while quickly taking potions to restore her status. As she dashed past Feng Xiu, she shouted, "We'll split the loot 50-50, and I get first pick." She sent another invitation to team up. Without hesitation, Feng Xiu refused once more, thinking to himself, 50-50? I want it all. Seeing Feng Xiu unmoved, Lin Jinan compromised. I only want one item from the Rage Wind Dragonling's drops. The rest are yours. This statement made Feng Xiu wary, realizing the Rage Wind Dragonling might have a significant drop. Understanding that Feng Xiu was intent on soloing the boss, Lin Jinan urgently reminded him. It's not something you can defeat alone. The Rage Wind Dragonling has 3 phases, and it's only just entered the second phase. Feng Xiu had heard of the Rage Wind Dragonling's Dragon King transformation skill, but he remained unfazed. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. If you can't handle it, you should exit the dungeon. He even stepped back to avoid getting caught in the fray. Lin Jinan continued to maneuver around the Rage Wind Dragonling, casting sharp glances at Feng Xiu. Despite her frustration, she refrained from dragging him into the fight. In the end, she exerted all her strength to reduce the Rage Wind Dragonling's health to just 5,000. At that moment, the Rage Wind Dragonling let out an earth-shaking roar and entered the third phase. The sky turned ominously dark, and the ground appeared desolate and gray. Its scales shifted from green to dark red, exuding an intimidating aura. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Lin Jinan, charging at her like a red comet. Realizing she had underestimated her opponent, Lin Jinan decided to retreat. Before leaving, she asked, "Do you dare tell me your name?" Feng Xiu proudly replied, "A man of honor changes neither his name nor his surname. I am Kai Nans." Secretly, he thought, this girl clearly wants trouble. I'm not giving her my real name. Lin Jinan silently noted the name and then exited the dungeon. A second later, the massive body of the Rage Wind Dragonling crashed through where she had been standing. With Lin Jinan's departure, the sky calmed, and the Rage Wind Dragonling reverted to its green color, returning to the center of the clearing with its HP restored to 20,000. Feng Xiu wryly commented on the game's mechanics, but didn't mind. He stepped forward, placing his right hand on the hilt of his sword, Drizzle, confidently declaring, "Now, it's my turn to challenge." Phew, phew. Feng Xiu stood at the edge of the clearing, his eyes fixed on the distant furious wind hatchling. He didn't rush to attack. Instead, he began to swing his sword, Fine Rain, with the precision and power of his usual practice. Sword light flickered, cold glints flashing with each exact and forceful swing. After 100 swings, Feng Xiu glanced at his status bar, satisfied to see his sword comprehension skill stacked to 100 layers. This skill, unique to his Swordmaster class, didn't require hitting a target. Simply swinging the sword accumulated its effects. At this moment, his attack speed, movement speed, and sword damage were all increased by an impressive 100. Next, Feng Xiu retrieved 3 talismans from his pack and activated them in sequence. The Sharp Blade Talisman boosted his attack power by 10, the Sturdy Armor Charm enhanced his physical and magical defenses by 10, and the Windwalk Talisman increased his movement speed by another 10. These buffs would last for 10 minutes. Prepared, Feng Xiu held his sword in one hand and slowly approached the furious wind hatchling. As soon as he entered within 100 meters, its golden slit pupils locked onto him. The hatchling immediately became alert, flapping its wings to take flight, launching several sharp wind blades in the process. Feng Xiu didn't immediately transform into a demon pattern iron guard, but relied on his extraordinary agility to dodge. His figure moved like lightning, sometimes running, sidestepping, or ducking, skillfully evading most attacks. When a wind blade was unavoidable, he precisely cut it apart with fine rain. In the blink of an eye, Fangxiu was already close to the furious wind hatchling. With a light tap of his toes on the ground, he leaped gracefully into the air. Draw sword technique. With a low shout, Fangxiu's figure vanished, leaving only an afterimage behind. A moment later, he had swept past the hatchling's side, fine rain's blade skimming along its scales, cold light scattering. The air was filled with the sharp sound of metal clashing, and two blood-red numbers floated above the hatchling's head. Roar! The wounded dragon bellowed, swiftly turning to swipe its claws at Fangxiu. Wherever the dragon's claws struck, the ground shattered to pieces. However, Fangxiu had already anticipated this, deftly leaping back to avoid the strike. Taking advantage of the brief opening after the hatchling's attack, Fangxiu surged forward again. His sword flashed like lightning, striking the crescent-shaped scale on the hatchling's neck, the dragon's only weak spot, the reverse scale. Ding! A crisp metallic clang rang out. The furious wind hatchling seemed to freeze as if hit by a petrification spell, its body turning rigid as stone. Two more blood-red numbers appeared above its head, and its golden slit pupils were instantly stained with crimson. Roar! An enraged howl shook the heavens and the earth. A dragon's reverse scale is its most sensitive spot. Touching it incurs its wrath. Although the reverse scale is indeed a weakness, attacking it drives the dragon into a frenzy. The furious wind hatchling went completely berserk, thrashing its sharp claws in a storm of attacks at Fangxiu. Yet, in this dangerous onslaught, Fangxiu moved as if swimming through water, jumping and dodging with fluid grace. It was as if he had returned to the state he was in when he first faced the Fairy Queen, dancing on the edge of a blade, reveling in the thrill of the fight. Fangxiu wasn't merely dodging. He was constantly seeking opportunities to counterattack. Whenever the hatchling's assault left an opening, he seized the moment to deliver precise strikes to its reverse scale. As a speed-type swordmaster, and with his attack speed doubled, Fangxiu's striking frequency was dizzyingly fast. The battle between dragon and human was reaching a fever pitch. In just a few seconds, the fierce attacks of the Fury Wind Wyvern failed to land a single hit on Fangxiu. In contrast, Fangxiu's sword struck like lightning, repeatedly hitting the wyvern's vulnerable reverse scales. The wyvern's health rapidly plummeted, dropping below the 10,000 mark in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the Fury Wind Wyvern entered the second phase of the Dragon King transformation. Its wings spread wide as it let out a thunderous roar. A violent hurricane erupted from its body, lashing out in all directions as if determined to uproot the entire forest. Faced with such a widespread attack at close range, Fangxiu advanced instead of retreating. He activated his transformation skill, the Ancient Metamorphosis Warlock, instantly turning into an Iron Guardian. With a body as tough as steel, he withstood the brutal winds. Though a series of single-digit damage numbers appeared, Fangxiu calmly drank a healing potion, restoring his health to full in an instant. As the hurricane subsided, the Fury Wind Wyvern's aura in its second phase grew even more ferocious and savage. Fangxiu reverted from his Iron Guardian form and activated his Swordmaster transformation. Like an arrow released from a bow, he charged at the wyvern, confidence gleaming in his eyes. She had observed Lin Jinan's earlier battle with the wyvern, and this phase was not enough to cause him concern. Once Fangxiu entered the attack range, he immediately executed a sword-drawing technique. A flash of cold light followed, the blade precisely striking the wyvern's reverse scales. Two astonishing blood-red numbers rose into the air, as the Drizzle sword's effect of ignoring 10 of the defense had already stacked to its maximum, each strike inflicting massive damage on the wyvern. The Fury Wind Wyvern roared again, unleashing a breath attack imbued with wind elements tearing power. However, to Fangxiu, this attack was too slow. With an effortless leap backward, he evaded the breath attack and maneuvered to the wyvern's flank. In Fangxiu's hands, the Drizzle sword was like a silver needle, repeatedly stabbing at the wyvern's vital points. In just 10 seconds, the Fury Wind Wyvern's health plummeted once more, dropping below the 5,000 mark. In an instant, the third phase of the Dragon King transformation unfolded. The sky was suddenly shrouded in thick, murky clouds, the ground cracked, and a gray aura of decay spread all around. The Fury Wind Wyvern stood amidst it, its scales turning from green to dark red, its aura surging, as if a king of calamity overlooking the world. It let out a low growl filled with rage, soaring into the sky. From hundreds of meters high, its blood-red eyes locked onto Fangxiu. In the next moment, the Fury Wind Wyvern dove down, unleashing its most powerful skill, Dragon King's Descent. Boom! The earth shook, and the entire forest trembled with fear as yellow sand filled the sky. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the dust. It was Fangxiu. He had now transformed into an ancient shape-shifting warlock and morphed into an Iron Guardian. With one hand gripping a shield tightly, he quickly drank a healing potion with the other. The shield Fangxiu wielded was of rare quality, offering maximum base defense and an additional boost to his constitution. This shield was his life-saving tool, specifically designed to counter the boss's deadly moves. He knew there was no way to dodge this attack, recalling the same technique used during the fierce battle between the Gale Young Dragon and Lin Jinan. The terrifying attack range and power still haunted him. With only 40 health points remaining, Feng Xiu was baffled. How had those other classes withstood this move and countered the Gale Young Dragon? Did it always require sacrificing a defense class member? A thunderous roar shattered the air, and a gust of wind cleared the sand, revealing the dark red Gale Young Dragon. Its scarlet eyes gleamed with malice as it locked onto Feng Xiu. In the next moment, the dragon flapped its wings and lunged at him. Feng Xiu swiftly switched his shield for a ranged sword, facing the dragon head. Gripping the sword's hilt, he closed in on the dragon, executing a precise draw slash towards its reverse scale. However, the damage numbers that appeared were noticeably lower, indicating that the Gale Young Dragon's defense had increased significantly in its third phase. The dragon swiftly turned and swiped at Feng Xiu with alarming speed. Unable to dodge, Feng Xiu resorted to activating Class Shift, Ancient Shapeshifting Warlock, followed by Transform, Iron Guardian. Clang! The dragon's claw struck Feng Xiu's shoulder, almost sending him flying. Surprisingly, the attack only dealt 35 damage. Feng Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. If the Iron Guardian form couldn't withstand a basic attack without losing over 100 health points, this battle would be unwinnable, potentially costing him his life. Feng Xiu quickly shifted back to Swordmaster and released his transformation, once again wielding the ranged sword against the dragon's reverse scale. The Gale Young Dragon immediately counterattacked, its speed drastically increased in this third phase, almost matching Feng Xiu's attack frequency. In a critical moment, Feng Xiu again shifted to Ancient Shapeshifting Warlock, transforming into Iron Guardian to endure the assault. After surviving a round of attacks, he swiftly returned to Swordmaster to continue his offensive. This cycle repeated, and any onlooker would be stunned by the spectacle. Feng Xiu appeared to flicker, his form rapidly alternating between iron and flesh. You might wonder, doesn't the Iron Guardian transformation have a cooldown? In fact, the Swordmaster skill does have a 10-second cooldown. However, the Ancient Shapeshifting Warlock skill with the same name has no cooldown limit. Thus, Feng Xiu would always switch to Ancient Shapeshifting Warlock before transforming, cleverly bypassing the cooldown time. Even better, this method yielded a stronger defensive effect from the Iron Guardian, granting him a fighting chance in this fierce battle. Feng Xiu skillfully utilized his infinite job-changing talent, seamlessly switching between Swordmaster and Ancient Transforming Warlock to perfectly bypass skill cooldowns. He also discovered a loophole in the Sword Comprehension skill. Even if the skill disappears when switching professions, the Sword Comprehension state persists. As long as he returns to the Swordmaster within 30 seconds, he can maintain the 100-layer Sword Comprehension state. This combo move was a unique technique he developed through countless days of battling the Fairy Queen. No longer needing to remain in the Ancient Transforming Warlock form, Feng Xiu can now instantly switch professions. When attacking, I'm the sharp and fierce Swordmaster. When defending, I'm the impenetrable Ancient Transforming Warlock, he thought to himself with pride. The Gale Dragon roared again, unleashing a fierce whirlwind in all directions. Feng Xiu repeated his strategy, changing jobs and transforming to withstand the damage. But as he passed through the storm, the sight before him made his pupils contract sharply. The Gale Dragon lay on the ground, its massive jaws wide open, with wind elements swirling around it like a vortex. It was a scene straight out of a charging laser cannon. Feng Xiu's eyelids twitched wildly, and he cursed inwardly. Damn. Is this supposed to be a boss you can solo in nightmare-level Wind Spirit Valley? He vowed that if he ever found out who spread this rumor, he would personally deal with them. There was no time to think. The previous move that descended from the sky required no charging, so this one must be even more terrifying. Feng Xiu couldn't imagine if he could survive with only 40 health points left if he took this hit heaten. I can't let it succeed. Feng Xiu decided immediately. With no way to retreat, he had to strike first. He charged forward, white orbs the size of marbles continuously emerging from his body, all converging into his drizzle sword. The sword comprehension state layers rapidly decreased, and the moment the 100-layer sword comprehension state hit 0, the drizzle sword transformed into a brilliant light sword. Well, I have a hidden trick too. I plan to save it as my trump card, but now you'll have to taste it first. Feng Xiu thought. This was the Swordmaster's ultimate move unlocked at level 15 of Advanced Swordsmanship Condensed Crescent Slash. As Feng Xiu swung his sword, a massive three-metertal crescent formed from sword energy appeared out of thin air. It flew forward with astonishing speed and dazzling sharpness, heading straight for the Gale Dragon. With a sharp sound, the crescent-shaped sword energy sliced through the air like a silver lightning bolt, striking the face of the furious wind dragon, hatchling with precision. The energy cut through the dragon's body effortlessly, splitting the massive creature in two. With a thunderous crash, the dragon's remains hit the ground, raising clouds of dust. A system notification chimed. Defeated Angry Wind Dragon LV-30 boss, gained 60,000 experience. Feng Xiu let out a long breath, finally able to relax his tense nerves. He had prepared for the worst. If the dragon's breath laser had actually been unleashed, he would have had to exit the dungeon immediately. Fortunately, the Swordsman class's ultimate skill, Condensed Crescent Slash, did not let him down. This Condensed Crescent Slash was a 3-star skill at LV1 max. It could concentrate sword energy to inflict incredible base sword damage calculated as attack power strength agility x3 on the target. Using it consumed all the sword insight states he had, with each layer increasing final damage by 1. Such a terrifying damage multiplier explained its astonishing power. However, it also had its limitations. A 5-minute cooldown was quite lengthy, and it depleted the sword insight state entirely. Feng Xiu could only use it as a last resort or as an opening move before accumulating sword insight. Sheathing his sword slowly, Feng Xiu walked confidently towards the dragon's corpse. Such a challenging boss was bound to drop valuable items. He was eager to see what they were. Bending down to pick up the loot, Feng Xiu was slightly surprised there were only 4 items. Yet each one was extremely valuable. First was a Wind Dragon Ring, an epic quality item. This ring not only increased all attributes by 5 points, but also enhanced wind-based skills by 30. More excitingly, it came with a hurricane skill that could summon a hurricane to attack targets. What thrilled Feng Xiu the most was that this ring was part of the Wind Dragon's power set. Collecting the entire set would boost wind skills by 40, and the hurricane skill would evolve into the more powerful Tornado Hurricane. Unfortunately, the ring required a second class change to equip, with a durability of 300,300. Its description was poetic, a ring forged from the power of the Wind Dragon clan, granting the wearer the ability to command the winds. Although Feng Xiu did not currently have a Wind Mage class, the 5-point increase in all attributes was tempting enough. The second item was the Seed of Sun Wind, a special item. When used, it automatically applied the Sun Wind effect to all wind-based skills. The requirement to use it was having wind skills and a spirit attribute of at least 100 points. The item description read, a seed containing a unique element known as Sun Wind. If you can tame it, you can elevate your control over wind elements to a new level. Feng Xiu was intrigued by this exotic element, which he had only read about in textbooks and was seeing for the first time in reality. The third item was Dragon Pasture Ruins Part 3, a special map fragment. The description stated, a map fragment pointing to a location known as the Dragon Pasture Ruins. Collecting all fragments might reveal the destination. Feng Xiu realized this could be a clue to a hidden quest. The final item was the Angry Wind Dragon Tooth, a perfect grade material. Its description read, a dragon tooth from the Angry Wind Dragon, exceptionally sharp and imbued with raging wind elemental power, suitable for crafting and decoration. Feng Xiu immediately recognized the potential value of this material. Though there were only 4 items, each was extremely valuable, especially the epic quality Wind Dragon Ring, which was practically the ultimate artifact for any magic class specializing in wind skills. Although Feng Xiu couldn't equip it yet, he was already looking forward to the possibilities it held for the future. Because it is incredibly rare, Feng Xiu gazed down at the Sun Feng seed in his hand, an exotic elemental seed that emitted a faint glow, hinting at its extraordinary value. This kind of mutated elemental force could bestow ordinary elements with characteristics they wouldn't typically possess. Feng Xiu recalled an example from his textbook Xianhan Fire. This exotic element, despite being called fire, didn't burn objects but instead emitted cold, capable of freezing everything. The Sun Feng seed in his hand was also a type of exotic element, but what abilities it could grant the wind element remained to be determined by consulting the catalog of exotic elements. Undoubtedly, this Sun Feng seed was a treasure that even advanced professionals would covet, its value far surpassing that of the Wind Dragon Ring. In a world where skills are the core power, if a skill contains the force of an exotic element, it could potentially elevate the skill's grade by 1 or even several levels. In the future, it might even serve as the core for transitioning into a powerful profession related to exotic elements. Exotic elements not only amplify elemental power, but also represent a unique and powerful career path. Feng Xiu suddenly wondered if Lin Jinan was after this very thing. This thought made him increasingly grateful for his previous decision. If the Sun Feng seed had fallen into Lin Jinan's hands, the young Gale Dragon would have been killed in vain. Its value already exceeded the combined worth of the other 3 items. Feng Xiu seriously considered whether to choose a wind-based skill as his third skill. As an exotic element, the Sun Feng seed, regardless of its effect, was not meant to be traded. Rather than letting it sit unused, it would be better to convert it directly into combat power. Moreover, the wind element perfectly complemented his speed-based profession as a swordmaster. He decided to contact Zhang Fuguei after returning, asking him to keep an eye out for 3-star wind-based skills. As for the remaining 2 items, One was a map fragment called the Dragon Pasture Ruins, and the other was a perfect grade material, the Gale Dragon's Fong. Though precious, they were not uncommon. Many special dungeons required the corresponding map fragments as keys to open them. Judging by its name, the map fragment of the Dragon Pasture Ruins was likely of a high grade, but exactly which dungeon it was related to would need further research upon returning. The Gale Dragon's Fong, as a perfect grade material, could be used to craft perfect grade equipment. Fang Xiu planned to hold on to it until after his second job transition, then have Zhang Fuguei introduce a crafter to fashion a wind element weapon specifically for mages using this dragon Fong. After stowing away the 4 items, Fang Xiu turned his gaze to the bisected carcass of the Gale Dragon. The massive dragon's body lay sprawled on the ground, its blood beginning to coagulate, filling the air with a rancid smell. This intense battle had finally come to an end, but Fang Xiu knew the real adventure was just beginning. Standing before the remains of the Angerwind dragon, Fang Xiu decided to attempt crafting a transformation stone. He took a deep breath and focused his mind, watching as a massive dark purple magic circle slowly emerged beneath the dragon's carcass. The circle began to spin, emitting a faint humming sound, as though it was drawing out the lingering power from the remains. Fang Xiu held his breath, watching the process intently. Compared to creating the Fairy Queen's transformation stone, this time the condensation took noticeably longer. The light from the magic circle flickered, making it hard to predict whether it would succeed. Experience told Fang Xiu that the success rate for crafting transformation stones was only about 10. He forced himself not to get his hopes up too high, thinking, instead of wasting energy on such a low probability event, it's better to stay calm. If it does succeed, it will be a pleasant surprise. Just as Fang Xiu was about to give up hope, a miracle occurred. The magic circle suddenly contracted, and a crystal-clear stone emerged from it. Fang Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief as he reached out to catch the transformation stone. It actually worked? Fang Xiu murmured, his heart racing. He eagerly examined the stone's attributes. Transformation Stone, Angerwind Dragon. Grade, Epic. Effect, transforms into an Angerwind Dragon, all attributes 7. Skills acquired, Dragon King's Descent, Blade Storm, Tornado Hurricane, Wind Dragon Cannon, Dragon Claw Combo, Dragon King Transformation. Duration, 10 minutes. Description, a transformation stone imbued with the power of the Angerwind Dragon, allowing you to temporarily become a noble member of the dragon race. Fang Xiu's gaze lingered on the word epic for a long time. Even the Fairy Queen, also a boss, was only of rare quality, yet this Angerwind dragon had skipped perfection and reached the epic level. This suggested it had an extraordinary origin. Recalling the description of the Angerwind Roar Challenge scroll, Fang Xiu pondered. There seems to be another reason for the ferocity of the creatures in Wind Spirit Valley. It seems necessary to investigate the history of Wind Spirit Valley further. He carefully compared this transformation stone with the previously crafted Fairy Queen's stone. The Angerwind Dragon not only offered a high attribute boost of 28 points, but also had 6 powerful skills, far surpassing the Fairy Queen's 12-point attribute boost and 3 skills. Fang Xiu felt a sense of relief, knowing this was a significant gain. Without hesitation, Fang Xiu recorded the Angerwind Dragon Transformation Stone in the Book of Transformations. Considering he might switch to a magic-based class, he decided not to record the Fairy Queen stone for now. With the Angerwind Dragon, the Fairy Queen can be directly replaced, Fang Xiu muttered to himself, relieved to avoid a difficult choice. After recording, Fang Xiu checked the status of the Book of Transformations. Remaining usable pages, 1. Recorded transformations. 1. Rune Iron Guard. 2. Transformation, Angerwind Dragon. Gently stroking the Book of Transformations, Fang Xiu felt a surge of anticipation. This epic transformation stone would undoubtedly be a significant asset in his future adventures. Fang Xiu was eager to experience the transformation into a Gale Dragon hatchling. In an instant, a brilliant white light enveloped him, and when it faded, Fang Xiu was nowhere to be seen. In his place stood a massive Gale Dragon hatchling, towering at 3 meters, covered in azure scales, exuding an intimidating aura. A powerful surge of energy flooded into Fang Xiu's body, making him feel as if a mere swipe of his claw could rend the earth apart. He tried flapping his wings, and with just a gentle beat, he shot skyward like a cannonball, soaring into the clouds. Compared to the wind fairies, the Gale Dragon hatchling could fly higher and farther. Wonderful! Fang Xiu couldn't help but moan, but in the dragon language, it transformed into a thunderous roar. Roar! The dragon's fierce roar echoed through the Wind Spirit Valley, shaking the ground and causing the forest to sway violently, as if its former master still reigned. Next, Fang Xiu began to test various skills. He flapped his wings to unleash Blade Storm, sending countless wind blades whistling out. He roared, triggering the Tornado Hurricane, pushing everything around him away. He repeatedly swung his dragon claws, executing Dragon Claw Barrage, with his attack speed increasing rapidly. He dived from the sky, performing Dragon King's descent. Finally, he charged for 5 seconds and released the powerful Wind Dragon Cannon. Fang Xiu had witnessed these skills firsthand during his battle with the Gale Dragon hatchling. However, what caught Fang Xiu's attention the most was a skill called Dragon King Transformation. When he defeated the Gale Dragon hatchling, he had hoped for this skill to drop. Although it didn't happen, Fang Xiu saw the skill's detailed effects and description in the Transformation Stone skill list. Dragon King Transformation Special Skill, Passive. Innate mental suppression against lower-level creatures. When health drops below 50 and 25 of the maximum, all attributes increase by 25. Accelerated Maturity. Description: a special skill only possessed by those with the bloodline of a Dragon King. This Gale Dragon hatchling actually has a Dragon King bloodline? Fang Xiu was secretly amazed. The Dragon King bloodline meant it was a descendant of the Dragon royalty, naturally possessing power far beyond its peers. No wonder it was so formidable. Fang Xiu couldn't help but marvel at the Gale Dragon hatchling's extraordinary strength. If level 30 bosses were this powerful, the casualty rate among second-tier professionals would likely be alarmingly high. However, for Fang Xiu, this was a good thing. If the Gale Dragon hatchling didn't have the Dragon King bloodline, it wouldn't have the Dragon King transformation skill, and the transformation stone created from it wouldn't possess this skill either. This also explained why the transformation stone achieved epic quality. At this moment, Fang Xiu couldn't help but wonder what the current situation of the Gale Dragon hatchling he defeated was. Had it been slain by other professionals in the Wind Spirit Valley, or had it already grown into a true Gale Dragon King? This question lingered in his mind. On the streets of Qingshan City, Kai Nans walked alone, his face so dark it seemed like it could drip water. His mind kept replaying the argument he had just had with Cheng's senator. Their originally planned team-up for a dungeon run had been cancelled because Huang Daoheng had something come up. Kai Nans had only expressed slight dissatisfaction, yet Cheng's son had unleashed a torrent of abuse on him and even kicked him out of the team. He's just a 3-star professional. What's so great about that? Kai Nans thought angrily. It's only the first step on the professional path. Who knows who will be stronger in the future? He silently vowed to surpass Fang Xiu and Huang Daoheng, to make Cheng's son regret today's decision and come begging him to lead a dungeon run. Lost in his anger and fantasies, Kai Nans turned into a dark alley. Suddenly, everything went black as something covered his head and upper body. Before he could react, he was knocked to the ground, and a barrage of punches and kicks rained down on him. Curled up on the ground, Kai Nans realized he had fallen victim to the very tactic he often used, ambushing with a sack. Without pausing to think who might be retaliating against him, he hastily shouted, "My dad is Kai Chengwang." Hoping to intimidate them with his father's name, Kai Chengwang was a well-known entrepreneur in Qingshan City, owning hundreds of equipment chain stores across the southern part of Dongwang country. However, his words only seemed to further enrage the attackers. The blows rained down even more fiercely. In despair, he could only plead, "Stop, I give up. Tell me what you want." Unfortunately, it seemed they had come specifically to teach him a lesson, and only stopped when Kai Nans was bruised and unconscious. At that moment, a black luxury stretch limousine slowly drove to the entrance of the alley. The window rolled down, revealing the exquisite and beautiful face of a young girl. If Fang Xiu were present, he would recognize her as Lin Jinan, who had previously refused to collaborate. Lin Jinan had changed out of her red armor and into a black silk jacket with a white t-shirt underneath, her figure more pronounced without the armor. She had let down her ponytail, allowing her hair to cascade over her shoulders with a relaxed air. 4 men in suits and sunglasses stood in line by the car. The leader respectfully asked, "Miss, the person is unconscious. Do you need us to bring him over for identification?" He also handed over a file. "This is Kai Nan's information for your review." Without lifting her head, Lin Jinan kept her focus on the equipment photos on her phone, replying indifferently, "No need, he's not the one I'm looking for." She didn't even glance at the file, continuing to browse the equipment with concentration. The butler sitting in the front seat showed a hint of surprise at her response. Lin Jinan's reaction seemed to catch him off guard, yet he said nothing, observing the young lady's every move in silence. The young lady surveyed the scene before her with a cold gaze, her eyes as sharp as knives. "If it's not him, then why target this Kai Nans?" she asked softly, a barely perceptible anger in her voice. The butler stood respectfully to the side, answering cautiously, "Miss, although Kai Nans isn't the person we're looking for, he's not exactly a good guy either. He bullies his classmates at school and behaves recklessly in society outside of it. If you need to vent your anger, he might be a suitable target." The young lady nodded slightly, a hint of ruthlessness in her eyes. Seeing this, the butler carefully inquired, "Should I investigate if Kai Nans has any enemies? Or perhaps look into his friends as well? If we're going to frame him, it might as well seem like the work of his enemies." "No need," the young lady waved her hand. "Just send me the list and photos of this year's 3-star graduates from Qingshan City." Lin Jinan had her suspicions. The person who refused to cooperate with her must be a recent graduate. The entry requirement for Roaring Gale is a first transition, and besides the recent graduates, no one would still be at that level. Furthermore, a 2-star professional wouldn't have the strength to take on a young roaring gale dragon alone. Having witnessed her battle with the dragon, anyone without absolute confidence in their abilities would seek collaboration. Since this person refused the invitation, they must be confident in handling it alone. Lin Jinan was intrigued by this mysterious 3-star professional. Despite her own epic equipment, she failed against the roaring gale dragon. What gave the other person the confidence to face it alone? Perhaps it was mere arrogance? However, she hoped they could truly succeed. Yes, miss, I'll handle it right away, the butler responded promptly. As the car window rolled up, the black luxury car started again. Four black-clad bodyguards wearing sunglasses quickly got into the car behind. Kai Nan's was left behind in the alley, like discarded trash. The scene shifts to Qingshan City Library. Fang Xiu was fully absorbed in reading a book titled Chronicles of Qingshan City, as if savoring a captivating story. His eyes moved over the dense text, tracing back 2,000 years of history before Qingshan City was established. The Dragon Shepherd Clan. Fang Xiu's eyes lit up. According to the records, 2,000 years before the establishment of Qingshan City, this area was once the territory of a human clan known as the Dragon Shepherd Clan. They possessed a unique profession that allowed them to tame dragons, making them the most powerful clan in the southern part of Dongwang Kingdom at one time. However, the Dragon King Yaozong Long refused to be enslaved and led the dragons in rebellion, which ultimately led to the decline of the Dragon Shepherd Clan, vanishing into the annals of history. Fang Xiu pondered, the Dragon Shepherd Clan, capable of transitioning into a profession that tames dragons. This seemed like an existence above that of a beastmaster. If he could gather more fragments, it might be worth investigating. Since it was a profession specifically for taming dragons, there must be corresponding skills. Fang Xiu found this intriguing enough to consider dedicating a basic skill slot to it. Closing the book, Fang Xiu prepared to head home. Tomorrow was the first day of the 10 schools battle, and he planned to have a hearty meal and conserve his energy. As for Sun Feng, Fang Xiu had already looked it up on the online list of exotic elements. Ranked 77th on the wind list, Sun Feng. This humble, ethereal wind could dramatically accelerate the flow of wind-related skills for professionals, possessing strong tearing force and self-speed enhancement effects, and granting a rare wind-related talent. Although the ranking wasn't very high, the effects were enticing. Fang Xiu resolved, for my third skill, I must choose the wind element. At 8 a.m., the training room of Qingqing Third High School was unusually bustling for a summer vacation day. Over 100 students gathered for the upcoming interschool competition, filling the air with a mix of tension and anticipation. Fang Xiu arrived right on time, immediately drawn by a loud announcement. Attention everyone, double-check your gear and backpacks. Following the voice, Fang Xiu spotted a familiar figure. Dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt that outlined her slender arms and blue jeans that accentuated her tall figure, with short black hair radiating youthful energy, was none other than Qin Shuang, the homeroom teacher of senior class 8. Good morning, Miss Qin, Fang Xiu greeted with a smile. Catching sight of Fang Xiu, Qin Shuang responded with a hint of reproach in her voice. If you'd been 10 minutes later, I would have called you myself. Fang Xiu chuckled, unconcerned. Is that necessary? We still have plenty of time. He knew well that the competition wouldn't officially start until 8:30, and arriving half an hour early was more than punctual. Qin Shuang, however, remained insistent. The earlier you arrive, the more prepared you'll be. Check your backpack for any prohibited items. I can keep them safe for you. As she spoke, she handed him an identification badge. Taking the badge, Fang Xiu opened his backpack for a thorough inspection. He was well aware of the competition rules. It wasn't just about showcasing student skills, but also involved the allocation of resources among schools and promoting outstanding graduates. To ensure fairness, the use of equipment and items beyond the perfect level was strictly prohibited, with violators facing disqualification. Cautiously, Fang Xiu had secured his newly acquired Wind Dragon ring in the home safe, filling his backpack instead with various supplies, as if preparing to take on an angry wind dragon. However, he believed the school's competition was far less challenging than such a dragon. Around him, classmates occasionally glanced his way, eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. As a prominent figure in Qingqing, Fang Xiu's story was a popular topic. From enduring a 2-month stint without a job transition to suddenly becoming a 3-star professional and soloing nightmare-level dungeons like Wind Spirit Valley, his rise was nothing short of dramatic. While legendary might be an exaggeration, Fang Xiu's potential had certainly caught the school's attention. Principal Dong was even considering how to turn Fang Xiu's achievements into a lasting promotional tool for the school. The grueling 2-month transition, the impressive debut as a 3-star professional, and the outstanding records in Nightmare Dungeons all seemed to herald the rise of a top-tier talent in the Eastern Empire. Fang Xiu's story of rising from obscurity to greatness was about to unfold, as he prepared to write his own legend. Suddenly, the sharp voice of teacher Qin Shuang cut through the noisy crowd, drawing everyone's attention. Hey, you over there, take off your mask. Masks are not allowed in the 10 schools competition. Her tone brooked no argument. All eyes turned to the entrance. A student clad in a robe and holding a staff was walking in slowly, wearing a black iron mask that gave him the appearance of a monk from the frigid northern lands. "Teacher, my mask isn't above the perfect grade," came a deep male voice from beneath the mask, with a hint of defiance. Qin Shuang patiently explained, "It's not about the equipment grade. It's about the rule that prohibits covering your face. Otherwise, you won't even be able to enter the dungeon portal." She briefly recounted incidents in the history of the 10 schools competition where masked imposters and malicious forces had infiltrated to harm students, which led to the mask ban. "Besides," she added, "if you don't remove your mask, I can't verify your identity and issue your ID card." The masked student visibly tensed for a moment before reluctantly removing the mask. However, the face revealed beneath left Qin Shuang even more puzzled. His face was crooked, bruised, and swollen like a panda, resembling an abstract painting. What's your name?" Qin Shuang asked, maintaining a professional demeanor. The student gritted out, "Kainans." "Kainans." A subdued gasp rippled through the crowd. Known as a celebrity at Qingshan City School, Kainan's reputation was less than stellar, and most students preferred to keep their distance. Whispers spread among the crowd. How did Kainans end up like that? Who knows? Maybe he crossed the wrong people. His father is Kai Chengwang, and someone dared to attack him? With his arrogant nature, it was bound to happen sooner or later. A student who had been bullied by Kai Nans before whispered gleefully, "Serves him right. How come he wasn't beaten to death?" Qin Shuang regarded Kai Nans with surprise. As a teacher, she knew a bit about his family background and character. Usually, it was other students complaining about being beaten by him, but today it was Kai Nans himself who had suffered. She silently mused, "Karma indeed." "Here's your ID card." Qin Shuang handed over the card. Kai Nans snatched the ID card and stormed into the depths of the classroom. Normally, a healing potion would suffice for such injuries, but the mysterious person from yesterday had clearly used a special skill, leaving marks that even a tier 4 healer couldn't erase. What was worse, the attack had occurred right before the 10 schools competition, clearly intending to humiliate him during the event. "Just let me find out who it was." Kainan's thought through gritted teeth. "I'll make them pay dearly." With that, he put his mask back on, rudely pushing past anyone in his way, retreating to a corner to nurse his wounds. Not far away, Feng Xiu watched everything unfold silently. Unlike others, he wasn't gloating but rather deep in thought. A notion crossed his mind. Could it have been Lin Jinan who did this to Kai Nans? At 8:30, it was time for the 10 schools competition to gather. Qin Shuang had distributed all the identity tokens, indicating that all participants had arrived. Feng Xiu scanned the group roughly, estimating around 100 people. This year, with 2 new schools joining, the total number of participating schools reached 12. If each school had 100 participants, it would be a massive competition with 1,200 competitors. Qin Shuang checked her watch to confirm the time. She raised her voice to remind the students, "All right, time's up. You can now use your identity tokens to enter the dungeon portal. Remember, once inside, immediately find the flag of the 3rd high school and gather there." Feng Xiu thought to himself that every year, the 10 schools competition was held in a special dungeon world. It was said that this dungeon world was a private creation of Lin Miaoshan, the founder of Qingshan City and a realm king of the 7th turn profession. Here, the competition rules were entirely set by the realm master, so the format varied each year. Last year was a monster hunting competition where participants earned points based on the strength of the monsters they defeated, with the highest score within the time limit winning. The year before that was a unknown elimination match, with thousands fiercely competing until only the undefeated champion remained. The year before that featured a tournament format with 16 arenas, 6 rounds of challenges, and a final unknown showdown among the last 16. As for this year's competition format and rules, it remained a mystery. Only by entering the dungeon world could the answers be revealed. "All right," the students responded in unison, taking out their identity tokens to use. These tokens not only recorded the holder's identity information, but also served as single-use teleportation items. Feng Xiu carefully examined the information on his identity token. Realm token grade, rare. Effect: opens a portal to the Qingshan realm, allowing passage for 1 person. Usage: 11. Description: a directional realm token for the Qingshan realm. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. In an instant, the token emitted a silver light, slicing through the air like a sharp blade to create a rift. The rift quickly expanded, forming a 2-meter tall, 1-meter wide portal. Taking a deep breath, Feng Xiu stepped through. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, he found himself in a vast white plaza. The ground was paved with pristine marble tiles, creating a grand and imposing sight. At the center of the plaza stood a towering 100-meter statue. The statue was clad in robes, holding a staff, and surrounded by a halo of stone. Feng Xiu suddenly realized that this scene was familiar. It resembled the central plaza of Qingshan City. The statue was likely of Lin Miaoshan himself. As a landmark of Qingshan City, The Central Plaza was a must-visit spot for tourists. For locals, it was all too familiar. Everything before him, from the plaza to the statue, was identical to the real Central Plaza, except that everything here was magnified at least tenfold. Standing in this enormous replica, Feng Xiu couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. He realized that the designer of this dungeon world intended to evoke a feeling of familiarity mixed with strangeness for the participants. Feng Xiu had just been teleported into the instance and was surveying his surroundings, admiring the statue of Lin Miaoshan. The square was bustling with crowds as students from various schools arrived. He quickly located the gathering point for Qingshan City's third high school, marked by a tall banner with black characters on a white background, featuring the traditional character 4-3. Upon reaching the banner, Feng Xiu found that 50 or 60 classmates had already gathered. They were chatting in small groups, occasionally glancing at the contingents from other schools. The air was filled with tension and anticipation. I heard that First High School has produced 2 3-star professionals this year. They're likely to take the championship at the 10 schools competition again, a boy whispered. Don't be so pessimistic, a girl retorted. We have Feng Xiu too, don't we? On either side of Third High School's banner were the camps of First High School and Fifth High School. As the strongest school in Qingshan City, First High School had won at least 5 of the last 10 competitions and was the favorite this year. Fifth High School, while on par with Third High School in terms of strength, had also produced a 3-star professional this year and was eager to break into the top 3. Suddenly, a clear female voice interrupted the crowd's discussions. Excuse me, is Feng Xiu here? Everyone turned to look and saw a girl in black armor with a delicate face approaching Qin Shuang, who had just arrived. Her presence immediately stirred a commotion. Wow, she's gorgeous. Who is she? I need all her details in 3 minutes, exclaimed a boy from Third High School. His friend looked surprised. You don't recognize her? That's Lin Jinan from Qingshan City's First High School. Her dad is the chairman of Lingji Corporation, her uncle is the city lord of Qingshan City, and her other uncle is the chief commander of the Southern Front in the Eastern Empire. She's practically the princess of Qingshan City. Not only were the students from Third High School puzzled, but even those from First High School were whispering among themselves. Why is sister in looking for Feng Xiu from Third High? Is she recruiting? She's never done anything like this before. Qin Shuang silently glanced at Feng Xiu, and suddenly all eyes were on him. Feng Xiu felt a sinking feeling in his heart, sensing trouble ahead. Remembering Kai Nan's ordeal, he knew he was likely in for a tough battle today. After identifying her target, Lin Jinan walked straight towards Feng Xiu. People instinctively parted to make way for her, as if pushed aside by her commanding presence. Standing before Feng Xiu, Lin Jinan pointed to an open area outside the crowd and said succinctly, "Let's talk." Under the curious gaze of the crowd, Feng Xiu and Lin Jinan quietly slipped away to a secluded open area. Without any preamble, Lin Jinan asked directly, "Did the loot from the Wind Fury Young Dragon include fragments of the Dragon Shepherd ruins?" Feng Xiu paused involuntarily at her question, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had expected Lin Jinan to inquire about the Seed of Wind, not to show such interest in the fragments of the Dragon Shepherd ruins. Lin Jinan noticed Feng Xiu's reaction and felt a twinge of surprise herself. She had previously investigated Feng Xiu's background and knew the level of equipment he had when he challenged the Wind Fury Young Dragon. Logically, as someone with a 3-star profession, she couldn't defeat the dragon even with a full set of epic gear, so it seemed improbable that Feng Xiu could succeed. Yet, the current situation was quite contrary to her expectations. How about a trade? Lin Jinan suggested, her tone probing. I'll exchange 3 pieces of second transition epic equipment for the fragments of the Dragon Shepherd ruins. 3 pieces of second transition epic equipment. Feng Xiu's heart skipped a beat, and his eyelid twitched slightly. He recalled the intense battle with the Wind Fury Young Dragon, through which he barely obtained a second transition epic piece, the Wind Dragon Ring. Lin Jinan, however, casually offered 3 pieces of equivalent gear for the exchange. This made him realize that the value of the Dragon Shepherd ruins might far exceed his imagination, potentially containing mystical skills for taming dragons. As Feng Xiu pondered briefly, Lin Jinan raised her offer, 5 pieces. Feng Xiu had to admit the offer was tempting. 5 pieces of second transition epic equipment would provide him with top-level combat power just as he transitioned to the second level. However, reason quickly prevailed. He understood that equipment would eventually become obsolete, and once he advanced to the 4th or 5th transition, the benefits of second transition epic gear would be negligible. Moreover, after the 10 schools competition, he would soon undergo the second transition, learn a 3rd skill, and become a tri-class professional, significantly boosting his combat prowess. Even without epic gear, he was confident in soloing high-difficulty dungeons to acquire more rare items. After weighing his options, Feng Xiu's interest in the Dragon Shepherd ruins and its skill book outweighed the immediate allure of the epic equipment. He decisively replied, "I refuse." Lin Jinan seemed unsurprised by Feng Xiu's refusal and continued, "I also have a fragment of the Dragon Shepherd ruins. Without all the fragments, what you have is as good as a piece of scrap paper. Fang Xiu's mouth curled into a slight smile as he retorted, I could say the same to you. Without all the fragments, what you've collected is also worthless. So, how about a collaboration? Team up to explore. Lin Jinan proposed a new offer. All right, Fang Xiu agreed unexpectedly. Lin Jinan was slightly taken aback. She had anticipated more negotiation. As the princess of Qingshan City, she was used to more assertive bargaining tactics. But we need to sign a team contract in advance, Lin Jinan quickly added. There are 4 fragments of the Dragon Shepherd ruins. I only have 1, and the remaining 2 are with 2 other people. When the time comes, we won't just be exploring together. We might also have to contend with those 2. Her words reflected her cautious nature. As someone who liked to plan ahead, Lin Jinan had already considered various scenarios before approaching Fang Xiu and had prepared strategies for each possibility. Fang Xiu stood still, his gaze fixed on Lin Jinan as he pondered the possibilities she had just proposed. He knew clearly that if he hadn't killed the Gale Dragonling, Lin Jinan would have left without hesitation. However, the reality was that he not only succeeded in slaying the Dragonling, but also obtained a precious Dragon Shepherd Ruins fragment. Lin Jinan's eyes flickered as she continued. It would be ideal if you're willing to sell the fragment. But if you have 2 fragments, I could bring along a bodyguard of the same rank. She paused before adding. However, you're clearly a better choice than a bodyguard. After all, you managed to kill the Gale Dragonling that I couldn't handle. Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to finish. Lin Jinan then explained, the only issue is trust. But a team contract can solve that problem. Upon hearing team contract, Fang Xiu's eyes lit up. He knew it was a special tool that prevented signatories from harming each other within a set time and even enhanced their synergy. After weighing his options, Fang Xiu nodded in agreement. All right, when do we set off? When you can undergo your 3rd transformation, Lin Jinan replied. Fang Xiu understood. That was when he would reach the combat limit of his 2nd transformation. Lin Jinan turned to leave but paused, looking back to say, do well in the upcoming competition and don't get eliminated too early, or I might change my mind. Fang Xiu responded nonchalantly. You should worry about yourself. I can take down a Gale Dragonling, something you can't do. Suddenly, Fang Xiu remembered something and asked, by the way, I was the one who beat Kai Nan's. Are you planning to seek justice for him? Lin Jinan shook her head without answering and walked away. Both returned to their respective school teams. Within 5 minutes, a young man with blue wings appeared out of thin air on the shoulder of the Lin Miaoshan statue in the square's center. Students from the 12 schools of Qingshan City, the young man began, his voice clearly reaching everyone. I am Wu Jiang, the guardian of the Qingshan domain and the referee for this 10-school competition. Ignoring the reactions in the square, Wu Jiang continued to announce the rules. The competition consists of 2 stages. The first stage is a battle royale. You will be sent to various parts of the Qingshan domain with the goal of fighting each other. When you receive a fatal hit, your life will be reduced to 1 point, and you will be transported back to the square, which means elimination. Everyone starts with 1 point, and you can seize points by eliminating opponents. After 24 hours, I will rank the survivors by points, and the top 16 will advance to the 2nd round. If the number of survivors drops to 16 within 24 hours, we proceed directly to the 2nd round. The 2nd round is simple, a series of unknown duels until the final winner is determined. Do you understand? Wu Jiang asked. Yes, we understand. The students from the 12 schools responded in unison. Good, then begin your trial, Wu Jiang declared. As Wu Jiang's voice faded, the students in the square were suddenly engulfed in a powerful sense of weightlessness. The scene before them twisted dramatically, with vibrant colors chaotically filling their vision. When their sight refocused, everyone found themselves standing in a lush, verdant rainforest. Fang Xiu stood quietly beneath a towering tree, with his classmates having silently vanished. Around him were only the green leaves and the occasional gentle breeze brushing his face. He took a deep breath, taking in the unique humid and grassy scent of the tropical rainforest. The temperature here was noticeably higher than in the square, and the air was filled with a damp aroma. Looking down, Fang Xiu was surprised to discover a watch on his wrist that hadn't been there before. This was a special piece of equipment called the Wrist of Rules, with an astounding effect. When faced with a fatal attack, his life points would be forcibly locked at 1, entering a 1-minute state of absolute invincibility, and he would be automatically transported to the Green Mountain Domain Square. However, this powerful protection mechanism was only effective within the Green Mountain Domain. Fang Xiu carefully examined the watch, created by the guardian of the Green Mountain Domain using the power of domain rules. It not only had multiple functions like protection, teleportation, and counting, but more importantly, it effectively granted the wearer an extra life. Although it only worked within the Green Mountain Domain, such attributes still left Fang Xiu astonished. The watch's screen displayed 2 numbers, 0, 1, 2, 3, and 59. Fang Xiu quickly realized that the first number represented his current points, while the second was the countdown to the end of this survival game. Looking up, Fang Xiu began contemplating his next strategy. The rules were simple. Eliminate other participants to gain their points, and after 24 hours, only the top 16 based on points would be chosen. Fang Xiu aimed to rank within the top 16, but how to proceed required careful consideration. Initially, he considered conserving his strength and waiting until the countdown neared its end to hunt those with high points. But soon, he realized a significant flaw in this strategy. Without any scouting skills, he might not be able to find his targets. After all, this was a massive battlefield accommodating thousands of people, and being transported here with no one around likely meant participants were scattered across a vast area. After weighing his options, Fang Xiu decided to adopt the opposite strategy. Acquire enough points as quickly as possible in the early stages, then hide and wait for the time to run out. Of course, this was just a preliminary plan, and everything would depend on the circumstances. Before officially starting his actions, Fang Xiu had one important thing to do. He slowly drew his sword, Drizzle, and began practicing under the tree, aiming to improve his swordsmanship level. Meanwhile, far from this rainforest in Green Mountain City, the scenes of the 10-school competition were being broadcast live online. For the residents of Green Mountain City, this had become an annual must-see event, evoking memories of their own student days. The atmosphere was lively in the third-floor auditorium of Lingji Company, which could accommodate over 500 people. A large screen was broadcasting the live footage of the 10 schools competition, capturing everyone's attention. The auditorium was filled with important figures from various sectors, principals and deans from the 12 schools, as well as representatives from nearly 100 professional teams from nearby cities. Among them were renowned teams like Golden Fangs and Five Fireballs. For these groups, this major competition was a perfect opportunity to discover new talent. In the exclusive seating area of Lingji Company, a dozen investment managers sat attentively. He Dongjun keenly noticed Li Qinghong entering and immediately greeted with a smile. "Supervisor Li? Come join us." Not to be outdone, Zhang Fuguei pointed to the seat beside him, saying, "Supervisor Li, there's a reserved spot here." Li Qinghong merely nodded slightly at Zhang Fuguei but chose to sit nearby, her gaze fixed directly on the screen. This did not escape the notice of the other investment managers, whose eyes darted between the three. The bet involving $1 million investment and special map fragments had already spread throughout the company. Not only the investment department, but even the pharmaceutical department was aware of the wager between Zhang Fuguei and He Dongjun. Many were secretly betting a meal on whether Zhang Fuguei or He Dongjun would win. Most people favored He Dongjun's choice. Although both were 3-star professionals, there was a gap of over a month in their career progression, indicating a significant difference in skill proficiency. With only a week left until the competition, it was uncertain if Fang Xiu could even reach level 20, let alone defeat Huang Daoing. Suddenly, an old voice echoed through the hall. "It's starting." The noisy hall fell silent instantly, and everyone's attention was riveted on the live broadcast. The figure of Wu Jian appeared on the screen, announcing the rules to the students in the square, and then transporting all participants to the starting point of the competition, a vast, lush primordial forest. On one side of the screen, a radar map displayed 1,268 students evenly distributed in the forest like Go pieces. A timer in the upper right corner of the radar began counting down, 23:59. The camera quickly switched to focus on a woman clad in black armor, wielding a red spear adorned with dragon patterns. Her exquisite, cold face was immediately recognized the favorite to win, Lin Jinan, the princess of Lingji Company and a 3-star weapon master. In the footage, Lin Jinan was seen piercing the chest of a defense professional holding a large shield with her spear. As her opponent vanished in a flash of silver light, she dashed through the forest like a hunting eagle. The camera switched again, this time to a mage holding a staff with a tuft of golden hair on his forehead, the other favorite to win, the thunder spirit, Mage Huang Daoing. He was electrocuting his opponent with a brilliant blue lightning bolt until they too disappeared in a flash of silver. The camera continued to change, showing another 3-star professional swiftly moving through the forest, searching for targets to eliminate. Finally, the camera focused on Fang Xiu. The audience was puzzled. What was he doing? Practicing swordplay? While other 3-star professionals had already begun their rampage, he was still practicing his sword in place. Soon, Fang Xiu's profile was uncovered. As the face of Qingshan No. 3 High School, and one of the only 5 3-star professionals in the 10 schools competition, information about him was easily accessible online. In the official Lingji Company's live broadcast room, the chat was flooded with comments. Viewers were buzzing about Fang Xiu's background, with some marveling at his luck in becoming a 3-star professional in just 2 months, while others noted his diligent sword practice during the competition, speculating that he was trying to quickly improve his skill proficiency. However, most viewers were skeptical about Fang Xiu's chances. They believed that with only a week of preparation, whether leveling up through quests or practicing core skills, it would be difficult for him to compete against elite contestants who had been preparing for over a month. These elites had mostly reached level 20, mastered primary skills to level 10 to unlock ultimate moves, and some prodigies had even started maxing out a second skill. Nonetheless, a few viewers defended Feng Xiu, citing his recent feat of dominating the leaderboard in Wind Spirit Valley, particularly his impressive defeat of the Nightmare difficulty boss, the Fairy Queen. In Lingji Company's studio, a few discerning experts were quietly discussing what made Feng Xiu special. They speculated that he might be about to upgrade his swordsmanship or was stacking some unique status. After all, as a 3-star professional who transitioned with a 1-star skill, Feng Xiu's uniqueness seemed justified. The live camera was focused on Feng Xiu, diligently practicing his swordplay. Just as it was about to shift to other contestants, an unexpected scene unfolded. Not far behind Feng Xiu, 2 sneaky figures approached, one in black and one in green, clearly 2 assassin-type professionals working together based on their movement direction. The chat erupted, with some viewers excitedly shouting, "Assassins! Go get him!" While others were surprised at the team-up right at the start of the 10 schools competition, remarking on Feng Xiu's remarkable luck. Everyone's attention was captured by this sudden dramatic development, eagerly anticipating what would happen next. Finding someone to team up with right at the start of a competition is no easy feat. Although the 10 schools duel is an individual battle, 2 assassins decided to form a temporary alliance. Their target was Feng Xiu, a seemingly defenseless 3-star professional. The other participants in the arena held their breath, anticipating the upcoming spectacle. The 2 assassins silently approached Feng Xiu until they were within 10 meters of him. Suddenly, they burst out of the bushes like arrows released from a bow, launching a simultaneous attack from both sides. The assassin in black wielded a sharp dagger, while the one in green brandished a scimitar. Despite their different weapons, their objective was the same: Feng Xiu's throat. However, just when they thought their fatal strike was inevitable, Feng Xiu's response left them stunned. In a flash, Feng Xiu effortlessly dodged the pincer attack. His movements were so swift that they left afterimages in the air. The 2 assassins were shocked, realizing that the man before them was far superior in speed. Before the assassins could regroup, Feng Xiu was already prepared to counterattack. He gripped the hilt of his sword, a glint of fierceness in his eyes. In the next instant, a flash of sword light streaked by, swift as lightning. Sword draw technique. The assassins felt a sharp pain in their chests, as if they were about to be cleaved in two. Before they could react, their vision was engulfed by a blinding white light. The effect of the rule of arm activated, transporting them out of the arena. Feng Xiu curiously observed the light pillars rising on both sides, inwardly criticizing the 2 opponents for their fragility. They couldn't even withstand his sword aura, let alone the power of the sword draw technique. Surveying the surroundings, Feng Xiu noticed that his sword aura had felled all the trees within a 7-meter radius. Each trunk bore a smooth and sharp cut, without exception. Keep swinging the sword, Feng Xiu murmured to himself. I'm just a few layers away from fully stacking the sword insight state. As he glanced over the fallen trees, he was already contemplating his next move. The 10 schools duel had just begun, and Feng Xiu had already displayed a formidable prowess that would strike fear into anyone's heart. In the official live stream of the 10 schools competition, the chat suddenly erupted. Wow, this young guy. To counterattack after a sneak attack, that's impressive. 2 against 1 and they still lost? What a couple of losers. The audience watched the screen intently, trying to catch every detail of Feng Xiu's movements. They were amazed at how this young man, when ambushed by 2 assassins, not only dodged swiftly, but also managed to counterattack first. This scene gave everyone a new perspective on Feng Xiu's abilities. Meanwhile, the Lingji Company studio was filled with distinguished guests from various fields. Although they weren't as openly enthusiastic as the regular viewers, many of them showed signs of surprise. What truly shocked them was Feng Xiu's astounding speed. Has his agility surpassed 100? Someone whispered, eyes fixed on the screen, where Feng Xiu wielded his sword like the wind. The experts present quietly calculated. Even if Feng Xiu's agility hadn't reached 100 points, it was likely not far off. In the realm of second-tier professions, having an agility of 100 points was considered impressive for speed-focused roles. At that moment, a young man sitting in the front row caught everyone's attention. He wore a white trench coat and a white metallic eye patch, exuding an extraordinary aura. Shaoli, send me Feng Xiu's profile. The young man instructed his assistant. Curious glances immediately turned his way. Those invited to sit in the front row by Lingji Company were undoubtedly distinguished guests. He Chun, is your Jiguang Guild interested in him? A familiar friend nearby asked with a smile. Hearing the words, Jiguang Guild, piqued even more curiosity. Known as one of the most renowned guilds in the southern part of Dongwang, the Jiguang Guild was shrouded in mystery. They were often active in the harsh environments of the southern border, either exploring the seas or purifying ancient boundaries haunted by spirits. This was the first time they had come to Qingshan City to recruit new members. The young man named Hichin slightly shook his head. The Jiguang Guild's recruitment standards are not that low. Speed alone isn't enough. If this Feng Xiu wants to join the Jiguang Guild, he still needs to further prove his strength. He Chen's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his brow furrowed. As a fifth-tier professional who specialized in swordsmanship, he keenly sensed something unusual in Fang Xiu's swordplay. He's surpassed the limits of advanced swordsmanship, hasn't he? He Chen murmured, his curiosity deepening. Although Fang Xiu had only executed one sword move, using a sword technique, it was enough for a swordmaster like He Chun to discern some clues. What kind of hidden power did this obscure young man possess? He Chen watched intently. Although Fang Xiu's swordsmanship remained within the realm of advanced techniques and had yet to form a unique style, the power he demonstrated had already surpassed the limits of advanced swordsmanship. This scene caused quite a stir in the seating area of Lingji Company's investment managers. Originally, everyone favored He Dongjun and his investment in Huangdaoing, but now Fang Xiu's astonishing performance had them reconsidering their stance. He Dongjun forced a smile, but inside he was in turmoil. He stared at the screen in disbelief, cursing inwardly. How did this kid do it? He's only been in this role for a week and can already defeat a peer with a single strike? What if he had another month? In his anxiety, He Dongjun turned to Zhang Fugui. Zhang Fugui was leaning back in his chair, eyes focused on the screen where Fang Xiu was swinging his sword, with a slight smile suggesting confidence. He Dongjun realized that Zhang Fugui had already seen Fang Xiu's talent, and this bet was no accident. He cursed Zhang Fugui as a cunning old fox, but forgot that he was the one who proposed the bet. He Dongjun took a deep breath, trying to comfort himself. The match has just begun. Fang Xiu may not necessarily be a match for Huang Daoing. However, just seconds before, Zhang Fugui's expression had been quite different. When someone attempted to ambush Fang Xiu, Zhang Fugui had been worried for him. It was only after Fang Xiu easily defeated two assassin-class opponents that Zhang Fugui relaxed. At least in the Battle Royale stage, Fang Xiu had nothing to fear. Zhang Fugui noticed that Fang Xiu's advanced swordsmanship had reached its peak, meaning he mastered a finishing move of a 3-star profession. A 3-star professional with a finishing move could at least secure a top 10 position. The scene shifted to the Qingshan realm. Fang Xiu looked at his status panel, where his sword comprehension buff had reached 100 max. He exhaled softly, completing the stack. Holding his sword with one hand, he swiftly climbed the tallest tree. From the treetop, he gazed down at a vast sea of green swaying like waves in the wind. Following this green wave, he soon spotted a striking patch of white in the distance, which should be the central square where the competition began. Fang Xiu decided to head there. The goal of the first round of the 10 schools competition was points, so it didn't matter where he went. His task was simple: kill as much as possible. Leaping from the tree, Fang Xiu hit the ground and sprang forward like a ghost of death, vanishing instantly into the dense forest. Xiao Xiong and his two companions surrounded Kai Nan's, their eyes filled with suspicion. Kai Nan scoffed, his gaze showing disdain for these country bumpkins. Just 3 sets of rare-level second-tier gear, and you think I need to deceive you? Kai Nan said arrogantly. I'm Kai Nan's. My father is Kai Chengwang. Xiao Xiong turned to his two teammates, one plump and the other skinny. Have you heard of these names? The skinny one shook his head silently, but the plump one raised his hand and said, Brother Xiao, I haven't heard of Kai Nan's, but my dad mentioned Kai Chengwang once. I think he's the CEO of an equipment chain store. Xiao Xiong scrutinized Kai Nan's with suspicion, noticing the mask he wore, as if he had something to hide. The son of an equipment chain CEO? What rich kid wears a mask? Take it off and let us see. Reluctantly, Kai Nan's removed his mask, revealing a bruised and battered face. Xiao Xiong's suspicion deepened. What rich kid looks like this? Beaten up? What rich kid would get beaten like this? Is that enough? Kai Nan's asked impatiently, putting the mask back on. Just as Xiao Xiong was about to refuse, the skinny one tugged on his sleeve, whispering in his ear, Brother Xiao, I recorded the whole thing. If he really is Kai Chengwang's son, we have evidence and don't need to worry about him backing out. If not, we can deal with him outside. Plus, our team needs a mage. We can make him work for us for free. Xiao Xiong's eyes lit up, and he made a decision on the spot. Let's do it. He turned to Kai Nan's, his face no longer suspicious but instead wearing a fawning smile, though the scar from his mouth to his brow made it look particularly menacing. We accept your proposal, Xiao Xiong announced. We'll ally with you in the 10 schools competition to eliminate others, and you'll get all the points. But regardless of whether you make it to the top 16, after the competition, you owe each of us a rare-level second-tier gear set. Kai Nan's immediately sent a team invitation to Xiao Xiong, joining their group. All right, where do we go now? Xiao Xiong asked, indicating he would follow the boss's lead. No rush, let me sense first, Kai Nan's replied with a cold smile, gesturing to feel the breeze in the air. He was ready to hunt, with his first target being Fang Xiu. Upon learning the competition rules, he had used his Breeze Mage skill, Breeze Guidance, to mark Fang Xiu. Under the Battle Royale rules of the 10 schools competition, Fang Xiu would surely act alone. Kai Nan's had already planned how to trample Fang Xiu underfoot. Suddenly, he squinted. Very close. From the flowing wind, he sensed Fang Xiu was nearby, yet there was no one in sight. At that moment, the skinny one shouted, "Someone's coming," as he drew 2 daggers from his waist, preparing to confront the threat. The moment Fang Xiu's voice faded, a figure in blue shot out from the bushes 10 meters ahead like an arrow, heading straight for the 4 of them. "Fang Xiu," Kai Nan shouted instinctively, his pupils contracting as he recognized the newcomer. "Kill him," Xiao Xiong barked, drawing his large machete in an instant. At the same time, the chubby one raised his shield, taking his usual stance in front of the group. As elite participants in the 10 school competition, their reaction was nothing short of first class. Their weapons were ready, and they were poised for battle in an instant. However, to Fang Xiu, their movements seemed as slow as snails crawling on moss after the rain. "Quick draw," Fang Xiu muttered, gripping his sword hilt tightly. In a flash, his figure became a blur, sweeping past the 4 like a gust of wind. Swoosh! For streams of blood spurted from their chests simultaneously, followed by 4 silver-white pillars of light shooting into the sky. 1 strike for kills. Even the defensive specialist couldn't survive Fang Xiu's quick draw. Standing amidst the light, Kai Nans looked incredulously at Fang Xiu's departing figure. 1 strike, just 1 strike, and they were instantly killed? All 4 of them. Hadn't he just switched classes a week ago? How could he be so formidable? What chilled Kai Nans even more was that Fang Xiu didn't even pause after slaying the 4, as if they were mere ants in his path, easily brushed aside. Soon, Kai Nan's vision was enveloped in white light. When he came to, he was standing in the central square of the Green Mountain realm. A 3rd-tier healer casually cast a Water of Life spell, restoring his health completely. How did he do that? Kai Nans muttered to himself, still unable to comprehend Fang Xiu's strength. While he was lost in shock, a sturdy arm suddenly landed on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw it was Xiao Xiong and the other 2 who had been killed with him earlier. "Hey man, let's talk about those 3 sets of 2nd-tier rare equipment," Xiao Xiong said with a smile, though his tone left no room for argument. "We were eliminated without doing anything. Why should we hand them over to you?" Kai Nans quickly shrugged off Xiao Xiong's hand, disbelief in his voice. Xiao Xiong spread his hands helplessly and said, "But we've already formed a team, which means the deal is set. Or do you plan to renege?" As he spoke, he took the phone handed to him by the skinny teammate, his expression turning playful. "I recorded the whole transaction process. You wouldn't want the whole internet to know that Kai Qingwang's son is a cheat, would you?" As Fang Xiu sprinted through the forest, the recent scene of slaughter replayed in his mind, and a familiar face flashed before him. Did I just kill Kai Nans? He wondered aloud, but quickly dismissed the thought. Someone like Kai Nans wasn't worth the trouble. It would be a waste of time and would dirty his hands. At this moment, Fang Xiu's score had risen to 37 points, with 9 points coming from the 4 he had just defeated. It wasn't a lot, and as time went on, the targets to eliminate would only become scarcer. Although the remaining targets would have higher points, many were adept at hiding, making them difficult to find. I need to get a detection skill in the future, Fang Xiu mused. With a detection skill, I wouldn't have to wander around the forest like a headless chicken. I could flush out those hiding and take them all down. Just then, a sharp whistling sound interrupted his thoughts. Almost instinctively, Fang Xiu activated his skill. Job change. Ancient Transformation Sorcerer. Transform. Iron Guardian. In an instant, Fang Xiu became an indestructible iron figure. Clang. A crisp metallic sound rang out as a sharp dagger bounced off him. Following the direction from which the dagger came, Fang Xiu spotted a young man standing atop a tall tree, looking down at him with a confident smile and thick, almost connected eyebrows, giving him a rebellious look. You chose a defensive transformation skill for your second skill. Huh? Good choice. It gives you enough combat power at the first transition, the young man commented, showing familiarity with Fang Xiu's abilities. Who are you? Fang Xiu asked calmly. Zhang Fei, the young man declared confidently, as if expecting Fang Xiu to recognize the name instantly. Never heard of you. Fang Xiu replied after a moment's thought, realizing it was the first time he'd heard the name. Impossible, Zhang Fei exclaimed incredulously. There are only 5 of us with 3-star professions in Qingshan City. How could you not know? Fang Xiu thought to himself that among the 3-star professionals in Qingshan City, he only knew 2 others, Huang Daoing, whom he heard about from Zhang Fugui, and Lin Jinan, whom he deduced from his battle with the Gale Dragon. He had received a dossier from Zhang Fugui on the remaining 3-star professionals, but he never bothered to read it, too focused on training and preparing for the challenge against the Gale Dragon. In Fang Xiu's view, he didn't need to know. He considered himself unbeatable regardless of who the others were. Seeing that his sword comprehension state was about to fade, Fang Xiu was disinclined to waste more time with Zhang Fei and prepared to draw his sword. Wait! Zhang Fei quickly shouted. I'm not here to fight you. Fang Xiu paused, then swung his sword to the side, sending a wave of sword energy, and watched Zhang Fei silently, waiting for him to continue. I'm here to form an alliance. Zhang Fei said urgently. Let's team up and eliminate the other 3 3-star professionals in this round, including Huang Daoheng, who's directly competing with you. In the subsequent unknown matches, the two-star professionals won't pose any threat to us. Then, the final will be between you and me. How about a guaranteed runner-up? Zhang Fei's team invitation suddenly popped up in front of Fang Xiu, interrupting his thoughts. Fang Xiu frowned slightly, thinking to himself, how does this guy know about my rivalry with Huang Daoing? But as a fellow three-star professional, he must have received some investment, probably from Lingji Corporation. After a moment of hesitation, Fang Xiu clicked decline without a second thought. Zhang Fei's avatar flickered, clearly puzzled by Fang Xiu's decision. Why? His voice came through the communicator, full of confusion. Fang Xiu let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with growing determination. Beasts always roam alone, only sheep flock together. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, exuding a formidable aura. This was his first time facing a three-star professional Heathen, and he couldn't help but wonder if Zhang Fei would be any different from the two-star professionals he could defeat with a single strike. Zhang Fei was silent for a moment, seemingly digesting Fang Xiu's words. Suddenly, his voice rang out again, now filled with defiance. Oh, then let me see what kind of beast you are. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Zhang Fei's figure was already diving down from the sky, heading straight for Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu's eyes flashed with cold light, advancing instead of retreating. Dare to charge at me, he snorted, drawing his sword in an instant. With a sharp clang, Fang Xiu's figure turned into a blur, his sword-drawing motion almost too swift to see. In the air, only a cold sword gleam flashed by. Zhang Fei, descending from above, was sliced in half in an instant. However, the anticipated silvery white teleportation beam did not appear, and the points on Fang Xiu's rule wristband remained unchanged. Don't mistake me for those trashy two-star professionals you can defeat so easily, Zhang Fei's voice sounded again, this time with 5 voices speaking simultaneously. Fang Xiu looked around warily, seeing 5 Zhang Feis, each wielding dual blades, closing in on him from different directions, all wearing the same defiant grin. Clones. A light bulb went off in Fang Xiu's mind as he recalled a basic skill taught in school called clone. It was a skill that created decoys to confuse opponents. Clearly, Zhang Fei must have developed into a 3-star professional using a similar skill as a foundation. Fang Xiu quickly analyzed the situation. The counter to clone skills is area effect abilities, as these clones break upon contact. However, for a melee fighter, it's troublesome, requiring each clone to be cut down individually. As long as the real body isn't struck, the opponent can keep generating new clones. Worse still, as a 3-star professional, Zhang Fei's skill had evolved from 1-star to 3-star, meaning the clones likely now possessed substantial attack power. The situation was more challenging than anticipated. Seeing Fang Xiu pause, seemingly contemplating which one was the real him, Zhang Fei seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack. Shadow Flash 5 Strike. The 5 Zhang Feis shouted in unison, agile and swift like leopards leaping from trees, soaring towards Fang Xiu. Their dual blades traced arcs of cold light in the air, like a leopard's fangs aiming right at Fang Xiu's vital points. Facing Zhang Fei's assault from 5 directions, Fang Xiu remained composed, exhaling lightly. In an instant, small white light orbs the size of marbles emerged from his body, quickly merging into his thin snow sword. The sword began to emit a dazzling glow as Fang Xiu gently sheathed it with a light grip. 0 moment of sword enlightenment, Fang Xiu murmured, a glint of resolve in his eyes. Condense. Crescent slash. In the next moment, a brilliant crescent moon burst forth from Fang Xiu's sword, sweeping outward. The crescent was 3 meters wide, causing the air to tremble as it passed. A dazzling crescent-shaped sword energy, 3 meters wide, swept through the forest like a silver lightning bolt tearing through the night sky. 5 members of the Zhang gang vanished without a trace in an instant, with one of them turning into a streak of silver light shooting upwards, as if shredded into fragments by the crescent sword energy. As the Zhang gang disappeared, the trees in front of Fang Xiu toppled like dominoes, accompanied by a continuous rumbling noise. The sword energy flew forward for dozens of meters, cutting down several towering trees in quick succession. 2 unlucky bystanders, whether passing by or secretly observing, were also swallowed by this terrifying sword energy. Only when the power of the crescent sword energy completely dissipated did the forest return to silence. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was flooded with comments, as viewers were left speechless by the astonishing scene. Holy crap, this young guy. Wow, is this the ultimate move of a 3-star professional swordsman? That's incredible. As a 2-star defense professional, I feel like I couldn't withstand that attack. The live stream camera was already focused on Fang Xiu and the Zhang gang, the 2 3-star professionals, capturing this thrilling moment for the audience. In Lingji Company's studio, the expressions of the executives varied. Some were wide-eyed in surprise, others frowned in deep thought, and some had eyes sparkling with excitement. But they all shared the same question. Fang Xiu had only been in his new profession for 7 days, so how had he already unlocked his ultimate move? In just 7 days, he had elevated his advanced swordsmanship from LV1 to LV10. This extraordinary talent was a stark contrast to the 2 months he had spent practicing basic swordsmanship. Everyone found it highly improbable, and various speculations arose in their minds. Some speculated that Fang Xiu might have completed his first transition long ago, but deliberately registered a week before the competition to appear weaker. However, this idea was quickly dismissed by most. After all, transitioning early to a 3-star professional meant receiving substantial support, an opportunity no one would miss. If Fang Xiu had indeed transitioned over a month ago, Lingxi Company's investment managers would have long been knocking down his door. Fang Xiu's family didn't have a deep-rooted legacy, and with a major corporation's backing, he could become even stronger, so why struggle alone? In the forest, Fang Xiu continued practicing his swordsmanship, unfazed by his recent impressive strike. The condensed crescent slash was powerful, but it consumed all his sword comprehension state, and he had to accumulate it again. However, considering the incredible power demonstrated by the condensed crescent slash, Fang Xiu felt it was entirely worth it. Zhang Gang likely hadn't anticipated that right at the start, Fang Xiu would unleash his ultimate move. It was like playing cards and immediately slamming down a trump card, delivering a fatal blow. Fang Xiu glanced at his rule of armament and saw his points had skyrocketed to 120. The Zhang Gang had indeed been generous, granting him 60 points in one go. The 2 unfortunate bystanders had also contributed 16 and 7 points respectively. As time went on, the remaining contestants had accumulated varying amounts of points. This 10-school competition had 1,200 participants, with an average score of 75 points for the top 16. In reality, not everyone had exactly 75 points. Fang Xiu calculated that with his 120 points, he was not only guaranteed a spot in the top 16, but might even secure a rather impressive ranking. With that in mind, there was no need to hunt other contestants. He only needed to wait for the battle to end. Fang Xiu contemplated his strategy while continuing to practice his swordsmanship, not daring to relax. Just then, a sudden crackling sound of electricity came from one side of the forest, breaking the silence. Fang Xiu turned cautiously, his sword at the ready. The sound of crackling electricity grew louder as a young man emerged from behind a large tree, stepping into Fang Xiu's view. The young man wore a blue robe and held a sapphire staff, surrounded by 3 soccer ball-sized spheres of lightning. A striking tuft of golden hair adorned his forehead. The young man Huang Dao Heng surveyed the dozens of felled trees around him, silently deducing the battle that had just occurred. His gaze quickly settled on Fang Xiu, who was practicing his sword technique. The two recognized each other almost simultaneously. Thanks to a wager among investors, they had both seen each other's portraits before. Fang Xiu not only recognized Huang Daoheng's appearance, but also knew of his profession as a Thunder Spirit Mage. Known for its immense destructive power, even a 1-star skill of the Thunder element is at least of rare grade. The profession of Thunder Spirit Mage elevates the destructive power of lightning to a new level. Fang Xiu wondered to himself just how powerful this destruction could be and thought it might be worth testing firsthand. He sheathed his sword, ready to draw it at any moment. However, Huang Daoheng appeared relaxed, seemingly uninterested in starting a fight immediately. He said softly, "Should we fight now? Or wait for the unknown matches in the top 16? There are quite a few sneaky mice around here waiting to take advantage." As he spoke, Huang Daoheng pointed into the distance, and a fist-sized lightning ball appeared at his fingertip, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing in a distant thicket. Instantly, the sound of crackling electricity and human cries echoed. Moments later, Huang Daoheng's score on the wristband increased by 5 points, bringing his total to 232 points. Fang Xiu nonchalantly replied, "It's all the same." He knew that his condensed crescent sword chi would inevitably attract the attention of other professionals. But so what? He had planned to seek them out anyway. Huang Daoheng laughed and blew at his golden bangs. "True, they're just a bunch of mice." He tightened his grip on the gem staff, and the 3 lightning spheres around him swelled from fist-sized to soccer ball-sized, enveloping him in surging electricity. Fang Xiu also tightened his grip on his sword, poised for battle, when suddenly the voice of Wu Jian, the judge of the 10 schools competition and the guardian of the Qingshan realm, echoed from the sky. "Attention, apologies for the interruption, but to all remaining participants, only 16 competitors are left within the Qingshan realm's field. Therefore, the first phase of the 10 schools competition, the Battle Royale, is now over. You will now be transported back to the Central Plaza for treatment, and the next phase of the competition will begin immediately." Huang Daoheng and Fang Xiu, on the verge of clashing, exchanged glances. "Is it over already?" They both glanced at their watches, thinking to themselves, hasn't the 10 schools competition only been going for just over an hour? Were the battles really that intense? In the central square of Qingshan Boundary, 16 survivors suddenly appeared out of nowhere, their faces still marked by shock and confusion. Besides them and the guardian Wu Jiang, the square was empty. The eliminated contestants had already left, leaving behind a profound silence. Lin Jinan stood among the crowd, her black armor glinting coldly in the sunlight. She crossed her arms, her expression indifferent, as if unconcerned about her performance. The other contestants exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. This was way too fast, wasn't it? Someone muttered quietly. In previous years, it took a day or two to narrow it down to the last few. Indeed, many still had backpacks filled with supplies for several days, ready for a long competition. But now, it seemed they might even make it home in time for lunch. Sitting high in the judges' stand, Wu Jiang announced loudly, "Congratulations on making it to the second round. Next, it's unknown PK matches. The rules are simple. Use any means necessary to defeat your opponent." He waved his hand, conjuring a light screen that displayed the leaderboard. 1. Lin Jinan 578. 2. Huang Daoheng 232. 3. Fang Xiu 120. 4. Miao Ming 87. All eyes immediately focused on Lin Jinan. Over 500 points? That number left the other contestants dumbfounded. The remaining scores combined barely reached 200, with some even in single digits. Fang Xiu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. She must have a detection skill, he speculated silently. Otherwise, there's no way she could have found and defeated so many opponents in such a short time. Meanwhile, the live stream audience was already in an uproar. The comments were filled with excitement and admiration for Lin Jinan. They had witnessed the fearless queen wielding a spear, moving through the forest like a reaper. I declare that Lin Jinan will be the champion of this 10-school competition. Lin Jinan forever. Just ask, isn't our sister in fierce or what? Sorry, my wife just showed off. With the leaderboard revealed, everyone's opponents were also determined. Lin Jinan would face the contestant with the lowest score, while the others were paired according to their rankings. Although Fang Xiu and the others were curious about how Lin Jinan achieved such a high score, the answer would only be revealed after the competition through replaying the live stream. For now, their focus was on the upcoming unknown duels. Fang Xiu's gaze fell upon his opponent, a hefty man named He Dahai. This burly man, with broad shoulders and a sturdy build, wore black-rimmed glasses and casually swayed a bottle of soda in his hand. Despite having only 5 points, making him seem like a survivor who had made it to the end by sheer luck, he flashed a brilliant smile in response to Fang Xiu's stare. Fang Xiu frowned slightly. To remain so optimistic in the face of a formidable opponent, he must either be a master of extraordinary skill or someone completely carefree. As he pondered this, Wu Jiang announced the start of the match. An invisible force instantly pushed the non-competing spectators aside. The statue of Lin Miaoshan in the central square became the stage for the duel. The first match was about to begin. Lin Jinan, ranked first, against Zhang Mingming, at the bottom. Facing each other, Zhang Mingming jokingly said, "Sisterin, go easy on me for the sake of our school ties." Lin Jinan didn't respond. She silently retrieved her weapon from her professional spasea, magnificent gold spear with a spiraled blue hue, radiating a majestic aura. Zhang Mingming hurriedly pulled out his blue short bow. At Wu Jiang's command, the battle erupted. As a 2-star rapid shooter, Zhang Mingming immediately retreated to widen the distance. He felt secretly pleased, thinking he had conserved his energy while Lin Jinan must have gone through intense battles, perhaps giving him a chance. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Mingming felt a sudden chill in his chest. Looking down, he saw that Lin Jinan's golden spear had somehow pierced through him. As he raised his eyes to meet Lin Jinan's exquisite face, now so close, he saw only coldness. With a swift motion, Lin Jinan withdrew her spear, and Zhang Mingming's body collapsed to the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief at how Lin Jinan had appeared before him in an instant. This scene shocked all the spectators. Beside Fang Xiu, a young man nervously asked, "How is that possible? Is the gap between a 3-star and a 2-star profession really that vast?" Fang Xiu looked at him with pity, sighing inwardly. There are always those who dream of challenging beyond their level, unaware of the chasm between professionals of the same star level. Given Lin Jinan's status as the princess of Qingshan City, her skills are likely at least 1-star perfect, possibly even reaching epic levels. Advancing to 3 stars only made her even more formidable. However, Fang Xiu was also surprised by the speed Lin Jinan displayed. Her speed seemed even faster than when he had seen her in the Roaring Winds. Fang Xiu calculated that even if he mastered 100 levels of sword comprehension, he might barely keep up with Lin Jinan's speed. The second match began as Huang Daoheng faced off against Huang Song, a 2-star professional sword and shield warrior. Despite often being undervalued in team dungeons, the sword and shield class is a formidable opponent in unknown duels. Huang Song, clad in rare-grade gear, was ready for battle. "Go for it," cheered his friends from the sidelines. Huang Song nodded solemnly and stepped onto the battlefield. Opposite him, Huang Daoheng was already poised for action. "Begin the fight," Wu Jiang announced. Huang Song immediately assumed a defensive stance, charging towards Huang Daoheng without a moment's pause. "Since you share the same surname, they'll take it easy on you," Huang Daoheng said arrogantly, raising a hand. A lightning orb, the size of a soccer ball, formed before him. With a casual flick, it traced a graceful arc towards Huang Song's shield. Boom! The explosion was deafening. The lightning orb collided with the shield, its violent energy pushing Huang Song back after he had barely run a dozen meters. His shoes scraped the ground, leaving two dark skid marks, reminiscent of a car drifting. The live audience gasped, and representatives from various professional guilds discreetly assessed Huang Daoing, considering potential recruitment. A mage with such explosive power was a coveted asset for any team. Gritting his teeth, Huang Song pushed forward again. Yet another lightning orb came whistling towards him, even more powerful than the last. Boom. Once more, Huang Song was forced back, widening the gap between him and his opponent. Close combat is the key to defeating mages, yet Huang Song couldn't even get close. The explosive force of the lightning orbs nearly wrenched his shield from his grasp. Staring at Huang Daoing in the distance, Huang Song couldn't help but think, my life has been a careful balancing act. Can I ever reach the other side? True to his word, Huang Daoing was holding back. He effortlessly conjured lightning orbs and flung them with ease, yet each one hit its mark with precision. This calm prowess left the two-star professionals in attendance feeling a suffocating pressure. 1 orb, 2, 3. When the 5th bolt struck Huang Song, he transformed into a flash of silver light, forced into an invincible state, and teleported out of the arena. This marked the end of his battle, signifying his disqualification from continuing the match. In the Lingji Company's studio, representatives from various professional groups unanimously labeled Huang Daoing with an intimidating tag, terrifying destructive power. A competitor with a semi-defensive profession, even after activating their defensive skills, could only withstand 5 of Huang Daoing's Thunder Spirit Balls before conceding defeat. This scene left everyone present gasping in awe at Huang Daoing's formidable strength. Couldn't hold on past the 5th one? Huang Daoing sneered disdainfully, walking off the battlefield with little interest. Next up was the 3rd match, Fang Xiu versus He Dahai. However, just as Fang Xiu was about to step onto the field, He Dahai suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Referee, I forfeit." Wu Jian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you sure?" He Dahai scratched his head, as if explaining to those around him, "I'm not very good at fighting. Making it to the top 16 and getting a reward is already pretty good, so I'll quit while I'm ahead, hee." With Zhang Mingming and Huang Song's earlier examples, everyone understood. Although points don't fully represent combat strength, they do indicate something. The top 4 on the leaderboard are all 3-star professions, proving the dominance of 3-star professions during the first transition period. Facing a 3-star profession, conceding isn't something to be ashamed of. Only a few people thought that since Fang Xiu hadn't been in the 3-star profession for long, perhaps there was still a chance to compete. Unfortunately, their opponent wasn't Fang Xiu. Once someone starts conceding, it often becomes unstoppable. In the 4th match, the only remaining 3-star professional, Miao Meng, also had their opponent surrender before the fight started. Miao Meng, at 1.93 meters tall, was burly and strong, clearly a formidable man. His profession was a relatively rare grappler, specializing in PK. His opponent was a female magic user who was so intimidated by Miao Meng's fierce appearance that her legs went weak, let alone attempting a duel. However, after conceding, the girl blushingly asked Miao Meng for his phone number. Next were the matches for 5th to 8th place, where fortunately no further surrenders occurred. As 2-star professionals with comparable strength, they fiercely battled it out, creating an intense scene. However, when the victors of these 4 duels faced Fang Xiu and the other top 4 3-star professionals again, it was another round of swift concessions. Thus, in the 4 quarterfinal matches, all opponents conceded, allowing the 3-star professionals to advance directly to the semifinals. Though this outcome met most people's expectations, Zhang Fei being replaced by Fang Xiu surprised many. The semifinals were set, Lin Jinan versus Miao Meng, and Fang Xiu versus Huang Daoing. Wu Jian stood with arms crossed, having somehow instantaneously moved to the foot of the Lin Miaoshan statue. From his expression, he seemed dissatisfied with the previous matches. 2 out of 8 matches in the round of 16 were forfeited, which is one thing. But in the quarterfinals, all 4 were forfeited. Wu Jian frowned. Are there too many 3-star professionals this year? These 2-star professionals have no fire or ambition. He shook his head, his tone tinged with disappointment. Wu Jian, this is the worst batch I've seen. Upon learning his opponent, Huang Daoing's gaze immediately locked onto Fang Xiu, his fighting spirit high. He stretched his arms, loosened his muscles, and smiled. In the end, it's still going to be a fight between us. Fang Xiu seemed indifferent, calmly responding, "That's fine, so that neither side feels unsatisfied after losing." He casually added, "As I've said before, I'm unbeatable, feel free to try." In the first showdown, Fang Xiu and Huang Daoing stood facing each other. Wu Jiang sensed the tense atmosphere between the two and decided to temporarily adjust the match order, postponing the originally scheduled battle between Lin Jinan and Miao Meng. In the center of the arena, Fang Xiao and Huang Daoheng stood 30 meters apart, their eyes meeting with sparks flying. Wu Jiang succinctly announced, "Let the battle begin." Huang Daoheng immediately sprang into action, waving his jeweled staff to conjure 3 soccer ball-sized thunder orbs that whistled through the air toward Fang Xiao. Unlike his previous leisurely battle with Huang Song, Huang Daoheng was now fully focused, with a sharp gleam in his eyes. He knew well that Fang Xiao, as a sword master, was much faster than a cumbersome sword and shield warrior. Simple thunder orbs might not be effective. To avoid being caught in close combat, he decided to adopt a more aggressive tactic. Fang Xiao watched the incoming thunder orbs with a piercing gaze. Unexpectedly, the orbs did not directly attack, but fell to the ground. Just as he was about to make a move, lightning flashed, instantly surrounding him. 3 bolts of lightning quickly formed spheres, connecting to create a massive electric cage. Lightning columns shot up from the ground, trapping Fang Xiao within. Except for overhead, deadly electric barriers surrounded him, with any wrong move risking paralysis. Huang Daoheng's assault did not cease. He leapt into the air with his staff, beginning to chant, "Endless thunder, heed my call." In an instant, dark clouds gathered over the central plaza of the Qingshan domain, flickering with lightning and rumbling with thunder, looming above Fang Xiao. This scene astonished everyone present. Huang Daoheng had unleashed a major move right from the start, clearly viewing Fang Xiao as a formidable opponent and aiming to secure victory in one decisive strike. The livestream audience was wide-eyed and holding their breath. Some had already typed GG in the chat, believing Fang Xiao was doomed. However, Fang Xiao, amidst the peril, appeared remarkably calm, even gazing at the sky with interest. Seconds later, Huang Daoheng finished his chant, raising his jeweled staff high above his head. The dark clouds in the sky had transformed into a dazzling thundercloud. His eyes glowing with intense lightning, Huang Daoheng swung his staff downward with a fierce shout. "Thunder Spirit! Execution!" Boom! A deafening thunderclap echoed through the sky as the entire central plaza trembled. A colossal lightning column descended from the heavens, carrying a cataclysmic force toward Fang Xiao. In the blink of an eye, the lightning engulfed him, leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the ground. As the dust settled, everyone held their breath. Could this earth-shattering strike truly have ended the long-anticipated duel? Huang Daoheng landed slowly, his jewel-like hands supporting him on the ground as the arrogance in his eyes gradually faded. He had expected Fang Xiao, a 3-star professional, to bring some surprises, but the scene before him was disappointing. However, moments later, Huang Daoheng's expression changed abruptly. His brows furrowed, and the arrogance on his face was replaced by shock. The thick lightning gradually thinned and eventually dispersed. As the smoke from the lightning strike slowly cleared, it revealed a surprising sight. An ancient golem guardian, entirely silver with mysterious purple patterns, stood silently where Fang Xiao had been. Deactivate transformation, magic pattern iron guard. Class change, Swordmaster. Fang Xiao's calm voice resonated. The silver-white steel body gradually faded away, revealing Fang Xiao's original flesh and blood. He stepped forward with a composed demeanor, his clothes unscathed, and his health only reduced by a quarter. Fang Xiao looked at the dumbfounded Huang Daoheng, a slight smile playing on his lips as he asked, with a mix of curiosity and sincerity, "Is that all your ultimate move has?" Huang Daoheng couldn't process Fang Xiao's words. His face was filled with shock as his mind raced to comprehend what had just occurred. The Thunder Spirit. Execution was his ultimate move, unlocked after reaching full proficiency as a 3-star professional, yet it had almost no effect on Fang Xiao. What kind of skill can withstand such massive damage? Huang Daoheng wondered. Judging by the effect, it seemed to be some sort of transformation skill, but it clearly wasn't part of the Swordmaster class. Could it be a second-tier skill Fang Xiao learned after his first job change? But even a perfect 2-star skill at full proficiency couldn't possibly withstand such a powerful attack. A more unbelievable thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could Fang Xiao have completed his second job change? Was he not a 3-star Swordmaster, but a 4-star or even 5-star professional? But he quickly dismissed this idea. Hadn't Fang Xiao just changed jobs a week ago, advancing from the first to the second job change in a week? If that were true, wouldn't he become a god within a year? Huang Daoheng felt his mind was overwhelmed, unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, representatives from the various professional groups in the Lingji Company's broadcasting studio were similarly puzzled. Most believed Fang Xiao must have used some kind of defense-boosting item. After all, who would have thought Fang Xiao could raise a skills level cap to 15? In reality, Fang Xiao's ability to withstand Huang Daoheng's ultimate move was entirely due to the attribute changes after his class change to an ancient transformation sorcerer and the immense defensive power of the level 15 transformation, magic pattern iron guard. Had he been solely a swordmaster with a level 10 transformation, magic pattern iron guard, he would likely have been severely injured or even killed by Huang Daoheng's ultimate move. Fang Xiao gripped his sword in his right hand, his gaze sharp and focused on Huang Daoheng. His eyes glinted with a predatory intensity, like a beast about to pounce on its prey. Now it's my turn. Fang Xiu's voice carried a hint of cold, killing intent, signaling that the battle was about to enter a new phase. Hearing Fang Xiu's words, Huang Daoheng snapped back to reality and quickly retrieved various enhancement items from his professional space. Physical defense charms and magical attack potions, anything that could boost his stats, were used without hesitation, while he cautiously kept his distance from Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu switched back to his Swordmaster profession, and his speed increased dramatically. Even without stacking the sword enlightenment state, his advantage as a speed-type professional was evident as he swiftly closed the gap between himself and Huang Daoheng. Huang Daoheng wielded his gem-encrusted staff, conjuring a series of football-sized lightning orbs that appeared out of thin air, tracing elegant arcs in the sky toward Fang Xiu. These orbs were not only at level 10, but also incorporated elemental attack trajectory techniques learned from higher-level magic professionals, significantly enhancing their accuracy. However, against Fang Xiu's absolute speed advantage, the lightning orbs were ineffective. As he sprinted, Fang Xiu swiftly drew the fine sword from his waist. 3 sharp sword energies sliced through the air, colliding precisely with the oncoming lightning orbs. The clash of the sword's sharpness and the orb's ferocity triggered a series of deafening explosions, shrouding the scene in black smoke. Seeing his attack fail, Huang Daoheng quickly changed tactics. He swung his gem staff, forming 3 lightning orbs that circled him, creating an invisible barrier. Simultaneously, he retrieved a perfectly graded small red wooden round shield from his backpack. This combination of offensive and defensive equipment was his go-to strategy for solo dungeon runs. Within a few breaths, Fang Xiu had closed the distance to within 10 meters. He sheathed his sword, gripping the hilt tightly with his right hand, a cold gleam in his eyes. Draw sword technique. As the skill activated, Fang Xiu's form seemed to vanish, leaving only a dazzling streak of sword light. Before the onlookers could react, Fang Xiu had already flashed behind Huang Daoheng, leaving a deep sword mark on him. With a crisp bang, the invisible shield constructed by Huang Daoheng's lightning protection was sliced open, along with his deep blue robe. Blood gushed forth immediately. Despite this, the auxiliary items Huang Daoheng used earlier did have some effect. Although his shield and robe were cut through, he was not killed on the spot, retaining a tenth of his life force. Despite the excruciating pain in his chest, Huang Daoheng turned to face Fang Xiu. His gem-embedded staff danced in the air, conjuring several lightning orbs to fend off his approaching opponent. Fang Xiu was taken aback. His sword technique had failed to instantly defeat this magic user, which was indeed unexpected. Even defensive classes of the same level couldn't withstand a single blow, yet Huang Daoheng survived. It seemed his previous maneuver temporarily boosted his resistance beyond that of comparable defensive classes. However, Fang Xiu remained composed. He knew that the moment Huang Daoheng's ultimate move failed to take him down, the duel's outcome was already determined. With a swift reverse swing of his sword, Fang Xiu unleashed the Crescent Moon Slash. A massive, tumtor-high arc of sword energy surged forth at an incredible speed. Although his sword mastery wasn't at its peak, the power of the Crescent Moon Slash was undiminished. The lightning orbs came heated but were cleaved in half by the sword arc. The split, violent energy fell powerlessly to the ground, triggering a series of explosions. In the next instant, the crescent sword energy crashed into Huang Daoheng like a battering ram. A silver light shot skyward in that fleeting moment. Fang Xiu wins. Wu Jiang announced the match's outcome. The live stream's chat exploded with excitement, as viewers flooded the screen with 666 in rapid succession. Just a minute ago, many were certain Fang Xiu would lose, yet they had just witnessed an astonishing comeback. Fang Xiu not only withstood the ultimate attack, but also swiftly countered, leaving spectators in awe. In the Lingji Company's studio, investment managers gathered. Although some had bet on Fang Xiu's defeat, their stakes were merely a few meals, nothing compared to the thrilling wager between He Dongjun and Zhang Fugui. Some took pleasure in He Dongjun's misfortune, secretly delighted that the usually arrogant man, reliant on his connections, had finally met his match. Zhang Fugui and He Dongjun sat across from each other, their expressions starkly contrasting. Zhang Fugui smiled, leisurely crossing one leg over the other, beads in hand, exuding satisfaction. In contrast, He Dongjun's face was ashen, his demeanor so somber it seemed he might start dripping with disdain. The wager involved 2 million in funds and a fragment of the Iron City treasure map. The 2 million was a company investment, something He Dongjun didn't mind losing. But the treasure map fragment was a prized possession he'd acquired through much effort, worth a fortune. Worse, the entire company knew about the wager, a situation He Dongjun had orchestrated. Backing out now would ruin his reputation. After careful consideration, He Dongjun gritted his teeth and stood up, approaching Zhang Fugui under everyone's gaze. Manager Zhang, a bet's a bet. I'll have my team draft the paperwork to transfer the 2 million investment. As for the Iron City treasure map fragment, I'll personally hand it to you at tomorrow's morning meeting. Zhang Fugui beamed, waving his hand magnanimously. No rush, take your time. I trust your integrity, Manager He. His demeanor only emphasized his victory. The trap that He Dongjun had set had backfired spectacularly, and for Zhang Fugui, the 2 million and treasure map fragment paled in comparison to the satisfaction of watching He Dongjun's downfall. As Fang Xiu stepped down from the stage, Lin Jinan nodded approvingly. Well done. Though her praise was brief, a glint of scrutiny flashed in her eyes. She believed that if Fang Xiu couldn't even defeat Huang Daoing, there was no way he could slay the Gale Dragon in the Roaring Gale dungeon. You're up next, Fang Xiu gestured to Lin Jinan. Lin Jinan took a deep breath and walked onto the platform with determined steps. The second match of the semifinals was about to begin, and her opponent was the burly Miao Meng. As they faced each other, the difference in their physiques was stark. Miao Meng resembled a mighty eagle of the plains, while Lin Jinan appeared as a delicate canary. Miao Meng stretched his neck and pulled on a pair of white gloves from his professional space. As a grappler, his hands were his most formidable weapons. Sorry, miss, he said in a low voice. Lin Jinan calmly raised her hand to draw a spear, confidence gleaming in her eyes. Your apology is premature, she replied coolly. As Wu Jian confirmed both were ready, he waved his hand. Begin the battle. At the sound of his voice, both competitors sprinted forward almost simultaneously. Though both were melee fighters, Lin Jinan was noticeably faster. She swiftly crossed half the arena, and the spear in her hand suddenly emitted a dazzling white light, accelerating sharply. Piercing spear. Fang Xiu recognized the move from the sidelines. It was the same technique Lin Jinan had used to instantly defeat Zhang Mingming. Thud. The spear struck heavily against Miao Meng's chest. However, Miao Meng was prepared, and his thick steel plate armor absorbed the blow. He gritted his teeth and reached out with his large, fan-like hands, attempting to grab Lin Jinan. Lin Jinan, well aware of Miao Meng's tactics, immediately withdrew and pulled back her spear. Miao Meng quickly changed his approach, shifting from grabbing to disarming. Although Lin Jinan was faster, Miao Meng's strength was formidable. He gripped the spearhead tightly and yanked forcefully, trying to pull Lin Jinan towards him. Without hesitation, Lin Jinan released the spear and retreated several steps. Her hands moved swiftly in the air, drawing a short bow and arrows from her professional space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air was incessant. Lin Jinan's shooting speed was astonishing, as if her short bow was a powerful crossbow. Each arrow was aimed precisely at Miao Meng's head. Although Miao Meng's top-grade helmet blocked most of the damage, the impact of the arrows left him dizzy and unsteady. Such power was beyond what ordinary archers could achieve. Only then did Fang Xiu realize that Lin Jinan's profession wasn't just a spearmaster, but a master of all weapons. From her professional title, it was clear she was adept with far more than just a spear. It was likely that her professional backpack contained dozens of top-grade weapons, ready to be wielded at any moment. While searching online for information about the weapon master profession, Fang Xiu discovered that there was almost no documentation available. The scanned information that did exist came from the registration report after Lin Jinan successfully changed professions, sparking much speculation among the media in Qingshan City about this profession. Fang Xiu thought to himself that Lin Jinan's 3-star profession of weapon master was probably as rare and powerful as his own swordmaster profession. On the battlefield, Miao Meng was furious as he was bombarded by arrows. Clenching his teeth, he braced himself against Lin Jinan's rain of arrows and suddenly stomped forward with great force. With a loud boom, the ground trembled, and the floor cracked, sending a cloud of dust into the air. With his vision obstructed, Lin Jinan paused his arrow attack. In that instant, Miao Meng leaped out of the dust like a fierce tiger, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. As he landed, he tightly grabbed Lin Jinan's arms. Finally caught you. Miao Meng felt a surge of satisfaction at the thought of avenging himself. However, he was met only with Lin Jinan's calm, slightly indifferent gaze. And then, Lin Jinan asked coolly. Just as Miao Meng was about to exert his strength, he realized that Lin Jinan's short bow had disappeared, replaced by a pair of gloves identical to his own special gloves with exceptional gripping power, typically used by those skilled in grappling techniques. In the next moment, Lin Jinan's hands reversed the grip on Miao Meng's arms. Miao Meng then realized that Lin Jinan intended to use grappling techniques against him, a specialist in that very field. In that moment, Miao Meng found it both laughable and infuriating. Laughable because Lin Jinan was attempting to outdo him at his own skill, and infuriating because Lin Jinan was clearly underestimating his abilities. Then let the young lady pay for her arrogance. Miao Meng thought to himself. Grapple technique, whirlwind. Both of them executed their skills simultaneously, and their powers clashed intensely. Just as Miao Meng thought he would easily lift Lin Jinan and swing her like a sandbag, he suddenly noticed his perspective starting to spin. The world turned upside down, and he felt weightless. Boom! To the astonishment of countless live stream viewers, The visibly more slender Lin Jinan effortlessly lifted Miao Meng and slammed him down behind her. The ground cracked inch by inch, and Miao Meng's head left a crater in the earth. Already low on health from enduring Lin Jinan's attacks, Miao Meng lost his ability to fight from this back slam, turning into a silver light as he exited the battlefield. Sitting under the statue of Lin Miao Mountain, Miao Meng gazed at Lin Jinan on the field with lingering fear. He could accept failure, but not being defeated by a non-specialist in grappling of the same star level using grappling techniques. Miao Meng realized this would haunt him for a long time, perhaps even for life. In a fleeting moment, he even considered whether he should abandon grappling as his core skill in his next profession change. As the victor, Lin Jinan was indifferent to the thoughts of the defeated. Perhaps using grappling to crush Miao Meng's dreams was exactly what she intended. She quietly put away her grappling gloves, hooked the long spear Miao Meng had thrown aside with her foot, and grabbed the shaft with a light flick. Snap! The spear made a sound like a whip cracking. Lin Jinan looked up, her gaze now fixed on Fang Xiu. Your turn. The final battle had finally arrived. The 10 schools competition had been underway for just over 2 hours, making it the fastest conclusion in history. The showdown between Lin Jinan and Fang Xiu was completely unexpected for everyone. In the central plaza of the Qingshan domain, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Online viewers were abuzz with discussion, and the excitement was rapidly climbing. Audiences from different cities were captivated by this spectacular duel, as such grand events were rare. In the center of the arena, Lin Jinan and Fang Xiu slowly walked towards the battle zone. Wu Jiang didn't bother announcing the matchup list, directly declaring the start of the fight. Neither rushed to make the first move. Instead, they cautiously sized each other up. Fang Xiu gripped his sword tightly, his nerves taut. Lin Jinan appeared composed, holding her spear with one hand, standing still. A pebble kicked aside made a soft noise, almost like a signal for combat. In an instant, both figures vanished from their spots. Clang! The sword and spear clashed, producing a crisp metallic sound. This was just the prelude, followed by a series of close-quarters combat. They relied on no special skills, purely competing in strength, speed, and technique. Sword and spear shadows intertwined fiercely on the field. However, after just a few exchanges, Fang Xiu found himself at a disadvantage. Lin Jinan was not only as fast as he was, but her strength was overwhelmingly superior. Her spear, like a serpent, consistently found Fang Xiu's vulnerabilities. He was forced to frequently use his transmogrify, ancient transformation sorcerer and transformation, rune iron guard to withstand the assaults. 2 minutes passed before Fang Xiu barely regained his footing. His sword enlightenment state had stacked, gradually increasing his speed. Yet, curiously, Lin Jinan seemed unfazed, continuing to engage in close combat with him. Suddenly, Fang Xiu stepped back, tapping his left foot lightly on the ground and stomping his right foot hard. He swiftly sheathed his sword, his gaze locked on Lin Jinan's throat. Sword draw technique. A flash of cold light was met by Lin Jinan's spear, blocking it steadily. Her calm expression revealed that she had anticipated this strike. Unwilling to relent, Fang Xiu stepped forward with his right foot, withdrawing his body and landing a backhanded condense crescent slash. A dazzling white light gathered in the drizzle, forming a massive 3-meter-high crescent sword energy, hurtling towards Lin Jinan. Faced with the powerful attack at close range, Lin Jinan's expression finally changed. She swiftly switched her spear for a shield, executing a shield bash. Clang! The shield collided head-on with the crescent sword energy, the violent force nearly knocking Lin Jinan off her feet. But with her formidable strength attribute, she held the shield firm. Her feet carved 2 deep trenches into the ground, sliding over 20 meters before the sword energy dissipated and she came to a stop. Putting away her shield, Lin Jinan glanced at her health, which had only dropped by a third, and a faint smile played on her lips. Her tone was calm with a hint of amusement. Your ultimate move packs quite a punch. Fang Xiu forced a smile, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. He took a deep breath and suddenly asked, You've completed your second transformation, haven't you? Surprise flashed in Lin Jinan's eyes, and a gentle smile appeared on her exquisite face. She nodded slightly. You could tell? Yes, after leaving the wrathful Wind Roar dungeon, I completed my second transformation. Now I'm a second transformation 5-star Qi martial artist. The livestream chat exploded instantly, comments flying like snowflakes. Viewers expressed their shock and envy. I'm still struggling to max out my 1-star skills, and she's already at the second transformation? Is this what a genius's world is like? Life's unfair. Being born is a skill, and I hope to master it in my next life. I've decided my second skill will be a transformation skill. I must immediately do my second transformation and follow in the goddess's footsteps. However, in stark contrast to the lively livestream, the atmosphere in the Lingji Company studio was calm. For those well-versed in the field, a super genius completing both first and second transformations in 2 months was not unheard of. Especially after learning Lin Jinan's identity, it seemed less surprising that she was a second transformation 5-star professional. As the current prodigy of the Lin family from Qingshan City, Lin Jinan was expected to be such a talent. Fang Xiu quickly ran through a series of analyses in his mind. He recalled Lin Jinan countering Miao Meng's throw with a grappling technique and thought to himself, based on my understanding of grappling, when two skilled professionals face off with similar skills, it often comes down to strength attributes. Lin Jinan, with her weapon master professional talent, had access to grappling moves, but her skills shouldn't surpass Miao Meng's. If just changing weapons could grant her higher skill levels than opponents of the same star level, then Lin Jinan's core skills as a weapon master might already be at a legendary or even mythical level. What was even more puzzling was how, with everyone's equipment capped at perfect quality, Lin Jinan not only had such speed, but also surpassed Miao Meng in strength attributes. The only explanation was that she had completed her second transformation. As a second transformation 5-star professional, at level 20, she would have 40 more attribute points than Miao Meng. Coupled with the attribute differences between second and first transformation equipment, and her third base skill, an upgraded 5-star core skill, Lin Jinan could not only defeat Miao Meng with grappling, but could easily dominate any duel with her opponent's best skills. This also explained her astonishing near 600-point score in the Battle Royale phase. Lin Jinan interrupted Fang Xiu's thoughts, softly asking, "So, are you going to surrender directly?" Fang Xiu shook his head slightly. Having just switched to a 5-star profession yesterday, he wasn't about to concede without a fight. Lin Jinan squinted her eyes, leaning toward the idea that Fang Xiu believed he still had a chance. "Then, reveal your trump card." Her voice carried a hint of provocation. "As you wish." Fang Xiu sheathed his sword and opened his arms. In an instant, a faint glow emanated from his body, enveloping him completely from the inside out. Profession change. Ancient transformation warlock. Transform. Wrathful wind hatchling. Fang Xiu's voice resonated through the light, signaling the start of an exhilarating showdown. The furious roar of a dragon echoed through the realm of the Green Mountains. Where Fang Xiu once stood, now loomed a massive dragon, its body covered in blue-green scales emitting a terrifying aura. In the live stream, viewers widened their eyes, holding their breath as they watched the scene unfold. The chat was flooded with exclamations and questions. What the heck kind of dragon is that? Can someone explain this? Dragons are synonymous with power. If it's related to dragons, it's at least perfect level, and can even reach mythic level. Lin Jinan immediately recognized the origin of this dragon. She had not only seen it before, but had also just faced it in a dungeon yesterday. A Storm Rage Wormling, she thought to herself, surprised yet puzzled. Information about the Storm Rage Wormling wasn't widely available online, but the Lin family and Lingji Corporation, rooted in Green Mountain City for years, had extensive knowledge about it. Lin Jinan recalled the data she had reviewed, remembering that there was no record of any skill or item that could transform someone into a Storm Rage Wormling. "Have you completed your second transformation?" Lin Jinan narrowed her eyes, suspecting that Fang Xiu wasn't actually a 3-star swordmaster. Her suspicion was correct. At that moment, Fang Xiu was not a 3-star swordmaster, but a 4-star ancient transformation warlock. However, Fang Xiu did not admit this. The colossal dragon's head slightly moved, and Fang Xiu responded in a deep dragon voice. "I haven't completed the second transformation. If I were a second transformation swordmaster, Lin Jinan, you wouldn't even see a Storm Rage Wormling." "Not yet transformed?" Lin Jinan felt somewhat relieved. As long as Fang Xiu hadn't completed the second transformation, the advantage was still hers. The spear in her hand shook, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Fang Xiu's trump card surprised her, but now she was going to get serious. Another earth-shattering dragon roar resounded. Dragon Tornado. In an instant, from Fang Xiu's center, a dark green storm spread in all directions. Lin Jinan was all too familiar with this move. With a thrust of her spear, she accelerated forward with force. Piercing spear. An invisible stream of air enveloped the spear's tip, like a sharp awl, easily piercing through the tornado. As a second transformation 5-star professional, breaking through the dragon tornado was much easier than when she was a first transformation 3-star professional. However, just as Lin Jinan was about to charge at Fang Xiu and challenge the Storm Rage Wormling again, she was surprised to find Fang Xiu had already taken flight into the sky. It turned out the dragon tornado was merely a diversion to hinder Lin Jinan, not intended to cause real harm. After all, during the first scene of the Storm Rage Roar dungeon yesterday, Lin Jinan had pierced through a dragon tornado with her spear. Lin Jinan immediately switched weapons, putting away the spear and taking out a longbow. She drew the bow to a full moon and aimed at Fang Xiu's body. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air, shooting upward at an incredible speed. Before confirming a hit, Lin Jinan drew another arrow and continued shooting. By this time, Fang Xiu had already flown 100 meters high. Instead of avoiding the incoming arrows, he deliberately caught them, allowing the arrows to strike his body. It must be said, having resources really makes a difference. Feeling the piercing pain as the sharp arrows effortlessly penetrated the dragon scales, Feng Xiu was certain that the arrows used by Lin Jinan were rare, perfectly graded consumables. Each arrow was valuable enough to exchange for equipment of the same level, but one grade lower, an extravagance that was astonishing. These precious arrows, combined with Lin Jinan's superb archery skills, were like sharp blades rapidly cutting down Feng Xiu's health. When Feng Xiu's health dropped below the critical 50 mark, the passive effect of the Dragon King's transformation instantly activated. The second phase began, and Feng Xiu felt a surge of power within him, with all attributes increasing by 25. Without hesitation, he changed tactics, abruptly turning around and diving down from 100 meters high. Lin Jinan looked up at Feng Xiu diving down from the sky, a hint of coldness and mockery flashing in her eyes. She thought to herself, "Are you trying to reenact the scenario from the Wrathful Wind Roar dungeon, using a dive attack to defeat me again? Laughable. I'm not who I used to be." Despite this, her actions did not stop, continuing to release deadly arrows while preparing to switch to a spear for a direct confrontation as soon as Feng Xiu landed. Indeed, Feng Xiu, diving through the sky, intended to perform the Dragon King's descent once more, just as Lin Jinan suspected. However, this time, the Dragon King's descent was far from what Lin Jinan imagined. Feng Xiu was secretly gathering power, ready to showcase an upgraded version of the Dragon King's descent, a perfect combination of the Wind Dragon Cannon and the Dragon King's descent. At that moment, several arrows accurately struck Feng Xiu, and his health finally dropped to the last 25. The third phase of the Dragon King's transformation's passive effect triggered instantly, and Feng Xiu felt another surge of power within him, with all attributes increasing by another 25. His dragon scales, once a greenish blue, turned into a mysterious dark red, surrounded by an enigmatic airflow. Meanwhile, the sky behind him was enveloped by thick clouds, plunging the entire battlefield into oppressive darkness. Feng Xiu's golden dragon eyes glowed with a chilling light, signaling that the time had come. He suddenly opened his massive jaws, where a fist-sized blue energy sphere had already formed. With this energy sphere at the center, the invisible wind elements in the air surged into Feng Xiu's mouth like a tide. In just a few breaths, the massive energy was fully accumulated. It turned out that Feng Xiu had already started charging the Wind Dragon Cannon during his ascent, allowing him to save time and cleverly conceal his true intentions. Unlike the foolish Wrathful Wind hatchling, he didn't lay on the ground gathering power while leaving himself open to attack. On the ground, Lin Jinan saw the blue energy flashing in Feng Xiu's mouth and was instantly overwhelmed by a strong sense of crisis. Although she had never witnessed the Wrathful Wind hatchling use this move, she had learned from records that its most terrifying attack wasn't a high-altitude dive, but the Wind Dragon Cannon, capable of instantly draining the wind elements within several kilometers. Considering the fearsome power of this move, she had chosen to retreat earlier. How does he know this move? Lin Jinan was shocked, thinking, how did Feng Xiu acquire the power of the Wrathful Wind hatchling? She pondered incredulously. If it's through an item or equipment, it would have to be of at least epic level, right? But the rules of Qingshan Realm clearly prohibit the use of items and equipment above epic level. Feng Xiu is merely a first-tier professional. How could he break the rules? Faced with this sudden turn of events, Lin Jinan immediately abandoned her previous strategy. The idea of confronting Feng Xiu hidden by switching from bow to spear was completely dismissed. She quickly took out a shield. This time, she chose not to use Shield Bash, as the weapon mastery skill only granted her one skill from the profession, and it was limited to offensive skills. Although Shield Bash had offensive properties, it did not provide damage reduction. After weighing her options, Lin Jinan decisively chose to activate the accompanying skill of her perfectly graded Shield, the Black City Shield's Dark Shield Wall. Dark energy swiftly adhered to the shield, forming an even larger energy shield. Lin Jinan raised it high above her head, as if covering herself with an indestructible fortress. At this critical moment, Feng Xiu's Wind Dragon Cannon finally erupted. Boom! A column of azure light plummeted from the sky, striking directly where Lin Jinan stood, instantly piercing the ground. The central plaza's surface erupted, debris flying everywhere, as if the entire square was about to be overturned. Wujiang quickly intervened, containing the power of the Wind Dragon Cannon within a specific area to prevent it from affecting the nearby Lin Miaoshan statue. Lin Jinan braced herself with a shield, standing firm and unwavering. As a second-tier, 5-star professional, her strength was indeed remarkable. However, Feng Xiu's assault was far from over. Even before the residual power of the Wind Dragon Cannon dissipated, Feng Xiu transformed into a furious wind whelp, descending from above with a ferocious dragon's might. He unleashed his full force, using speed, strength, and weight to slam into the ground with great impact. Boom! This explosion was sharper and more intense. The impact from the physical attack far exceeded that of the Wind Dragon Cannon. Lin Jinan's shield barely held, but she was driven into the stone slabs like a nail. In an instant, a silver-white light shot skyward. Lin Jinan teleported to the safety zone beside the Lin Miaoshan statue, bloodied and gasping for air. A healer quickly used their skills to tend to her wounds. Wu Jiang announced the final result. The champion of the 10 schools tournament is Fang Xiu from Qingshan City's 3rd high school. Fang Xiu reverted to his normal form, resting his hands on his knees, exhaling deeply. He thought to himself that if Lin Jinan had truly withstood that combination attack, he would have surely lost. Fortunately, he won in the end. Hey, could you also give me some healing? Fang Xiu asked the healer as he approached the safety zone. By this time, Lin Jinan was able to sit up, resting against the statue. Fang Xiu complimented her. You fought well. The healer's water healing spell created a gentle blue stream over him. Lin Jinan rolled her eyes at him, retrieving a white card with a phone number from her professional space and handing it to Fang Xiu. Don't forget about the Dragon Shepherd ruins. Got it. I'll find you when I'm ready. Fang Xiu replied, taking the card. Wu Jiang came over and said, the 10 schools tournament is over. You can return to your schools and wait. Teachers will soon bring your ranking rewards. Also, there's an awards ceremony this afternoon. Don't be late. All right, thank you. Fang Xiu nodded at Lin Jinan. I'll head out first, talk later. With that, he stepped through the teleportation portal, returning to the number 1 training room at Qingshan City's 3rd high school. Lin Jinan watched Fang Xiu leave, then lay back down, closing her eyes for a quick rest, feeling as deflated as a punctured balloon. She suddenly asked, Uncle Wu Jiang, do you think I lack talent in combat? Wu Jiang smiled gently and comforted. Xiao Jinan, don't doubt your talent just because of one failure. The fact that you became a 5-star professional by the 2nd transition already proves your potential. Lin Jinan pouted, showing a rare glimpse of her dissatisfaction like a little girl. But I'm already a 5-star professional, and yet I lost to Fang Xiu, who's a 3-star. Mentioning Fang Xiu, Wu Jiang furrowed his brow slightly, and, after a moment of contemplation, said, he is not just an ordinary 3-star swordsman. I suspect he, like you, possesses some innate talent. It's just that his has already been activated. Innate talent? Lin Jinan was startled, getting up from the ground and looking at Wu Jiang with wide eyes. Are you saying he really has a talent? Wu Jiang nodded solemnly, explaining, the Gale Young Dragon from Wind Spirit Valley is a shadow of the Wind Dragon King in its youth among dragonkind, and this power is at least of epic level. When Fang Xiu transformed into the Gale Young Dragon, he didn't use any tools or equipment. As far as I know, his core skills are just basic swordsmanship and the transformation into the Ironclad Guardian. Since this power doesn't come from tools, equipment, or skills, it can only be talent. However, what exact talent it is, I can't tell. Lin Jinan nodded thoughtfully, feeling much better. Using innate powerful talent to bridge the gap in professional star levels is not uncommon in the world of the strong. She clenched her fists secretly, her eyes gleaming with determination. Just wait, I'll return that well played to you. Wu Jiang watched as Lin Jinan transformed from dejection to determination, smiling knowingly, and couldn't help but sigh. Youth is truly wonderful. Meanwhile, in Lingji Company's studio, although the live broadcast had ended, a preview of the afternoon's award ceremony was being shown. The enthusiasm of the viewers remained high, with the comment section still bustling. Wow, a 3-star beating a 5-star, that's a beautiful upset. I just checked Fang Xiu's record, it's unbelievable. He finished his first transition just 7 days ago. There must be something fishy. Offering a high price for Fang Xiu's contact info, 132x x 88. Elsewhere, principals from 12 schools stood up to congratulate Principal Dong of Qingshan City's 3rd high school. Principal Dong was beaming, unable to hide his joy. It's all luck, just luck. Come, I'll treat everyone tonight. Let's drink till we drop. However, the other principals politely declined with various excuses. No, I still have to be present for the admissions. I forgot to take in the laundry at home. I need to go back. The 10-school competition impacts the resource allocation for Qingshan City in the coming year, and the relationship between the principals is purely competitive. Watching Principal Dong celebrate with what should have been their victory, they couldn't bring themselves to join the celebration. Principal Dong didn't mind either. He knew that if he were to host a celebration, it would be with his own school's people, not wasting money on these old folks. As the principals gradually left, representatives from various professional groups began to take action. With the competition over, it was time to select promising talents from the participants to recruit into their own professional groups for training. Qingshan City 3rd Middle School, Training Room Number 1. Fang Xiu returned triumphant and pushed open the door to find Qin Shuang waiting alone. The other team members had been eliminated during the Battle Royale phase and were now watching the live broadcast from home. Congratulations on winning the championship, young man. Qin Shuang beamed with a bright smile, extending her hand for a high five. She marveled inwardly, having only expected Fang Xiu to make it through the first round of the Battle Royale, never imagining he would emerge victorious. Thank you, Fang Xiu replied, smiling as he high-fived Qin Shuang in celebration. Let's go. I'll take you to lunch first, Qin Shuang suggested. After the award ceremony this afternoon, we'll have a big feast. Who knows? The principal might even throw you a celebration banquet tonight. Fang Xiu readily agreed. Although the 10-school tournament was brief, the intense physical exertion had taken a toll, especially transforming into an angry wind hatchling, which consumed a lot of energy. He was already feeling quite hungry. Qin Shuang led Fang Xiu to the school parking lot, drove her red sedan, and headed to a well-known noodle shop in the city center. During the 10-minute drive, Fang Xiu idly checked his phone for unread messages. The earliest were congratulatory messages from his aunt Li Qinghong and Zhang Fugui, followed by several from classmates he wasn't very close to. Fang Xiu simply replied with a thank you and left it at that. Midway through the drive, Qin Shuang's phone chimed with a notification. She glanced at it and said to Fang Xiu, "A teacher from Qingshan City First Middle School just messaged me. They said you can now collect your rewards from the 10-school tournament. When would you like to go? Now, after lunch, or after the award ceremony? Can I hold off for now?" Fang Xiu put down his phone and explained, "Whether it's the second-tier equipment or the 3-star perfect grade skill book, I can't use them yet. I'd rather wait until I've completed my second transformation to choose, to avoid finding out they're unsuitable and having to deal with buying and selling." Of course, Qin Shuang nodded in understanding. "Once you've completed your second transformation, just call me anytime, and I'll take you to collect them." "Thank you, teacher. I should be the one thanking you." Qin Shuang felt overjoyed. Just a week ago, she was comforting herself that the evaluation for excellent homeroom teacher wasn't crucial and not to worry too much. Who would have thought that within a week, not only was the title of excellent homeroom teacher practically hers, but the title of excellent teacher of the year was also within reach. If she could nurture another 3-star professional next year, the positions of head of teaching and even future principal seemed not so far-fetched. "Wahoo, let's take off." Qin Shuang quietly cheered to herself, as if already seeing a bright future ahead. Qin Shuang suddenly handed her phone to Fang Xiu. "The teacher from Qingshan No. 1 High School has sent the reward list. Do you want to take a look?" Fang Xiu took the phone, his eyes fixating on the screen. He already had a clear idea in mind, with only one goal: a wind element skill. The screen displayed a detailed list, documenting all the equipment and skills provided by 12 schools and Lingji Corporation. Fang Xiu had previously asked Zhang Fugui to help find a 3-star perfect grade wind element skill, but to no avail. However, faced with this pool of rewards from multiple sources, he had reason to hope he wouldn't be disappointed. After a quick filter, 4 3-star perfect grade wind element skills appeared: the defensive skill, Wind Barrier, the control skill, Cyclone Bind, the attack skill, Hurricane Wheel, and the speed-enhancing support skill, Wind Prayer. Fang Xiu frowned in thought. When choosing skills, most people consider how well they align with their development path. For instance, a swordsman seeking extreme speed might choose Wind Prayer. A magic swordsman looking for a balance between magic and physical attacks might lean towards Hurricane Wheel, and a sword and shield warrior hoping for a balance of offense and defense might opt for Wind Barrier. But for Fang Xiu, who possessed the ability to switch professions infinitely, the situation was different. The third skill meant a third profession, so he needed to consider the skill's potential for job transition and its differentiation from the first 2 skills. Wind Barrier might lead to a wind element defensive spell profession. Cyclone Bind and Wind Prayer could transition into wind element support professions, one leaning towards a control sorcerer, the other towards an amplification priest, and Hurricane Wheel could become a wind element offensive profession akin to Huangdaoing. After some deliberation, Fang Xiu was temporarily inclined to choose Hurricane Wheel. For defensive roles, he could rely on the Transform Magic Iron Guard from the Transformation Book. For support roles, he preferred a skill with comprehensive amplification rather than just speed enhancement. Choosing Hurricane Wheel was primarily to boost his long-range offensive capabilities. Transitioning to a wind element offensive profession would significantly skew his growth towards the mental attribute, with the profession's core mainly enhancing wind element damage. This would greatly strengthen his output when transformed into a young storm dragon. Fang Xiu couldn't help but imagine that if his first profession had been a 3-star magic profession, a single wind dragon cannon could have obliterated Lin Jinan without needing the Dragon King's arrival. Of course, Hurricane Wheel was just an initial choice. The specific decision would be made after the second career transition. The changes in the second transition of the Swordsman and Ancient Transformation Sorcerer professions might affect his current judgment. Fang Xiu returned the phone to Qin Shuang, having formed a preliminary direction in his mind. After the morning match, there was an award ceremony in the afternoon and a celebration party in the evening. As the main figure in all 3 events, Fang Xiu was exhausted by the end of the day and fell into a deep sleep almost as soon as he lay down. During the award ceremony, he took photos with many people, and at the celebration party, Principal Dong personally toasted him. He also met numerous teachers, almost making him dizzy. However, the next morning, Thanks to his strong recovery ability as a professional, Fang Xiu woke up early, went for a morning run, had breakfast, and then set out for Fengling Valley. More than resting, he was looking forward to his second-class advancement. This time, his trip to Fengling Valley was not just for leveling up, but to increase his proficiency with the transformation book. He didn't rush through but instead engaged in battles along the way, defeating every wind fairy and wind chase beast, crafting their remains into transformation stones, and using them repeatedly. Although he only cleared Fengling Valley 3 times in the entire day, he managed to create a significant number of transformation stones. After using them up, his transformation book's proficiency reached level 9. At his current pace, Fang Xiu estimated it would take at least another week to reach level 15. Although he couldn't rush it, he wasn't anxious, as it had only been a week since his first-class advancement, and achieving a second one in 2 weeks was considered fast anywhere. In the evening, after leaving the Fengling Valley instance, Fang Xiu returned home and received a call from teacher Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang asked, "Did you go to the instance again today?" Fang Xiu answered truthfully, "Yes, I was practicing my skill proficiency, preparing for my second-class advancement." He knew Qin Shuang had already guessed this, as she had called him at least 20 times that day, but none went through, all showing as out of service. It seemed there was no other explanation besides him practicing in an instance. When Fang Xiu first exited the instance, his phone vibrated like a grenade about to explode. Upon checking, he found over 99 messages and missed calls, all from unknown numbers from various places. He had no idea who the callers were, but the messages identified themselves as recruitment offers from various professional groups. Some he had heard of, and others not. Besides praising and acknowledging Fang Xiu, they included their offers. For example, a representative from a group called Flash Star messaged him, promising to cover all skills needed from the 2nd to the 5th class advancement and provide a full set of corresponding tier equipment after each advancement if he joined them. Fang Xiu immediately deleted such messages, finding them insincere. What did they mean by covering all skills needed from the 2nd to the 5th class advancement? He could afford ordinary skills himself, so why rely on them? The same logic applied to providing a full set of corresponding level equipment. Fang Xiu understood that Flash Star was just an obscure small group hoping to get lucky, knowing they stood no chance against well-known larger professional groups. There were many similar messages. The sound of the phone hanging up echoed in Fang Xiu's ear, and he raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. He had assumed that Qin Shuang's call was to lobby for some guild, but the call ended abruptly after merely confirming he had received the information. It seemed the principal's contact was purely out of concern. Fang Xiu stretched lazily and leaned back on the sofa. He picked up his phone and casually ordered some braised chicken rice for dinner before seriously reviewing the messages from various guilds. Fang Xiu was not opposed to joining a guild. To him, a guild was like a company, and the members were its employees. Guilds recruited members to conquer dungeons and gather resources, naturally offering compensation in return. However, ordinary guilds held little significance for Fang Xiu. His unique, shape-shifting stone ability allowed him to solo and top the charts of all dungeons at his level. Joining a regular guild and having to share the loot seemed unprofitable. What Fang Xiu truly needed was a high-end platform, a top-tier guild that could provide access to rare dungeons and skills of perfect or even epic level. His plan was to develop himself through these guilds, and once his strength was sufficient, to break away and establish his own. 5 minutes later, Fang Xiu had quickly browsed through all the guild invitations. Among them were top-tier guilds like Greenfield Palace and Golden Fawn. Greenfield Palace was an established top-tier guild in the southern part of Dongwang, rich in heritage and talent. They offered generous terms, providing perfect-level skills and equipment from the 2nd to the 6th class change. Golden Fawn, on the other hand, was a newly established guild, just 3 years old, known for its wealth. They not only offered the same skills and equipment as Greenfield Palace, but also an additional 200 square meters of real estate and reimbursement for 30 of potion costs in dungeons. At first glance, Golden Fawn's offer seemed more enticing. However, Fang Xiu knew well that these guilds were not benevolent investors. More rewards often meant heavier responsibilities. Compared to ordinary guilds, these two had more stringent demands. Greenfield Palace required 50 of dungeon profits, while Golden Fawn demanded a hefty 70. Moreover, they dictated which dungeons to conquer and even required participation in interguild battles. Fang Xiu rubbed his temples, pondering if there was an option that was both high-end and relatively free. Suddenly, a guild name caught his eye: Aurora Union. He carefully examined Aurora Union's terms, offering initial access to Sword Soul Tomb and Light Sanctuary. The requirement was to participate once a year in the War of Nightmare Valley for 10 consecutive years. This condition made Fang Xiu ponder deeply, weighing its pros and cons. On July 7th, a week after the 10 schools competition concluded, the buzz gradually faded. The internet's focus is ever-changing, with new topics swiftly replacing old ones and captivating the public's attention. Deep within Wind Spirit Valley, Fang Xiu was intently observing the peculiar scene before him. The Fairy Queen's form was slowly being worn away by a formation, eventually coalescing into a softly glowing transformation stone. He picked up the precious stone without hesitation and chose to use it. In an instant, a faint white light enveloped Feng Xiu. His form quickly shifted, transforming into the likeness of the Fairy Queen. However, this change lasted only a second before he reverted to his human appearance. Just then, a notification popped up. Transformation Book Skill Proficiency 30, Skill Level Up, Current Level, 15 Max. Finally, Max Level. Feng Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Reflecting on the past week, aside from occasionally dining with the representatives of professional teams, he spent nearly all his time in Wind Spirit Valley. Slaying monsters, crafting transformation stones, and honing his transformation book skill became his routine. Now, with the transformation book at max level, he could proceed to his second transformation. However, before moving forward, Feng Xiu felt a twinge of curiosity. What ultimate skill would the ancient transformation sorcerer class gain when the transformation book skill reached LV15? He quickly opened his attributes panel and examined the skills section closely. Transformation Book 4-star Rare Skill, LV15 Max. Contains 5 transformation pages, allowing permanent use of recorded transformation stones. Recorded transformations, Demon Patterned Iron Guard, Young Wind Dragon. Class Skills. 1. Corpse Utilization 4-star Skill, No Level. Monster corpses slain in dungeons will not disappear. Item, material, and equipment drop rates increased by 5. 2. Transformation Stone Crafting 4-star Skill, No Level. Converts monster corpses into transformation stones. Consumes 30 magic points, cooldown, 30 seconds. 3. Array Refinement 4-star Skill, No Level. 5 chance to enhance transformation stone quality by 1 tier when converting monster corpses. 4. Primal Dignity 4-star Skill, No Level, unlocked at Transformation Book Level 10. Forcefully extracts the power of a recorded transformation stone for an evolved transformation. Cooldown 1 day. Note: forceful extraction erases the recorded transformation stone, turning a permanently usable stone into a one-time use stone, but allows for an evolved transformation. Feng Xiu furrowed his brow in thought, unsure of what transformation evolution truly entailed. He decided to experiment firsthand. After exiting the dungeon, Feng Xiu re-entered and swiftly dispatched a wind fairy. He crafted a transformation stone from its corpse, succeeding on his first try. Transformation Stone, Wind Fairy. Grade: Excellent. Effect: transforms the user into a wind fairy. Agility 2, grants skills. Breeze Perception, Windblade. Duration 3 minutes. Description: a transformation stone infused with the power of a wind fairy, allowing you to experience life as a wind fairy. This time, Feng Xiu chose not to use the transformation stone directly, but instead permanently recorded it in his transformation book. Then, he utilized the ancient transformation sorcerer's ultimate skill, Primal Dignity, selecting the Wind Fairy as his transformation target. Once more, a gentle white light enveloped Feng Xiu, and his body transformed. When the light faded, he had become a Wind Fairy. However, this transformation differed significantly from the Wind Fairy he had just slain and crafted into a transformation stone. The Wind Fairy had now transformed into a more powerful form. Feng Xiu could feel the surge of power within him. Although he couldn't see his transformation, he was acutely aware of every detail of his body. His skin had turned from emerald green to a dark cyan, and golden patterns shimmered on the energy-formed wings, exuding an aura of majesty and nobility. Feng Xiu carefully examined the status information attached to the transformation stone. Gale King Fairy, Agility 4, Spirit 2, with skills, Breeze Perception, Galeblade Slash. Evolving from an ordinary wind fairy to a Gale King Fairy not only enhanced his attributes, but also changed his skills. He noted this information silently, and then reverted to his original form. After leaving the dungeon, Feng Xiu immediately took out his phone and began searching online for information about the Gale King Fairy. He quickly found what he was looking for, which left him pondering. Could transformation evolution mean becoming the original entity corresponding to the transformation stone? This discovery piqued Feng Xiu's curiosity. He began to wonder what effects using the primal honor on a rune iron guard or a Gale hatchling would have. However, this idea was quickly dashed by reality. Didn't have an extra Gale hatchling transformation stone, nor had he ever seen a rune iron guard transformation stone. Moreover, the primal honor skill had a onady cooldown. Having completed his tests, Feng Xiu put away his skill panel and decided to prepare for his second job advancement. To avoid interruptions, he re-entered the dungeon and sat cross-legged at the entrance. However, an unexpected dilemma confronted him. Should he advance the Swordmaster profession first or the ancient transformation sorcerer? The second job advancement differs from the first, allowing the selection of a primary skill and a secondary skill. The skill from the first advancement would level up, but its proficiency would reset to 0. This meant Feng Xiu couldn't advance both professions simultaneously, The second profession's advancement would have to wait until the upgraded secondary skill regained full proficiency. Although this process was cumbersome, the benefits were clear. Subsequent advancements could utilize higher-level secondary skills. For instance, if Feng Xiu now chose the 3-star common skill Advanced Swordsmanship as his core, and the 4-star rare skill Book of Transformation as his secondary skill for advancement, assuming the result was a 5-star profession, Advanced Swordsmanship would upgrade to a 5-star skill. Later, by choosing the Book of Transformation as the core for advancement, the secondary skill would be the already upgraded 5-star Advanced Swordsmanship, not the current 3-star skill. This meant that, in Feng Xiu's case, the later the second advancement, the stronger the profession might become. Faced with the choice of advancing the Swordmaster or the Ancient Transformation Sorcerer first, Feng Xiu carefully considered and quickly made his decision. He chose. Feng Xiu stood at the center of the job transfer hall, a virtual selection interface appearing before him. Taking a deep breath, he embarked on the long-awaited process of changing his profession. Please select your core skill for the transfer, the system prompted. Without hesitation, Feng Xiu chose the 4-star rare skill, Book of Transformation LV-15, as his core. The system then prompted him to choose a secondary skill. Select secondary skill, 3-star common skill Advanced Swordsmanship LV-15. Feng Xiu responded decisively. With the skills chosen, the system began generating profession options. 3 glowing profession names appeared before Feng Xiu. 1. Ancient Sword Rune Sorcerer 5-star Unique. A speed-type profession that blends ancient transformation techniques with the essence of swordsmanship. It abandons the power of living beings, instead drawing strength from famous swords, inscribing it into the Book of Transformation, allowing the sorcerer to transform into a sword and become invincible. 2. Sorcerer 5-star. A hybrid of spell and physical attributes. It perfectly combines sword energy with the power of living beings, capable of condensing various attributes of sword energy for comprehensive attacks. 3. Primal Apprentice 5-star Unique. A balanced profession that delves into the mysteries of ancient transformation techniques. It glimpses primal power, creating transformation tools more suitable for human use and enhancing combat effectiveness. Feng Xiu's gaze moved between the 3 options, weighing the pros and cons of each profession. Considering his development path, he ultimately chose Primal Apprentice. This profession not only retained the essence of transformation techniques, but also allowed further strengthening and refinement of this ability, aligning perfectly with his requirements. With his choice confirmed, a warm and peaceful energy surged from within Feng Xiu. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and felt this energy circulating through his body. It was as if he were soaking in a hot spring, feeling utterly comfortable. Soon, the system's prompt sounded again. Transfer successful. Current profession, Primal Apprentice Unique. Book of Transformation upgraded to Combat Transformation Device. Acquired profession core, Primal Core. Feng Xiu opened his eyes, eager to check his attribute panel. Race, human. Talents. Unlimited job transfer Genesis level. Allows free horizontal job level switching. Seeker of the Way mythical level. All skill level caps 50. Level 20. Second transfer profession, Primal Apprentice Unique. Profession core, Primal Core. Transformation without consumption, no time limit. Enhancement effects increased by 50. Accompanying profession skills. Corpse Deep Extraction. Transformation Stone Refinement Array. Primal Honor. Semi-human form. Feng Xiu carefully examined these newly acquired abilities, filled with anticipation and excitement for the future. This job transfer not only enhanced his transformation abilities, but also opened a new chapter in exploring primal power. Feng Xiu surveyed the skills of the original apprentice with satisfaction. As described, these skills were enhanced versions derived from in-depth research on the Book of Transformation. Both the core profession and skills were significantly stronger than before. Notably, the original Transformation Stone crafting and formation had merged into the refined Transformation Stone array. The only new professional skill was Semi-Human Form, allowing automatic semi-human attributes when using non-human transformation stones. Feng Xiu carefully examined the skill descriptions and decided to try them immediately. He murmured, "Transform, Young Gale Dragon." Shaking his head, Feng Xiu focused on the current task. Transform, Young Gale Dragon. The combat transformer emitted a blue-green light, enveloping Feng Xiu in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a young Gale Dragon. Then, with a thought, Feng Xiu commanded, "Switch to semi-human form." The blue-green light flickered again, and the dragon's body swiftly altered. The so-called semi-human form maintained a human body as the main structure, integrated with some non-human traits. At this moment, Feng Xiu had the wings of the young Gale Dragon sprouting from his back, and his eyes turned into the distinct golden vertical pupils of dragons. His body was adorned with blue-green vine-like patterns resembling scales, which could turn into real dragon scales with a mere thought. His hands retained the 5-fingered human structure, but his nails transformed into sharp dragon claws. "Looks pretty cool," Fang Xiao mused to himself. Although he couldn't see the full picture, he was confident that as long as his head wasn't a menacing dragon's head, his appearance was sufficiently impressive. However, more than his appearance, Fang Xiao was concerned about the changes in his attributes. He quickly opened the interface to check his status. Fang Xiao stroked his chin, thoughtfully considering the attribute changes brought by the transformation stone. Sacrificing 50 of his constitution to gain 50 agility was clearly more suited for speed-based classes like a Swordmaster rather than defensive ones. However, he wasn't worried. A mere 5-point attribute gap could be bridged with a single piece of equipment. Moreover, if he were to acquire a stronger non-humanoid defense specialization transformation stone in the future, as long as he didn't switch to a semi-humanoid form, it wouldn't be an issue. His right hand gripped the hilt of his fine range sword tightly, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. The true value of the semi-humanoid form was that he could finally wield a weapon. With a low shout of class change, Swordmaster, Fang Xiao's aura shifted dramatically as he transitioned from a primary apprentice to a Swordmaster, boosting his base attributes. With a casual swing, a fierce blade aura sliced through the air, effortlessly cutting several large trees in half. As wood chips flew around, a slight smile appeared on Fang Xiao's lips. Being able to wield a weapon meant he could also use the Swordmaster's class skills. Upon checking his status panel again, he noticed that 50 of his bonus attributes came from the core boost of the primary apprentice class. This meant he could first switch to a primary apprentice, transform, and then revert to a Swordmaster. In doing so, with his half-dragon form, he would simultaneously possess the skills of an angry wind hatchling and the Swordmaster's class abilities. Fang Xiao could clearly feel the tremendous boost brought by the second transformation of an ancient transformation sorcerer. Exponential increase was no exaggeration. He couldn't help but anticipate the surprises that the Swordmaster's second transformation and third skill might bring him. Sheathing his sword, Fang Xiao stood up and left. To achieve the Swordmaster's second transformation, he first needed to maximize his proficiency with the combat transformation device. This would undoubtedly require significant time investment in dungeons, but he was in no rush. After leaving the dungeon, Fang Xiao returned to Qingshan City and took a cab to the city center. He had an appointment tonight with a representative from the Aurora Guild in Qingshan City to discuss joining them. Fang Xiao was already familiar with the Aurora Guild. Unlike companies like Greenfield Palace and Golden Fang that employed professional adventurers, the Aurora Guild was a more loosely organized group. It was spearheaded by the royal family of Dongwang, with Aurora King Haorenguang at the helm, and included several 7 transformation powerhouses. Its main purpose was to consolidate the strength of civilian adventurers, alleviate the military's burden of resisting foreign invasions, and simultaneously conquer foreign dungeons to expand Dongwang's territory. The Aurora Guild offered Fang Xiao a condition. For 10 consecutive years, he must participate in the Battle of the Nightmare Valley once each year. Nightmare Valley, located at the southernmost tip of Dongwang, was a battlefield where humans clashed with the Nightmare clan from foreign realms. The term once did not refer to the number of times he entered Nightmare Valley, but rather completing a specific objective. For example, this year's objective was to kill 10 third transformation Nightmare clan members, which Fang Xiao could accomplish within a year, with no limit on the number of entries. Apart from this, the Aurora Guild had almost no other requirements for its members. They didn't need to surrender dungeon earnings or undertake assigned missions, offering a high degree of freedom. Members could choose to do nothing, as long as they met the Nightmare Valley objective each year. The Aurora Guild is different from traditional professional groups. It doesn't exploit its members, nor does it provide comprehensive benefits. There are no all-inclusive skill packages or equipment, and certainly no housing benefits. To earn these in the Aurora Guild, members must complete tasks such as expanding territories and conquering external realms. This high-freedom, large platform model, coupled with the requirement to participate in annual battles and the mechanism of gaining profits through one's own efforts in external realms, has attracted a group of strong individuals confident in their abilities who do not want to be constrained by traditional professional groups. Fang Xiao is one of them. On the 3rd floor of Qingshan Square in the city center, inside a seafood restaurant named Sea Wave, Fang Xiao opened the door to private room 666 and found the representative of the Aurora Guild already there. 2 people were sitting in the spacious room, with a young man in a white trench coat and a metallic eye patch leading the meeting. Fang Xiao immediately recognized that this young man was undoubtedly a powerful swordsmanship professional. He exuded an intense aura that no swordsmanship-focused professional could ignore. He Chun, steward of the Aurora Guild. The young man introduced himself simply as he stood up. After the 3 exchanged handshakes and sat down, it was clear that the other person was He Chen's assistant. Do you have any dietary restrictions? He Chen asked. None. Xiaoli, go ahead and order, He Chen instructed. Assistant Xiaoli left the room, leaving Fang Xiao and He Chen sitting across from each other. He Chen picked up the teapot on the table, poured tea for both Fang Xiao and himself, and began. Since you reached out to me, it seems you're interested in the Aurora Guild. Fang Xiao nodded and replied honestly. The Aurora Guild is indeed the top professional group I'm considering. However, I'm not quite clear on the benefits you offer. What are the Sword Soul Tomb and the Light Sanctuary? They sound like dungeons. He-chun smiled slightly at this, explaining in a clear voice. You're right. They are indeed dungeons, but not ordinary ones. He put down his teacup and continued. The Sword Soul Tomb was originally a resting place for the swords of swordsmanship experts who died in battle at the Nightmare Soul Valley. Over time, the swords buried there, imbued with the strong will of their former owners, gained a sliver of intelligence, becoming sword spirits. Later, an unexpected battle erupted there, and not long after it ended, the Sword Soul Tomb naturally formed into a dungeon. He-chen's voice carried a hint of excitement. In the Sword Soul Tomb dungeon, defeating the phantom images of former sword spirits grants you their pure sword skill crystals. These crystals can directly enhance all our sword-related skill proficiencies. Since you're a professional who centers your skills around swordsmanship, I suppose I don't need to elaborate on the value of the Sword Soul Tomb, do I? Hearing this, Fang Xiu's eyes lit up like torches, his heart ablaze. A dungeon that could produce items to increase proficiency. The higher the level of sword skills, the harder it is to improve proficiency. If there truly are items that can enhance sword skill proficiency, they would be treasures for any professional whose core skills revolve around swordsmanship. Seeing Fang Xiu's interest piqued, He-chen seized the opportunity and continued. As for the Light Sanctuary, let me put it this way. Our Aurora Guild's leader, Hao Ringguang, achieved his throne by gaining the 5-star legendary skill Heavenly Aurora there. Fang Xiu and He-chun arranged to meet at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow under the building in the central square and wave goodbye to each other. He-chen's offer was indeed tempting, especially the sword's soul mound benefit, which Fang Xiu found hard to resist. During the subsequent dinner, they discussed in detail the aspects of joining the Aurora Society, the internal rules, the situation at the southern border of Dongwang, and the precautions when exploring foreign territories. Finally, they agreed on a trip for the three of them to the Aurora Society headquarters in Haiguang City. After several rounds of drinks, everyone was in high spirits. It wasn't until 10 p.m. that they reluctantly parted ways and headed home to rest. The next morning at 8 a.m., Fang Xiu had just finished breakfast when his phone rang. It was a call from teacher Qin Shuang. I'm at the door, Qin Shuang said briefly. Fang Xiu acknowledged and got up to leave. With a journey ahead the next day, he needed to wrap up affairs in Qingshan City today. Qin Shuang was the driver he had arranged for. Opening the courtyard gate, he saw a familiar red car parked outside. Qin Shuang, in the driver's seat, wore bright red lipstick and stylish sunglasses, completely transforming from her usual understated look into a chic city woman. Fang Xiu opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, teasing, going on a date? Qin Shuang snorted softly and retorted, do I need a date to look pretty? She handed Fang Xiu a skill book. Thanks. Fang Xiu took the book and immediately chose to use it. His basic skill bar instantly displayed a new skill. Gale Wheel, a 3-star perfect skill, LV10100. Manipulates wind elements to form a wheel in the palm, absorbing surrounding wind elements, and throws it at a target. Causes wind element damage equal to mental strength x3, with damage increasing by 10 every 0.5 seconds of flight, up to a maximum of 100. Consumes 100 mana, with a 5-second cooldown. Qin Shuang had fetched the skill book from Qingshan City's first high school early that morning. For his third skill, Fang Xiu insisted on choosing Gale Wheel, a pure magic output skill. Why didn't you pick up the equipment too? Qin Shuang asked curiously. Fang Xiu explained. No rush, I haven't decided which set suits me yet. Although he could now wear second-order equipment, as a primitive apprentice, his role as an ancient shape-shifting warlock didn't rely heavily on equipment. Now, with the ability to switch to a half-human form before battles, equipment seemed less crucial. As for choosing second-order equipment, it would depend on either the second career transition to swordsman or mastering the Gale Wheel skill. Alright, let me know when you need it, and I'll help you get it, Qin Shuang said, happy to assist Fang Xiu with such tasks. I might need your help to send it to Haiguang City, Fang Xiu added. You're joining the Aurora Society? Qin Shuang immediately caught on at the mention of Haiguang City. Yeah, leaving tomorrow, Fang Xiu replied simply. Qin Shuang opened her mouth but didn't know what to say, finally offering. Safe travels and best of luck. Thanks for the good wishes, Fang Xiu responded with a smile. The red car, nimble as a fish, weaved through the streets of Qingshan City. In less than half an hour, Fang Xiu arrived at Lingji Company. On the way, he bid farewell to Qin Shuang, who was also his courier and driver, reminding her to be careful on the road. Then, Fang Xiu stepped into the doors of Lingji Company. On the first floor of the company building, Fang Xiu stepped into the familiar space once again. Behind the reception desk stood Xiao Li, looking just as he remembered, though this time, she was waiting for someone different. She approached him with a professional yet warm smile. Mr. Fang, Manager Zhang asked me to wait for you here. I'll take you to the cafe first. Manager Zhang will join us shortly. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly, recalling his agreement with Zhang Fu regarding the Bishianchi investment matters. Let's skip the cafe and head to the training room instead, he said, pausing briefly before adding. Also, please arrange for a set of Magic Recovery 20 equipment and a set of second-tier equipment with 70 spirit attributes for me. Xiao Li looked troubled. As a receptionist, handling equipment allocation was beyond her authority. Realizing his request was abrupt, Feng Xiu quickly said, just give Manager Zhang a call and have him arrange it for me. He remembered Zhang Fuguei mentioning that he could use the training room at Lingji Company anytime he needed. Soon enough, with Xiao Li's coordination, the training room and equipment were prepared. The elevator took him directly to the 13th floor, where Feng Xiu waited briefly in the lobby. When Manager Zhang arrives, bring him directly to the training room, he instructed Xiao Li. After receiving her confirmation, Feng Xiu entered the training room alone, the door closing softly behind him. Standing in the center of the spacious training field, Feng Xiu eagerly began testing the newly acquired Gale Wheel skill. Gale Wheel, he murmured, as a faint azure glow appeared in the palm of his right hand. This wisp of light spun rapidly, forming a miniature vortex that voraciously absorbed the surrounding wind elements. Within 3 seconds, the azure glow transformed into a high-speed spinning blue disc. Feng Xiu aimed at a wooden dummy in the distance and hurled the disc. Though it flew slowly, the surrounding wind elements were drawn to it, swirling around its path. By the time it reached the dummy, it had transformed into a 2-meter-wide azure hurricane. A piercing sound echoed as the hurricane collided with the wooden dummy. When the azure whirlwind dissipated, the dummy was in shambles, its head decapitated and its body riddled with holes, as if it had been through 1,000 cuts. Not bad. Feng Xiu nodded in approval. Although it wasn't on par with his Swordmaster's ultimate move, Condensed Crescent Slash, the Gale Wheel was only a newly learned level 1 skill, yet to receive the professional core enhancement. He believed that once the skill reached full proficiency and he completed his class advancement, the Gale Wheel would surpass the Condensed Crescent Slash. However, this process would likely take a considerable amount of time. Feng Xiu's immediate goal was to maximize the proficiency of his combat transformation device and prioritize his Swordmaster's second-class advancement. But he had another way to instantly boost the Gale Wheel's power. He quickly donned the second-tier equipment prepared by Xiao Li, precisely increasing his spirit attribute by 70 points. Class advancement, Primal Apprentice, he whispered, as his spirit attribute instantly surpassed the 100-point threshold. Following this, he retrieved the Xuanfeng Seed gifted by the Stormwind hatchling from his professional space. Xuanfeng Seed. Special item effect. Upon use, all self-wind-type skills automatically gain the Xuanfeng effect. Usage requirement. Wind-type skill, Spirit 100. Description. The seed contains a unique elemental type known as Xuanfeng. If you can tame it, it will elevate your mastery over wind elements to a new level. Feng Xiu gazed at the seed in his hand, ready to use this mysterious item, eager to see what surprises it might bring. Feng Xiu successfully used the Sun Wind seed and acquired the rare talent Source of Sun Wind. In an instant, he felt a profound connection with the surrounding wind elements. He floated gently in midair, supported by a soft breeze, as if he had become one with the air. Raising his hand, Feng Xiu could clearly sense the wind elements swirling around his fingertips. With just a thought, these elements could transform at will into attacks, defenses, or even a gentle breeze beneath his feet. He waved his hand to disperse the surrounding wind elements and began to carefully examine his status panel. In the talent section, a new rare talent Source of Sun Wind appeared. Its description read, possesses the power to control wind elements, increasing the power of all wind-based skills by 20. All personal wind skills will automatically convert to the power of Sun Wind control. Feng Xiu realized that his ability to clearly perceive the surrounding wind elements was due to this newly acquired talent. Continuing down, Feng Xiu's gaze fell upon the skill section. He knew that the effects of the Sun Wind would be more directly visible through his skills. Sun Wind Wheel, a 3-star epic skill, LV11100. Skill description, manipulates the power of Sun Wind to form a wind wheel in the palm that continuously absorbs surrounding wind elements and can be thrown at a target, ignoring 20 of the target's magical and physical defense, dealing wind element damage equal to mental power x 3.3. The wind wheel's flight speed increases by 100 and damage increases by 10 for every 0.1 seconds in flight, up to 100. Consumes 100 mana, cooldown time 5 seconds. Feng Xiu gasped, amazed at the significant upgrade in skill quality. Leaping from perfect to epic level, the Sun Wind Wheel was far superior to the previous Hurricane Wheel. With a 30 increase in mental power attribute damage, 20 defense penetration, 100 increase in flight speed, and damage increase frequency changing from every 0.5 seconds to every 0.1 seconds, the Sun Wind Wheel's power was at least double that of the Hurricane Wheel. This enormous difference left Feng Xiu astonished. He had originally thought that any improvement would not be so dramatic. He couldn't help but speculate that the Sun Wind Wheel might be among the best in its class of epic skills. Eager to test his new abilities, Feng Xiu raised his palm, immediately feeling a surge of emerald green wind elements gathering in his hand. Unlike the light blue of the hurricane wheel, the Sun Wind's power was a vibrant emerald green and began spinning rapidly as soon as it appeared. The wind elements in the training room seemed to respond to a call, quickly converging in Feng Xiu's palm. What once took 3 seconds to form the hurricane wheel now took only 1 second with the Sun Wind Wheel. As Feng Xiu gazed at the saw-like spinning wheel in his hand, he suddenly understood the source of the 20 defense penetration. With a gentle push forward, the Sun Wind Wheel shot out instantly. A sharp, short sound pierced the air, like a razor-sharp blade slicing through space. Before Feng Xiu could fully grasp what he had done, an explosion suddenly erupted. Boom! A large hole with a 1-meter radius appeared in the wall 20 meters away. At the center of the hole, a deep, unseeable cut divided it in two. Feng Xiu stared in awe at the astonishing destructive power, filled with admiration and anticipation for this newly acquired strength. Fortunately, the training room at Lingji Company had been specially reinforced to withstand all attack skills below the 5-star perfect quality level. Despite this, the loud noise Feng Xiu made earlier still alarmed others. The door to the training room was suddenly flung open, and a maintenance worker rushed in with a tense expression. What happened? The maintenance worker asked warily, surveying the room. Feng Xiu scratched his head awkwardly. Nothing much, just lost control of the power for a moment. Sorry about that, he said, pointing to the large hole in the wall. Could you check how much the repair would cost? The maintenance worker followed Feng Xiu's gesture and was startled by the gaping hole in the wall. He quickly waved his hand. No repair fee needed. This kind of thing happens often during training, he assured. After a pause, he added, however, if you're going to test powerful skills, I suggest you use the company's outdoor training field. The structures there are more resistant to impact. Relieved that he wouldn't have to pay for damages, Feng Xiu nodded. All right, thank you. I'll make sure to control my strength better and avoid causing any more damage. After the maintenance worker left, Feng Xiu reflected on what had happened. His target was clearly the wooden dummy 10 meters away. So how did he end up hitting the wall? Did he miss? No, that wasn't it. Feng Xiu's gaze returned to the center of the training room. There, where the wooden dummy should have stood, was now just a bare wooden pole. The dummy's arms and head were completely gone, leaving the torso covered in spiral patterns, surrounded by fine wood dust. Was it because the speed was too fast and the target had no defense, so it went straight through? Feng Xiu speculated. But it was just a guess, and he didn't dare to test it further in the training room. I wonder what effect this move would have on a wild monster. With no further skills to test, Feng Xiu had nothing else to do. He was about to ask Xiaoli to cancel the training room booking and head to a cafe to wait for Zhang Fuguei when he unexpectedly ran into him outside. Here you are, Feng Xiu greeted. Zhang Fuguei was in high spirits, wearing a sharp suit and tie, his belly giving him the air of a small-time leader. Come on, let's go to my office and chat over some tea, Zhang Fuguei warmly invited. The two took the elevator to the 14th floor and entered Zhang Fuguei's office. As he poured tea for Feng Xiu, Zhang Fuguei took a map out of his drawer and handed it over. The treasure map of the Iron City. The special item description read, the treasure map of Iron City. Only those holding the map can enter the Iron Emperor's treasury. Feng Xiu looked at Zhang Fuguei in confusion. What's this? Zhang Fuguei smiled and explained. Remember when I told you that if you defeated Huang Daohong, I'd have a big gift for you? This was also part of a bet between me and He Dongjun. He had half, and I had the other half. We bet, and the loser had to hand over their half. You won, so I was able to complete the map. Now, I'm giving it to you. Feng Xiu didn't refuse, as he had no idea what the Iron City was. Seeing the confusion on Feng Xiu's face, Zhang Fuguei continued. Iron City is an ancient ruin that opens once every 3 years, and only those who have undergone 4 transitions can enter. The map in your hand is the key to a hidden treasury within Iron City. The next opening is in June of next year. Zhang Fuguei looked at Feng Xiu with a meaningful gaze. I have high hopes for you. Why don't you go yourself? Feng Xiu asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. The words treasure map, ancient ruins, and hidden vault were all incredibly enticing. Zhang Fuguei spread his hands with a proud smile. I've already reached the 5th turn. Feng Xiu looked at Zhang Fuguei in surprise, realizing that this seemingly ordinary man was actually a 5th turn professional. He nodded. All right, I'll take it then. With that, he carefully tucked the treasure map away. It opens next June, and you need to be a 4th turn professional to enter. There's still plenty of time, Feng Xiu added, with a hint of anticipation in his voice. Suddenly, Zhang Fuguei changed the subject. Let's talk about the investment amount next. Because you won the 10 schools battle championship, the company's investment in you has increased to 5 million. This 5 million includes the 2 million you won from betting against He Dongjun. Feng Xiu raised an eyebrow. Turning 2 million into 5 million was undoubtedly good news. He immediately began to calculate how to use this money. First, he needed a perfect grade second turn set of equipment. The perfect grade set with the main attribute boosting agility, received from the 10 schools battle, would be used for the second turn Swordmaster. He also planned to have Zhang Fugui help find a set that increased the main attribute of spirit, preparing for the future second turn Sunfeng will profession. After some thought, Fang Xiu took out a wind dragon ring from his professional space and gently placed it on the table. This ring could increase wind skill damage by 30, and the complete set offered a 40 boost. For his future transition to a wind-based magic profession, this would be a tremendous help. Does Lingji Company's warehouse have components of this set? Fang Xiu asked, his gaze fixed on the softly glowing ring. He speculated that if another component of the Wind Dragon ring had ever appeared, it was likely in the hands of the century-old Lingji Company or the Lin family in Qingshan City. Zhang Fugui glanced at the ring and shook his head. This is epic-grade equipment, and Lingji Company has multiple warehouses. The warehouses storing epic-grade equipment and above are beyond the access rights of a manager like me. Fang Xiu pondered this. It seemed the manager's status at Lingji Company wasn't as significant as he had imagined. To gather another component, he needed to reach the true higher-ups of Lingji Company. With this in mind, Fang Xiu took out his phone and dialed a number in his contacts that he had never called before. After 3 rings, it was answered by a detached female voice. Well, it's rare for you to call me. Good morning, Miss Lin Jinan. Have you had breakfast? Fang Xiu greeted warmly. On the other end was Lin Jinan, the only person he could think of among the real higher-ups at Lingji Company. Get to the point. Lin Jinan clearly wasn't interested in Fang Xiu's small talk. Fang Xiu got straight to it. Can you help me check Lingji Company's epic-grade equipment inventory? I'm looking for an epic-grade piece. What equipment? A component of the accessory set dropped by the wrathful Wind Dragon. I have a Wind Dragon ring, right? No need to check. Lin Jinan's voice carried a hint of recollection. I once saw it. There's a Wind Dragon ring left in the warehouse. She had initially hunted the wrathful Wind Dragon for its drop, the Shepherd Dragon Relic Fragment, so she naturally had seen its other drops. Fang Xiu had some impression of the Wind Dragon ring left that Lin Jinan mentioned. The ring had been left in the warehouse because it had no matching parts. His eyes lit up, and he decided to try his luck. Miss Lin, could you do me a favor and name a price to sell it to me? Lin Jinan raised an eyebrow, with a hint of teasing in her voice. A second-tier epic equipment doesn't come cheap. Can you afford it? She recalled Fang Xiu's family background and speculated that he might have joined a professional team. Without hesitation, Fang Xiu offered, 5 million. I'll use all my assets to buy the Wind Dragon ring left. His tone was casual, as if saying, I'm going all in, your call. Lin Jinan nodded slightly, thinking the price was reasonable. Considering Fang Xiu might need to enhance his combat power, she felt the deal wasn't a loss. All right, give me an address, and I'll have someone deliver it. Cash on delivery. I'm currently at the Lingji Company, 14th floor, in Manager Zhang Fugui's office. You can send it here, Fang Xiu quickly replied. After hanging up, Lin Jinan immediately instructed the butler. Uncle Li, go to warehouse number 3 and take the Wind Dragon ring left to the 14th floor of the Lingji Company, to Manager Zhang Fugui's office for Fang Xiu. Remember to collect 5 million and deposit it into the company account. The butler promptly acted on her orders. Suddenly, Lin Jinan remembered something and asked, by the way, what department is on the 14th floor of the Lingji Company? The butler thought for a moment and answered, I believe it's the investment department. Investment department? Lin Jinan suddenly recalled something. I remember Lingji Company invested in Fang Xiu. How much was the investment? After checking, the butler replied, Miss, it was a total of 5 million. 5 million. Lin Jinan laughed in disbelief. This is too funny. This kid is using the 5 million my family invested in him to buy the Wind Dragon ring. So basically, I'm giving him the ring for free. The butler dared not reply but internally thought, well, your family does enjoy being angel investors for geniuses. Meanwhile, on the 14th floor of the Lingji Company, Fang Xiu told Zhang Fugui, you heard it, prepare 5 million. Miss Lin wants cash on delivery. Zhang Fugui asked, do you need cash? Fang Xiu shrugged, indicating he could handle it however he saw fit. Zhang Fugui could only silently give a thumbs up and went to finance to arrange the money. Half an hour later, a middle-aged butler dressed in a black suit and with graceful manners completed the transaction with Zhang Fugui. Zhang Fugui accompanied the butler to the finance department, and how they managed the 5 million transfer was of no concern to Fang Xiu. He only cared that he had what he wanted in hand. Fang Xiu carefully examined the attributes of the Wind Dragon ring left. Quality, epic. Attributes, all attributes 5. Wind-type skill power increased by 30. Attached skill, Intimidation emits a dragon aura to intimidate enemies. Set, Wind Dragon's power 12. Wind-type skill power increased by 40. Intimidation skill advances to Dragon Roar. Tier, second tier. Durability, 300,300. Description, a ring formed by the power of the Wind Dragon clan, allowing the wearer to control fierce winds. Fang Xiu noticed that, unlike the Wind Dragon ring right, the left ring came with the intimidation skill, which seemed to be a control-type skill. However, the attribute bonuses of both rings were identical. Combining the attributes and set effects of both pieces resulted in a staggering 100 win skill power boost. Fang Xiu couldn't help but feel excited about this powerful effect. At the entrance of Qingshan City Station, Fang Xiu waved goodbye to his only blood relative, his Aunt Li Qinghong. Although he was about to leave his hometown, his heart was filled with anticipation rather than sadness. Take care of yourself over there, and call me anytime if you need anything, Li Qinghong reminded him. Fang Xiu nodded in response. Got it, Aunt. You should head back now. Eagerly, he joined He Chun and assistant Xiao Li, who had been waiting, and the three of them entered the station together. Li Qinghong watched Fang Xiu until he disappeared from view, then turned and drove back to Lingji Company. Inside the bustling station, Fang Xiu followed He Chun and Xiao Li through the crowd. Instead of heading to the ticket gate, they went upstairs. Fang Xiu asked curiously, Brother Chun, which train are we taking? He Chun replied briefly, We're not taking a train. Not taking a train? Then how are we getting to Haiguang City? Fang Xiu was even more puzzled. Suddenly, Xiao Li, who was leading the way, opened a large door. Behind it was a space the size of a basketball court, with strange patterns made of various colored stones on the floor. Xiao Li approached the nearest pattern, took a silver stone from his professional space, and began adjusting the stones on the ground. Immediately, visible energy waves appeared around them, and the space rippled like a lake. Hichin casually explained, It's a teleportation array. Xiao Li's profession is a spatial array master. Fang Xiu looked at Xiao Li in surprise. Array masters weren't uncommon, but those with spatial attributes were rare. Xiao Li quickly completed his work, and a faint silver-white glow spread from the stone array, soon forming a portal above. Hichin warned, The first time you teleport over a long distance, it can be uncomfortable. Just bear with it for a moment. With that, he stepped into the portal first. Xiao Li smiled and gestured for Fang Xiu to follow. Without hesitation, Fang Xiu stepped into the portal. In an instant, everything went white. Fang Xiu immediately understood what Hichin meant by uncomfortable. The world spun wildly, as if he were being sucked into a rapidly spinning vortex, his body twisting and turning, with nausea and dizziness overwhelming him. Fortunately, the sensation didn't last long. When Fang Xiu regained his senses, he found himself in the center of a bustling city square. The surrounding area was lively, but no one paid attention to their arrival, as others were also constantly emerging from various teleportation portals. Xiao Li considerately handed him a bottle of water. Drink some of this. It will help. Fang Xiu took a gulp. The water seemed unusual, with a faint sweet taste. As the liquid went down, the nausea and dizziness gradually subsided. Feeling better? Hichin asked patiently. Fang Xiu exhaled deeply. Much better. Thank you. Hichin nodded. All right, let's go. I'll take you to the headquarters of the Aurora Society to report in and arrange a place for you to stay. With that, he led the way into the crowd. Following Hichin, Fang Xiu finally had the chance to closely observe this underwater city as he recovered. The streets were lined with stalls, and the vendors wore various exotic outfits, displaying gear that seemed to have defensive properties rather than just being visually appealing. Behind the stalls were rows of low-rise buildings, no more than 3 stories high, in stark contrast to the towering skyscrapers of Qingshan City, resembling more of a quaint countryside town. Is Haiguang City really this backward? Fang Xiu muttered to himself, but his attention was soon drawn to something unusual in the sky. In the clear blue distance, 2 dark shadows moved slowly. At first, he thought they were birds, but with his enhanced vision, he quickly realized the truth. They were 2 deep blue swordfish, each over a meter long. Shocked, Fang Xiu looked around and noticed the entire sky was filled with fish, sunfish, small hunting sharks, charging swordfish, but the sun was nowhere to be seen. A stunning realization struck him. Are we underwater? He Chun nodded in confirmation. That's right, Haiguang City is a city built under the sea in the outer regions. He added, the dungeons around here are all underwater. Since you can't move freely underwater yet, Xiao Li will take you for a tour near the coastal city on shore later. Got it, Brother Chun. Xiao Li replied cheerfully. Still immersed in amazement, Fang Xiu's mind raced with questions. What method was used to keep the seawater out? Was it a formation? Or a massive glass dome? If it was a dome, where did the air come from? Like a curious child, he looked around, trying to find answers. Before long, He Chun led Fang Xiu to the headquarters of the Aurora Society. The first-floor lobby was spacious and bright, with a row of long counters at the front where several sweet-faced ladies were handling various tasks, resembling bank tellers. On either side were rest areas, complete with a coffee shop, restaurant, and internet cafe, akin to a small commercial plaza. Hong Jia, I brought a newcomer. Could you help with his registration and arrange accommodation? Hichin called out to the counter. A woman in a red qipao with a graceful figure emerged from behind the counter. She wore her hair in a lily bun, adorned with a sapphire-embedded gold hairpin, and elegantly held a golden cigarette holder. She looked Fang Xiu up and down, a smile playing on her lips. It's rare for you to take interest in and recommend a newcomer. His talent in swordsmanship is remarkable, possibly surpassing mine. It's not often you encounter such a genius, so naturally, I had to recommend him to the Aurora Society. He-chun praised Fang Xiu without reservation. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Hong Jie's eyes. Being personally brought to the Aurora Society by the Aurora King, Hao Ringguang, He-chun's talent in swordsmanship was exceptional. And now, he claimed this obviously newly graduated young man had even stronger talent? Hong Jie was intrigued. Young man, I'm Hong Fong. You can call me Hong Jie like He-chun, or simply Ah Fong. Hong Jie introduced herself warmly. Hong Jie. Fang Xiu obediently followed He-chun's lead, clearly finding Ah Fong too intimate. Come on, let's register your information, and I'll arrange a place for you to stay, Hong Jie said with a smile, guiding Fang Xiu through the membership process. Fang Xiu stood at the registration desk of the Aurora Society headquarters in Qingshan City, holding a freshly filled out form. He handed the form to the receptionist in a red uniform, whom everyone referred to as Sister Hong. She quickly scanned the form and passed it to a nearby staff member for computer entry. This is the soul lamp, Sister Hong said, retrieving a uniquely designed lamp from beneath the counter and handing it to Fang Xiu. It records the ripple of your soul's power. If you die or become possessed by a nightmare and turn into a nightmare demon, the lamp will extinguish. Fang Xiu took the soul lamp and examined this special tool closely. He knew it was developed by the Aurora Society and the military to counter espionage activities in the Nightmare Valley battlefield, confirming whether the user was alive and whether they were possessed. Professional teams regularly used the soul lamp to check their members' survival status, as dungeon runs were high-risk endeavors that could lead to death at any moment. Following instructions, Fang Xiu used the soul lamp. A bright flame ignited inside, clearly linking the flickering fire to his life force. After completing the procedure, he returned the soul lamp to Sister Hong. Your information has been registered, Sister Hong said, handing him a specially modified phone from the Aurora Society. It can bypass dungeon restrictions to receive signals, keeping you connected with the outside world. If you encounter danger in the wild, press the emergency button, and all Aurora Society members within a 20-mile radius will be notified. She further explained, the phone contains an exclusive Aurora Society app with your information already entered. You can accept commissions and post tasks through it. But be careful, losing this phone will cost $1 million to replace. Fang Xiu nodded in understanding, curiously fiddling with what appeared to be an ordinary phone. He noticed the prominent emergency button on the back, the only feature distinguishing it from regular phones. Upon opening the phone, he quickly found the Aurora app. Inside, he saw 3 main sections: commissions, store, and mail. Clicking on commissions revealed subcategories for exploration, battlefield, and internal tasks. Fang Xiu looked through them, finding a wide range of assignments under each category. He randomly browsed a few tasks. Crab King Cave Exploration Task. Objective: use the Soul Capture Lamp to clear Crab King Cave 3 times and collect data on all monsters, including the boss, the Armored Crab King. Requirement: second promotion. Reward: 200 Aurora points. Night Seaweed Forest Battlefield Task. Objective: eliminate the foreign Shadow Ghost squad attempting to cross the border in the Night Seaweed Forest. Reward: 1,000 Aurora points. Fang Xiu skimmed through, noting that these tasks mainly focused on battlefields, dungeons, and exploring foreign territories. Completing them earned Aurora points, a currency used in the App Store to buy equipment, items, skill books, or even skill training from instructors. Driven by curiosity, Fang Xiu checked out the most expensive items in the store. Fang Xiu stood in front of the Aurora Guild's shop, captivated by an astonishing weapon: the Whale King Devouring Cannon. This dual-wield mechanical weapon emitted a legendary glow, with attributes that were nothing short of amazing. It increased strength and constitution by 100 points each and could deliver 10,000 points of fixed piercing damage to targets within 1,000 meters after a 3-second charge. The weapon's description was even more extravagant, claiming it harnessed the power of the Ocean Whale King, capable of instantly absorbing surrounding energy and unleashing a devastating attack that could easily destroy a small city. However, the exorbitant price of this 6th-tier legendary item, 10 million Aurora points, made Fang Xiu hesitate. Despite this, he was thrilled by the shop's extensive inventory. Alongside this top-tier weapon, there were several high-level legendary equipment pieces and numerous epic items, ranging from 1st to 7th tier, with even the cheapest starting at 10,000 Aurora points. Fang Xiu was secretly delighted, as this was exactly the trading platform he had been hoping for. Although he hadn't decided on a purchase yet, he was already contemplating how to take on tasks to earn Aurora points. His focused study of the tasks and shop drew a knowing smile from He-chun and Hong Jie, who were reminded of their own enthusiasm when they first joined the guild. Hong Jie handed Fang Xiu a set of keys, assigning him a standard single room in Zone C on the 3rd floor, and reminded him that he could use Aurora points to upgrade his accommodations or find a place to rent outside. Fang Xiu bid farewell to He-chun and followed a staff member to his room. He-chun reminded him to call if he had any questions, then continued his conversation with Hongjie. Fang Xiu's room was small, but well-equipped. Near the entrance was a bathroom with a tub. Inside there was a double bed, a desk with an empty vase on it, and an air conditioner on the wall. To him, this was far superior to the shared bathroom conditions of his six-person dormitory in college from his past life. He quickly unpacked, made the bed, and arranged his toiletries, eager to explore the underwater city. Back in the lobby, Fang Xiu ran into Xiao Li, who had just left the cafe. After exchanging warm greetings, Fang Xiu expressed his desire to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Xiao Li cheerfully suggested, "Come on, I'll show you around." In the central teleportation plaza of Haiguang City, Li Bo was taking a leisurely stroll with Fang Xiu. This was the heart of the city and the best vantage point. As they walked, Li Bo provided a detailed introduction to the surroundings. "Fang Xiu, do you see that bustling street over there? That's the most prosperous commercial street in Haiguang City," Li Bo said, pointing to the crowded street not far away. "It gathers snacks from all over, and even more so, equipment from the wild. You can also set up a stall there to sell equipment and monster materials you don't need, but you'll have to pay a rental fee for the stall space first." Li Bo was enthusiastically explaining, but quickly realized Fang Xiu's gaze wasn't lingering on those bustling streets. His eyes revealed a hint of urgency, seemingly uninterested in them. "Brotherly, can we fight in the wild near Haiguang City?" Fang Xiu suddenly asked. "Or is there a second-tier dungeon nearby? I remember He Chun mentioned a dungeon nearby, but it wasn't suitable for me." Li Bo was momentarily stunned, then suddenly understood. The young man before him was an out-and-out battle fanatic, uninterested in scenery and food, with his mind focused solely on combat. However, Li Bo thought, it is often such people who achieve remarkable feats in battle. "I'll take you there," Li Bo decisively said. The two of them passed through the bustling commercial street, and soon arrived at the south gate of Haiguang City. On either side of the gate stood a team of warriors in blue armor, wielding guandao. The powerful aura emanating from them suggested they were at least fourth-tier, if not fifth-tier professionals. The south gate was open, and upon approaching, the faint ripple of flowing water could be seen in midair. Li Bo took out 2 vials of light blue potion from his bag, handing one to Fang Xiu and drinking one himself. "Here, drink this, and we can leave the city." Fang Xiu took the potion and carefully read the description on the bottle. High-grade underwater breathing potion consumable. Effect, after use, grants the ability to ignore certain water pressure and breathe freely underwater for 24 hours. Description, a potion made from special underwater bubble grass, granting the ability to move freely underwater for a short period. "Great stuff," Fang Xiu exclaimed. He had been worried about how to move underwater, but the solution was already prepared. No wonder Haiguang City could be established. After drinking the potion, Fang Xiu followed Li Bo out of the city gate. Instantly, cold water enveloped his body, but there was none of the oppressive feeling or suffocation typical of swimming. Fang Xiu only felt slightly weightless and the coolness of his clothes soaked with water. Taking a step forward, the resistance of the water was present, but much less than anticipated. Fang Xiu found he could walk as normally as on land, not needing to exert himself as he would when swimming. He guessed this was likely due to the powerful physique of professionals and the high-grade underwater breathing potion he had just consumed. Outside Haiguang City was a peculiar underwater forest. Massive coral reefs and long seaweeds formed a scene entirely different from land, yet with a similar charm to a forest. "Fang Xiu, there are 5 second-tier dungeons nearby. Which one are you interested in?" Li Bo asked while pulling out a special phone from the Aurora Guild, sending a message to Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu took out his phone and opened the link Li Bo sent. The phone automatically redirected to the Aurora app's map and dungeon information section. Fang Xiu quickly scanned the screen, preparing to choose the most suitable dungeon for himself. Fang Xiu and Li Bo stood at the ocean floor, surrounded by a vast blue underwater world. They were checking their smartphone app's map, which marked the location of the second-tier dungeons carefully selected by Li Bo. "Underwater navigation, this is awesome," Fang Xiu exclaimed. "Let's head to the nearest one first." They decided to go to the Sword Star Bay dungeon, located about 3 kilometers southwest of Haiguang City, in a submerged bay. According to the app, this dungeon, although close to Haiguang City, had only been cleared up to the Nightmare level. The most difficult Hell level remained unconquered. Fang Xiu thought to himself that the Hell level was actually a hidden map of the dungeon, requiring a specific number of special items obtained under the Nightmare difficulty to unlock. Clearing it promised rich rewards, but the challenge was far greater than the Nightmare level. He recalled his experience of attempting the Nightmare level at Fengling Valley in Qingshan City, where he never managed to obtain the special item needed to unlock the Hell level. It wasn't due to a low drop rate. Rather, the dungeon had been explored for hundreds of years, and the special items had long been exhausted. As a newly established city, Haiguang City had such unexplored dungeons in its outskirts. This was one of the main reasons Fang Xiu chose to join the Aurora Guild. Suddenly, Li Bo shouted alertly, "Watch out! There's a monster coming from the right." Fang Xiu quickly turned his head to see a shadow speeding towards them like an arrow from several hundred meters away. With his keen eyesight, he identified the monster. Swordstar Fish LV 25 HP, 423450. Li Bo frowned and said, "It's a Swordstar fish. These monsters are troublesome. Their bodies are like weapons, sharp as swords, and even defense-oriented players avoid taking their charges heated." He was about to take out an array stone from his professional backpack to set up a teleportation array, but Fang Xiu calmly said, "No need, I can handle it." With that, Fang Xiu moved towards the Swordstar fish. In the blink of an eye, the fish charged at him. "Transform, Iron Guardian," Fang Xiu murmured, and his body was instantly enveloped in a silvery white light. Bang! The Swordstar fish slammed into Fang Xiu, but it was like hitting a block of iron. Instead of piercing him, it was knocked sideways by the powerful recoil, its sword-like snout bent, and it fainted, belly up. Li Bo watched in astonishment. Fang Xiu swiftly deactivated his Iron Guardian transformation and shifted into a semi-humanoid Wind Fury whelp. He extended his dragon claws and tore the Swordstar fish apart. The system notification immediately sounded. Killed Swordstar Fish LV25, gained 500 experience. Level up, current level, 21, all attributes 1.25. Level up, current level, 22, all attributes 1.25. Level up, current level, 23, all attributes 1.25. The experience Fang Xiu had accumulated from dungeon runs at level 20 was unleashed, boosting his level from 20 to 23. However, Fang Xiu's attention wasn't on his level increase. His gaze was fixed on the spot beneath the Swordstar fish's body, where a dark purple magic circle was slowly appearing. "Transformation Stone Refinement Array," Fang Xiu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. When the body of the sword starfish turned to dust and condensed into a pale blue stone in the water, Fang Xiu received a notification. The system voice echoed in his mind. "Transformation Stone. Sword starfish successfully created. Proficiency 10." Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow, a hint of delight in his eyes. It wasn't just because he successfully created a transformation stone on his first try, but because the process itself increased his proficiency. This was a significant improvement compared to the previous situation where only using the transformation stone would enhance proficiency. He thought to himself that the second job advancement for the Swordmaster profession no longer seemed so distant. Reaching out to grasp the transformation stone suspended in midair, Fang Xiu carefully examined the translucent blue stone. The system interface then displayed detailed information. Transformation Stone, Sword Starfish. Grade, excellent. Effect, transforms the user into a sword starfish, agility 3, strength 2. Skills acquired, sword charge, weakness perception. Duration, 5 minutes. Description, a transformation stone that harnesses the power of the sword starfish, allowing you to roam the ocean as one. The excellent grade of the stone was within Fang Xiu's expectations since the sword starfish was a relatively common creature near Haiguang City. However, he noted that the total attribute increase of 5 points was higher than the excellent grade transformation stones of wind fairies and wind-chasing beasts. Fang Xiu speculated that this might be related to his current high level. Storing the sword starfish transformation stone in his inventory, Fang Xiu decided to test its skills later in a dungeon. At that moment, Li Bo couldn't help but remark, "Even though your profession is centered around swordsmanship, your defense is astonishing. I was surprised by your defensive capabilities back during the penultimate match of the 10 schools competition when you took on the Zodiac horizontal finisher directly." Fang Xiu modestly replied, "It's not too bad." He knew that although the magic pattern Iron Guard lacked active skills and didn't directly boost attributes, its percentage damage reduction was enough to make it a top-tier transformation stone. The two of them continued their journey, encountering few wild creatures along the 3-kilometer path. Most creatures fled upon seeing humans, and only a handful were aggressive. This was because the area near Haiguang City was frequently cleared by passing adventurers. Fang Xiu and Li Bo managed to defeat a few creatures, but unfortunately, they couldn't create any transformation stones. During their conversation, Fang Xiu learned that Li Bo was a 3-star, 6-ring spatial formation master. Although this profession had some offensive techniques, they required a lengthy setup time. Therefore, Li Bo primarily focused on life professions, and his combat abilities were not particularly notable. About 20 minutes later, Fang Xiu and Li Bo arrived at the closest second job advancement dungeon to Haiguang City Swordstar Bay. Before them, a pale blue portal floated quietly. Behind the portal lay an awe-inspiring fjord. Within the bay, dark currents surged, occasionally propelling fish and shrimp above the water's surface. The fjord's cliffs and ground were composed of dense granite, enormous coral reefs, and vibrant shells, creating a dazzling spectacle. Holding a specially designed phone from Aurora Society, Fang Xiu wasn't worried about getting lost in this complex environment. However, he didn't plan on delving deep. According to the map, further inside Swordstar Bay was a vortex-shaped cave, known as the Dark Insect Whirlpool, a third job advancement dungeon. Feng Xiu decided he would challenge it once he reached his third job advancement. When Feng Xiu and Li Bo arrived at the entrance of the Jinqing Bay dungeon, the scene before them made them pause. For young professionals were gathered around the dungeon's stone monument, 3 men and 1 woman. They were armed with weapons representing the typical roles of a tank, mage, assassin, and priest, forming a perfect dungeon team. Li Bo scrutinized the group and whispered to Feng Xiu, "Looks like they're from your cohort, right?" Feng Xiu nodded and explained, "Yes, Aurora Guild recruits promising professionals nationwide every graduation season and sends them to Haiguang City under the sea or Binhai City on the surface. I've seen these people in the headquarters lobby. They arrived a week before you." His gaze lingered on them, thinking that anyone recruited by Aurora Guild must be a top talent. The 4 professionals noticed Feng Xiu and Li Bo's arrival. Their conversation hushed, and they occasionally cast wary glances at the newcomers. A young man with a green turtle's hell shield and a longsword quickly made a decision. He said to his companions, "Let's discuss this inside the dungeon." With that, the 4 swiftly entered the dungeon, disappearing from Feng Xiu and Li Bo's sight. "They seem wary of us." Feng Xiu frowned, analyzing the situation. Li Bo patiently explained, "That's normal. The outer regions are lawless lands, filled with disputes and killings over loot distribution. There are also highway robbers and even unexpected intrusions by foreign tribes. In the outer regions, a bit of extra caution never hurts." His tone reflected his extensive experience on the frontier. Moreover, Li Bo added, "As professionals from the same cohort, you're somewhat in competition with each other." "Competition?" Feng Xiu asked further. Li Bo elaborated, "Once all the deacons return and your cohort is complete, the headquarters will typically release competitive newcomer tasks. They'll select the strong ones for focused training." Feng Xiu realized that competition was unavoidable no matter where he went. A bigger platform meant more intense competition. They approached the dungeon's stone monument, which displayed names and completion times in neat order. 1. Lindong's team completion time, 1 hour 32 minutes 18 seconds. 2. Zhang Tianming's team completion time, 1 hour 33 minutes 1 second. 3. Hongyu's team completion time, 1 hour 33 minutes 55 seconds. 10. Wei Ling's team completion time, 1 hour 37 minutes 28 seconds. Only a 5-minute difference between 1st and 10th place? "This dungeon competition is pretty fierce," Feng Xiu murmured. Li Bo explained, "It's normal. Second-tier professionals usually find it hard to reach Haiguang City on their own. Those who come here to tackle second-tier dungeons are essentially top talents selected by major professional guilds from across the country." He paused and added, "But there shouldn't be too many of them. You might see the same names on leaderboards of other second-tier dungeons." Feng Xiu noticed that "normal" seemed to be Li Bo's catchphrase. In the outer regions, even the most unusual situations seemed normal to him. "Thanks, brotherly," Feng Xiu said, looking at the Jinqing Bay dungeon with eager anticipation. "I'm getting ready to enter the dungeon." Li Bo was a bit surprised. "You're not going to find a team first?" Feng Xiu confidently replied, "No need. I can handle it alone. If the monsters are too strong, I'll just choose a lower difficulty and take it slow, mainly to practice my skills." He thought to himself, "Lower difficulty? No way. I'm going straight for nightmare difficulty." Seeing Feng Xiu's confidence, Li Bo didn't say more, only reminding him, "All right, go ahead. Call me if you need anything." Jinqing Bay was once the habitat of the Jinqing fish. The mysterious and unpredictable undercurrents here provided a natural boost for the fish's swift movements, greatly enhancing their lethality. Any creature that accidentally wandered into this area would be instantly pierced by countless Jinqing fish. Feng Xiu stood at the entrance of Jinqing Bay, decisively choosing the nightmare-level difficulty. The scene before him shimmered like a watery curtain before revealing its true form. He could clearly feel the pressure of the water currents pushing from all directions. Not far away, several Jinqing fish lay quietly on the coral reefs, with sunlight filtering through the water and glinting off their sharp, sword-like noses. Cautiously, Feng Xiu took a few steps forward, fully aware that going any further would result in being riddled with holes. He decided to first acclimate to the underwater environment and test the changes in his skills. After transitioning to a Swordmaster, he tried out his draw sword technique and condensed crescent slash. The water resistance significantly reduced the instantaneous speed from the draw sword technique, and the slashing speed was also affected. The sword energy from the condensed crescent slash was diminished by the water, greatly reducing its attack range and flight speed. At this moment, Feng Xiu understood what He Chen meant by saying, "The instances near Haiguang City aren't quite suitable for me." Indeed, underwater instances are highly disadvantageous for speed-based and ranged professionals. However, he realized that practicing swordsmanship underwater was akin to weight training, which might accelerate his skill proficiency. He made a mental note to return and practice here after his second transition. Switching back to his original apprentice form, Feng Xiu transformed into a young wind dragon and tested his skills, reaching similar conclusions as when he was a swordmaster. He retrieved a newly acquired Jianqing fish transformation stone from his profession space, ready to test its effects. Embedding the transformation stone into his combat transformation device, Fang Xiu activated the transform, Jianqing fish semi-human form. A white light enveloped him, and his body began to change. His chin split open to reveal fish gills, fins grew on the sides of his arms, his left hand became a sharp sword, and a fisheye-like pattern appeared on his wrist. Although he had no scales, two blue streamlined patterns extended from his jaw to his legs. Fang Xiu released a few bubbles, savoring this peculiar state. In this transformed form, he felt as comfortable as if he were lounging in his own room. He suddenly realized that he no longer needed underwater breathing potions in this state. He had initially planned to ask Li Bo about purchasing options, but it seemed unnecessary now. Next time he ventured out, he could simply transform into the Jianqing fish semi-human form and move freely. Fang Xiu felt an unusual comfort underwater, as if he had become one with the water, even without using a breathing potion. The water currents, instead of being a hindrance, seemed to propel him forward. His aura shifted dramatically, and the abilities of his Swordmaster class were unexpectedly enhanced in the water. Deciding to test his skills, Fang Xiu executed a quick sword draw, vanishing instantly and leaving only a flash of cold light slicing through the water. In the next moment, he reappeared 5 meters away in an open area. Staring at his hands in amazement, Fang Xiu realized that the water not only didn't impede him, but actually helped him move faster. Next, he tried the crescent slash. Though not as pronounced as the quick draw, it was still smoother than usual. Fang Xiu understood that transforming into a sword starfish mainly enhanced his body's adaptation to the water flow, rather than simply boosting attributes and skills. Reverting to his original apprentice form, Fang Xiu had one more skill to test Whirlwind. He was curious about how this wind-manipulating ability would perform underwater. Raising his hand, a touch of green appeared in his palm. The wind element rapidly spun, forming a visible vortex. In the blink of an eye, the vortex expanded dramatically. Fang Xiu had to change his hand gesture from holding up to pushing away. Within a single breath, a massive underwater tornado, a meter wide, emerged. Fang Xiu was thrilled to discover that Whirlwind could be used underwater and seemed even more powerful. However, the thrill quickly turned to concern. The water tornado continued to grow, soon spiraling out of Fang Xiu's control. It swept into Swordstar Bay, expanding along the curve and delving deeper into the water. The surrounding currents violently shook, making the whole world seem like a giant underwater disco. Fang Xiu quickly distanced himself, but the nearby sword starfish weren't as fortunate. They were instantly sucked into the tornado. Notifications began to pop up in Fang Xiu's view. Defeated sword starfish LV30, gained 10-20 experience. Defeated sword starfish LV30, gained 10-20 experience. Level up, current level 24, strength 1.25, agility 1.25, constitution 1.25, spirit 1.25. Fang Xiu was stunned, not expecting Whirlwind's underwater power to be so immense. The tornado stretched further into the depths until it vanished from sight. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the depths of Swordstar Bay. The entire water area shook violently, and Fang Xiu clung to a reef to avoid getting dizzy. Soon, new notifications appeared before him. Defeated Slashing Star Swordfish LV35 boss, gained 23080 experience. Instance completion time, 5 minutes 19 seconds. Record saved. Notice, you have reached the top of Swordstar Bay instance leaderboard, current rank, 1. Fang Xiu was taken aback. He hadn't expected to accidentally achieve the top spot on the leaderboard. This unexpected result left him both thrilled and puzzled, unsure of how to react. As the waters gradually calmed, Fang Xiu clung to the coral reef, his heart pounding and still shaken. He stared incredulously at the Xuanfeng wheel in his hand, replaying the astonishing scene that had just unfolded in his mind. Is this the true power of the Xuanfeng wheel? It's simply unbelievable, he thought, his fingers unconsciously tracing the surface of the weapon. A surge of impulse rose within him, and he lifted his hand to try again, but reason quickly prevailed. No, I need to focus on collecting the spoils first. Forcing himself to calm down, Fang Xiu began to carefully survey his surroundings. The ground was littered with broken coral fragments and the carcasses of sword starfish, creating a rather spectacular scene. He took a deep breath and silently recited, Transformation Stone Refinement Array. He then began converting all the sword starfish corpses into transformation stones. Even if the quality is low, it doesn't matter. I'll just combine 10 into 1 later, he calculated to himself. As he ventured deeper into Swordstar Bay, the sight became even more awe-inspiring. A vortex that appeared like an abyss had been blasted open, revealing a fissure surrounded by hundreds of sword starfish corpses. Among the debris, a particularly large sword starfish caught Fang Xiu's attention. This must be the Swordstar Bay boss, the star-cutting swordfish, he thought. He quickly approached, checking the loot, while casually performing the Transformation Stone Refinement Array. The The star-cutting swordfish proved to be generous, much to Feng Xiu's delight. 2 pieces of equipment appeared, the Starflash sword and a fishbone necklace, both rare second-tier items. After carefully examining their attributes, he equipped them without hesitation, replacing his current weapon, the Fine Rain, with the Starflash sword. This is just temporary, he thought. My goal is a perfect grade sword, preferably 2 epic-level weapons. Just then, a sharp cracking sound interrupted his thoughts. His first attempt to create a star-cutting swordfish boss transformation stone had failed. Feng Xiu was not discouraged. Instead, he was filled with anticipation for the future. If the Xuanfeng wheel can effortlessly clear the entire map each time, gathering 10 star-cutting swordfish boss transformation stones to synthesize a higher-level transformation stone is not a dream, he calculated to himself. But I'll need more testing to be sure. After collecting his equipment, Feng Xiu looked around. The sight of hundreds of sword starfish carcasses lying quietly at his feet lifted his spirits. Time to get to work. Feng Xiu clenched his fist. The second-tier Swordmaster class is within reach. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Sword Star Bay instance, Zhang Tianming's team returned from another successful run. This time, their performance was 3 minutes slower than their best record. Exhausted, Lu Feng, the fierce assassin, collapsed to the ground, his daggers scattered at his feet, looking completely spent. In contrast, Pei Honkai, the waterfall mage, appeared invigorated, holding his staff with a confident smile. Don't worry, Pei Honkai reassured. We've only been in Haiguang City for a week and already achieved the second-best time. We're nearly a minute faster than Hong Yu's team, who've been here for a month. They won't catch up to us anytime soon. We're solid. He turned to their leader. What do you think, Ming? Zhang Tianming, the stalwart defender, stood before the gentle light priest, Wen Yuan, feeling the warm glow of healing magic spread through his body. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolutely sweeping over his companions. There's no rush, Zhang Tianming declared confidently, clenching his right fist over his chest. We're not at our peak level or skills yet. We're in the golden period of rapid growth. With our talent, it won't be long before we surpass the top rank. His words acted like a shot of adrenaline, bringing a smile to Lu Feng's previously discouraged face. That's right, Lu Feng echoed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. It won't be long before we give the people of Haiguang City a taste of Liuguang City's brilliance. We'll show them what true genius looks like. The 3 exchanged glances and burst into laughter, as if they could already see the so-called geniuses beneath their feet. Wen Yuan, who was healing them, also smiled knowingly, not because of their ambition, but because of the deep friendship they shared. All 4 hailed from Liuguang City in the inland of the Eastern Huang Kingdom, having attended the same high school and class. They had been leveling up together since their career change. After graduation, they were all recruited by the Aurora Guild. In the days ahead, they would tackle dungeons and battle enemies side by side, perhaps even leaving a legendary tale in Haiguang City. Amidst the laughter, Lu Feng's attention was suddenly caught by the dungeon monument nearby. His smile froze, eyebrows knitting together as he quickly approached the monument to examine it closely. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if they might pop out of their sockets. Pei Honkai noticed Lu Feng's unusual behavior and followed him. What's up, Xiaofeng? He asked, patting Lu Feng's shoulder. Did a new face appear on the leaderboard? He stopped mid-sentence as he too saw the content on the monument, rendered speechless. What's wrong with you two? Zhang Tianming sensed something was amiss and hurried over. Lu Feng and Pei Honkai turned around, their faces a picture of horror, and pointed trembling fingers at the monument. Zhang, see for yourself. Zhang Tianming glanced down and was thunderstruck. 5 minutes and 19 seconds. That's impossible, he practically roared. The monument must be broken. On the monument, the first place read, 1. Feng Xiu, completion time, 5 minutes and 19 seconds. Their original second place score had been pushed to third. In shock, Lu Feng weakly asked, do you think someone could cheat in a dungeon? Pei Honkai glared at him. Do you think this is just a game? Then how did they finish in 5 minutes and 19 seconds? Lu Feng felt his pride as a genius crumbling. Could someone really clear the Sword Star Bay dungeon in that time? Pei Honkai remained silent, and Zhang Tianming was deep in thought. This situation was unprecedented for these young adults under 20. Wen Yuan, however, quickly let her imagination run wild. Is it possible, she proposed a theory, that 4 people entered, and then they used something like a space teleportation scroll to instantly move to the boss? 3 of them exited just before killing the boss, leaving 1 person to claim the leaderboard spot. That could be it. Lu Feng's eyes lit up, eagerly raising his hand. I remember a senior from our Aurora Guild was a spatial array master, and the instructor told us to stay on good terms with him. Zhang Tianming and Pei Honkai nodded in agreement, regaining their confidence. Wen Yuan's theory seemed more plausible than a broken monument or cheating. Just as Zhang Tianming was about to say something to lift everyone's spirits, the portal behind them suddenly flickered. They stepped aside to see a handsome, extraordinary-looking young man emerge. He glanced at the 4 of them before casually re-entering the portal for another dungeon run. The four exchanged bewildered looks, and a few minutes later, the monument's top score updated again. 1. Feng Xiao, completion time, for minutes and 2 seconds. The entrance to the Sword Star Bay dungeon fell into a deathly silence, so quiet they could hear the sound of their hearts breaking. In the Jinqing Bay dungeon, Feng Xiao transformed hundreds of sword starfish into transformation stones, reaping substantial rewards. He gently touched the 23 excellent grade stones and 1 rare grade stone, calculating in his mind. The birth of this rare grade stone was due to the 5 quality enhancement chance of the transformation stone refining array, which turned an ordinary stone into something extraordinary. Feng Xiao examined the rare grade sword starfish transformation stone closely. It emitted a faint blue glow, as if it contained the power of the ocean. Upon use, he would transform into a sword starfish with agility 5 and strength 4, gaining 3 skills: sword charge, star enhancement, and weak point targeting, lasting for 10 minutes. This stone encapsulated the essence of the sword starfish, enabling the user to excel in the sea, surpassing ordinary sword starfish in both speed and attack power. This quality leap reminded Feng Xiao of the original honor skill, recalling his experience of using a wind fairy to unleash the effect of the Great Wind King fairy. He pondered, what would it look like if the sword starfish advanced another level? A bold idea crossed his mind, but he quickly suppressed the urge to consume a sword starfish transformation stone. Patience, he thought, there will be a chance to find out. Then, Feng Xiao fused 20 sword starfish transformation stones, resulting in 2 rare grade sword starfish transformation stones. These new stones differed slightly from the previous one, now marked with cannot be further synthesized. He realized that transformation stones could only be synthesized once and lamented. What a pity! If I could keep synthesizing, I would definitely create a mythical grade stone. He soon accepted it, thinking, if the transformation stone refining array truly had such power, it would have long surpassed the scope of 5-star skills. Storing away the transformation stones, Feng Xiao glanced at his skill panel. The Combat Transformer, a 5-star rare skill, was now at LV4150800, with 5 transformation stone slots. The Embedded Stone's Iron Guard, Gale Young Dragon, Sword Starfish were all permanently usable. A single dungeon run had increased his level by 3, and Feng Xiao was secretly pleased. It won't be long before I reach the max level. After confirming there were no other spoils, Feng Xiao chose to exit the dungeon. Returning to the entrance of Jinqing Bay, he encountered the 4 professionals he had seen earlier. They were gathered in front of the dungeon stone monument. 2 seemed close, while the other 2 were engaged in a lively discussion, likely reviewing their tactics post-dungeon. No wonder the Aurora Guild values them as talents. Feng Xiao secretly admired. However, he quickly noticed their unusual gazes directed at him, wondering, did I interrupt them? But he quickly dismissed the thought. Whatever, I need to test the power of the Xuanfeng Wheel. Striding into the dungeon portal, Feng Xiao once again chose to enter the nightmare-level Jinqing Bay. The scene before him rippled like water, and when he regained clarity, the Jinqing Bay ravaged by the Xuanfeng Wheel had restored itself. The smooth granite, colorful coral reefs, and ready sword starfish all had returned to their original state. Xuanfeng Wheel. Feng Xiao raised his hand, and the emerald-green Xuanfeng power slowly gathered in his palm, beginning to spin rapidly. However, this time, something seemed different. Although the spinning Xuanfeng power quickly formed an underwater tornado, its speed was not as fierce as before. Feng Xiao frowned, observing and pondering the cause of this anomaly. When it reached a certain scale, Feng Xiao decisively switched from pushing to thrusting. This time, the Sun Wind Wheel did not go out of control. Instead, it released normally after gathering momentum. The momentum of the wind wheel was still impressive, but it did not shake the entire Sword Star Bay as before. Instead, it quickly dissipated after entering the bay area's curves. Feng Xiao frowned and pondered whether the previous success was just a coincidence. If so, what conditions led to this coincidence? He tried several more times, and the results were the same. Although he could stir up a spectacular underwater tornado, it always dissipated after advancing a few steps, far from his expectations. What was the reason? Swordsmanship? Clearly not. Transformation? Possibly, but unlikely. Feng Xiao attempted to transform into a half-human form of an angry wind hatchling, to no avail. When he switched to a half-human sword star fish form, he suddenly felt a connection. Floating in the water in the sword star fish form, Feng Xiao felt a unity with the sea and sensed the undercurrent flowing from Swordfish Bay. Completely relaxing his body, he allowed the undercurrent to carry him like a feather into the bay area, swirling with the curves, as if caught in a whirlpool. A sudden inspiration struck. Feng Xiao stopped and hovered in midair, closely observing the rotating undercurrents around him. He gathered the power of the Sun Wind again, this time deliberately aligning the wind wheel's rotation with the undercurrents and extending the rhythm. A miracle occurred. Without intentionally accelerating, the Sun Wind Wheel rapidly expanded before him, spinning faster and faster. In an instant, the underwater tornado went out of control again, recreating the scene. Water dragons danced wildly, and the earth shook. The violent tornado followed the undercurrents of Swordfish Bay. If the Sun Wind wheel were a spinning top, the undercurrent would be a whip constantly lashing it. If the whip kept lashing, with increasing force, the top would spin endlessly, faster and faster, until, boom, a violent tremor emanated from the depths of Swordstar Bay, just like before. System notifications popped up in succession. Defeated Swordstar Fish LV30, gained 10-20 experience. Defeated Swordstar Fish LV30, gained 10-20 experience. Defeated /star Swordfish LV35 boss, gained 23,080 experience. Level up, current level 25, strength 1.25, agility 1.25, constitution 1.25, spirit 1.25. Dungeon completion time 4 minutes 2 seconds, record saved. Notice, you have topped the Swordstar Bay dungeon leaderboard, current rank 1. Floating at the dungeon entrance, Feng Xiu had no time to pay attention to the experience notifications, letting the violent tremor toss him through the water. At that moment, his mind held only one thought. I've made it. After a while, Feng Xiu gently descended from midair, stood up with support, and gazed at the once again devastated Swordstar Bay. He had mastered the ability to consistently clear the entire Swordfish Bay. Next, brothers, let's get hyped up. Sun Phone Wheel. Feng Xiu muttered under his breath as he swung his long sword, unleashing a fierce blade of energy. This signature move for clearing Jianqing Bay allowed him to navigate the dungeon with ease. Feng Xiu moved fluidly through Jianqing Bay, each dungeon run utilizing the undercurrents of the sea with his Sun Phone Wheel. Sword lights flickered, scattering schools of fish as the dungeon completion notifications sounded continuously. His movements were seamless, as if he were one with the ocean. Before long, Feng Xiu had reduced his dungeon completion time to under 2 minutes. With each victory, his level skyrocketed from 25 to 30, making him feel as though he was on a fast track. He mused that once he completed the 3rd job change, the accumulated experience could catapult him to level 40, as if reaching the max level with a single click. However, starting the next day, Feng Xiu changed his strategy. Realizing that he was still some way from the 3rd job change, he saw little value in accumulating experience. Instead, he focused on enhancing his combat transformation device's proficiency. Over the next 4 days, Feng Xiu operated like a well-oiled machine, clearing Jianqing Bay 24 times. After each run, he meticulously collected the deceased Jianqing fish carcasses to craft transformation stones and gather equipment. Clearing the dungeon 24 times meant he thoroughly swept through Jianqing Bay 24 times. The spoils were abundant: 20 rare-grade pieces of equipment, countless excellent grade and material equipment. But the most significant gain was the crafted transformation stones. Feng Xiu's fingers danced in the air, weaving an invisible web. After nearly 3,000 crafting attempts, he successfully made 532 Jianqing fish transformation stones, 25 slashing star swordfish transformation stones, and 1 precious star swordfish transformation stone. This star swordfish transformation stone was perfect in quality, with astonishing effects. Upon use, it transformed the user into a star swordfish, granting 10 agility, 5 strength, and skills like star sword charge, star manifestation, weak spot targeting, and flash star light, lasting 15 minutes. Its description was poetic: a transformation stone infused with the power of a star swordfish, allowing you to roam the ocean as a star swordfish, the brightest star beneath the sea, harnessing the power of the stars. Feng Xiu obtained this perfect transformation stone when he triggered a 5 chance to upgrade 1 tier while crafting a slashing star swordfish boss transformation stone. He carefully stored it in his backpack rather than embedding it in his combat transformation device. Meanwhile, the 532 Jianqing fish transformation stones were refined into slashing star swordfish transformation stones. Feng Xiu refrained from selling them immediately, considering a strategy to potentially fetch a higher price. On his 25th dungeon run, Feng Xiu executed another flawless Sun Phone Wheel, clearing the dungeon with ease. He then began his final round of transformation stone crafting. Suddenly, a system notification sounded: slashing star swordfish transformation stone crafted successfully, proficiency 20. Combat transformation device skill level increased, current level 15 max. Seeing this message, Feng Xiu exhaled deeply, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He had finally maxed out the proficiency of his combat transformation device, preparing for the upcoming 2nd job change to Swordmaster. However, before embarking on a new journey, Feng Xiu decided to check what ultimate skill the maxed-out combat transformation device would grant the original apprentice class. He opened the panel and carefully reviewed the changes in class skills and ultimate skills. As a 5-star rare skill, the combat transformation device had reached LV 15 max. It featured 8 transformation stone slots, allowing permanently embedded stones to be used indefinitely. Currently embedded were transformation stones for Demon Iron Guard, Wind Fury Hatchling, and Jianqing Fish. Feng Xiu noticed that the enhancements at LV5, LV10, and LV15 were similar to those of the transformation book, each adding a transformation slot. He felt slightly disappointed, as this held little significance for him. After all, he didn't have many transformation stones he wanted or needed to preserve. Nonetheless, Feng Xiu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He knew this was merely the first step toward a more powerful realm. With the second job change to Swordmaster on the horizon, more challenges and opportunities awaited him to explore and conquer. Feng Xiu gazed at the skill panel before him, carefully savoring the newly acquired professional skills. The two 5-star skills, Corpse, Deep Extraction, and Primal Force, caught his attention. The former enhanced the amplification effects of all transformations, while the latter unlocked Primal Liberation when the transformation device reached level 10. Driven by curiosity, Feng Xiu immediately tried out different transformation forms. He first transformed into a sword starfish, and the skill panel displayed the exclusive ultimate move Sword Shatter Charge. Then, he morphed into a furious wind dragon, gaining the sky-piercing Wind King cannon. Finally, he chose the form of a magic pattern iron guard, mastering the magic pattern iron wall. With each transformation, Feng Xiu closely observed the changes on the skill panel. He quickly understood the secret of these skills. Each transformation form had its unique ultimate move, greatly enhancing the upper limits of combat power. The only downside was that these ultimate moves had a 72-hour cooldown, making them usable only as trump cards. Looking around, Feng Xiu realized there were no formidable enemies at the moment, so he didn't need to use these powerful moves. He chuckled softly and muttered to himself, "Swordstar Bay has been cleaned up thoroughly. This is my new home now." Putting away the skill panel, Feng Xiu switched his profession back to Swordmaster and sat cross-legged in the ravaged Swordstar Bay. He took a deep breath, preparing for his second job advancement. A system prompt sounded in his mind. Proceeding with job advancement, please select a core skill for the transition. Without hesitation, Feng Xiu selected the 3-star common skill, Advanced Swordsmanship LV15 Max, as the core skill, and the 5-star rare skill, Combat Transformer LV15 Max, as the secondary skill. Then, the system presented 3 career options. 1. Transforming Swordmaster 6-star Unique, a balanced profession that perfectly integrates swordsmanship and transformation abilities. 2. Sword of the Living 6-star Unique, a speed-based profession rooted in understanding all living things. 3. Human Exterminator 6-star, a power-type profession specifically targeting humans, but may lead to loss of humanity. Feng Xiu fell into deep thought, weighing the potential impacts and future development directions of each choice. Feng Xiu faced a crucial decision. 3 6-star professions lay before him, 2 of which were unique. He quickly dismissed the non-unique option, focusing his attention on the remaining 2. The name, Human Annihilator, made Feng Xiu frown. Instinctively, he felt that only someone with anti-human tendencies would choose such a profession. Worse still, the description suggested it could lead to a loss of humanity and a disregard for everything. Feng Xiu decisively crossed it off and turned his gaze to the other 2 options. Transforming Swordmaster and Sword of Life, both equally enticing 6-star unique professions, required careful consideration of their pros and cons. Transforming Swordmaster was undoubtedly the best fit for combat transformation devices, but Feng Xiu realized it conflicted with his original apprentice status. As a balanced profession, its attributes would grow evenly, which did not align with Feng Xiu's expectations. Even though it was a 6-star profession, 1 star higher, this distribution left Feng Xiu hesitant. He pondered further. Did Transforming Swordmaster have the ability to create transformation stones? Considering that combat transformation device skills did not inherently include this ability, it was likely that Transforming Swordmaster could develop related skills to compensate for this shortcoming. This possibility led Feng Xiu into deeper contemplation. Finally, Feng Xiu's attention settled on Sword of Life. Although the power of life was an unknown field for him, choosing it was undoubtedly a gamble. However, Feng Xiu realized that even in the worst-case scenario, there would be no overlap of powers. He hoped his professions could complement each other while representing different directions of power. After careful deliberation, Feng Xiu made his decision. He chose Sword of Life. With the decision made, a warm power began to flow into Feng Xiu's body, cleansing his mind and body, dispelling all fatigue. The transition process completed quickly, and a notification appeared before Feng Xiu. Job transition successful, current profession, Sword of Life unique. Advanced Swordsmanship upgraded to Life, Flow Swordsmanship. Obtained profession core, Sword of Absorption. Eagerly, Feng Xiu opened his attribute panel to examine his newly acquired abilities. Race, human. Talents. Infinite job transition creation level, allows free horizontal job rank switching. Seeker mythical level, all skill level caps 50. Source of wind rare, possesses the power to control wind elements. All wind skills power increased by 20, all personal wind skills automatically upgraded to wind level. Level, 30-second transition. Profession, Sword of Life unique. Profession core, Sword of Absorption. Sword damage increased by 75. Converts 20 of damage dealt into self-healing. Accompanying profession skills. Instant. Life Sword Style. Life Flow, Aura Slash. Life Flow, Cross Slash. Feng Xiu scrutinized these newly acquired abilities, filled with anticipation and excitement for the future. Feng Xiu focused intently on his attribute panel. Both his health and mana were at a full 470 points. His strength attribute was at 69 points, increasing by 1.5 points per level, showing a growth potential of 1.5 stars. His agility was even more impressive, reaching 128 points, with a per-level increase of 2.5 points, demonstrating a remarkable 2.5 star growth potential. His stamina and spirit were relatively low, both at 47 points, increasing by only 1 point per level, with a growth potential of 1 star. His skill bar was already filled, with the standout being the 6-star rare skill Soul Stream Swordsmanship. This skill had reached level 10, enhancing sword-based skill damage by 75, increasing attack speed by 20, and ignoring 15 of physical defense. Astonishingly, it also provided a 3 critical hit chance and a 10 attack lifesteal effect. Feng Xiu continued to review his other skills. Soul Stream, Sword Chi Slash, was a 6-star class skill, synchronized and level with his swordsmanship. This skill imbued his sword attacks with soul sword energy, with an attack range that increased with agility, and each attack dealt additional damage equivalent to his attack power, randomly reducing the target's attribute by 1 point. The Flash skill was also 6-star, and though it was only level 1, its power was formidable. It allowed Feng Xiu to draw his sword at lightning speed, dealing massive damage to surrounding enemies, and even ignoring 20 of the target's defense. The only limitation was a cooldown time of 20 seconds. Soul Sword Form was another powerful 6-star skill. Each attack stacked a layer of soul sword momentum, up to 100 layers. These layers could enhance attack speed, movement speed, sword skill damage, and increase the attack lifesteal effect. Even more impressively, when attacking a soul target and dealing damage, it could steal the target's attributes. Soul Stream, Cross Slash, was Feng Xiu's ultimate skill, capable of unleashing a cross-shaped sword energy in midair, dealing tremendous damage. For each layer of soul sword momentum, the final damage increased by 1. Although it had a long cooldown of 3 minutes, its power was enough to turn the tide of battle. Feng Xiu pondered these skills, suddenly realizing the true meaning of the soul sword. It wasn't just a simple lifesteal ability, but a terrifying weapon capable of draining the opponent's life force. He recalled scenes from past gaming experiences, where he was drenched in the enemy's blood after a team fight. Delving deeper, Feng Xiu discovered that the soul sword's capabilities extended beyond that. It could not only absorb health, but also weaken and even steal the opponent's attributes. This ebb and flow effect explained why the user could grow stronger in battle. Feng Xiu couldn't help but imagine the predicament of his opponents. Even a second-tier professional, at a 5-star level 30, without counting equipment, would only have 150 points in all attributes. Against his Soul Sword Chi and Soul Sword Form, these attributes wouldn't even be enough to stack 100 layers of Soul Sword Form. If he could temporarily absorb the opponent's equipment attributes as well, reaching 100 layers would be swift. However, Feng Xiu's combat style favored burst damage, and opponents of the same level usually couldn't withstand his 75 strikes. Therefore, the Soul Sword class was more suited for him to tackle bosses. This suited him perfectly, as he planned to focus on developing the Outer Domain dungeons, where formidable foes were abundant. From Swordmaster to Soul Sword, Feng Xiu felt a significant improvement in his endurance during battles. Just as he was immersed in contemplating his new abilities, his phone suddenly chimed with a ding-ding. Feng Xiu picked up his phone and carefully checked the new message. It was from Li Bo. Feng Xiu, check the Aurora Club app quickly. The competition tasks for newcomers in your cohort have been released. Feng Xiu opened the Aurora Guild app and carefully browsed through the task list for the Haiguang City area. His attention was drawn to 13 tasks labeled as newcomer competition tasks. These tasks offered rewards far beyond ordinary ones, clearly intended as benefits for newly emerging talents. Around Haiguang City, there were 5 secondary transformation instances, each offering 2 types of tasks, one for ranking first in the instance by the end of the month, and another for being the first to clear the Hell level difficulty. Both types of tasks offered 10,000 Aurora points, a stark contrast to the ordinary tasks that only awarded 200 to 300 points. Feng Xiu couldn't help but marvel at the generosity of the Aurora Guild. The remaining 3 tasks targeted wild bosses, the 8-legged red squid, the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle, and the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark. Their bounties were 10,000, 20,000, and 100,000 Aurora points, respectively. The bloodthirsty Emperor Shark not only had an extra warning in the task interface, but the task itself was highlighted in red, both enticing professionals to take on the challenge and warning them of its danger. Feng Xiu's lips curled into a slight smile as he thought, conquering instances and wild bosses? It seems my transformation stones will come in handy. The timing for my transition to the living sword class couldn't be better. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was only 1 p.m., with plenty of time to spare. Feng Xiu decided, I'll tackle the hell level first clear of the Swordfish Bay instance today. He retrieved 2 blue swords emitting a faint starlight from his professional space, the Starfish Bone keys. This special item could unlock the hell level difficulty of the Swordfish Bay instance and was said to contain the power of ages, having witnessed a glorious past. Feng Xiu had cleared the Swordfish Bay instance countless times and had already obtained these 2 keys, though unfortunately, they were limited in number and couldn't be farmed in bulk. After exiting the instance, Feng Xiu paid no attention to the scattered corpses and boss loot, as he could clear the instance again in just a minute. He immediately re-entered the instance, this time selecting the hell level difficulty. As the scene before him became clear again, Feng Xiu felt a completely different Swordfish Bay. The usual warm sunshine was replaced by a dark, oppressive atmosphere akin to looming storm clouds. The entire coral reef was eerily silent, as if suppressed by some force, with a tense aura hanging in the air. Even the currents of Swordfish Bay had become more turbulent, as if foreshadowing the imminent danger. Feng Xiu focused intently on the coral reef, only to find that his familiar hiding spot had undergone a shocking transformation. No longer were ordinary sword starfish lurking there, but rather a group of elite starblade swordfish, each at level 37 with 2,000 hit points. This revelation made Feng Xiu instantly aware of the gravity of the situation. The original boss had been downgraded to elite minions. He quickly scanned his surroundings and noticed that at least 10 of these elite starblade swordfish were concealed just at the entrance of the coral reef. Facing 10 creatures equivalent to a nightmare-level boss, even with only 2,000 hit points each, posed an insurmountable challenge for most adventurers. Feng Xiu finally understood why no one had completed the hell-level difficulty, yet it was truly a living nightmare. However, a thought crossed Feng Xiu's mind. Swordstar Bay is my territory. What are you doing here? Even before he finished speaking, he began to conjure the Sun Wind Wheel. The exceptionally strong undercurrent force of Swordstar Bay meant Feng Xiu didn't need to deliberately control the wheel's speed. In just a single breath, a massive underwater tornado formed and surged into Swordstar Bay with unstoppable force. Standing at the entrance of the dungeon, Feng Xiu witnessed an awe-inspiring scene. Numerous starblade swordfish were uprooted from the coral reef and swept into the water tornado. The entire process resembled a giant meat grinder in operation, both bloody and stunning. As the water tornado advanced, Swordstar Bay trembled violently, as if the earth itself were shaking. Amidst this chaos, Feng Xiu found comfort. He transformed into a half-human, half-sword starfish form, leisurely floating in the water, riding the currents while closely monitoring the continuous stream of notifications. Killed Starblade Swordfish Elite LV37, gained 5,000 experience. Killed Starblade Swordfish Elite LV37, gained 5,000 experience. The torrent of experience points, although not urgently needed by Feng Xiu, was still a delight to see. Suddenly, a brilliant streak of starlight cut across the sky, transforming into a giant sword descending from above. Its fierce sword energy swept through the air, seemingly intent on cutting through all obstacles. Feng Xiu quickly sat up, warily watching the scene unfold. Then came a deafening explosion, and with a resounding boom, the starlight dimmed and the sword energy dissipated. New notifications appeared. Killed Star Swordfish LV42 boss, gained 145010 experience. Dungeon completion time, 2 minutes and 2 seconds, record saved. Notification, you have completed the Swordstar Bay dungeon at hell level difficulty. Your name will be recorded on the dungeon monument for 365 days. There was no doubt that the recent cataclysmic event was the ultimate showdown between the hell level boss Star Swordfish and the water tornado, resulting in mutual destruction. Feng Xiu felt a sense of relief, knowing this was the perfect outcome. Although eager to discover what rare items the hell level boss might drop, rumor had it that only hell level difficulty could yield epic items. Feng Xiu didn't rush to check. Instead, he began collecting the corpses of the Starblade swordfish around him. After all, in a nightmare dungeon, these were considered BOS-level entities, and their remains were not to be wasted. Transformation Stone Refinement Array. Feng Xiu called out. Soon, a system notification popped up. Transformation Stone Star Swordfish successfully crafted. Feng Xiu nodded in satisfaction, marking a triumphant end to this adventure. The transformation stone for the starry swordfish was finally completed. Feng Xiu watched as the 5-meter-long starry swordfish, resembling a giant sapphire sword, turned to ashes and eventually condensed into a transformation stone, prompting a satisfied smile on his face. Reflecting on his journey's gains, Feng Xiu felt a surge of joy. Out of the 100-plus star-cutting swordfish he crafted, 20 transformation stones were produced, 5 of which were for the starry swordfish. This 25 yield far exceeded the expected 5 probability, making him marvel at his good fortune today. At this moment, Feng Xiu's pocket held 7 starry swordfish transformation stones, their weight a constant reminder of this unexpected delight. He bent down and picked up a long sword from where the starry swordfish had been pressed. The sword's blade was a magnificent blue, as if carved from the finest sapphire. Its surface was sprinkled with tiny star-like lights, giving it the appearance of an endless starry sky glimpsed on a summer night. The breathtaking sight captivated the eye, as if the entire cosmos had been condensed into this sword-shaped pond, offering a chance to touch the distant sea of stars. Feng Xiu examined the attributes of this long sword. Galaxy. Quality. Epic. Grade. Lord's Artifact. Attributes. Attack power 135. Agility 10. Strength 10. Attack speed 50. Attached skill. Starry Surge passive. 10 chance to double attack speed on hit. 10 chance to add 100 of the user's attack as star damage. Durability. 500,500. Description. Starry swordfish absorb the power of celestial starlight to form star stones, which over time, and under the influence of sword aura, coalesce into a renowned sword imbued with star power. Special effect. Lord's Artifact. Non-tradable upon pickup. While equipped, all swordfish species up to 20 levels below the holder will be compelled to submit to the holder. A Lord's Artifact. Feng Xiu stared at the sword in disbelief, feeling as if he'd been struck by an unexpected windfall. He understood that Lord's artifacts were not typical in quality, but exceptionally unique treasures. They could be weapons, equipment, items, or consumables, but one thing was certain. A Lord's artifact wielded the power to command a specific race. With the Galaxy Sword in hand, Feng Xiu could dominate the entire swordfish species, which included not only the swordfish, but also the star-cutting swordfish and starry swordfish along the evolutionary chain. Given the immense power of Lord's artifacts, they were exceedingly rare. Feng Xiu knew they could only drop from hell-level dungeons, and even then, the probability was astonishingly low. Completing 100 hell-level dungeons might not even yield a single Lord's artifact. So when Feng Xiu realized he had acquired a Lord's artifact, it felt as surreal as winning a multi-million-dollar lottery. Woohoo, let's go! Feng Xiu exclaimed with joy, immediately equipping the Galaxy Sword. He mused that his strength had taken another leap forward. Once he returned, he planned to commission a custom sheath for the Galaxy Sword, making it even more perfect. However, before heading back, Feng Xiu had 2 more tasks to complete. The first was to challenge the hell-level dungeon of Swordfish Bay once more. He swiftly exited the dungeon and re-entered, ready to unleash his signature Move the Whirlwind Wheel. While tidying up the battlefield, Feng Xiu continued to craft transformation stones from the star-cutting swordfish remains, unwilling to waste this rare opportunity. Feng Xiu stood before the colossal carcass of the star swordfish, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He quickly set up the refined transformation stone array, his gaze fixed intently on the area below the formation. As the body of the star swordfish gradually turned to ashes, a skill book emitting a faint glow emerged. Feng Xiu, quick as a flash, snatched up this precious item. Starfall, a 3-star perfect quality skill book, caught his eye. Feng Xiu examined the treasure in his hand, calculating silently. Although it couldn't compare to epic weapons or the lordly artifact Xinghe, this skill book related to the rare stellar attribute was indeed a rare find. It allowed the user to harness the power of the stars, delivering a powerful strike from above. If used as a core skill for a class change, it could lead to becoming a formidable profession that commands the power of the stars. However, Feng Xiu's current goal was a 4-star skill, and while Starfall was excellent, it didn't meet his immediate needs. He decided to sell it later or trade it for several second transition epic-level pieces of equipment. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Transformation Stone Star Swordfish successfully crafted. Feng Xiu beamed, carefully placing the Starfall skill book into his professional space, rubbing his hands in excitement. Next, he was about to embark on an even more thrilling task, crafting his second epic-level transformation stone. Feng Xiu retrieved all the star swordfish transformation stones from his professional space. Although his luck in the second hell-level dungeon wasn't as good as the first, he still managed to craft 2 more. Along with the previous 7 and the one he had just acquired, he had accumulated a total of 10 star swordfish transformation stones. These transformation stones were all rare products obtained by triggering a low 5 probability when crafting the star swordfish transformation stone. Now, these 10 perfect grade star swordfish transformation stones were about to undergo an astonishing synthesis. Feng Xiu took a deep breath and unhesitatingly activated the refined transformation stone array. A mysterious pale purple formation appeared in the air, and the 10-star swordfish transformation stones slowly rose, then shattered into fine powder. These starry powders ascended slowly, rapidly coalescing in midair to form a brand new transformation stone. Feng Xiu watched the process intently, his heart racing. Ever since he first crafted a star swordfish transformation stone from the carcass of the star swordfish boss, he had conceived the idea of creating an epic-level transformation stone. The rewards from the 2 hell-level dungeons allowed this plan to be realized ahead of schedule. A few seconds later, the 10-star swordfish transformation stones vanished completely, replaced by a marble-sized, pure, and transparent light blue gem. It floated quietly in midair, radiating a dazzling and captivating light. Feng Xiu carefully held it in his hand, and a series of attribute information appeared before him. Transformation Stone, King of Star Swordfish. Grade, Epic. Effect, transforms the user into the King of Star Swordfish. Agility 20, Strength 15. Gain skills, Star Sword Charge, Shining Star Manifestation, Weakness Penetration, Star King's Sword. Duration 30 minutes. Description, a transformation stone that embodies the power of the King of Star Swordfish. Through it, you can transform into the King of Fish that roams the endless starry river, merging the power of the Star River with the power of the sword, becoming the sword itself, and unleashing the splendor and magnificence of the endless starry river. Feng Xiu's eyes gleamed with excitement, knowing that this epic-level transformation stone would bring earth-shattering changes to his adventure. At the headquarters of the Aurora Society in Haiguang City, Zhang Tianming, Lu Feng, Pei Honkai, and Wen Yuan were enjoying lunch together in a restaurant on the first floor. They were chatting and laughing, showing no signs of anything unusual. However, when a friend asked why they hadn't been around lately, they all replied in unison that they were recovering from injuries. The friend looked at them suspiciously but couldn't find any signs of injury. Just then, Lu Feng, who had been engrossed in his phone, suddenly looked up excitedly and said, "The new recruit competition task has been released." The other 3 immediately put down their utensils and quickly pulled out their phones to check. "This year's new recruit competition task is to complete a dungeon," Lu Feng added. At the mention of dungeons, Pei Hontsai's expression turned gloomy, clearly recalling some unpleasant memories. Zhang Tianming and Wen Yuan didn't respond, focusing instead on the task information. After a moment of silence, Lu Feng cautiously suggested, "Ming, should we switch to a different dungeon?" Pei Honkai immediately nodded in agreement, as the record set by Feng Xiu at Swordstar Bay seemed like an insurmountable peak. However, Zhang Tianming's response was unexpected. "No, we still need to go to Swordstar Bay." This statement instantly drew the curious and puzzled gazes of the other 3. Zhang Tianming then took out a starfish bone key from his professional space and said mysteriously, "I had someone scout Swordstar Bay this morning, and that guy Feng Xiu hasn't cleared the hell level yet. So now's our chance." Lu Feng still had doubts, but it didn't take him long to clear the nightmare level at Swordstar Bay. "We probably can't beat him to the first hell level clear, can we?" A flash of wisdom appeared in Zhang Tianming's eyes. He definitely won't be checking his phone while in a dungeon. "We need to act fast." Lu Feng wanted to say more, but noticed the other 3 were all staring at him. Finally, Wen Yuan broke the silence. "Let's go. We need to use this key anyway." This reason seemed to provide a sufficient excuse for them to head to Swordstar Bay. The 4 of them quickly set down their utensils, leaving the restaurant in a hurry. They ran all the way, even using precious speed potions to get to Swordstar Bay as quickly as possible. However, when they arrived at the entrance of the dungeon, panting heavily, they saw from a distance the golden text shining on the dungeon monument, prominently at the top of the leaderboard. "Feng Xiu has cleared the hell-level Swordstar Bay dungeon in 2 minutes and 2 seconds. What shocked them even more was the record below this line. 1. Feng Xiu, clear time, 57 seconds. Pei Honkai asked seriously, "Is that guy even human?" He wasn't insulting Feng Xiu but questioning the limits of human capability. They had been racking their brains trying to shave a minute off their time to improve their ranking, only to find someone else had cleared the dungeon in less than a minute. The expressions of the other 3 turned equally grim. At that moment, the portal shimmered slightly, and a handsome, dashing man stepped out. It was Feng Xiu, who casually glanced at Zhang Tianming and his group. This scene made Feng Xiu reflect on the coincidence that the first and last time he encountered them was at this dungeon. However, they didn't seem as vibrant as they did during their first meeting. Feng Xiu quietly hoped they were all right. Without lingering, Feng Xiu headed toward Haiguang City. Today, he had completed his job change and obtained a Lord's artifact, which left him feeling both excited and a bit tired. He planned to enjoy a hearty dinner and then get a good night's sleep, intending to tackle other dungeons the next morning. Zhang Tianming and his group could only watch as Feng Xiu's figure gradually disappeared from view. For a moment, they fell into silence. Eventually, Lu Feng quietly asked, "Ming, are we still doing the dungeon?" Zhang Tianming glanced at Lu Feng and gestured for him to follow. Lu Feng looked surprised and whispered, "Minga, are we going to ambush him? I've never killed anyone before. I have no experience." His question was met with 3 pairs of exasperated eyes. Zhang Tianming coldly replied, "If you want to die, go do it yourself." Lu Feng quickly shut his mouth, thinking to himself, "That's true. This guy can clear the nightmare difficulty of Swordstar Bay in 57 seconds. He probably wouldn't even need a minute to take me down, let alone 7 seconds for 4 people. But why are we following Fang Xiu anyway? He didn't dare ask further. The 4 of them quietly tailed behind Fang Xiu, maintaining a safe distance. Fang Xiu noticed someone behind him, but assumed they were just heading back to Haiguang City as well, so he didn't pay much attention. The headquarters of the Aurora Guild in Haiguang City was busier than usual. After the new recruits' competitive tasks were announced, stewards from various places had returned with their chosen talents. Fang Xiu glanced around, noticing many young people around his age. He made his way through the crowd to the front desk. "Hello, I'm here to submit a task," Fang Xiu said to the staff behind the counter. "Which task are you submitting?" the staff asked politely. "The new recruit competition task, the one for completing the hell-level dungeon in Swordstar Bay," Fang Xiu replied. As soon as he spoke, the area grew quieter, with people straining to listen. The staff looked up at Fang Xiu in surprise. "Did you complete it alone? If you completed it with others, everyone needs to be present to receive credit." "Just me," Fang Xiu confirmed. Though doubtful, the staff maintained professionalism and continued with the procedure. "Please wait for 2 minutes while we verify." Soon, the staff received on-site photos and widened her eyes in disbelief at Fang Xiu. "Congratulations on completing the task. 10,000 Aurora points will be credited to your app account immediately. Please check." Upon hearing this, those around cast amazed glances to see who had solo cleared a hell-level dungeon. Zhang Tianming's group had already arrived and taken front-row positions, observing the surprise on the newcomers' faces in the hall. Lu Fang couldn't help but mutter, "Look at you guys, acting like you've never seen anything like this." Pei Honkai chimed in, surprised already? "You haven't even seen how fast he cleared the hell-level dungeon." Fang Xiu's Aurora account received a deposit of 10,000 Aurora points, and the notification sound was so loud that it made him feel a bit embarrassed, reminiscent of the public notifications from Alipay in his previous life. He quietly silenced his phone, thinking to himself that the alert was far too conspicuous. Under the watchful eyes of others, he entered the restaurant, finally breathing a sigh of relief as he calmly ordered a large portion of braised chicken rice, asking for extra spice and a cup of milk tea, ready to enjoy his dinner in comfort. Soon, as Fang Xiu was savoring his meal, he noticed Li Bo approaching him. "Having dinner?" Li Bo greeted. "Yeah, have you eaten, brotherly?" Fang Xiu replied. "Not yet, but I'm on a diet, so no dinner for me," Li Bo said. Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "If you're not eating, why come to the restaurant?" Li Bo plopped down across from Fang Xiu and leaned in to whisper, "Someone asked me to find out which dungeon you're planning to tackle next." He nodded towards a group in the distance. Following Li Bo's gesture, Fang Xiu saw the 4 people he had encountered in the Swordfish Bay dungeon. They smiled at him, each with a different expression, one ingratiating, one flattering, one feigning calm, and another smiling confidently. Seeing Fang Xiu remain silent, Li Bo gestured dismissively. "If you can't say, that's fine. I'll just tell them I don't know. My teacher knows their teacher, so they asked me to inquire." Fang Xiu had an inkling of why they wanted to know which dungeon he'd tackle next, so he casually replied, "There's nothing I can't say. I haven't decided which dungeon to hit next, but I'll probably start with the one closest to Haiguang City." He wasn't particularly concerned about completing all the new player competition tasks. Being ranked first in the 5 dungeons was not an issue for him. After all, there was still over half a month before the final tally. Even if others temporarily took first place, he could reclaim it by clearing the dungeons before the deadline. With a transformation stone in hand, Fang Xiu felt confident. However, the hell-level difficulty of the dungeons required a first-time clear, and there might already be teams attempting the hell-level difficulty of the other 4 dungeons, while he still needed to obtain the key for hell difficulty. As for the 3 wild bosses, the Aurora app only provided information about them, without indicating their exact locations. Wild bosses indeed had lairs, but some also roamed the sea, and encountering them was a matter of luck. Fang Xiu decided to methodically clear the dungeons, and if any wild boss sightings occurred, he would take them down. "All right, I'll let them know," Li Bo said as he rose and headed to the table with the 4 people. Upon hearing that Fang Xiu planned to start with the nearest dungeon, Zhang Tianming and his group immediately resolved, "We'll start with the furthest dungeon. Let's aim to secure the first place in the dungeon." Lu Fang clenched his fist with determination. Next to him, Zhang Tianming smacked the back of Lu Fang's head. "It's not about securing first place. It's about being the first to clear the hell difficulty." Lu Fang suddenly understood and quickly agreed. Right. Considering Fang Xiu's pace, they had no hope of claiming first in all 5 dungeons. But if they went Allen on the furthest dungeon's hell difficulty, they might just manage to sneak in a hell difficulty clear before the great dungeon king Fang Xiu arrived. Half an hour later, everyone had finished purchasing their supplies. Captain Zhang Tianming immediately issued the command, "We might not return to Haiguang City for a long time." The 3 nodded and sprang into action. Fang Xiu, unaware of Zhang Tianming and the others' movements and indifferent even if he knew, leisurely finished his dinner and returned to his room with a cup of milk tea. In the dim light of the room, Fang Xiu could clearly see the sword at his waist, Xinghe, emitting a faint, captivating glow like a real galaxy. Even if he acquired better equipment in the future, this sword would remain a collectible, as it was the only Lord-level artifact. With this thought, Fang Xiu suddenly remembered something and retrieved 10 white enhancement stones from his professional space. These enhancement stones were special items capable of strengthening first-tier equipment. Their description read, mystical stones with a unique ability to enhance equipment. 3 stones of the same tier could be combined into a higher-tier stone. These stones could not be traded or dropped and originated from the Fengling Valley dungeon in Qingshan City, awarded to those who ranked on the leaderboard during the monthly dungeon rankings. Fang Xiu had ranked first in Fengling Valley's leaderboard the previous month, thus earning 10 enhancement stones. The enhancement stones appeared in Fang Xiu's professional space at midnight, when he was already almost asleep. Having never received enhancement stones before, Fang Xiu had forgotten about them until he accidentally discovered them while organizing his professional space. Believing that the equipment Xiu wasn't worth using the stones on, Fang Xiu had left them untouched. In his view, equipment worthy of the stones should be at least epic level, while jewelry and other items needed to reach legendary level. Now, with Xinghe in hand, both an epic weapon and a lord artifact, Fang Xiu felt it was time to use the enhancement stones and enjoy the benefits. He first combined 9 first-tier stones into 3 second-tier stones, and then chose to enhance Xinghe. The system prompted, do you wish to consume 1 second-tier enhancement stone to enhance the equipment Xinghe? Fang Xiu confirmed, and the enhancement was successful. He was left with 1 first-tier enhancement stone, deciding to save it for later. Admiring Xinghe, Fang Xiu noticed its attributes had increased to 2 quality, becoming an epic lord artifact with an attack power of 162, and boosting agility and strength by 12 each, with a 50 increase in attack speed. The passive skill Starlight Surge granted a 10 chance to double the attack speed and add 100 star damage of the attack. After enhancement, Xinghe's durability rose to 600,600, and the description read, Starstone, formed from starlight absorbed by celestial swordfish over time, shaped into this famous sword by the aura of the sword. As a lord artifact, it could not be traded once picked up, and when equipped, all swordfish below 20 levels of the holder would be forced into submission. After enhancement and soul binding, its attributes increased by 27 attack power, 2 agility, 2 strength, and 100 durability. Each enhancement raised attack, additional attributes, and durability by 10, greatly pleasing Fang Xiu. Comparing it to the rare-grade weapon Starflash Sword, obtained from Swordfish Bay, which only increased attack by 65 points. If Xinghe were enhanced to level 3, it would almost be like having an additional rare weapon. Considering the additional attributes, Fang Xiu felt that even legendary equipment wasn't much superior. The next morning, while having breakfast, Fang Xiu received a package from Qin Shuang, a teacher from Qingshan City. Opening it, he found a set of second transition perfect grade equipment called the Forest Bird set, which included a top, bottom, gloves, boots, and a helmet. All parts were of perfect quality, boasting impressive attributes: defense 120, movement speed 25, agility 35, strength 15, constitution 5, and spirit 5. Additionally, as a second transition set effect, both movement and attack speed were increased by 20, agility by 15, and physical attacks could ignore 10 of defense. After transitioning to the Sword of Life, Fang Xiu had sent a message to teacher Qin Shuang, and this equipment was the reward she collected for him from the inter-school competition at Qingshan City's #1 high school. Fang Xiu expected the package to take a few days, but was surprised by the speedy delivery, likely thanks to space mages and other professionals capable of spatial movement working at the courier company. He quickly swapped out his Gale Return set for the new equipment, resulting in a significant attribute boost: strength 92, agility 158, stamina 52, spirit 52. This enhancement directly amplified his combat power, as any percentage increase was based on these attributes, leading to a substantial increase in overall abilities. Compared to his stats during the inter-school competition, his current attributes were nearly 3 times higher, with combat power at least 30 times greater. Fang Xiu decided to sell the entire Gale Return set, reasoning that even small gains shouldn't be wasted. After closing his attribute panel, he finished breakfast, left the Aurora Guild headquarters, and prepared to tackle a dungeon. As he mentioned the previous day, he planned to start with the nearest dungeon. Having thoroughly cleared Swordstar Bay, his next challenge was the second closest dungeon, the Crab King Cave. Crab King Cave was 12 kilometers from Haiguang City, populated mainly by crabs, turtles, and snails, all with relatively high defense. Despite being the second nearest dungeon to Haiguang City, exploration efforts had been slow. Fang Xiu saw multiple tasks related to Crab King Cave on the Aurora City mission board, and although each offered only 2 to 300 Aurora points, he accepted 2. The first task was the Crab King Cave exploration mission, requiring him to clear the cave 3 times with a soul-capturing lamp and collect data on all monsters, including the boss, the Armored Crab King, for a reward of 200 Aurora points. The second task, Crab King Shell Utilization Mission, required submitting 3 rare-grade Armored Crab King shells from the cave's boss, with a reward of 300 Aurora points. Both tasks seemed manageable, and Feng Xiu planned to complete them along the way. He walked to the city gate of Haiguang City, where a crowd had gathered in the early morning, forming teams and preparing to set out. Being a newcomer, on the second day after the task announcement, any ambitious professional was eager to conquer the dungeon. As Feng Xiu arrived at the gate, several teams invited him to join, but he declined each offer, opting to go solo. The team leaders weren't offended, nodding and smiling at Feng Xiu as a friendly gesture. Feng Xiu was not surprised by their actions, as he had seen someone post their achievements in Swordstar Bay on the Aurora Guild forum the night before while surfing the internet. The post was still trending, filled with comments ranging from skepticism, admiration, appreciation, to requests for mentorship, friendship, and even romantic interest. As a result, Feng Xiu had gained some fame at the Aurora Guild's Haiguang City headquarters, at least among this year's batch of professionals. A sudden horn blast caught Feng Xiu's attention. Not far away, a professional blew a red horn, and instantly, a bright red, 2-meter-tall seahorse appeared, pulling a small chariot out of thin air. Amidst envious glances from those around, the professional put away the horn, leapt onto the chariot, and grasped the reins with both hands, giving them a sharp tug. The seahorse's curved legs powered up, and the professional and the red seahorse shot off into the distance. A mount, should I get one too? Feng Xiu mused. Compared to planes and cars, mounts offered greater freedom and combat capabilities, making them the preferred transportation for professionals in the wilderness. However, mounts were often expensive and not affordable for everyone. Feng Xiu remembered a shop near the city gates of Haiguang City that sold reins for seahorses and manta rays. The Aurora Guild App Store also offered mounts ranging from rare to epic levels. Yet, the thought of owning a mount only lingered in Feng Xiu's mind for a second before vanishing. Being able to transform, he had no need for a mount. With the activation of the job change, Primal Apprentice skill, Feng Xiu transformed into the Star Sword Kingfish. In the astonished gaze of those around him, his semi-human form was enveloped in a halo of white light. When the light dissipated, his appearance had slightly changed. He still had a human body, but his entire left arm now had a crystalline texture, emitting a faint glow, ready to transform into a giant sword infused with star power. The fins and gill structures that would appear on his feet, back, and chin when he became a sword star fish were now pale blue patterned stripes, completely devoid of fish-like appearance. This transformation was related to the Star Sword Kingfish that Feng Xiu could morph into. The boss he encountered in the Sword Star Bay's Hell-level dungeon, the Star Swordfish, seemed to transcend flesh and blood, its body composed of star power, resembling a large fish but essentially more of an elemental being. As a higher entity of the Star Swordfish, Feng Xiu speculated that the Star Sword Kingfish might also be an elemental creature. Nonetheless, this transformation was not without its perks. Feng Xiu's transformed appearance was quite striking, with his body adorned with pale blue, glowing patterns, and even his eyebrows shimmering with starlight. Just standing there, he exuded the exotic charm of a mysterious civilization. The surrounding female professionals cast admiring glances his way, but Feng Xiu didn't give them a chance to ask for his number. He floated slightly, took a light step, and with a swift movement, vanished from sight, leaving only a faint blue streak of starlight in the air. Swiftly moving through the ocean, Feng Xiu instantly realized that the light blue patterns on his feet, back, and chin were not merely decorative. These glimmers, akin to the intense flames at the base of a launching spaceship, provided him with unparalleled propulsion. Feng Xiu felt like a torpedo launched into the sea or a spaceship soaring through the sky. The 12-kilometer distance wasn't even enough for him to fully experience this flight. At the entrance of the Crab King's lair, many adventurers watched him in astonishment as Feng Xiu descended slowly from midair like Iron Man, landing steadily on the ground. Before him was a circular opening, about 5 meters wide and 5 meters high, leading into darkness. This was the Crab King cave, but the Crab King had long since vanished. The dungeon had been created following a battle to defeat the boss. Feng Xiu's gaze turned to the silver-white portal quietly floating beside the dark cave. He approached the dungeon's stone monument to check the leaderboard. First place was Luo Feng's team with a completion time of 2 hours, 42 minutes, and 11 seconds. Second was the Hongyu team at 2 hours, 47 minutes, and 1 second. And third was Ma Yuliang's team at 3 hours, 1 minute, and 55 seconds. Feng Xiu thought to himself that this dungeon was indeed challenging, taking over an hour longer to complete than the similarly ranked Swordstar Bay. According to available information, the monsters in the dungeon had high health and strong defenses, naturally requiring more time. Feng Xiu had come to the Crab King cave not only because it was near Sea Light City, but also to test his own attack power. Equipped with a Lord-level artifact, an epic weapon called the Galaxy, and his second-tier class, the Sword of Life, along with his transformation into the Star Sword King Fish, Fang Xiu felt immensely confident, thinking, I am terrifyingly strong. Just as he was about to approach the dungeon portal, a strong vibration was suddenly felt. The surrounding water began to ripple. Although not intense, the vibration was very clear. Everyone began searching for its source, but Fang Xiu immediately fixed his gaze on the dark cave beside the portal. Something's coming out of there. Move aside, there's a boss, a woman exclaimed. However, her warning didn't cause people to retreat. Instead, it fueled their eagerness to fight. Wild bosses were much more valuable than dungeon bosses, with higher drop rates, better items, and extreme rarity. This was the common perception among adventurers. In the next moment, a streak of red light flashed from the dark cave, followed by a loud noise, reminiscent of a beer bottle cap being blown off by a bubble. A petite girl, standing less than 1.5 meters tall and wielding a massive black iron hammer larger than herself, charged out of the cave. As she emerged, several giant red tentacles with suckers followed in pursuit. Everyone immediately recalled the target from the newcomer competition, tasked the red tentacled octopus. The crimson tentacle missed grabbing the girl and immediately latched onto the edge of the cave. With a sudden burst of strength, it shattered the cave wall, and a shadow shot out like a cannonball. In an instant, a three-meter crimson squid with 8 tentacles appeared before everyone. Its name flashed in the air, Crimson Octopus LV-35 Boss HP 297-803-0000. A gasp erupted from the crowd as everyone saw the name hovering above its head. Excitedly, they sprang into action. This was a boss worth 10,000 Aurora points. Defense classes quickly raised their shields, attack classes prepared for an assault, and healer classes started buffing teammates, ready for healing. However, the situation was entirely different from a dungeon. The boss wasn't going to wait for them to prepare before attacking. The Crimson Octopus's 2 lantern-like eyes swirled, 2 tentacles burrowed into the ground, and the other 6 flailed wildly with lightning speed. Crack! Lightning 6 whip attack. The frontline defense classes could barely withstand the assault, retreating repeatedly, with only one barely holding against the continuous onslaught before being ensnared and smashed to the ground like a ragdoll. The advantage of having 8 tentacles in a team battle was clear. The attack class's onslaught finally arrived. Wind blades, water arrows, heavy hammers, all kinds of attacks bombarded the Crimson Octopus from all directions. They saw damage numbers rapidly appear above its head, but after a round of attacks, it had only lost 1/20th of its health. The next second, the Crimson Octopus's tentacles, still embedded in the ground, contracted again, launching its massive body into the air. Black ink sprayed from beneath it, spreading out in all directions. Oh no, it's trying to escape, someone exclaimed. Unlike dungeon bosses, wild bosses weren't bound to fight to the death with players. They could choose to flee when the situation was unfavorable. However, those observing from afar saw that the Crimson Octopus didn't flee but instead charged into its own ink cloud. The ink wasn't a smokescreen for escape, but a bulletproof vest for slaughter. Ranged classes lost sight of their target. Defense classes couldn't see the Crimson Octopus to defend against it, and healers couldn't apply skills to teammates shrouded in ink. In just a few seconds, the entrance to the Crab King's cave was littered with casualties. A boss this strong only gives 10,000 Aurora points? The Aurora Guild is so stingy, someone complained. Fang Xiu looked in the direction of the voice and saw the girl who had lured out the Crimson Octopus. She had already retreated far away, observing the battle from a distance. Fang Xiu did the same. When the Crimson Octopus appeared, his first reaction wasn't to charge in, but to quickly create distance. A level 35 boss appearing in a second-tier dungeon, although only for second-tier players, possessed third-tier attributes. If encountered in the wild, such a level 35 boss creature could be considered equivalent to a top-tier third-tier human expert. Facing such a third-tier powerhouse, following the dungeon's approach of charging in would undoubtedly serve as the best lesson. The area covered in ink was a scene of chaos. After the initial attack by the Crimson Octopus, the surviving adventurers quickly realized the danger and chose to retreat. Though their path was unclear, they knew escaping the ink's reach was their only chance for survival. Those who managed to break free regrouped with their teammates, retreating cautiously rather than recklessly. The targets of the octopus scattered, but it had no intention of letting them go. Its 8 tentacles struck with force, propelling its massive body like a missile toward the nearest group, lashing out wildly. Thorn Shield Wall. Fortunately, the defensive adventurer in this group was still standing, swiftly raising a shield and deploying a wide-area defensive skill. The Thorny Vine shield absorbed the octopus's blows, but even with constant healing, the defender couldn't hold out much longer. Everyone understood that this boss was too much for a single team to handle alone. Even if they aimed for the final blow, they needed to ensure they could actually take it down. If their party was wiped out, no one else would dare to face its onslaught. The team leader, quick-witted, shouted, Experience from killing a field boss is distributed based on damage percentage, and anyone can pick up the loot. But the rule for completing the field boss mission is landing the final blow. His words spurred many teams into action. Whether they had just escaped the ink or been lurking on the sidelines, teams joined the battle, surrounding the Crimson Octopus from different directions. At the entrance to the Crab King's cave, there were only about 30 adventurers left. The ink attack had already claimed 7 or 8 lives. With only 20-something remaining, if another team was wiped out, the rest would be too fearful to fight. Moreover, news of the octopus's appearance was likely spreading, promising a flood of new challengers soon. It was better to take it down now with a few teams than to compete with dozens later. After all, every damage dealer had a high-damage ultimate move ready. And if nothing else, the defenders in close combat could at least snag some loot when the boss fell. For fully equipped 4-person teams began their assault on the octopus, bringing order to the chaos. When one team's defender was targeted, healers from other teams would lend support with healing spells. This brief cooperation finally began to suppress the octopus's attacks, and its health started to decline steadily. "Hey, you're Feng Xiao, right? Come on, let's have a duel." Feng Xiao, who had been observing the battle and waiting for a chance to strike the boss, suddenly heard a voice beside him. The same girl who had lured the red octopus from the Crab King's lair stood there, wielding a massive iron hammer. Her white teeth gleamed as her eyes sparkled with shrewdness and a fierce fighting spirit. Feng Xiao was puzzled. He didn't recall ever crossing paths with her, nor did he know her. Sensing his confusion, the girl declared loudly, "Everyone here today is a rookie. The only one who could snatch the red octopus from me is you, Feng Xiao. Instead of fighting over it later, I might as well defeat you now to prevent it from escaping during the chaos." This petite girl exuded confidence, yet the boss's health hadn't even dropped below half, and she was already dealing with other competitors. Moreover, there were 4 teams of professionals below. How could she be so confident in seizing the red octopus from them? Seeing Feng Xiao's lack of response, she launched an attack first. Her large hammer smashed into the ground, and in an instant, her body catapulted toward Feng Xiao. Her small frame raced across the sandy ground like the wind, the surrounding water not slowing her, but instead forming a shockwave around her, making her run even faster. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Feng Xiao, her hammer spinning in the air before crashing down. Her attack wasn't hindered by the water. In fact, the water swirled around the hammer's surface, expanding the impact zone beyond the visible. However, to Feng Xiao, her speed seemed incredibly slow. Having transitioned to the role of a blade of life, he was now an agile fighter, transformed into the king of star swords, a natural ruler of the waters, undeterred by the mighty sea creatures that once hindered human exploration. Feng Xiao stepped back slightly, easily dodging her attack, his right hand resting on the hilt of his Star River sword. Instantly, in the girl's vision, Feng Xiao vanished, leaving only a brilliant streak of starlight. Thud! A sharp pain erupted from her chest, and crimson blood spurted forth, dispersing in the water. She stared in shock at her chest, a deep wound stretching from her right shoulder to her left waist, her health plummeting to a critical level. A deeper cut might have killed her on the spot. What kind of speed was that? She halted, quickly pulling out a healing potion and gulping it down. Sensing Feng Xiao behind her through the water's flow, she spun around, watching him warily. Feng Xiao, gripping the Star River sword, advanced slowly. To withstand his attack and survive, it seemed her gear was quite decent, but she was evidently at her limit. As Feng Xiao prepared to strike again, the girl suddenly turned and fled. While escaping, she blew a horn tool and mounted a blue manta ray. Damn, just like the people on the forum said, she's a freak. Feng Xiao watched her retreat in astonishment. This girl was not only petite, but also quite timid. However, he had no intention to pursue. She only had the will to fight, not to kill, so there was no need to insist on her demise. Turning his attention back to the red octopus, its health had dropped below half under the combined assault of several teams. As its health hit the halfway mark, its lantern-sized eyes were suddenly shrouded in blue, its crimson body bathed in a blue glow. Humans could unlock ultimate skills upon reaching level 10 proficiency. So what about this boss, the red octopus? Clearly, it had its own blood boil. The speed of the crimson octopus's attacks suddenly surged. However, the most lethal aspect wasn't just its speed. It was the transformation of its body into a steel-like hardness, turning its 8 tentacles into formidable weapons. Clang, clang, clang. The steel tentacles struck the shields with a sound like iron clashing. Within seconds, a defender's shield was shattered in half, and before he could react, another steel tentacle pierced through his heart like a lance, instantly depleting his life force. The fall of a defender almost guaranteed the collapse of the entire team. Witnessing this, the other adventurers quickly retreated, fearing pursuit by the Crimson Octopus. Meanwhile, the 3 defenders standing against the Crimson Octopus felt unprecedented pressure. One defender, seeing his life force plummet despite the healer's best efforts, chose to retreat decisively. Not wanting to meet the same fate, he smashed his shield forward, using the recoil to hastily pull back. Let anyone else take down this boss. Isn't it better to just play the game normally? He thought to himself. The remaining two defenders were furious, cursing as they realized they couldn't withstand the focus of the boss's attacks alone. They too hurriedly retreated with their team. The death of one defender led to the rapid disintegration of the four teams, scattering them in all directions. The Crimson Octopus, exhilarated by the battle, wasn't about to let the humans escape and began chasing the nearest team. Feng Xiu witnessed everything, sheathing his sword, Galaxy. The 100 layers of buffs from the living sword style were fully stacked with his empty swings. With living sword aura at 100, his attack speed, movement speed, and sword damage increased by 100, while attack lifesteal increased by 10. It's about time I stepped in to finish this. Feng Xiu noticed more people arriving, drawn by the news. Soon, there would be 100 people vying for the Crimson Octopus. With the faint blue starlight patterns on his body flickering, Feng Xiu swiftly approached the Crimson Octopus. As the Crimson Octopus pursued others, it suddenly sensed an alarming presence and turned toward Feng Xiu. It carefully assessed the aura emanating from Feng Xiu, a hint of confusion flickering in its eyes. Could it be sensing the aura of the Star Sword Kingfish? Feng Xiu speculated, much like how ordinary monsters sense dragon might when he transformed into a storm drake. As an epic quality Star Sword Kingfish, its aura would naturally suppress ordinary aquatic creatures. In the next instant, the confusion in the Crimson Octopus's eyes turned to bloodlust. The weak offspring of a powerful creature was just the nourishment it craved. All 8 tentacles powered up simultaneously, propelling its body like a missile toward Feng Xiu. Perceiving the weak point, Feng Xiu began to use the skills granted by the Star Sword King Fish Transformation Stone, his eyes shimmering with starlight. In Feng Xiu's line of sight, multiple glowing points appeared on the 8-armed red squid rushing towards him. These points marked the creature's weak spots, and attacking them would inflict critical damage. Feng Xiu had previously acquired a similar ability from the morphing stone of the sword starfish, and as the Star Sword Kingfish, a creature several tiers above, this ability had naturally been enhanced. Known as weak point penetration, this skill allowed him to inflict piercing damage that ignored 30 of the target's defense when striking its weak spots. In an instant, Feng Xiu drew his sword, transforming into starlight. None of the onlookers, including the 8-armed red squid, could follow his movements. The sound of clashing blades was exceptionally clear. By the time the crowd could see Feng Xiu again, he was standing 3 meters behind the squid, gripping his sword, Star River, with an aura as sharp as an unsheathed blade, too intense to face directly. The squid's head now bore a basin-sized gash, from which blue blood gushed out wildly. Along with the blue blood, a red damage number appeared above the squid's head. Witnessing this terrifying damage figure, the surrounding professionals gasped in shock. Even though the underwater breathing potion allowed them to adapt to the underwater environment temporarily, most of them couldn't help but inhale a mouthful of seawater, nearly choking. Despite this, their astonishment was palpable. A single strike dealing over 1,000 damage, even if it was weak point damage, was astonishing. The output professionals from the 4 teams had only managed to inflict a little over 100 damage per hit on the squid, sometimes even less. Could it be that Feng Xiu's normal damage was 6 times theirs? Feng Xiu himself wasn't surprised, feeling instead that the damage was somewhat insufficient. Weak point penetration ignored 30 of defense, the instant skill ignored another 20, and his basic skill, living swordsmanship, added another 15 defense penetration. Combined, these negated 65 of the squid's defense. Yet, attacking a weak point only resulted in 1,200 damage. It seemed the squid's defense had significantly increased after turning blue, possibly with some percentage-based damage reduction. The severely injured squid flew into a rage, disregarding the wound on its head, and turned to attack Feng Xiu. Its 8 steel-like tentacles stabbed forward like spears. Instead of immediately transforming into a demon-marked iron guard, Feng Xiu showcased his agility, stepping back swiftly while slashing a massive cross into the air. Living stream, cross slash. Instantly, a giant cross-shaped sword energy composed of vertical and horizontal crescent moon energies slashed forward. Seeing this terrifying cross-shaped energy, the bloodlust in the squid's eyes turned to terror. It immediately abandoned its attack, choosing to flee instead. Its 8 tentacles contracted and launched it backward, while it expelled ink to propel itself faster. However, the cross-shaped sword energy was quicker, slicing through the ink and striking the squid directly. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing repeatedly echoed as the squid desperately used its tentacles to block at the last moment. But all 8 were severed into several pieces, and the sword energy still struck its weak point. Blue blood sprayed out, and numerous severed tentacle pieces, known as squid arms, fell to the ground. Meanwhile, another horrifying blood-red damage number appeared, thrilling the nerves of all the observing professionals. At the entrance of the Crab King dungeon, the battle raged on. Feng Xiu's second strike dealt nearly 3,000 damage, leaving everyone in awe. Many had assumed his first strike was his ultimate move, but the second strike's damage was almost 3 times higher. People quickly recognized Fang Xiao as the Dungeon Emperor, a title given to him on the Aurora Guild's forum. Initially, they thought he had mastered a speedrun technique for Swordstar Bay, allowing him to clear dungeons with such remarkable speed. But seeing his damage output now, they could only admire and say, his reputation is well-deserved. The Octo-Red Squid, having lost its tentacles, was too preoccupied to tend to its wounds. It began to spin in place, releasing a cloud of ink to obscure Fang Xiao's vision and attempt an escape. Fang Xiao slowly rose from the seabed, elevating his line of sight. He wasn't foolish enough to search for the squid within the inky darkness. As expected, he didn't spot the squid outside the ink-covered area, indicating it was lurking within, setting a trap. Fang Xiao recalled that in nature, cephalopods like squids and octopuses often bury themselves in sand. As a boss creature, the octo-red squid likely had burrowing abilities. While he pondered this, a flash of light suddenly pierced the inky blackness. In the next moment, a massive blue drill shot out from the ink, piercing through the water at incredible speed, aiming straight for Fang Xiao. Class change, Primal Apprentice transformation, Magic Patterned Iron Guard. The light blue star patterns on Fang Xiao's body vanished instantly, replaced by a bright, metallic silver. Thud. Sizzle. The drill struck Fang Xiao, continuing to spin at high speed, as if trying to pierce through him. Several blood-red numbers appeared rapidly, but thanks to his newly equipped perfect grade armor, combined with the Magic Patterned Iron Guard's strong defensive attributes and high percentage damage reduction, the numbers above Fang Xiao's head never exceeded 20. It was then Fang Xiao noticed that the octo-red squid had somehow regrown its tentacles, spinning wildly with pointed ends. It hadn't produced the ink to flee but to conceal its movements and create an ambush opportunity. The field boss's battle experience was indeed formidable. If not for Fang Xiao's strong defensive measures, he might have already fallen prey to the squid. This drill attack could easily have one-shotted a typical second-tier agility class. However, Fang Xiao's focus wasn't on the squid's combat prowess. He glanced at its health bar. HP 92233000. The regrown tentacles hadn't costed any health. Fang Xiao mused to himself. If I could set up a stall selling grilled squid tentacles, I'd make a fortune. Self-produced, self-sold, no cost, high profit, a clear path to wealth. Unfortunately, the octo-red squid seemed uninterested in being a small vendor and continued its fierce assault on Fang Xiao. With a flick of his Star River, Fang Xiao skillfully deflected the 8-clawed red squid's attack. Though it was a simple strike, a pale blue starlight formed instantly, accompanied by a sharp sword aura, hitting the squid from both the front and back. Luckily, the sword aura triggered Star River's passive skill Starlight Surge, with a 10 chance to deal an additional 100 of his attack as astral damage. The numbers 68 and 52 appeared above both the squid and Fang Xiao, indicating the squid's health decreased, while Fang Xiao's increased. Despite having transitioned to a Primal Apprentice, the Sword of Life's buff remained, providing a comfortable 10 lifesteal effect. The cooldown for the skill transform, Sword King of Stars Fish, semi-human form ended, and starlight flashed in Fang Xiao's eyes as his figure blurred. In an instant, a fierce sword light slashed through the squid again, severing its 8 tentacles with smooth, clean cuts. Fang Xiao was already standing behind it. The number 205 floated above their heads once more, as Fang Xiao absorbed 205 health points. It wasn't due to low lifesteal efficiency, but because his health was already at its maximum. The core of his Sword of Life class, the Sword of Absorption, provided a 20 lifesteal, with the basic skill Life Flow Swordsmanship adding another 10, and the class skill Life Sword Style contributing an additional 10, totaling a 40 lifesteal efficiency. Fang Xiao mused that his class should be called the Vampire Sword or the Blood Demon Sword. He figured that if he continued fighting, there wouldn't be a drop of his original blood left in his veins. The 8-clawed red squid finally realized it was outmatched, and even sneak attacks were futile, so it decided to retreat. It expelled a thick cloud of ink, seemingly all it had, and deflated like a balloon, swiftly shrinking as it swam towards the Crab King's den in a strange arc. I'll give you a 100-meter head start. Fang Xiao smirked, raising his crystalline left hand to the sky. Boom. A terrifying energy erupted, as starlight gathered from all directions, merging into his left hand. At some point, his left hand had transformed into a massive star sword, 3 meters long and half a meter wide. As the starlight converged, the sword grew even brighter. Just as the squid was about to escape into the Crab King's den, Fang Xiao stepped forward and pointed the star sword in his left hand. Sword of the Star King. In an instant, dazzling starlight burst forth, carrying a fierce sword aura, piercing through the 100-meter sea and striking the squid deadened. Boom. The onlookers heard a resounding crash, like a mountain splitting, as a 100-meter-long brilliant star sword appeared out of nowhere at the entrance of the Crab King's den, illuminating the surrounding waters and pinning the 8-clawed red squid against the side of the den's wall. A fearsome blood-red number followed, soaring into the air. The 8-legged crimson squid, a level 35 boss with 39630,000 HP, was pinned to the wall beside the Crab King's cave by a colossal 100-meter-long sword of starlight. Its body slowly slid down like a heap of mud, not yet dead but teetering on the brink, unable to muster the strength to resist or flee. From about 100 meters away, Fang Xiu walked toward it at a steady pace. Around the Crab King's cave, nearly 100 people had gathered, including high-level adventurers and at least 15 teams ready to swoop in for any leftover loot. Despite the field boss's HP being under 400, no one dared to deal the final blow to the 8-legged crimson squid. Even though a few assassins suspected it might escape into the cave, they didn't dare break their stealth for fear Fang Xiu might misinterpret their intentions and strike them down. Everyone waited in tense silence, like stones pressed under a boulder, until Fang Xiu picked up the severed squid tentacle, approached the 8-legged crimson squid, and ended its wicked existence. He then stored the loot and the squid in his professional space and entered the Crab King's cave instance. Only when his figure disappeared through the silver portal did the onlookers breathe a collective sigh of relief. Wow, there's a prodigy among the new recruits of the Aurora Guild. To take down a third-turn field boss with second-turn strength, what an overwhelming presence. Even though he wasn't hostile toward us, just a glance from him made my heart skip a beat. Forget calling him the Dungeon Emperor. We can drop the dungeon part altogether. My classmate Xiao Lu dubs him the strongest. I recorded the whole battle just now. Anyone interested? I am. Me. $20 a copy. Thanks for your patronage. At the entrance of the Crab King's cave, the crowd buzzed with discussions centered on Fang Xiu's battle with the 8-legged crimson squid. Once someone uploads the video of Fang Xiu's fight against the boss to the Aurora Guild's forum, no one will likely doubt his combat prowess. Until someone displays a more impressive feat, Fang Xiu is essentially established as the top contender among the latest batch at the Aurora Guild's Haiguang City headquarters. Inside the Crab King's cave, Fang Xiu was oblivious to and unfazed by the crowd's discussions. What could be more important than tallying the spoils after defeating a boss? As a field boss, the 8-legged crimson squid dropped 3 items: a skill book, a piece of equipment, and a special item. He first checked the skill, an 8-legged arm 4-star skill book of perfect quality, requiring third-turn status and mastery of a particular elemental power. Fang Xiu was pleasantly surprised to find that he could gather elemental energy to form 8 arms on the surface of his body. These elemental arms wielded weapons that didn't provide any additional attributes to the wielder, and the damage dealt had to be calculated individually based on each arm's weapon and his own attributes. A 4-star perfect skill book was a delightful find. The higher the star level and quality of a skill book, the more sought after it is, and a 4-star perfect skill book must be quite valuable. Should I use it myself? Fang Xiu pondered, as he hadn't yet decided on a 4th basic skill. Would having 8 extra arms allow him to perform a 10-word technique? This seemed a bit abstract, or perhaps a form of multicasting. 10 hands, each holding a Sun Feng wheel. Fang Xiu found this challenging, as Sun Feng wheels had cooldown times, and increasing their number wouldn't affect the cooldown. Even elemental skills without cooldowns required multitasking to be effective. Using 10 skills simultaneously, Fang Xiu figured if such a skill existed, it would certainly be of epic level. Therefore, he was more inclined to sell this skill book, as there would surely be a suitable professional who could make better use of it. Next, he examined a peculiar-looking belt among his equipment. It resembled 2 squid tentacles joined at their thickest ends to form a loop. The crimson squid belt was of perfect quality, with attributes of 30 defense, 7 constitution, and 2 strength, and came with a passive regeneration skill that restored 1 health point per second. The description mentioned that this belt was crafted from 2 tentacles of the 8-armed crimson squid. Although its appearance was odd, its attributes were quite impressive. The increases in constitution and strength, along with the passive skill that restored health each second, could alleviate some pressure from healers during boss fights. Particularly since most set components on the market often lacked belts. The Crimson Squid belt didn't require defensive professionals to swap out set components, making it highly adaptable. However, since it was equipment that could only be used after the 3rd job change, Fang Xiu couldn't use it yet and decided to sell it. Finally, he noticed a special item shaped like a miniature 8-armed crimson squid. The octopus thrower had a special effect. When thrown, it would automatically track an enemy, tightly binding the target's head, covering their eyes, and spraying ink to cause a blinding effect lasting 10 seconds. It could be used 3 times. The description noted that this was a small gadget made using the 8-armed crimson squid's strong hugging ability and ink spraying habit. A control item? That was quite interesting. Fang Xiu weighed the octopus thrower in his hand, pondering that its effects in PvP would be excellent, especially against non-strength-based professions. A 10-second blindness duration could be fatal for speed and magic-based fragile professions. Aside from the 3 drops, The body of the 8-armed crimson squid didn't seem to hold anything more valuable. Fang Xiu didn't plan to make it into a transformation stone, as although it was a wild boss, its rank was similar to the star-slicing swordfish of Swordfish Bay. Non-boss 8-armed crimson squids existed too, and at most, it would make a perfect grade transformation stone, with a low success rate. Hence, Fang Xiu decided to turn it into teppanyaki. It was said that dishes made by chefs had additional effects. Yum, he thought to himself. It wasn't because he wanted to eat teppanyaki that he chose not to make the 8-armed crimson squid into a transformation stone. At the headquarters of the Aurora Society in Haiguang City, sunlight streamed through the curtains of the third-floor balcony, casting a warm glow over the tea table. Vice President Yang Guang and Hong Jie were leisurely sipping tea, a tablet on the table displaying intense footage of Fang Xiu fiercely battling the 8-tackled red squid. The rookie competition task had only been released a day ago, and yet it seemed they had already identified a leader among this year's candidates. Yang Guang took a small sip from his teacup, musing to himself that, based on past experience, anyone capable of soloing a wild boss was typically the strongest contender of their cohort. Hong Jie nodded slightly, acknowledging that Fang Xiu's performance had indeed exceeded her expectations, far surpassing his peers. She scanned through Fang Xiu's profile, but found nothing particularly noteworthy. While it was still uncertain if he could become a leader, he was undoubtedly this year's top talent. Yang Guang recalled the 2 young recruits from the Jianfeng Mountain and Yinhun Valley branches who had just officially joined the Aurora Society, nodding to himself. It was indeed too early to make any conclusions. Who knew if these powerful professionals who excelled in battling monsters would become useless when facing foreign threats? By the way, who brought Fang Xiu in? He Chun, Hong Jie replied. He Chun, Yang Guang smiled. What kind of deal was made? Access to the Sword Soul Tomb and the Holy Court of Light. Quite the offer. He was quite surprised, taking another look at Fang Xiu's profile. When stewards recruit newcomers to the Aurora Society, there are limits to the benefits they can offer. Once the limit is exceeded, all additional costs must be borne personally. Clearly, He Chin's offer of access to the Sword Soul Tomb and the Holy Court of Light far exceeded the society's limit, indicating He Chin's high regard for Fang Xiu. And Fang Xiu indeed justified He Chin's favor. Having just undergone a second transformation, he could already solo a third transformation wild boss. Could he be another He Chin? Yang Guang wondered. Indeed, it takes a genius to recognize another genius. He recalled that He Chun was personally brought to the Aurora Society by their leader, Haoring Guang, wasn't he? Yes, Hong Jie nodded, adding, when their leader, Haoring Guang, brought He Chun to Haiguang City to join the Aurora Society, he personally handled all the procedures for him. As the two conversed, Yang Guang's secretary suddenly approached briskly, seemingly with urgent news, but hesitated due to Hong Jie's presence. Hong Jie is not an outsider. Yang Guang gestured dismissively. Only then did the secretary begin to report. We have received news from the front lines that a merman squad has crossed the sea trench border and is heading towards Haiguang City. However, according to Steward He Chin's report, the 5th and 4th transformation strongmen in the squad have been completely eliminated, leaving only 5 third transformation strongmen who successfully crossed the border. The secretary handed a locator to Yang Guang, continuing, this is the locator for those 5 third transformation mermen. Listening to this, Hong Jie felt it was absurd. For He Chun, a top talent of the younger generation in the Aurora Society, intercepting a foreign squad whose strongest members were only at the 5th transformation was hardly a challenge. Yet, with the 5th and 4th transformation members wiped out and the 3rd transformation ones left alive, what exactly happened? Was it intentional or a mistake? Yang Guang smiled as he took the tracker from his secretary and explained, last year, the casualty rate among the rookies was too high, with some even losing their nerve before the battle. So, the boss has ordered that this year's rookies get an early taste of the bloodiness of the alien races. He then turned to his secretary and instructed, send out the prepared mission. 100 miles from Haiguang City, 5 merfolk clad in black cloaks hid among a seaweed cluster in an undersea canyon, chattering nervously. That human warrior was terrifying. I didn't even get a clear look at him before the captain was killed. Luckily, we escaped quickly, one merfolk said anxiously. We can't retreat. The strongest merfolk responded firmly, his gaze sweeping over his 4 companions. If we go back now, we'll definitely be branded as deserters. Even if we don't die, we'll be imprisoned in the bottomless cold abyss for life. His words sent a shiver down the others' spines, reminding them of the military orders and that eternally dark, snow-covered abyss. What should we do then? Another merfolk asked urgently. Continue with the mission, the strong merfolk declared decisively. But the deputy captain, who was at the 4th level, and the captain, at the 5th, were both killed. How can we complete the mission? The other merfolk exchanged uneasy glances. This mission has 2 objectives. First, to find the beast child of the Blood Shark Emperor near Haiguang City and bring it back to the Merfolk Valley. Second, to hunt down the human geniuses who come to Haiguang City every year. Completing either of these will ensure we aren't seen as deserters. Instead, we'll be heroes. A determined glint appeared in the strong merfolk's eyes. Hunterbone, you're the strongest among us. With the captain and deputy captain gone, you should be our new leader. A clever merfolk suggested, and the others quickly agreed. All right, since everyone insists, I won't refuse. Hunterbone smiled slightly and began to devise a plan. First, we aim to accomplish one of the two objectives. As soon as we complete one, we retreat immediately. With that, Hunterbone pulled out a blood-red orb the size of a grape and handed it to the nearest merfolk. This is the blood condensation orb of the Blood Shark Emperor, given to me by the captain as a backup. It will guide us to the beast child of the Blood Shark Emperor. Hunter Fong, you're skilled at tracking, so this is for you. The merfolk named Hunter Fong accepted the orb and examined it closely. As for hunting human geniuses, Hunterbone continued. We need to target the most renowned ones to ensure news of their demise reaches the Merfolk Valley's military camp. Jewel, you should use your illusion technique to lure a human practitioner over here. Hunterbone's plan began to take shape, and the 5 merfolk were filled with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. In the Crab King dungeon, the cross-shaped sword energy of the living streams sliced through the air like a sharp blade, directly targeting the armored Crab King. Boom. The sword energy pierced through it like a chopstick stabbing into bread, with a solid impact. The armored Crab King, clad in a crimson heavy armor and towering 2 stories high, was split in half, and its massive body trembled violently before finally becoming still. Fang Xiu approached the armored Crab King, sheathed his sword, and fiddled with its giant claw, thinking to himself, with claws this big, there must be a lot of meat inside. He pondered whether to take the armored Crab King out of the dungeon to see if it would disappear. The monsters in the dungeon are essentially illusions, not real flesh and blood. Although the corpse of the primal apprentice, Deep Draw, allows them to remain after being killed, they are still illusions and probably can't be eaten, right? Fang Xiu was curious and thought he might have to try it himself to find out. Forget it, I prefer my crabs steamed and dipped in sauce. This thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately dismissed it. Unless he had an epic-level chef skill, he wouldn't consider changing professions. Planning to kill a regular crab later to see if it would disappear when taken out, Fang Xiu spread his hand and activated the Transmutation Stone's precision array. A faint purple glow flickered as the array was activated. After more than 10 seconds, Fang Xiu heard a crack as the Transmutation Stone shattered, indicating failure. He bent down to pick up the loot from the armored Crab King, finding only a regular rare-grade armor. Fang Xiu wasn't interested in these rare-grade items and planned to sell them to an equipment shop in bulk later. Confirming that there was no hell-level difficulty, key drop again, he sighed. This was already his 40th solo run of the nightmare-level Crab King dungeon today. He even took breaks, had afternoon tea, and enjoyed some cakes in between. Thanks to the Transmutation Stone's trickery, his dungeon completion time was under 5 minutes, securing him the top spot on the leaderboard. Yet, the key to unlocking the hell-level difficulty of the Crab King dungeon remained elusive. He wasn't sure if they had all been found by others, or if he was just unlucky today. He hadn't even run the nightmare-level Sword Star Bay dungeon so many times. Looks like he'll have to try again tomorrow. Fang Xiu casually killed a small crab monster and chose to exit the dungeon with it. The scene before him shattered, and when everything became clear again, he found himself standing at the entrance of the Crab King dungeon, surrounded by other adventurers. Noticing Fang Xiu, many cast curious glances his way. Several of them had watched his solo battle against the 8-legged red squid on forums and were quite intrigued by him, though no one dared to approach him directly. Fang Xiu looked at his right hand and realized that the crab he brought out from the dungeon had disappeared, confirming his suspicion. He felt a bit disappointed, but the outcome was expected. Rising, he started swimming towards Seabright City, the faint starlight flickering as he transformed into an underwater torpedo once more. As he swam, he took out his phone and checked for notifications, finding that the Aurora app had updated with a new batch of commission tasks suitable for his level. Just as he clicked into the commission tasks, a brand new rookie challenge task immediately popped up. The mission description for infiltrating the newcomer competition is as follows. A team of 5 sea-dwelling non-human beings has crossed the abyssal border, infiltrating the human territorial waters of the Sea Light City area. The mission objective is to eliminate these infiltrators. Upon completion, you can receive a secondary transformation task reward, with a bounty of 10,000 Aurora points for each non-human killed. The infiltrators are merfolk, with a strength level of tier 3, so proceed with caution. There are non-humans infiltrating? Fang Xiu was surprised. He had only ever seen non-humans on television. In the infinite world, myriad races stand side by side, with humans being just one of them. Other intelligent beings also possess the ability to change professions and enter instances, like the merfolk mentioned in the mission. Meanwhile, some intelligent creatures cannot change professions, deriving their power from mighty bloodlines, inheriting knowledge from their predecessors, and naturally growing into formidable beings, such as the renowned dragon race. Different races coexist in one world, and the clash of various civilizations and cultures inevitably leads to war. For instance, the primary enemies at the southern border of Dongwang are the Nightmare race, while in the seas, there are numerous intelligent non-human species, with merfolk being just one. Besides hostile non-humans, there are some who have formed alliances with humans or even joined them, like the Flower Fairy race living in Dongwang. Feng Xiu thought to himself that encountering a merfolk and earning 10,000 Aurora points would be quite rewarding, but he couldn't help but wonder about the combat prowess of a Tier 3 non-human. Returning to Sea Light City, as Feng Xiu approached the city gate, he spotted Li Bo from afar. Li Bo waved at Feng Xiu, attracting attention from those around them, as Feng Xiu was quite well known in Sea Light City. Li Gu, sorry to keep you waiting. Feng Xiu landed at the city gate and greeted Li Bo. Li Bo had been summoned by Feng Xiu to handle the 8-armed red squid. Feng Xiu wanted a competent chef to prepare the boss-level ingredient, avoiding any waste. In Sea Light City, he only knew He Chun and Li Bo, and he didn't want to trouble He Chun with this, so he asked Li Bo for help and invited him for dinner. When Li Bo heard there was boss-level food to enjoy, he was more than happy to assist Feng Xiu. He used his connections to find the top chef in Sea Light City and waited at the gate to meet Feng Xiu so they could go to the hotel together. I just got here too, Li Bo said with a smile, turning to lead Feng Xiu into the city. If he had once considered Feng Xiu, who won the 10-school competition, a promising talent, now he saw him as a monstrous newcomer. While others might not know Feng Xiu's background, Li Bo was well aware. He Chun had offered Feng Xiu the benefits of joining the Aurora Society, which included access to the Sword Soul Tomb and the Court of Light, yet Feng Xiu hadn't used them. This meant Feng Xiu had managed to single-handedly defeat a Tier 3 wild boss shortly after his secondary transformation, relying solely on his abilities. Among all the geniuses Li Bo knew, none could compare to Feng Xiu. Rongji Restaurant is tucked away in an unassuming corner in the south of Haiguang City. The restaurant has 2 floors. The first floor is a public kitchen, while the second floor is a space where the owner entertains friends. Feng Xiu and Li Bo went straight up to the second floor, where a man in a white chef's coat and 2 assistants were busy organizing tools and ingredients. The space wasn't large, featuring just a curved table with various cooking tools behind it, forming an open kitchen. The chef could chat with customers while cooking, and guests could taste the delicious dishes as soon as they were ready. Uncle Rome, we're here, Li Bo greeted as he approached. The chef nodded in acknowledgement, and Li Bo led Feng Xiu to sit at the table. Uncle Rome, this is my friend Feng Xiu. He managed to get some BOS-level ingredients and would like you to prepare a meal for us. This is Feng Xiu. The chef seemed to recall something as he scrutinized Feng Xiu. Uncle Rome, you know him? Li Bo was surprised, as he hadn't mentioned Feng Xiu to Uncle Rome before. Rong mentioned it at noon, said he was quite impressive. The chef smiled and introduced himself. I'm Rong Yin, the owner of this place. You can call me Uncle Rome or Boss Rome, just like Li Bo does. Feng Xiu opted for the more familiar address. With a 5-star level 9 chef like you, I might as well give up on becoming a chef myself. I'll just come here to eat. Rong? I almost forgot she's just joined the Aurora Guild this year. Same as Feng Xiu, Li Bo remarked, glancing around. Where is she now? She's probably out leveling up. These days, you can't see her except at mealtimes. But since it's nearly mealtime now, she should be home soon, Rong Yin said casually. Then turned to Feng Xiu. Li Bo mentioned you have BOS-level ingredients. Let's see what you've got. Feng Xiu quickly pulled an entire giant octopus, the 8-armed red squid, from his professional space and placed it on the table. The space's preservation capabilities were impressive. Despite being caught in the morning, the squid was still slightly twitching. A level 35 boss octopus. Rong Yin examined the texture carefully. Not bad. Any preferred cooking style or dietary restrictions? No, Uncle Rong. Feel free to use your creativity. All right, I'll see what I can do, Rong Yin said, lifting the whole squid with one hand and gesturing with a knife in the other. The tentacles can be grilled on an iron plate. I'll divide the body into 5 parts. 1 for steaming with dipping sauce, 1 for stir-frying, 1 for fried calamari rings, 1 for stone pot oyster squid tofu soup, and the rest. You young folks eat a lot, but it's not good to overindulge. I'll dry and package the leftovers as squid jerky for you to snack on during expeditions. As he spoke, the knife flashed, and the massive squid was effortlessly divided into several portions. Feng Xiu was amazed. Rong Yan's knife skills surpassed any professional he had ever seen. Do chefs have to learn knife skills as part of their training? Feng Xiu couldn't help but ask. Rong Yin smiled slightly at the question. Cooking techniques, knife skills, and fire element control are essential skills for chefs. Additional skills depend on regional preferences or personal culinary inclinations. Chefs specializing in medicinal cuisine usually master wood element skills, ideally with healing and enhancement effects. Meanwhile, noodle chefs might excel in martial arts techniques like boxing and palm techniques, and those who enjoy preparing sashimi might learn ice element skills. Feng Xiu nodded repeatedly. Thinking to himself that reaching an advanced level in any profession is no easy feat. As they chatted, they watched Rong Yin cook. Soon, the first dish, stir-fried squid strips, was ready. Rong Yin divided the dish into 2 plates and placed them in front of Fang Xiu, while a kitchen assistant prepared iced water for him. However, Fang Xiu's attention wasn't captured by the dish's appearance, but rather by its attributes. The stir-fried squid strips increased critical hit rate by 5 and attack power by 10 for 24 hours, with a permanent strength increase of 2 upon first consumption, becoming ineffective if the base strength exceeds 100. The description noted that this dish, made from a BOS-grade octopus, was crafted by a highly skilled chef and was a rare delicacy. Rong Yin explained that the enhancement effects would only diminish if eaten after 2 hours. Permanent strength too? Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow. Although chefs enhancing attributes through cooking wasn't unusual, food that increased permanent attributes was extremely rare. Rong Yin continued working, threading large squid tentacles onto skewers for teppanyaki. I see. Fang Xiu responded absent-mindedly, his eyes fixated on the chili oil-drenched, red squid strips, his mouth watering. Meanwhile, Li Bo was already devouring them with enthusiasm, his mouth glistening with oil. Yet, the stir-fried squid strips were just the appetizer. The following 4 dishes each had unique attribute enhancements. The fried squid rings increased magic defense by 20 for 24 hours and permanently boosted spirit by 2. The steamed squid provided a physical defense boost of 20 for 24 hours and a permanent constitution increase of 2. The teppanyaki squid tentacles increased movement speed by 20 for 24 hours, with a permanent agility boost of 2. Lastly, the stone pot oyster squid tofu soup enhanced magic and health recovery by 2, lasting 24 hours, and permanently increased maximum mana and health by 20. After the meal, Fang Xiu had effectively gained 2 to all attributes, plus an additional 20 points in mana and health limits. Beyond the attribute boosts, Fang Xiu had to admit that Rong Yan's cooking was truly delicious. The fried squid rings were crispy on the outside, tender inside, and when dipped in a mix of salt and pepper, they were irresistible. The steamed squid, though seemingly simple, was all about the dipping saucy, a blend of garlic vinegar aged for days, a spoonful of soy sauce, a dash of MSG, a couple of drops of sesame oil, and topped with scallions, creating a unique flavor. That was amazing, Fang Xiu and Li Bo said, patting their full stomachs after finishing the last sip of soup, feeling as if they could float away. Uncle Rong, can I come over for meals more often? Fang Xiu thought that even without boss ingredients, Rong Yan's dishes would still be delectable. You're always welcome, Rong Yan replied with a smile. After a satisfying meal, Fang Xiu chatted with Chef Rong Yan for a while, discussing how chefs can improve their skills and grow stronger in their profession. They exchanged contact information, and Chef Rong Yan mentioned that he still had some octopus left. He promised to let Fang Xiu know when the squid jerky was ready for pickup. A bit later, Li Bo suggested taking Fang Xiu for a bath. Just as they were about to leave, the door suddenly burst open. Dad, look at what I brought you. A young girl, not even 1.5 meters tall, bounced in, carrying 2 sharks that were larger than her. She immediately spotted Fang Xiu and asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Fang Xiu was just as surprised, recognizing her as the girl who had brought out the octopus from the Crab King dungeon that morning and had a brief confrontation with him. Li Bo asked, "Do you two know each other?" Fang Xiu felt a bit uneasy. Li Bo explained, "She's Rong Rong, Uncle Rong's daughter." Fang Xiu thought to himself how awkward it was that he almost fought her earlier in the day, and now he was eating at her father's restaurant. He considered making a quick exit. Rong Yin explained to his daughter, "Fang Xiu is a guest brought by Li Bo." Upon hearing this, Rong Rong's eyes lit up. She quickly tossed the sharks to her father and dashed to sit next to Fang Xiu, excitedly asking, "Fang Xiu, I have a business proposition that's all profit and no cost. Interested?" Li Bo can vouch for it. Fang Xiu was taken aback, having expected Rong Rong to challenge him to another fight. Li Bo also looked puzzled. Rong Rong continued, "Fang Xiu, your next goal must be to obtain the hell level keys for various dungeons, right?" Fang Xiu was surprised at how she knew this. Rong Rong smugly said, "I guessed right, didn't I? With your combat skills, dominating the second-tier dungeon rankings is no problem. You have half a month left, and no one can take the top spot from you. But hell-level dungeons are different. Being the first to clear them is the real victory. If I were you, I'd focus on clearing the hell-level difficulty of other dungeons before worrying about nightmare-level speed runs, aiming to capture all the newcomer competition tasks." Rong Rong spoke confidently, and Fang Xiu thought to himself that she was spot on, which was why he had run the Crab King dungeon 40 times that day. Fang Xiu asked, "What's your business proposition?" Rong Rong, eager and excited, replied, "The hell-level keys for the 4 dungeons besides Swordstar Bay that haven't been cleared yet." Fang Xiu was surprised. "You want to sell me 4 keys?" Rong Rong quickly clarified, No, I don't have 4 keys, but I know how to get them. Then we can team up to clear the hell-level dungeons. How about it?" Fang Xiu didn't immediately agree, but instead carefully weighed the pros and cons. He had considered buying other hell-level keys himself to enjoy the rewards and spoils of the newcomer competition task. However, after the task was announced, the price of hell-level keys skyrocketed that very night. As soon as you opened the forum, you could see numerous posts about purchasing hell-level keys, some even pinned and highlighted. It seemed that many teams shared Feng Xiu's idea, and the prices they offered were astonishing. One key could be exchanged for a second-tier epic piece of equipment. Such equipment sold for between 8,000 and 10,000 Aurora points on the Aurora app. It seemed as if people believed that obtaining a key guaranteed clearing the hell-level instance and obtaining epic gear. If one cleared the instance without acquiring epic gear, the 10,000 Aurora points from the newcomer task would barely cover the cost of the key, healing potions, and equipment repairs. Feng Xiu could only sigh at the wealth in the world. Even the scions of large families joined Aurora Guild for training. For Aurora points and the favor of the guild's top figures, they were willing to lose a few pieces of epic gear. Feng Xiu tried posting the same offer, even adding a rare second-tier equipment, but still, no one was selling. It was a case of priced, but no market. Teams with keys and enough strength were likely preparing to tackle the challenge themselves, while those with keys, but lacking strength were holding out for better offers. Only 2 days into the newcomer competition task, the price of a hell-level instance key for a second-tier epic item could still rise, provided the hell-level instance hadn't been cleared yet. No one was buying keys for the hell level at Swordstar Bay, as the news of Feng Xiu clearing it on the first day had spread throughout Haiguang City. After weighing his options, Feng Xiu decided to team up with Rong Rong. After all, relying solely on himself would not match the efficiency of all the newcomers in Haiguang City's Aurora Guild. How would they split the Aurora points from the task reward? Naturally, it would be 50-50. Rong Rong said, without hesitation. Feng Xiu looked at her quietly, making Rong Rong feel a bit embarrassed. 50-50 didn't seem fair. Claiming to clear the hell-level instance together was just a nice way to put it. Given the gap in combat power between her and Feng Xiu, it would likely end with Feng Xiu clearing it alone. It was as if she was just providing a key. 60-40? You 60, me 40, Rong Rong suggested cautiously. 80-20, Feng Xiu said. 70-30, Rong Rong immediately bargained. All right. Feng Xiu agreed almost as soon as Rong Rong finished her sentence. Oh no. Rong Rong realized that Feng Xiu was aiming for 70-30 all along and regretted not holding firm at 60-40, which might have led to a final split of 6,535. Converted to Aurora points, for 10,000 points, she could have earned an extra 500. What about the spoils? Feng Xiu continued. Besides the Aurora points from the newcomer task, the boss loot was significant. Hell-level instances had a chance to drop epic equipment and items. Feng Xiu had just acquired the epic Lord's artifact, Star River, from the hell-level instance at Swordstar Bay. Brother, that should be 50-50. Rong Rong, feeling a bit wronged, said, you've taken most of the Aurora points. Feng Xiu smiled slightly and replied, that's fine, but if there's any equipment or items I want, I have the first right to purchase them. He continued, we can split the battle loot evenly. It's only fair to give Rong Rong some benefits. Otherwise, if she decides to sell the key to someone else, she might exchange it for an epic-level piece of equipment. Rong Rong was willing to take fewer profits to collaborate with Feng Xiu, aiming to have her name recognized when completing the newcomer competition task. She gave an okay gesture, and with a few simple exchanges, the basics of their cooperation were settled. All of this was conducted under the assurance of a guarantor. Feng Xiu wasn't worried about her defaulting, as Rong Rong was the daughter of Rong Yan. You can run, but you can't hide. With Rong Yan's strength as a 5-turn 9-star professional, he certainly wouldn't default on such a small amount of Aurora points. Rong Rong knew that Li Bo and Feng Xiu were friends, which put her at ease. In her view, given Feng Xiu's strength and reputation, the likelihood of him defaulting was relatively low. Li Bo and Rong Yan listened quietly on the side, gradually understanding the transaction process. Rong Yan smiled, not interfering with his daughter's deal with Feng Xiu. I'll be the guarantor for this, Li Bo said, patting his chest. He held Rong Rong in high regard, being both Rong Yan's daughter and a longtime friend. By acting as a guarantor, he could earn goodwill from both sides, and he was happy to be involved. As for the risk, he felt the cost of a few thousand Aurora points was entirely manageable. Thanks, brother Li Bo. I'll treat you to drinks next time, Rong Rong said energetically, patting Li Bo on the shoulder. Feng Xiu then asked, when are we setting off? Rong Rong, unsure, took out her phone and handed it to Feng Xiu. Let's add each other as friends first. Once I get the key, I'll contact you immediately. Feng Xiu nodded. You should get the hell-level difficulty keys for the other 3 dungeons first. I'll probably be running the Crab King Cave dungeon about 40 times tomorrow. Maybe I'll get a key drop. 40 times felt a bit like showing off to Rong Rong. Feng Xiu smiled slightly. 40 times is as easy as 4. Got it, I'll try my best. But if you get the hell-level difficulty key for the Crab King Cave, let me know. Of course, but if I get the key myself, I won't have to share the profits with you, Rong Rong responded naturally. The next day at noon, Fang Xiu defeated the Battle Armor Crab King, a level 35 boss, earning 25,770 experience points. He completed the dungeon in 3 minutes and 44 seconds, and his performance was recorded. He successfully topped the leaderboard for the Crab King Cave dungeon. As Fang Xiu cleared the dungeon once again, he couldn't help but wonder how many times he'd completed it today. Each visit followed the same routine: transform, rush to the boss room, switch transformations, defeat the boss, and collect the loot. Unfortunately, he didn't obtain the key to unlock the hell-level difficulty of the Crab King Cave this time. He had to exit the dungeon, re-enter, and repeat the process. Fang Xiu felt a bit numb, reminiscent of the repetitive grind in online games before he traveled to this world. Silently, he hoped to get a hell-level key. Transformation Stone Refinement Array, he shouted. A formation of pale purple light appeared beneath the fallen Battle Armor Crab King. Its massive red shell was gradually ground into powder, which then coalesced into a red bead in midair. A notification appeared: Battle Armor Crab King Transformation Stone successfully crafted. Rarity: rare. Effect: transform into the Battle Armor Crab King. Strength 4, Constitution 5. Gain skills: Rough Shell, Crab Claw Smash, Fire Resistance. Duration: 10 minutes. This transformation stone encapsulated the power of the Battle Armor Crab King, allowing Fang Xiu to view the world from a crab's perspective and even use its hefty claws to shatter rocks. Despite the success, Fang Xiu felt a tinge of regret for not triggering the 5 chance for an advanced refinement, which would have yielded a perfect grade transformation stone. Opening his professional space, Fang Xiu reviewed his records of numerous runs in the Crab King Cave. He had hardly killed any minor enemies, focusing solely on the boss. He had only successfully crafted the Battle Armor Crab King Transformation Stone 7 times, none achieving advanced refinement. He recalled his experience at Swordstar Bay, wishing he could obtain 10 perfect grade transformation stones through advancement to craft an epic grade stone. Although the Battle Armor Crab King was ugly, its attributes of increased strength and constitution were exactly what he needed. Unfortunately, the Crab King Cave wasn't as cooperative, and unlike Swordstar Bay, he couldn't rely on the surging wind wheel to clear the dungeon quickly. He could only leave it to chance, and didn't push himself too hard. As he was about to gather his loot, he noticed a fist-sized crab claw where the Battle Armor Crab King had vanished. Picking it up, its attributes appeared: Crab Claw Fragment Key, Special Item, Effect. Carrying this item allows access to the hell-level difficulty of the Crab King Cave. The description mentioned that this was a remnant of a crab claw that seemed to have witnessed a grand event. Fang Xiu sighed in relief, finally obtaining the key. He thought to himself that once he cleared the hell-level dungeon, he wouldn't have to return to the Crab King Cave. He took out his phone, intending to message Rong Rong to let her know she didn't need to collect the hell-level keys for the Crab King Cave anymore. Since he had obtained the Crab Claw Fragment Key himself, it was only right to complete it solo without sharing the rewards with Rong Rong. Just as he was about to send the message, he saw a notification from Rong Rong. Fang Xiu, I got the hell-level key for the Sea Serpent Algae Grounds. Come quickly. Fang Xiu was surprised, not expecting her to have actually obtained it. After posting in the forum, Fang Xiu still hadn't received any responses. Yesterday, she mentioned teaming up, but today she already managed to secure a dungeon, which shows she has some skills. Fang Xiu decided to wait for half an hour, planning to reply to her message, then exit the dungeon and head to the entrance of the Crab King Cave. The entrance appeared deserted, with only a few sword star fish swimming by and no adventurers around, a stark contrast to the bustling scene when Fang Xiu first visited. Fang Xiu wasn't surprised. It was the same when he left the dungeon last time. Earlier in the morning, he noticed a few people at the entrance who neither entered the dungeon nor chatted, just watched him. Fang Xiu thought it was odd at the time, but now he understood they were there to monitor him, to confirm which dungeon he was in and then post about it in the forum. Now, Fang Xiu guessed that everyone in Haiguang City knew he was running the Crab King Cave dungeon. Nobody was foolish. Many could deduce his current status just like Rong Rong did, given his progress from Swordstar Bay to Crab King Cave. Being first on the dungeon leaderboard and clearing the hell difficulty for the first time was highly desirable. Therefore, whether it was teams aiming for the hell difficulty first clear, or those just wanting to farm hell keys to sell, none would choose to come to Crab King Cave. Fang Xiu could clear it in under 4 minutes, compared to the 2.5 to 3 hours it took others, making his key farming efficiency dozens of times faster. Fang Xiu turned and re-entered the Crab King Cave dungeon, selecting the hell difficulty. Why not go straight to the Sea Serpent Algae Land, you ask? No way. Fang Xiu didn't want to return to Crab King Cave again. He told Rong Rong that half an hour was enough, and in those 30 minutes, he could clear the hell difficulty of the Crab King Cave, and then head to the Sea Serpent Algae Land. Returning to the Crab King's Cave, Fang Xiu felt an unprecedented sense of unfamiliarity, despite having completed this dungeon nearly 100 times. Unlike the occasional glimmer of phosphorescent stones in the Nightmare-level dungeon, the Hell-level Crab King's Cave was shrouded in complete darkness, where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. The temperature of the seawater was also different, becoming somewhat scorching, clearly indicating that the Hell level dungeon was entirely distinct from the Nightmare level. According to the key's description, the Hell level dungeon likely represented the true state when the dungeon was generated, while the Nightmare level and below were weakened versions. A strange noise echoed from afar, and Feng Xiu instantly recognized it as the sound of the Armored Crab King. He thought to himself that encountering the Armored Crab King at the entrance suggested that all the minor enemies in the Hell level difficulty were the bosses of the Nightmare level dungeon. He quickly retrieved the transformation stone of the Armored Crab King from his pocket, embedded it in his combat transformer, and chose to transform. In a flash of light, Feng Xiu became a towering Armored Crab King, clad in crimson heavy armor. The once dark Crab King's cave now brightened, thanks to the dark vision skill embedded in his transformation stone. Looking ahead, two armored Crab Kings were dozing on either side of the path within the deep cave, their massive forms resembling guardian deities. Their level and HP were higher than the star-slicing swordfish of Swordstar Bay, but Feng Xiu wasn't interested, knowing these thick-skinned creatures couldn't be easily killed with a single strike. He walked straight between the two armored Crab Kings, who merely glanced at him before closing their eyes again. As he ventured further, Feng Xiu encountered the black shell cannon turtle and the fire pattern clam, elite monsters absent in the Nightmare level dungeon, where their lower-tier counterparts were expected. He noted that although these creatures were not of the same kind, they ignored him, sensing his presence, and continued to swim around undisturbed. With each step deeper, the water temperature rose, making Feng Xiu ponder. Now transformed into the Armored Crab King, the fire-resistance skill from his transformation stone prevented him from feeling the heat, but the rising water temperature made him wary, suggesting it might be boiling. He couldn't help but wonder if the red color of the crab shell was not due to its species, but because it had been cooked. He was curious whether the high underwater temperature indicated the presence of a volcano, though the dungeon's records didn't mention a volcano beneath the Crab King's cave. Continuing towards the boss's location, after about 5 minutes, Feng Xiu soon found the final boss room, an expansive underwater space. As soon as Feng Xiu stepped into this strange space, he was immediately stunned by the sight before him. In the center of the space, a crimson flame burned quietly, resembling a blooming red lotus, emitting an overwhelming heat. Fire burning underwater? This completely overturned Feng Xiu's understanding. Just as he was about to approach and investigate further, a colossal creature suddenly blocked his path. It was a giant crab, twice the size of a regular battle-armored Crab King, with intense crimson flames burning on its back, yet the massive creature seemed oblivious to it. The crab's eyes glared fiercely at Feng Xiu, like electric prods operating at full power. Its claws snapped open and shut rapidly, as if questioning, "What are you doing here? Get out. This is not a place for you." Feng Xiu quickly glanced at the information above the giant crab's head. Flame Lord Crab HP 400 004 0000. This must be the final boss of the Hell level difficulty Crab King Cave Dungeon, Feng Xiu thought to himself. In a split second, Feng Xiu acted decisively. Transform. Star Sword King Fish, semi-human form. Job change, Sword of Life. The Flame Lord Crab was momentarily stunned as the minion, before it suddenly transformed into a human shape, exuding a powerful aura of the sea tribe. Feng Xiu waved his hand, and the sky darkened. Gorilla. The Flame Lord Crab roared in fury, the intense pain from its eyes driving it to madness. Feng Xiu's swift and precise sword technique struck the crab's eyes, which were like electric prods. As an epic-level Lord artifact, the sharpness of the galaxy was undeniable, severing both eyes with a single stroke. A blood-red number slowly floated up. For most creatures, the eyes are a critical weakness. However, more than the damage from the weak point, Feng Xiu was concerned that this strike had plunged the Flame Lord Crab into blindness. The now-blind Flame Lord Crab flailed its claws wildly in the empty space, easily smashing through walls and striking the ground to create deep pits. However, Feng Xiu stood motionless 10 meters to its left. Suddenly, Feng Xiu noticed his health rapidly declining, with a burning pain spreading across his body. Looking down, his arm had turned bright red. Checking the status bar, it displayed moderate burn, with his health decreasing at a rate of 10 points per second. This was because, after switching to the Star Sword King Fish form, he lost the flame resistance of the battle-armored Crab King, and the surrounding high-temperature water naturally caused burns. Fortunately, Feng Xiu's eyes retained the power of the Star Sword King Fish's organs, or he might have been blinded by now. If I hadn't transformed, tackling the Hell-level Crab King Cave Dungeon would definitely require fire resistance potions, Feng Xiu muttered to himself, while swiftly swimming towards the Flame Lord Crab to unleash all his attack skills in the shortest time possible. Weak point penetration, life flow, cross slash, Star Sword charge, Sword of the Star King. After executing a combo, Feng Xiu once again used the instant technique. So what if the burn status reduces my health by 10 points per second? As long as my damage is high enough, The health lost to the burn will have to be paid back by you, Flame Lord Crab. Die! Fang Xiu shouted, launching a final fierce assault. The flashes of swords danced through the air as the health of the Flame King Crab rapidly and steadily dwindled. Having lost its eyes, the crab lacked significant regenerative abilities and could only launch random attacks. Fang Xiu, with his speed surpassing that of the Flame King Crab and the agility in water gained from his transformation into the Star Sword King Fish, skillfully controlled the battle. His offensive rhythm completely dominated the fight, making it one of the easiest boss battles he had ever fought. He thought to himself that he could use this strategy in future hell-level dungeons. First transform for close combat, then swiftly blind the boss, allowing for free attacks afterwards. The battle lasted several minutes. While Fang Xiu's health decreased due to burns, he simultaneously recovered health through lifesteal, maintaining a good condition. The burning pain alternated with the cool relief from healing, creating a sensation akin to experiencing both extremes of fire and ice. Initially, Fang Xiu found it a bit uncomfortable, but gradually he began to enjoy it. He thought to himself, "Am I a masochist?" and quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion as a respectable young man of the new era could not be like that. A few minutes later, the Flame King Crab, attacking blindly due to its lost vision, finally fell. Fang Xiu successfully defeated the Flame King Crab, a level 43 boss, gaining 175,120 experience points. The dungeon clear time was 14 minutes and 2 seconds, and the achievement was recorded. The notification showed he had completed the Hell-level Crab King Cave dungeon, and his name would be recorded on the dungeon stone tablet for 365 days. Fang Xiu immediately switched back to his Battle Crab King transformation, using fire resistance to become immune to any further burn damage. He attempted to craft a transformation stone, but the attempt failed. Fang Xiu thought to himself that it didn't matter if he failed now, as long as he succeeded at critical moments in the future. He was accustomed to failures in crafting transformation stones and hoped that his luck would balance out, with today's failure leading to future success. While examining the loot, the Flame King Crab's drops were few, with only a piece of armor that appeared to be a flame, resembling the crab's shell. Fang Xiu initially thought it was armor equipment, but it turned out to be a special item called the Scorching Flame Armor. The item's effect was to form a layer of scorching flame armor on the body, capable of blocking up to 10,000 damage for 5 minutes. During this time, physical attacks would burn the attacker, dealing 10 damage per second for 100 seconds, stackable up to 10 layers. The item had one use and required a second job change to equip. The description mentioned that it was the Flame King Crab's proudest shell, providing formidable defense and the ability to scorch invaders. Fang Xiu immediately recognized it as a top-tier special item for his level, capable of blocking up to 10,000 damage, making it a formidable shield, with a burn effect similar to a thorn mail. He imagined how powerful he would be using this item in PvP. Although it was also an excellent defensive item for boss battles, its single-use nature meant it could only be used at critical moments. He decided to store the Scorching Flame Armor in his backpack. Fang Xiu's gaze once again fell on the flames quietly burning in the water, resembling a blooming lotus. Was this a special terrain in the Hell-level dungeon, or some unique item? As he slowly approached the flames, the surrounding water grew increasingly hot, and even his flame-resistant skill, granted by his transformation into the Crab King armor, struggled to withstand it. Seeing the damage numbers appear above his head, the burn effect manifested once more, prompting Fang Xiu to hurriedly retreat a couple of steps. It seemed he needed higher flame resistance. Using the blazing flame armor to resist the damage directly? That would be too wasteful. Fang Xiu opened his attribute panel and turned his attention to the skill bar of his original apprentice profession. Primal Honor. Transform. Flame Lord Crab. Sacrificing the Crab King armor transformation stone embedded in his combat transformer, he evolved his transformation this time. As expected, the transformation resulted in the Flame Lord Crab. Switching to a semi-human form, Fang Xiu floated in the scalding water, his eyes shining like searchlights, and his body covered in a thin red membrane, akin to a crab's shell, with faint flames flickering on it, which caused him no harm. His hands became extraordinarily robust, comparable to, and even surpassing, a bear's paws. The semi-human form of the Flame Lord Crab made Fang Xiu feel somewhat odd about his appearance, but undeniably, the power of the transformation was evident. The skill set, based on the Crab King armor, gained a flame burst ability, and the flame resistance skill upgraded to Molten Body, offering higher flame resistance and enhancing his fire-based skill damage. If Fang Xiu possessed fire-based skills, the Flame Lord Crab would indeed be a great choice. Thanks to Molten Body, he no longer lost health due to the high temperatures around him. Instead, he felt a warm sensation. No wonder the Flame Lord Crab liked staying here. He moved a few steps closer to the lotus-like flame, and its properties soon appeared before him. Songhai Flame Lotus, a special item effect, automatically adds the Songhai Flame effect to all fire-based skills upon use. Requirements for use. Fire-based skills, Spirit 100. Description: a flame capable of burning in water. Upon absorption, the practitioner's flames will also possess this ability. As expected, it's an exotic element. Feng Xiu's eyes sparkled with light, quite literally. A flame capable of burning in the sea clearly possessed the traits of an exotic element. Although it was unclear why an exotic element appeared in a hell-level dungeon, it was undoubtedly the best reward for Feng Xiu's venture into the Crab King Cave dungeon. He reached out and placed the Songhai Flame Lotus directly into his professional space. With the body of the Flame Lord Crab, if he were human, his hand reaching for the Songhai Flame Lotus might have been instantly cooked. Normally, practitioners should use a specialized container to absorb it, much like the Feng Seed Feng Xiu previously obtained. The Feng Seed dropped from the Tempest Drake boss and was already contained, resembling a green crystal ball. The outer layer was merely a container, while the green inside was the essence of the foam. However, Feng Xiu didn't bring a container for exotic elements, so he simply and roughly placed the Songhai Flame Lotus into his backpack, planning to find a container later. Feng Xiu exited the Crab King Cave instance and switched back to the semi-human form of the star swordfish, heading swiftly towards the sea serpent kelp area. On his way, he took out his phone to read a description of the sea serpent kelp instance. This area is filled with seaweed, where sea serpents disguise themselves as seaweed to ambush unsuspecting creatures, hence the name. In this instance, defense and attack power are not the most important. Instead, keen insight is key. By spotting the sea serpents hidden among the seaweed and striking first, one can achieve a one-hit kill. The monsters in this instance mainly include kelp serpents and demon algae. After about 5 minutes of swimming, Feng Xiu reached the entrance of the sea serpent kelp instance. Before him was a forest of seaweed, each stalk stretching dozens of meters tall, resembling towering trees in a primeval forest. The seaweed swayed gently with the ocean currents, giving a sense of tranquility, yet danger lurked beneath. Compared to the quiet entrance of the Crab King Cave instance, this place was bustling with people. Feng Xiu knew that with his arrival, it would soon become quiet here as well. Rong Rong was already waiting at the instance entrance. Seeing Feng Xiu arrive, she waved enthusiastically. As Feng Xiu landed in front of her, Rong Rong complained, "What took you so long?" Feng Xiu explained, "I just happened to get the key for the hell-level difficulty of the Crab King Cave, so I cleared it first." He checked the time and added, "It's been 27 minutes since you messaged me, still within the 30 minutes. Rong Rong was impressed and gave him a thumbs up. "You're amazing. You even cleared a hell-level instance without being late." Feng Xiu asked, "How did you get your key?" Rong Rong proudly replied, "What else? I had to ask everyone I could. Hell-level keys are hard to find on the market. People on forums offer prices equivalent to second-tier epic gear, but at the Aurora Guild headquarters, they're actually trading for third-tier epic gear." She boasted, "Luckily, my dad and I were among the first to develop Haiguang City, where finding an extra key would have been impossible." She continued, "I asked some of the uncles and aunts who came with us initially. Some of them were second-tier professionals back then and had tackled these second-tier instances. It turns out they had a hell-level key they didn't dare use, so they kept it." She triumphantly held up a piece of seaweed as if it were a trophy to show Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu was incredulous. Trading third-tier epic gear for a key? Are rich people out of their minds? He knew that in the Aurora Guild App Store, a piece of third-tier epic gear started at 10,000 Aurora points, with most priced at 12,000 or more, and the most expensive reaching up to 20,000 points. Feng Xiu understood that even with a key, clearing a hell-level instance wasn't guaranteed. If completing a hell-level instance was like his experience in the Crab King Cave, dropping only one item, new players couldn't even break even with their mission rewards. The occurrence of rare elements like the Songhai Flame Lotus is extremely uncommon and should not be confused with other situations. However, Feng Xiu's journey through the game cost him a significant amount in potions and items, resulting in a considerable loss. In today's world, where the nouveau riche flaunt their wealth, Rong Rong has become accustomed to it. Besides, if people can afford keys for third-tier epic equipment, they likely have a full set of second-tier epic gear and can tackle hell-level dungeons with ease. Even if it's not for the thousands of Aurora points, it's about making it onto the leaderboard. Feng Xiu could only sigh, as he truly didn't understand the world of the wealthy. "Let's go, enter the dungeon, and quickly finish the hell-level difficulty of the sea serpent algae grounds. Tonight, let's have a good meal at my place, and tomorrow I'll check if there are any keys available." Rong Rong invited Feng Xiu to team up. The two quickly entered the dungeon's portal and disappeared into the light. At the spot where they had been talking, a figure in a black cloak, with a shifty look, gradually appeared. He was a rogue, using his signature stealth skill. Feng Xiu had entered the hell-level dungeon of the sea serpent algae grounds. The rogue quickly took out his phone to check the forum for pictures of Feng Xiu. He hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but his habit of staying in stealth mode led him to overhear such crucial information. He needed to inform the boss immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Dongjian's team had reached the final boss room. Their equipment, glowing in various colors, indicated a high configuration. Although it might not be a full set of epic gear, Each member had at least 3 to 4 epic items, which was why they had managed to fight their way there. Lacking strength, they relied on their equipment. Finally, the boss, Mage, wrapped in heavy steel armor, breathed a sigh of relief. He no longer wanted to grind through the sea serpent algae grounds. Whether it was the sea serpents or the algae monsters, their main attack was binding. Several times, he found himself hoisted into the air before he even realized what was happening. For a slow-reacting defensive class like him, it was pure torture. Come on, brother Ma. Push through this, and tonight the boss will treat us to a good meal. I just made a food guide last night before bed. There's a place called Rongji Restaurant in Haiguang City with great food. Blade Mage Jiang Ziliang cheerfully patted Ma Chi on the shoulder. Afterward, we can go for a massage. Sounds perfect. For a moment, both of them envisioned a pleasant evening, smiling and temporarily forgetting their earlier exhaustion. However, Ma Chi and Jiang Ziliang quickly wiped the smiles off their faces when they noticed their boss received a call and turned serious. What's wrong, Brother Lin? Ma Chi asked. Lin Dongjian put down the phone and answered gravely. Fang Xiu just entered the hell-level dungeon of the sea serpent algae grounds. Let him enter. Ma Chi shrugged indifferently. We're already at the final boss. No way he can be faster than us. Jiang Ziliang didn't voice it, but he felt the same way. They had endured plenty of challenges along the way. The sea serpents hiding in the algae were incredibly tricky. Even Fang Xiu would need considerable time to get through. This dungeon is special. It's not something you can clear easily with just strength. Lin Dongjian shook his head slightly. He remembered Fang Xiu clearing the hell-level difficulty of the Swordstar Bay dungeon in just 2 minutes and 2 seconds. The forum speculated that Fang Xiu might have some quick-clear method, as the Swordstar Bay map was large and required time to traverse. Better safe than sorry. To be on the safe side, we need to clear this dungeon as quickly as possible. I'm allowing you to use special items. Let's go. With that, Lin Dongjian grabbed his epic weapon, the purple light spirit sword, and headed toward the boss. Seeing their boss's determination, Ma Chi and Jiang Ziliang exchanged glances and became serious as well, gripping their weapons tightly as they followed Lin Dongjian's lead. The sea serpent algae grounds, a hell-level dungeon. Fang Xiu and Rong Rong stood at the entrance, their eyes piercing through the murky waters, focusing on the eerie seaweed forest before them. These seaweeds are way too long and huge. Rong Rong couldn't help but comment, her voice tinged with unease. Indeed, the scene before them was starkly different from what they had seen before entering. The seaweeds here were longer, larger, and darker than those at the entrance. They crowded together densely, swaying slightly with the deep-sea currents, lacking any sense of pleasant beauty, replaced instead by an unsettling creepiness. Anyone could instantly sense the lurking dangers within. Fang Xiu focused intently on the seaweed in front of him. The black algae looked like a dark curtain, yet there was no sign of any sea serpents. More accurately, it wasn't that he couldn't see the sea serpents, but rather he couldn't distinguish which were sea serpents and which were seaweeds. According to the dungeon information they had reviewed, adventurers needed to differentiate between the seaweed and the sea serpents to see their attributes. Otherwise, a simple glance wouldn't reveal the lurking sea serpent's levels and HP. Thus, the first task for any adventurer entering the sea serpent algae grounds was to identify the sea serpents within the seaweed. This wasn't difficult for Fang Xiu. He had already devised a solution on their way there. Weakness penetration, Fang Xiu murmured, his eyes suddenly gleaming with bright starlight. This skill allowed him to see through the weaknesses of monsters, but it was ineffective on ordinary seaweed. In his vision, several pieces of seaweed near the sea serpent algae grounds immediately revealed faint glowing points, indicating marked weaknesses. Found you, Fang Xiu thought with delight, then saw their attributes. Algae grounds vicious serpent elite LV 35 HP, 1000. The HP of these vicious serpents is surprisingly low, Fang Xiu remarked, a bit surprised. The sea serpent algae grounds was the third hell-level dungeon he had entered. In the previous two, elite/star swordfish had 2000 HP, and the armored crab king had 3000 HP. He had expected elites to have HP in the 2000 to 3000 range, but the elite vicious serpents here only had 1000 HP, even lower than the nightmare-level armored crab king. Well, that's good, Fang Xiu thought to himself. The boss's HP might not be too high either. Suddenly, a thought struck Fang Xiu, and he took out his phone to check the dungeon details again. What are you looking up? Rong Rong asked curiously. Fang Xiu quickly found the information he needed. The sea serpent algae grounds was not vast, roughly a circular basin with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Since the boss stayed at the center of the basin, entering the sea serpent algae grounds from any direction required a 500-meter journey to reach the boss's location. 500 meters, that's quite short, Fang Xiu considered. Without the seaweed, a 500-meter distance would take adventurers only a few dozen seconds. But amidst the seaweed and sea serpents in the sea serpent algae grounds, the journey could take 1 to 2 hours. Based on the density of vicious serpents Fang Xiu observed at the entrance, There could be over 100 hidden within that 500-meter stretch. Considering the monster density in other hell-level dungeons, Feng Xiu estimated the total number of monsters might be around 2 to 300. Advancing while staying alert to the 2 to 300 vicious serpents that could strike at any moment required every adventurer to remain on high alert, never letting their guard down. In a state of high tension, Feng Xiu was inwardly worried, fearing that he might not complete his journey before the tension of the professional snapped. However, he wasn't too concerned, as he had the option to use a transformation stone to turn the sea serpent algae field into his home. But today, Feng Xiu had thought of a quicker way to clear the level. Standing at the entrance of the sea serpent algae field, he swiftly swung his sword 100 times, stacking up the buffs from the living sword style. Then, he stepped back and cautioned Rong Rong, "Stay away from me." Rong Rong looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "What are you going to do?" Feng Xiu didn't answer. Instead, he raised his left hand high, pointing to the sky. "Sword of the Star King." With his shout, a brilliant and powerful energy erupted instantaneously, as the force of the stars from all directions converged into a vortex and merged into Feng Xiu's left hand. His left hand transformed into a massive star sword, 3 meters long and half a meter wide, which eventually materialized into a colossal sword 100 meters in length as the starlight gathered. Standing at the entrance of the sea serpent algae field, Feng Xiu mustered all his strength and swung the massive star sword forward. Instantly, the 100-meter star sword sliced through the seaweed and vicious serpents like a scythe. In the distance, a flurry of blood-red numbers appeared among the dense seaweed. The Sword of the Star King was a skill derived from the Star Sword King fish, and as a swordsmanship skill, it was amplified by the Living Sword style buff. The already terrifying damage exploded with the Living Sword style's enhancement, and even without the additional damage from piercing weaknesses, it was enough to instantly kill the fragile sea serpents. Experience notifications flickered in Feng Xiu's eyes. Killed Sea Serpent Algae Elite LV35, gained 3,500 experience. Killed Black Algae Demon Elite LV37, gained 4212 experience. Seeing the nearly unreadable notifications, Feng Xiu momentarily felt as if he was back in the Swordfish Bay dungeon, relishing the thrill of slaying a horde of monsters with a single skill. But he didn't stop. With a quick push off his toes, Feng Xiu, under Rong Rong's shocked gaze, rocketed like a cannonball to the edge just slashed by the Sword of the Star King. The Star King's sword in his hand hadn't dissipated and was swung again. A dense array of blood-red numbers and rapidly jumping experience notifications reappeared, bringing Feng Xiu a secret joy. He felt even more exhilarated than he had in Swordfish Bay. There, he had casually thrown out the Sun Wind Wheel, leveraging the power of the undercurrent to harvest monsters, which offered little sense of involvement. But now, he was personally wielding the Sword of the Star King, savoring the thrill of a warrior's close combat, feeling the satisfaction of every strike drawing blood, and the joy of slaying foes. Feng Xiu continued to swing his sword, clearing a 200-meter expanse, with only half of the seaweed and sea serpents remaining underfoot. Yet, he wasn't satisfied and thought to himself, "One more strike." Sword after sword, Feng Xiu was like a diligent farmer, wielding his scythe, harvesting the sea serpent algae field like a wheat field, as swathes of seaweed fell under his sharp blade. Feng Xiu focused his gaze on the wheat field before him, slowly cutting towards the center. Unlike the surrounding area, which was covered with seaweed, the very center was an open space. At the heart of this clearing, a creature seemingly wrapped in dark seaweed lay quietly at rest. The 9-algae sea serpent, a level 42 boss with full health at 20,000 HP, sent a shiver through Feng Xiu. His eyes sparkled as he used his weakness penetration skill to clearly identify the serpent's vulnerabilities. The starlight revealed the serpent's true form, a long, black body indistinguishable from ordinary seaweed, but with 9 strands extending out like both weapons and camouflage. Whatever it was, Feng Xiu tightened his grip on the Star King's sword and thrust directly at the serpent's weak point. Boom! The center of the seaweed field exploded instantly, sand swirling in the energy's wake, spreading like a mist. Just then, 10 black ribbon-like seaweeds lifted from the fog, soaring over the Star King's sword embedded in the ground, shooting towards Feng Xiu like javelins with astonishing speed. Feng Xiu realized that the 9 strands were both the serpent's weapons and its deception. In his vision, each of these 10 seaweeds displayed identical names and health bars. The 9-algae sea serpent, level 42 boss, now at 11,83420,000 HP. In such a situation, if he couldn't discern the true body among the decoys, he'd have to deal with each seaweed individually. However, Feng Xiu's weakness penetration skill made only the true body of the serpent glow with starlight, while the others remained mere seaweeds. He quickly dismissed the Star King's sword, gripping the hilt of the Star River sword with his right hand, ready to strike. Although powerful, the Star King's sword consumed stamina continuously and was too cumbersome for dealing with fast opponents. When the true body of the 9 algae sea serpent was just 20 meters away, Feng Xiu vanished midair. In the next moment, a pale blue starlight slashed through the serpent's body. Sizzle. It sounded like paper tearing, offering some resistance, but not severe. As the crimson damage numbers floated up, the serpent's blood surged skyward. Seeing the instant damage combined with the Star King's sword's attack, Feng Xiu gauged the serpent's defense, finding it lower than the 8-legged red squids. Indeed, creatures that attack from concealment often have high offense, but fragile bodies, a typical assassin-type template. Feng Xiu turned, immediately slashing a cross-shaped crescent sword energy in front of him. Living stream horizontal slash. It hit the serpent's true body, causing it to stiffen, the 9 strands drooping lifelessly like ordinary seaweed. Sensing the terrifying sword energy from below, the serpent shuddered, hastily weaving its 9 strands into a black seaweed net to block the attack. Clang. The sound of the sword energy striking the seaweed was indistinguishable from that of hitting a shield. As the sword energy sliced through the seaweed, the 9 seaweed sea serpent hidden behind quickly dodged. However, it didn't expect to come face-to-face with Feng Xiu. Star Sword Charge. Feng Xiu's left hand transformed into a sword, propelling his body upwards with incredible speed. This move, similar to those mastered by the Sword Starfish, was a common attack skill. Originating from the Star Sword Kingfish, the Star Sword Charge had been enhanced, becoming as powerful as the weakness penetration move. When executing it, Feng Xiu's speed increased dramatically, making him appear to the 9 seaweed sea serpent like an arrow shot at supersonic speed. The first glint of cold light was seen, and in the next instant, the arrow pierced the serpent's jaw. Before the 9 seaweed sea serpent could retaliate, Feng Xiu was already prepared with a follow-up combo. He switched forms, transforming into a half-human form of the wrathful wind dragon, changing from a mysterious outer realm youth glowing with starlight into a wild, fierce figure with eyes full of aggression. Dragon Claw Combo. The star sword that had pierced the serpent turned into the dragon's sharp claws. With a strong pull, Feng Xiu dragged the serpent's head towards him, opened his mouth wide, and unleashed the wind dragon ring's skill, Dragon Roar. Roar. A roar filled with rage and hysteria struck the serpent's head, causing the surrounding waters to tremble. Even from a distance, Rong Rong was shaken to the point of dizziness. As the primary and sole target of the dragon roar, the 9 seaweed sea serpent rolled its eyes in a daze. It suffered not only from a sonic attack, but also from the overwhelming pressure unique to the dragon race, a force that ordinary species like serpents could hardly withstand. Feng Xiu was very satisfied with the power of the dragon roar. Although its power came from the wind dragon ring and was not directly related to transforming into the wrathful wind dragon, tests showed that using the dragon roar after transforming greatly amplified its effect. The same was true for the tornado hurricane skill from another wind dragon ring. With one dragon roar, the 9 seaweed sea serpent was instantly stunned, now as vulnerable as a lamb to the slaughter. Feng Xiu decided not to switch back to the Star Sword Kingfish, instead targeting the serpent's head again and opening his mouth. Wind Dragon Cannon. Roar. Composed of wind elements, the concentrated energy cannon pierced the serpent's head after 5 seconds, clearing a path through the seaweed beneath. Defeated 9 seaweed sea serpent LV42 boss, gained 145,120 experience points. Dungeon completion time, 5 minutes 11 seconds. Record updated. You have completed the 9 seaweed sea serpent dungeon on hell difficulty. Your name will be recorded on the dungeon monument for 365 days. Tossing the headless serpent aside, Feng Xiu set up a transformation stone array, then switched back to the half-human form of the Star Sword Kingfish. The current Wind Dragon Cannon was not what it used to be. As a wind-based skill derived from the Wrathful Wind Dragon Transformation Stone, it was similarly enhanced by the source of the Sun Wind. Although the name on the panel hadn't changed, it should be called the Sun Wind Dragon Cannon. With the 100 wind skill power boost from a pair of Wind Dragon rings, if he were to face Lin Jinan again, she wouldn't last until Feng Xiu summoned the Dragon King's arrival. Rong Rong never imagined that a level of hellish difficulty could be cleared so easily, and in just 5 minutes. Reflecting on her past provocations towards Feng Xiu, she still felt a chill of fear. Luckily, she had equipped herself with high defense gear at the time. Otherwise, she would have been instantly defeated by Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu waved Rong Rong over to a clearing where the 9 algae sea serpent resided. He held 2 pieces of equipment in his hands. The first was a piece of tough seaweed called the Seaweed Steel Blade, with perfect quality and excellent attributes. Attack 115, Strength 7, Defense 20, and a passive skill with a 10 chance to shoot a steel seaweed blade during an attack, dealing 100 points of physical damage to the target. This blade, made from the steel seaweed found on the 9 algae sea serpent, appeared ordinary but had the strength of steel, capable of deceiving opponents and launching surprise attacks in Battlia, truly formidable weapon. The second item was a pair of black boots adorned with 9 snake scales, called the 9 scale boots, of epic quality with outstanding attributes. defense 40, movement speed 50, agility 10, constitution 5, and a skill called Scale Retain, which, once per hour, automatically generates a phantom snake scale during an attack, blocking 10 of the damage. For each piece of the set carried, the cooldown of the Scale Retain skill is reduced by 10 minutes, and block damage is increased by 10. These boots were made from the shed skin of the 9-algae sea serpent, granting the wearer the protective ability of the 9-scale king snake. I want the seaweed steel blade. Rong Rong chose the lower value item without hesitation. Feng Xiu didn't argue, storing the 9-scale boots in his bag and handing over a perfect quality red squid belt and 5 rare items he had obtained from the Swordstar Bay dungeon. We agreed to split the loot 50-50. I have priority in choosing, so I picked the 9-scale boots. The seaweed steel blade is yours, as compensation from me. Rong Rong was about to refuse when she saw Feng Xiu pour out a pile of equipment from his professional space, forming a small mountain with varying qualities, mostly excellent and rare. Feng Xiu generously said, "If it's not enough, you can choose from here." These were the items he had acquired during his runs in the Sun Feng Wheel at Swordstar Bay, which he hadn't had time to deal with due to their lower quality and large quantity. He planned to sell them to equipment shops when he needed money. Rong Rong kept silent, deciding never to be polite with Feng Xiu again. It seemed she was still the poorest. After returning, Rong Rong secretly planned to ask her father for some gear to make an impression. Seeing that she had no intention of picking through the loot, Feng Xiu waved his hand and stored all the items back into his inventory space. Having defeated the boss, the two didn't linger and left the dungeon directly. The scenery in front of them reverted to the entrance of the Sea Serpent Algae dungeon, where the crowd was still bustling, but now everyone was gathered around the dungeon's stone monument, looking tense. Feng Xiu cleared it again. "What's going on? When did Feng Xiu get here?" someone exclaimed, eyes fixed on the newly arrived Feng Xiu. News from the Crab King Cave dungeon indicated that Feng Xiu had successfully cleared that hell-level dungeon. The Dungeon Emperor indeed lived up to his reputation, clearing 2 hell-level dungeons in one day. "I just got the hell-level key for the Sea Serpent Algae dungeon, and he already cleared it?" A player looked at the dungeon's stone monument, let out a frustrated shout, and took a swig of seawater, leading to a fit of coughing, while those around him cast sympathetic looks. Before clearing, the hell-level key for the Sea Serpent Algae dungeon was worth a third-turn epic equipment, but now that it had been cleared, it was unlikely anyone would buy it. Feng Xiu, walking at the dungeon entrance, ignored the commotion around him. He had long predicted that the excitement would quickly dissipate the moment he arrived at the Sea Serpent Algae. "Are you heading to another dungeon?" Rong Rong asked. "That's it for today, let's rest," Feng Xiu replied. After dozens of consecutive challenges in the Crab King Cave and fierce battles with the Flame Lord Crab and the 9-algae sea serpent, Feng Xiu felt a bit fatigued and decided to rest before tackling a new dungeon tomorrow. "All right, then come to my place. I'll treat you and have my dad cook a couple of big dishes. Let's celebrate properly," Rong Rong suggested, and the two began their return journey. However, less than 3 minutes after Feng Xiu and Rong Rong left, Lin Dongjian and his 3 teammates appeared at the Sea Serpent Algae teleportation portal, looking travel-worn. As soon as they arrived, they rushed to the dungeon's stone monument, pushing aside anyone in their way to check it. The stone monument prominently displayed, "Feng Xiu's team has cleared the Sea Serpent Algae dungeon, hell level, in 5 minutes and 11 seconds. Lin Dongjian's team has cleared the Sea Serpent Algae dungeon, hell level, in 1 hour and 49 minutes and 55 seconds. The focus wasn't on the time, but on the position of these 2 entries. Although they were both above the nightmare level leaderboard, Feng Xiu's record was above Lin Dongjian's, indicating that Feng Xiu had cleared the hell level dungeon earlier than them. "He cleared it before us? How is this possible? We had just started on the boss when he entered the dungeon." Ma Qi's expression was one of disbelief. Jiang Ziliang also looked bewildered. They had thought victory was assured, and even felt that their leader's decision to use those expensive special items to speed up the clearance was a bit wasteful. But now, the 5-minute and 11-second record left Lin Dongjian with a bitter taste. "I was here first. We gave it our all. We even used expensive special items. Yet, the 4 of us couldn't defeat the final boss faster than the 2 of them cleared the entire dungeon." He reflected on the vast differences between people, realizing that despite being a genius with a first-turn 3-star profession and a second-turn 5-star profession, the gap was significant. Returning to Haiguang City, Feng Xiu once again visited Rongji Restaurant to enjoy the exquisite dishes prepared by Chef Rong. While savoring the delicious food and chatting casually with Rong Rong, his mind was preoccupied with the newly acquired 9-scaled boots. This was a rare 3rd-tier epic equipment, part of a set. Feng Xiu calculated that if he could complete the set, he wouldn't have to replace agility attribute gear after his 3rd-tier advancement. "Rong Rong, can you continue gathering information for me on the hell-level instance of Sea Serpent Algae? Let me know the cost, and you can cover it for now. I'll pay you back later," Feng Xiu instructed Rong Rong. As a pioneer of Haiguang City, Rong Rong clearly had more resource channels than he did. Rong Rong didn't ask many questions, simply slurping her noodles and giving an okay sign with her left hand to indicate no problem. Fang Xiu turned his attention to his phone and opened the Aurora app to start searching. He hoped to complete the collection of the 9-scaled illusion set by clearing the hell-level instance of Sea Serpent Algae, but if luck wasn't on his side, he considered buying the pieces directly. Soon, he found a piece of the 9-scaled illusion set in the Aurora app store, a pair of gloves named 9-scaled pattern hands. Its attributes were similar to the 9-scaled boots and included a scale retention skill, priced at 12,000 Aurora points. Being part of the 9-scaled illusion set, the price was understandably steep. Fang Xiu contemplated buying it if he couldn't get it through gameplay after learning a 4-star skill following his 3rd-tier advancement. After a satisfying meal, Fang Xiu got up to rest and prepare for the new instance the next day. However, the next morning, while having breakfast and browsing online forums on his phone, he discovered that 2 hell-level instances for the 2nd tier, which he hadn't attempted, had been cleared the night before. The forums even had photos of the instance monuments. Zhang Tianming's team cleared the Conch Mountain instance in 2 hours, 11 minutes, and 22 seconds. Lin Dongjian's team cleared the Pippi Shrimp Valley instance in 2 hours, 49 minutes, and 25 seconds. Fang Xiu vaguely remembered these names. Zhang Tianming seemed to be part of the group that had asked him through Li Bo about which instance to start with, and Lin Dongjian's name was on the instance monuments of Sword Star Bay and Crab King Cave, previously holding the 1st place, now likely 2nd. Their strength was formidable. Without him, they might have been the top contenders in the newcomer competition task. At that moment, Rong Rong suddenly messaged him. Brother Xiu, terrible news. I went to check out the other 2 instances this morning and found out they were cleared on hell difficulty last night, along with a crying emoji. Fang Xiu replied, yeah, I saw it on the forums, not surprising. Rong Rong continued, I heard it's because you cleared 2 hell-level instances in one day, which pushed them to clear theirs overnight. They're really ruthless. Fang Xiu couldn't help but chuckle. This outcome was expected. Knowing they couldn't surpass him in the instance rankings, their only option was to aim for the first clear on hell difficulty. On the first day, a formidable player managed to clear the first hell-level instance with ease. Although there was no activity on the 2nd day, by the 3rd day, he had suddenly completed 2 more hell-level instances. This level of efficiency put pressure on Fang Xiu, as he feared that if he didn't strive to tackle the next hell-level task soon, he would be left watching others achieve greatness. Currently, there are 5 tasks in total, and Fang Xiu has successfully completed 3 of them, which he feels satisfied with. However, no matter how strong he is still just one person, and the world won't stop for him. Others are also striving to complete their tasks. Recently, Fang Xiu has been focusing on instances, aiming to complete as many hell-level tasks as possible. Now that all the newcomer competition tasks for hell-level difficulty instances have been completed, Fang Xiu can temporarily set aside the instances to focus on other matters. As for the top spot on the instance leaderboard, Fang Xiu plans to compete for it on the last day of the month, since the rankings are settled at month's end. Meanwhile, in the wild, the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle and the Bloodthirsty Shark King have yet to be discovered. Fang Xiu is unsure whether they've been found but not mentioned or if no one has taken an interest in them. Without any search skills, he can't go looking for them aimlessly. He knows that both the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle and the Bloodthirsty Shark King offer more Aurora points than the 8-claw Red Squid, and their combat power is certainly formidable. Once a battle erupts, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of many players. Therefore, Fang Xiu decides to wait for concrete information before taking action. In the days that follow, Fang Xiu has plenty of free time and plans to use this opportunity to max out the proficiency of his Xuanfeng Wheel skill and complete his first job advancement. In comparison, the Life Sword skill-based Life Sword and the Combat Transformer skill-based Primal Apostle have long since reached their 2nd job advancement, while the Xuanfeng Wheel hasn't even reached the 1st, which is frustratingly slow. Fang Xiu anticipates that completing the job advancement with Xuanfeng Wheel as the main skill will grant him a core that enhances wind skills, significantly boosting his combat power, especially benefiting the Storm Dragon, Hatchling Transformation Stone skill. After breakfast, Fang Xiu decides not to enter any more instances and instead rents a training room at a high price of 100 Aurora points per day. This training room is vastly different from Lingji Company's, with a larger space, greater safety, and more professional facilities. The walls and targets can withstand the full force of a 5-turn, 10-star professional, and it is equipped with various equipment. If Fang Xiu wishes, he can use a complete set of 2nd-turn epic-grade equipment to test his combat power. However, Fang Xiu is not interested in testing his combat power by borrowing equipment. His goal is to improve the proficiency of the Xuanfeng Wheel skill. Therefore, Fang Xiu chooses a set of equipment that restores 20 magic points per second to meet the magic requirements of the Xuanfeng Wheel. The Xuanfeng Wheel has a short cooldown of just 5 seconds, but it consumes a hefty 100 magic points. With Fang Xiu's magic points just above 500, using the Xuanfeng Wheel 5 times would require relying on magic potions for recovery. However, After starting his Xuanfeng wheel practice, Fang Xiu discovers that even restoring 20 magic points per second seems insufficient. Fang Xiu had previously focused on swordsmanship and knew little about improving proficiency in elemental skills. However, after mastering the Sun Wind Wheel, he began reading books on elemental skills and watched public lectures by experts on the Aurora app. These courses were given by strong members of the Aurora Guild, sharing their experiences in skill training and advising newcomers on how to choose skills that suit them. In these courses, Fang Xiu discovered a class specifically about rapidly increasing proficiency in elemental skills. A professional known as Alice, a 6-star and 10-star flame witch, shared a technique practice method. Simply put, this method involves adding elemental control techniques to existing skills, making ordinary elemental skills more complex. This complexity forces the caster to focus more, increases mana consumption, and accelerates proficiency growth. In the video, Alice demonstrated the technique practice method using a basic 1-star skill, Fireball. She applied the elemental technique, Scatter, to divide a large fireball into 3 smaller ones to attack targets, achieving an effect similar to the 2-star skill chain fireball. Then, she used the elemental technique, Orbit, to keep a large fireball circling around her as a defense, resembling the 2-star skill Fire Spirit Guard. Lastly, she used the elemental technique, Condense, to compress a large fireball into a flame serpent for attacking, akin to the 3-star rare skill Flame Serpent Devour. It's important to note that the fireball's performance using these techniques only resembles these skills and does not match their power. Under the same conditions, the 3-star skill Flame Serpent Devour can summon a giant flame serpent 2 meters long and half a meter wide, while the 1-star fireball using Condense can only create a flame serpent the size of a basketball, showing a significant power gap. Additionally, using elemental techniques demands higher mental strength and mana capacity from the caster, which is why they are not commonly used in combat, but rather during skill practice. Alice concluded with an intriguing hypothesis. If a certain elemental technique is used extensively during skill practice, it might influence the available career options in future job advancements. For example, if a 1-star flame mage consistently uses Condense for skill practice and still uses Fireball as a core skill in their second turn, the career option of Flame Serpent Mage might appear. Upon changing professions, their original 1-star skill Fireball could become the 3-star skill Flame Serpent Devour. Although this is just Alice's hypothesis, adding a second skill during the second turn could also affect career options. Fang Xiu wasn't particularly interested in Alice's hypothesis, but was mainly inspired by her technique practice method. He decided to first try the Scatter technique, using the Sun Wind Wheel skill, and then attempt to split one Sun Wind Wheel into another. During this process, Fang Xiu handled the Sun Feng Wheel with extreme caution, as if it could break free and launch outward at any moment. He had to concentrate fully to control the Sun Feng Wheel, painstakingly separating a portion of the high-speed rotating wind elements to form a smaller Sun Feng Wheel. If control was lost, he would have to let it crash into the wall, then restart and attempt the separation again. After several attempts, Fang Xiu realized that dispersing was not suitable for his Sun Feng Wheel. The wheel was inherently composed of rapidly rotating wind elements. Trying to extract them felt like dipping a hand into boiling oil, extremely difficult. Hence, Fang Xiu decided to switch from dispersal to compression, which essentially meant compressing the elemental force. Using this technique, the Sun Feng Wheel in Fang Xiu's hand quickly flattened, resembling a circular saw, but controlling it became even more challenging. The compressed Sun Feng Wheel was evidently more powerful and harder to manage. Fang Xiu couldn't help but wonder if, as Ali Su suggested, his Sun Feng Wheel would eventually resemble an actual saw after his class change. However, this thought was fleeting, as his attention was drawn to his rapidly depleting mana. With a recovery rate of only 20 points per second, it was insufficient. This reminded him of a standard math problem from his childhood. With water being pumped in and out, when would the reservoir run dry? Meanwhile, his proficiency level in the skill increased rapidly, far faster than using the Sun Feng Wheel every 5 seconds. Truly, the training method of a 6-star and 10-star professional was effective. Fang Xiu switched his equipment to one that restored 30 mana per second and consumed mana potions for training. Even so, it took him a full 7 days in the training room to max out the skill proficiency of the Sun Feng Wheel. Then, the class change began. As the class change proceeded, the system prompted him to select a core skill, with the 3-star epic skill Sun Feng Wheel forming the basis of the profession. The following class options appeared before Fang Xiu. 1. Wind Wheel Warrior 4-star Unique, a speed-based class that develops the use of the Sun Feng Wheel in close combat. With 2 wind wheels beneath his feet and 2 in his hands, he swiftly glides past targets, executing decapitations. 2. Grand Wind Controller 5-star, a spell-based class that no longer seeks the ultimate Sun Feng power, but embraces the entirety of wind elements, mastering various control techniques for offense, defense, or support, achieving excellence in all aspects as a versatile wind element mage. 3. Sun Feng Cutter 5-star Unique, a mage class that pursues the ultimate Sun Feng power, known as the most extreme executioner of the Sun Feng clan, specializing in compressing and releasing Sun Feng power, capable of rendering the strongest defenses fragile as paper. Despite being a mage class, its destructive impact resembles that of a melee fighter, often resulting in severed limbs and decapitations in battle. Due to its brutal nature, it is internally referred to as the Butcher from the Land of Wind within the Sun Feng clan. Fang Xiu made his career choice without hesitation, selecting the third option. This choice was not only 5-star, but also unique, closely tied to Sun Feng. He was transitioning into a Sun Feng cutter, and suddenly, he was surrounded by a gentle, azure breeze that quickly spun into a whirlwind, engulfing him entirely. Although it appeared fierce, the whirlwind felt like a warm spring breeze, softly caressing his face and making Fang Xiu feel incredibly comfortable. Under the baptism of the azure whirlwind, it was as if Fang Xiu's body was being cleansed anew. When the whirlwind dissipated and his transition was complete, he discovered that his perception of the world had changed. With the use of the Sun Feng seed, he had previously only sensed the flow of the wind around him, connecting slightly with the wind elements. But now, he could clearly see the wind elements' flow patterns in the air with his naked eye, trace their paths, and truly reach out to touch them. After successfully transitioning, Fang Xiu's profession became Sun Feng Cutter, and the Sun Feng wheel was upgraded to Sun Cutting Technique. He gained the core of his profession, and upon seeing the successful transition notification, Fang Xiu eagerly opened his panel to review his attributes. Fang Xiu's race is human, with the talent of Infinite Transition, Genesis level, allowing free horizontal profession switching, and Seeker, Mythical level, increasing all skill level caps by 50. The rare Sun Feng source granted him the power to control wind elements, enhancing all wind skills power by 20, with all his wind skills automatically upgraded to Sun Feng level. His current profession is Sun Feng Cutter, a unique profession core, enhancing wind element skill damage by 50 and movement speed by 50 for Sun Feng kin. When teaming with professions or races of the same Sun Feng kin, all attributes increase by 10. His associated skills include Triple Will Shadow, and his health is 400,400, and magic is 11501150. Strength is 61, with a growth of 0.5 stars, increasing by 0.5 points per level. Agility is 96, with a growth of 1 star, increasing by 1 point per level. Stamina is 38, with a growth of 0.5 stars, increasing by 0.5 points per level. Spirit is 113, with a growth of 3 stars, increasing by 3 points per level. The skill slots are 33. Sun Cutting Technique is a 5-star epic skill, LV10300, harnessing Sun Feng's power to form a cutting force wheel, dealing Spirit X5 wind element damage, with flight speed increased by 200 and an added armor break status, lasting 3 minutes, with a 5-second cooldown. The armor break effect reduces the target's magical and physical defense by 40, not stackable. Living Flow Swordsmanship is a 6-star rare skill, LV47451200, increasing sword skill damage by 75, attack speed by 20, ignoring 15 physical defense, with a 3 chance to trigger a critical hit, and attack lifesteal 10. The Combat Transformation Device is a profession skill, and Triple Wheel Shadow is a 5-star epic skill, LV1, with the skill level equal to Sun Cutting Technique, using Sun Feng's power to form 3 small cutting force wheels, ignoring 150 magic defense, each dealing Spirit X2 wind element damage, with an added Hurricane Tier status, lasting 3 minutes, with a 1-minute cooldown. The Hurricane Tear effect reduces movement speed by 10 and deals 5 damage per second, stackable up to 3 layers. When the Sun Cutting Technique reaches level 10, Fang Xiu will comprehend a deeper level of skills. When the level of Sun's Cutting Technique reached 15, Fang Xiu understood the standard offensive magic-based profession. This profession's skills, core, and growth attributes are all centered around attack. Although his main attribute, Spirit, is only about 20 points higher than Agility, this is mainly because his Agility gear is specifically designed for the living sword. If he switches to magic-based gear, his Spirit attribute is expected to increase by 40 to 50 points. Although Sun's Cutting Technique lost its ability to increase damage based on distance, its ability to ignore defense doubled, and it gained additional status effects. In the future, Fang Xiu's attack strategies will need to adjust, with Sun's Cutting Technique becoming the opening move instead of the instant attack. In the interface, Fang Xiu noticed a core attribute of the profession related to the Sun Wind lineage. When teamed up with professions and races of the same lineage, all attributes increase by 10. Fang Xiu understood the Sun Wind profession boost, but was puzzled by the existence of the Sun Wind lineage. Perhaps someone had obtained the Sun Wind seed and switched to a related profession, but he had never heard of this race. Was it an extraterrestrial race, or an ancient human? Fang Xiu was curious and decided to look up related information online when he had time. Although searching in the local library might be more appropriate, He did not know where the Sun Wind lineage once lived. Was it in Qing Mountain City? There was no mention of the Sun Wind lineage in the Qing Mountain City chronicles he read. Although this attribute's mystery did not lead Feng Xiu to delve deeply, even without this boost, the advantages of the Sun Wind lineage were still significant. After completing the profession change, Feng Xiu prepared to test his skills. He first switched the target to a standard steel humanoid dummy, raised his hand, and executed Sun's cutting technique. A football-sized blue energy wheel, highly compressed by the power of the Sun Wind, appeared at his fingertips. Feng Xiu thought to himself, Alice, the Flame Witch, was right. Extensive use of elemental techniques can lead to the emergence of corresponding professions and skills during the transition. However, this couldn't be completely confirmed. It might just be a coincidence. To verify, Feng Xiu decided to try again. He threw the blue energy wheel from his fingertips forward, and a faint slicing sound echoed in the air. Feng Xiu looked up at the target just in time to see the steel humanoid dummy split in two at the waist, with the upper part slowly falling. The attack speed was so swift that even he could barely see the trajectory. Was this reasonable? Feng Xiu couldn't help but laugh. In this vast river, even I can't see it clearly. How could an opponent? Yet, this effect was precisely the extreme Feng Xiu sought. With time on his hands, Feng Xiu planned to max out the level of Sun's cutting technique, and then enhance the skill level of living swordsmanship, aiming to advance Sun Wind Cutter to a second transition as soon as possible. During the days when he didn't go out, time seemed to fly by, and the scorching July passed in the blink of an eye. Near the end of the month, Feng Xiu finally stepped out and successfully claimed the top spot on the leaderboards for the last two dungeons. This dashed the hopes of professional teams who had thought Feng Xiu might forget about these two dungeons. As August began, the leaderboard results for the dungeons were finalized, and Feng Xiu received another 50,000 Aurora points. This brought his total to 85,000, though it should have been 90,000, with 3,000 shared with Rong Rong and 2,000 spent on his training room fees. Currently, the only tasks left in the newcomer competition were related to the alien races and two bosses: Millennium Ice Armor Turtle and Bloodthirsty Shark Emperor. Reports about the alien races indicated that they had been spotted near the entrances of several second-tier dungeons, seemingly searching for something. Despite organized hunts by professional teams, the alien race, being merfolk, skillfully evaded capture in the water, leading to repeated failures. Meanwhile, professionals searching for the Millennium Ice Armor Turtle and Bloodthirsty Shark Emperor had yet to find them, nor had anyone reported the task completion at the Aurora Guild Hall. While keeping an eye on the tasks involving the Millennium Ice Armor Turtle and Bloodthirsty Shark Emperor, Feng Xiu's main focus was to advance his Sun cutting technique to its maximum level. After noticing a slowdown in his proficiency gains, he switched training rooms. On Li Bo's recommendation, he left Haiguang City and headed to Binhai City, the nearest city. There, he found a wind chamber training room specifically designed for honing wind element skills. Constantly emanating wind elements from the stones below allowed professionals to gather wind elements more efficiently. Training in this environment, Feng Xiu's proficiency in the Sun cutting technique increased at 3 times the rate of a regular training room. Although the wind chamber's fee was 5 times that of a normal room, costing 500 Aurora points per day, Feng Xiu didn't mind. He even regretted not coming sooner, believing his transition would have been faster. By mid-August, Feng Xiu had finally advanced his Sun cutting technique to its maximum level of 15. At level 10, he acquired the skill Wind Wheel Mark. Wind Wheel Mark is a 5-star epic skill, with a skill level equivalent to Sun cutting technique's level, allowing 2 wind wheel marks to be engraved on shoes. Using the power of Sun Wind, it increases the wearer's movement speed by 100 and grants flight capability for 30 minutes, with a 5-minute cooldown. This is an exceptionally rare support skill, as most only boost attack or defense, while skills enhancing movement speed are scarce. With a 100 speed boost, even a lame person could move swiftly, not to mention the added flight ability, making it a coveted skill among professionals. It's no exaggeration to say that with this skill, Feng Xiu would never lack teams willing to invest in him. However, for Feng Xiu, the Wheel Seal didn't quite meet his expectations for a 5-star epic skill. After all, he could already gain flight ability by transforming into the half-dragon form of the Ragewind Whelp, and the Wheel Seal only offered a 100 increase in movement speed. Feng Xiu secretly hoped that the Wheel Seal would improve during his second job change. When he reached level 15, his ultimate skill, Hidden Wind Killing Wheel, was unlocked. This was a 5-star epic skill, at the same level as Sun's cutting technique. Feng Xiu could harness the power of the Sun Wind to form a small wind wheel in his palm and throw it at a target. The wind wheel would become invisible 0.5 seconds after being thrown, reappearing upon hitting the target and dealing wind element damage equal to 5 times his mental strength. For every 0.1 seconds it remained, the damage increased by 10, and both the flying speed and size increased by 10, up to a maximum of 200. It consumed 500 mana and had a cooldown of 5 minutes. Upon seeing this skill, Fang Xiu immediately understood that the effect of increasing damage based on flight time, originally meant for the Sun Wind Wheel, had been transferred to this ultimate skill. The invisibility effect combined with increased damage, speed, and size over time made it the perfect tool for taking opponents by surprise. With Sun's cutting technique already maxed out, Fang Xiu had no reason to linger in the wind room. After briefly testing a few skills, he quickly left, as the rent for the training room was quite expensive. As soon as he stepped out, he called He Chun. Chun, are you free? I'd like to use the opportunity for the Sword Soul Tomb. When the call connected, He Chun got straight to the point. I remember you're only at your second job change, right? Isn't it a bit wasteful to use it now? This was a subtle reminder to Fang Xiu that it might not be worth it. The Sword Soul Tomb didn't restrict entry based on job changes, and the monsters inside varied in strength. The higher the level, the more monsters you could defeat, thus gaining greater rewards. Just 100,000 Aurora points, Fang Xiu replied confidently, showing his wealth. He had already checked the price for entering the Sword Soul Tomb on the Aurora app, 100,000 Aurora points per entry. It's true that He Chun had invested heavily to win him over back then. Fang Xiu had been in Hieguang City for over a month, accumulating just over 80,000 Aurora points through newcomer competition tasks, still short of the entry fee for the Sword Soul Tomb. If he only did ordinary tasks for his second job change, it would take him at least half a year to gather the 100,000 points. Clearly, the opportunity to enter the Sword Soul Tomb was a generous gift. In Fang Xiu's plan, he intended to enter during his second job change and again during each subsequent swordsmanship job change. The reason was simple. All skills needed to be upgraded, so it was best to quickly enhance those that could be easily improved, leaving more time for the more challenging ones. He planned to use the opportunity He Chun gave him during his second job change, and then gather another 20,000 Aurora points for his third entry. As for the fourth job change, with his combat skills, he could easily earn Aurora points by dominating the Nightmare Soul Valley battlefield during his third job change. Therefore, there was no need to painstakingly train his swordsmanship skills now. Swordsmanship, being a passive skill, had a notoriously slow proficiency increase. Hearing Fang Xiu's bold statement, He Chun didn't try to dissuade him any further and simply smiled slightly. It seems you've earned quite a lot of Aurora points from the newcomer competition tasks. Go find Sister Hong and tell her to take you there, saying you're using my turn. All right, thanks, Chun. Fang Xiu's heart was filled with anticipation. Back in Hieguang City, Fang Xiu found Hong Jie in the Aurora Guild Hall and explained his purpose. He mentioned that the Sword Soul Tomb was near Nightmare Valley, making the journey a bit troublesome, and hoped Li Bo could open a portal. Hong Jie didn't make Fang Xiu wait long, assuming he had already discussed using He Chun's quota to visit the Sword Soul Tomb with He Chun. Since He Chun had no objections, it wasn't her place to say more. Fang Xiu immediately took out his phone and called Li Bo. Li Bo arrived with a bright face, and, upon hearing Fang Xiu's request to open a portal, agreed with a broad smile. The three of them went to the central square of Hieguang City to set up the portal to Nightmare Valley. Li, you look quite pleased. Is there something good happening? Fang Xiu asked. My teacher just found a skill book suitable for me on a battlefield in the outer regions. I finally don't have to stay stuck at the third transition. Li Bo replied while setting up the portal, grinning ear to ear. Li Bo's level and core skills had long reached their limits, but he hadn't found a suitable 4-star skill, keeping him stuck at the third transition. With the skill book in hand, he would soon transition to a 4th-level profession. Congratulations, congratulations. Fang Xiu congratulated him. Space-type skills are powerful and rare, so finding a suitable skill book is indeed worth celebrating. Who is your teacher? Hong Jie asked from the side. Li Bo's teacher was named Fang Tianheng, the only 6th-transition 10-star space-type professional in the Aurora Guild. As he was getting older and no longer pursuing the title of king, he took Li Bo as his last disciple. Fang Xiu nodded silently, having been curious about Li Bo's teacher, though he'd heard of him before without knowing who he was. The name Fang Tianheng was not unfamiliar to him, and given his 6th-transition 10-star status and space-type profession, he was undoubtedly a high-ranking member of the Aurora Guild. Soon, the portal was set up. The three of them passed through it and found themselves in Nightmare Valley in the blink of an eye. The dark sky was shrouded in thick, gray clouds, with a constant drizzle falling over the area for miles around. Soldiers in uniform black armor surrounded them. To the south, faint, ominous red lights were visible amidst the clouds, as if spirits were watching over the land. Standing in the teleportation square of Nightmare Valley, Fang Xiu couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. It seemed that once one set foot on this land, no one dared to speak loudly. The oppressive atmosphere made him feel as though this place was more like a vast military camp. Step aside a bit. Let's not block the way for others, Hong Jie said in a low voice to Fang Xiu and Li Bo. The two quickly moved aside. Soon, several hundred-member teams emerged from the portal, also clad in black armor. Unlike the soldiers' numb expressions, their youthful faces still held a glimmer of hope. Fang Xiu guessed they might be new soldiers sent for training or newly recruited members of the Aurora Guild's Nightmare Valley branch. Let's go, We need to leave the city, Hong Jie said, handing their identification documents to the officer in charge of the teleportation square, and they were promptly allowed to pass. Exiting the city gates, they headed north. South of the Valley of Nightmares lies the outer regions, while heading north leads to human territories. Thus, the journey was calm and uneventful. Perhaps Feng Xiao and his companions were fortunate, as they did not encounter any members of the Nightmare tribe who might have clandestinely crossed the human border. Many battles often begin not in the outer regions, but within the border itself, which is precisely why the Sword Soul Tomb instance exists. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the Sword Soul Tomb. Located 5 kilometers away from the Valley of Nightmares, this valley was shrouded in a gray mist, with only the faint outlines of tombstones visible from afar. As they approached, a massive silver-gray portal loomed at the valley entrance, obscuring the view within. On either side of the portal, 2 large tents housed numerous black-armored soldiers standing guard. They were not only protecting the portal to the Sword Soul Tomb instance, but also the heroic spirits sleeping within. Upon their arrival, several individuals stood at the entrance, distinguishable from the surrounding soldiers by their attire. Among them was a young man in a white robe, carrying a sword emitting a faint black aura. An intense and sharp presence emanated from him, which Feng Xiao immediately recognized as the mark of a powerful swordsmanship practitioner, likely on par with his own skill level. As Feng Xiao observed the young man, he too was being scrutinized. The aura of a swordsmanship practitioner is only perceptible to others of the same discipline. Suddenly, both of their sharp presences were suppressed by an even more formidable sword aura emanating from the Sword Soul Tomb. It was as if a master swordsman was assessing them with piercing eyes, with countless blades hovering just above their skin, ready to strike at the slightest movement. In contrast, Hongjia, Li Bo, and the companions of the young man in white seemed oblivious to this sensation. Feng Xiao understood that this was the sword aura of the Sword Soul Tomb, perceptible only to those skilled in swordsmanship. Go ahead, we'll wait for you here, Hongjia said, handing a gray pearl to Feng Xiao. Do your best, but don't push too hard. If you can't handle it, choose to exit the instance. This Sword Soul Pearl was a special item required to enter the unique Sword Soul Tomb instance. Understood, Feng Xiao replied, taking the pearl and walking towards the silver-gray portal under the watchful eyes of Hongjia and Li Bo. The young man in white also moved towards the Sword Soul Tomb, as a practitioner of swordsmanship naturally had no other choice. Once their figures disappeared, Hongjia and Li Bo exchanged glances. How long do you think he can last? Hongjia asked Li Bo, recalling past events. He Chun had visited the Sword Soul Tomb during his second transition, and she had accompanied him. She remembered that he lasted about 45 minutes. Li Bo pondered for a moment before responding. Probably around 45 minutes as well. I heard from our mentor about He Chin's initial record, but Feng Xiao can handle a unknown with a third transition boss with ease, so this is a conservative estimate. In fact, he believed Feng Xiao might be stronger than He Chun at the same stage, considering He Chin did not achieve the feat of holding the top spot in 5 instance leaderboards alone back then. 45 minutes? You hold Feng Xiao in high regard. Hongjia nodded slightly, agreeing. Her opinion was not based on her own judgment, but on her trust in He Chin's insight. According to He Chun, Feng Xiao was likely a swordsmanship practitioner on par with him. Thus, could Feng Xiao possess an innate epic-level talent? The Sword Soul Tomb was once a resting place for countless swordsmen and their beloved swords. However, with the invasion of the Nightmare Clan, fierce battles erupted between humans and the Nightmare Clan at this site. The intense fighting spirit and murderous intent from both sides eventually activated a sword seed nurtured by numerous sword souls, breaking its limitations. At this moment, Feng Xiao received a notification about the dungeon ahead, feeling a peculiar sense of intrigue. It was his first time encountering such unique dungeon rules. The swordsmanship skills displayed in his skill bar indicated that only those with swordsmanship professions could enter this dungeon. Everyone was randomly transported to the outer regions, and even members of different teams might find themselves in the same space. In this vast world, Feng Xiao mused, such unique dungeons might not be isolated cases. As the Sword Soul orb in Feng Xiao's hand disappeared, the scene before him gradually became clearer. The sky remained shrouded in dark clouds, resembling a layer of rotten cream, weighing heavily on one's spirits. Suddenly, a strong sense of oppression descended upon him, and Feng Xiao's expression changed. The sword momentum of the Sword Soul Tomb had returned. This time, the sword momentum he felt was even stronger, as if it wasn't a supreme swordsman scrutinizing him, but rather a casual slash. Faced with this sword momentum, Feng Xiao understood that the best way to counter it was with his own sword momentum. He immediately drew his sword, Xinghe, from his waist and performed the life sword technique, executing the life flow, cross slash. Even without a target or enemy, Feng Xiao had to demonstrate his swordsmanship skills to gather his own sword momentum and resist the pressure from the Sword Soul Tomb. However, this was a long struggle. The sword momentum of the Sword Soul Tomb was like an endless ocean, with waves crashing one after another, growing stronger and seemingly never-ending. Confronted with such sword momentum, Fang Xiu was nearly suffocated, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to give up easily. Retreating would mean wasting this opportunity to enter the Sword Soul Tomb, which was worth 100,000 Aurora points. Transform, Star Sword King Fish, half-human form. With the transformation, Fang Xiu's attributes were enhanced, slightly alleviating the pressure, but it was still not enough. With his skills on cooldown, he could only swing his sword. Soon, he noticed his proficiency in the Life Sword technique was rapidly increasing. Notifications continuously popped up. Life Sword Technique Proficiency 1, Life Sword Technique Proficiency 1, at a surprising speed, almost one notification per second. It turned out that the collision and confrontation with the sword momentum could also enhance swordsmanship. Fang Xiu suddenly realized that improving sword skills wasn't limited to delving into the Sword Soul Tomb to defeat sword souls for special items. Confronting the omnipresent sword momentum in the Sword Soul Tomb was also an effective way to elevate sword skill levels. Thus, Fang Xiu focused, practicing his swordsmanship at the entrance. As he continued to swing his sword, the layers of the Life Sword technique gradually accumulated. When it reached 100 layers, the pressure from the sword momentum significantly lessened, and Fang Xiu's complexion improved slightly. The suffocating pressure had eased since the beginning. Fang Xiu was relieved to find that his speed in enhancing his sword aura far outpaced the increasing intensity of the Sword Soul Mound. He discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead. In his struggle against the sword aura, he felt the Sword Soul Mound's aura gradually intensifying on him. His proficiency in the living swordsmanship skill increased by 1, raising the skill level to 101-3000. He gained insight into a new skill, Living Style, Blood Shield, a 6-star rare skill at level 10. This passive skill allows him to convert absorbed life force into a blood shield when his health reaches its maximum, with the shield's cap being equal to 100 of his health limit. Fang Xiu lifted his eyelids, realizing that in just a few minutes, his living swordsmanship could reach its maximum level if he stayed another 10 minutes. This was his first experience of leveling up so rapidly, even faster than when he maxed out the transformation, Iron Guardian skill in an afternoon and evening. Truly, the Sword Soul Mound, at 100,000 per entry, was worth it. Fang Xiu licked his dry lips, thinking to himself that he would come every time he completed a cycle. It felt incredibly rewarding. He glanced at the newly acquired skill, Living Style, Blood Shield, which provides a shield equal to 100 of his health limit. Fang Xiu's health was nearly 500, and with the Blood Shield, it was close to 1,000. The key was that this skill had no cooldown. As long as he maintained a full Blood Shield, his health was effectively doubled. This gave him great satisfaction, enhancing his margin for error. As a non-defensive class, his health largely depended on the constitution attributes of his gear, and most classes had low health in the early stages. Now his health surpassed that of most non-defensive second-class professionals. Onward. Fang Xiu took a deep breath and began honing his swordsmanship. His goal for today was to max out his living swordsmanship. However, once the skill reached level 10, the pressure from the sword aura eased again, and the rate of proficiency gain slowed. The path of the sword is inherently one of struggle and conflict. Facing an invincible blade, one must rise to the challenge to make their swordsmanship stronger. Fang Xiu gained further insight, much like when he practiced under the attack of the Fairy Queen. He stepped forward, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The familiar sense of oppression returned, and Fang Xiu's eyes lit up. The Sword Soul Mound not only increased the sword aura for swordsmanship professionals over time, but also enhanced it the deeper one ventured. As he moved forward a few more steps, his proficiency in living swordsmanship rose rapidly once more. Satisfying. Fang Xiu grinned, walking forward in a state of painful pleasure. After about 20 minutes, his living swordsmanship finally reached its maximum level. Living swordsmanship proficiency increased by 1, skill level up, current level 15 max. He gained insight into a new skill, Living Style, Blood Burst Slash, a 6-star rare skill at level 15. This skill consumes 50 of his health to convert into temporary attack power, unleashing a blood-infused area slash, dealing 3 times his attack power in physical damage, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Fang Xiu carefully examined the newly acquired ultimate skill in his hands, Living Spirit Flow, Blood Burst Slash. This skill, at the cost of 50 of his health, temporarily boosts his attack power and launches a wide-range attack. The damage is calculated based on his noble attack power, unlike skills like Shun and Zonghing Slash, which rely on agility-based additional damage. Fang Xiu thought to himself that this was another powerful area attack move. Reflecting on the ultimate moves of his 3 professions, he pondered that as he advanced further, he might not even need to use regular skills. Just unleashing the ultimate moves of each profession could easily overpower his opponents. After closing the skill panel, Fang Xiu noticed that his living spirit sword skills had reached their maximum level, but the surrounding sword aura was still insufficient for him to leave the Sword Soul tomb. Thus, he decided to delve deeper into the Sword Soul Valley. In the misty valley, a gentle rain fell, and along the roadside were neatly arranged nameless tombstones, bearing only code names like Sword of Holy Light, Greatsword Executioner, Charging Sword Guard, and Magic Sword. Feng Xiu walked silently past these tombstones, paying his deepest respects to the predecessors of swordsmanship who had sacrificed themselves for the human race. Despite the relative peace in Donghuang country over the past decade, Feng Xiu could still see news of foreign invasions online, making it hard to imagine how intense the wars between humans and other races were during the turbulent times. It was the sacrifices of those predecessors that had brought about today's peace. Suddenly, Feng Xiu stopped, squinting his eyes. Under a tree 100 meters away, he spotted a figure. Was it another practitioner entering the Sword Soul tomb? He recalled the young man in white who had entered the tomb with him, but this figure wasn't clad in white. Feng Xiu decided to take a closer look and quickened his pace, circling around the tree to approach the figure. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely a phantoma pale blue, semi-transparent human shape holding a worn blue longsword, circling the tree with vacant eyes. Above its head, a text appeared. Sword Soul of the Glorious Flash, Sword LV-37 Elite HP. 100,001,0000. So this was a Sword Soul? Feng Xiu remembered Heichin mentioning such entities. They lack physical bodies and are not considered living creatures, but spirit forms, ghosts. They carry simple obsessions and appear in the Sword Soul tomb, borrowing the image of their owner in life, and possess their owner's swordsmanship. If defeated, there is a chance to drop special items that enhance swordsmanship proficiency. Feng Xiu's initial goal in entering the Sword Soul tomb was to slay these Sword Souls and acquire special items to enhance the level of living spirit swordsmanship. Unexpectedly, the sword aura emanating from the tomb had already maxed out his living spirit swordsmanship. If he could obtain items that further enhance swordsmanship proficiency, he could save them for when his living spirit sword undergoes a third transformation. At this moment, Feng Xiu's eyes sparkled, as the weaknesses of the Sword Soul were fully exposed to him. Somewhat strangely, the sword spirit's weakness wasn't in its body but in the old, worn sword it wielded. To be precise, that sword was its biggest vulnerability. Attacking it would result in critical damage. Feng Xiu immediately realized that the sword was the true essence of the sword spirit. Sun, cutting technique. Feng Xiu raised his hand, and a blue energy wheel appeared on his right index finger. With a gentle flick, the blue energy wheel vanished. Suddenly, among the sword spirits wandering numbly by the tree, one sensed something and swung its worn sword sharply to the right. Clang! A crisp metallic collision echoed as the blue energy wheel reappeared before the sword spirit, clashing fiercely with its sword, sparks flying. It can sense that. Feng Xiu was quite surprised. Given the speed of the Sun, cutting technique, even he would have trouble defending against a sneak attack. However, the blue energy wheel didn't clash with the sword spirit for long. Its terrifying rotation speed and compressed sharpness easily sliced through the worn sword. The blue energy wheel then pierced straight through the sword spirit's body, almost impaling it. Two blood-red numbers floated up in succession. The first was the damage from slicing through the sword, and the second appeared when it hit the sword spirit. The sword spirit, whose sword had been cut, suddenly let out a piercing shriek. Its body shifted from a faint blue to a reddish brown, and its vacant eyes ignited with fierce flames. The broken sword immediately extended a red, spirit-like blade. In the next moment, the sword spirit charged at Feng Xiu with a crazed look, sword in hand. Is it going berserk? Feng Xiu wondered. He raised his hand again to gather the power of the Sun wind, casting 3 shadow wheels. 3 small blue flying wheels danced with Feng Xiu's hand movements. With a gentle point forward, the 3 wheels traced distinct arcs in the air, all aiming at the sword spirit. Despite this, the sword spirit's pace didn't slow, it only picked up speed, swinging its sword repeatedly. Feng Xiu watched as the sword spirit's form flickered 3 times, cutting down all 3 blue, flying wheels. Does the sword spirit's original master have spatial abilities? Or perhaps light-based? Feng Xiu speculated, raising his hand again to summon a wind wheel. This time, it wasn't a minor technique like Sun, cutting technique or 3 shadow wheels, but the hidden wind-killing wheel. A wind wheel the size of a soccer ball appeared in Feng Xiu's palm and was hurled forward. The hidden wind-killing wheel vanished instantly, and though the sword spirit seemed to sense something amiss and flickered several times, it was to no avail. When a massive blue energy wheel, like a boiler, appeared before it, the sword spirit had no time to react before it was sliced in half, along with its sword. Defeated the sword spirit LV-37 Elite of the Glorious Flickering Sword, gained 20,000 experience. Feng Xiu quickly moved forward to inspect, simultaneously preparing a transformation stone crafting array. He wanted to see if he could create a transformation stone from the sword spirit. If the sword spirit retained its former master's skills, Crafting a transformation stone could potentially allow him to acquire those skills as well. Taking advantage of the break while creating the transformation stone, Feng Xiu began to examine the loot. On the ground, after the sword spirit dissipated, there remained a long sword broken into 3 pieces, a gray pearl, and a small crystal the size of a fingernail. The broken sword had no attributes and was completely damaged equipment. Under a large tree, there was a tombstone surrounded by grass, clearly engraved with the words, Sword of Shimmering Light. Feng Xiu felt a stir in his heart, assuming that the owner of the sword was buried beneath the tombstone. He placed the 3 pieces of the broken sword in front of the tombstone, thus returning the item to its original owner. He then turned to check the other items that had dropped. The Sword Memory Pearl is a special item that, when used, can enhance one's proficiency in sword skills. The higher the star level of the sword skills, the less proficiency is gained. This item contains the insights of a sword master into their own swordsmanship, and only those recognized by the sword spirit can gain the memories of the sword master. This item is soulbound and cannot be traded. Feng Xiu's eyes lit up, recalling the special item He Chen mentioned at it was indeed this one. However, the Sword Memory Pearl being soulbound explained why it wasn't directly sold in the Aurora App Store, but rather, the qualification to enter the Sword Spirit Mound was sold. If the Sword Memory Pearl could be traded, the Sword Spirit Mound would likely become a mining ground. He decided to store the Sword Memory Pearl for now and use it after his 3rd transformation in the Spirit Sword profession. Next, he examined another item, the Sword Star Stone. This is a special item that, when used, can upgrade the tier of sword-type weapons. The higher the tier of the weapon, the more Sword Star Stones are required for the upgrade. The Sword Star Stone contains sword energy, capable of nurturing sword equipment. It is important to note that any sword-type weapon can only be upgraded once using a Sword Star Stone. Feng Xiu quietly took out his Galaxy Sword. Although the 2nd transformation of the Galaxy Sword had a 2 enhancement, if he acquired a 3rd transformation epic weapon in the dungeon after his 3rd transformation, the Galaxy Sword, a Lord artifact, might end up as a collectible. If he wanted to continue using the Galaxy Sword, he could upgrade it with the Sword Star Stone. He couldn't help but wonder how much the Sword Star Stone would sell for in the Aurora app. If it wasn't expensive, he had an idea. Just as Feng Xiu was about to check the price of the Sword Star Stone, a notification appeared before him, prompting him to quickly stash the Sword Star Stone and his phone into his backpack. Even if the Galaxy Sword needed to be upgraded to a 3rd transformation weapon, that would be something to consider after his own 3rd transformation. The sword aura around him grew stronger, and Feng Xiu's time in the Sword Spirit Mound was limited, so any thoughts would have to wait until he returned. He swiftly reached out to catch the transformation stone, and its properties immediately appeared before him. The transformation stone, the sword spirit of the glorious shimmering sword, is of excellent grade. Its effect is that upon use, it transforms the user into the sword spirit of the glorious shimmering sword, granting 5 to spirit and the skills, shimmering combo slash, and sword spirit form, for 30 minutes. The description mentioned that this was a transformation stone condensed with the power of the sword spirit. Due to its special structure, Feng Xiu might be able to access another world through it. He carefully examined the transformation stone, understanding that he could indeed acquire the sword master's skills from when they were alive, and shimmering combo slash was clearly one of them. Feng Xiu sighed, feeling a twinge of regret for only being able to create a transformation stone of excellent grade. Although the attributes and skills it provided were better than nothing, he secretly longed for a higher achievement. What puzzled him more was that the sword soul boosted his mental attributes rather than physical ones. Did this mean it could only enhance the spirit? Feng Xiu pondered. He was also confused by the transformation stone's description, which mentioned, through it, you may touch another world. Was this, another world, the realm of spirits? His curiosity piqued. Feng Xiu decided to give it a try. He thought to himself, let's see what happens. Hopefully, it's not a case of try and die. With that, he embedded the transformation stone of the sword soul of the glorious shimmering sword into his battle transformer. As a pale blue light shot from the battle transformer, Feng Xiu instantly transformed into the sword soul of the glorious shimmering sword. Even his appearance was identical. He mused, if I hunt down outsiders in the future, I can turn their remains into transformation stones and infiltrate their ranks as a spy. Looking at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. He had long considered this idea, but so far, his transformation stones were mostly used to deceive illusions in dungeons. Whether they could fool real people was uncertain, especially since some professions had detection skills. So, he decided to test it on someone to see what level of detection his transformed self could withstand. Putting down the mirror, Feng Xiu's vision blurred, and the world seemed to sink into deep darkness. However, this darkness was illuminated by bright light, which didn't seem like moonlight as there was no moon in this dark space. The light flowed like water from the depths of the sword soul tomb, connecting to Feng Xiu's body, or more accurately, his spirit. Is this the world seen by the spirit? Feng Xiu looked around and saw several streams of light. From a distance of several hundred meters, He seemed to have located a few sword souls. After transforming into a sword soul, finding others became significantly easier, and Feng Xiu's eyes gleamed slightly. Luckily, he chose to transform. Otherwise, finding a sword soul in the sword soul tomb would have taken a lot of time. With the body of a sword soul, Feng Xiu began to move through the sword soul tomb. After walking for over 10 meters, he suddenly noticed something amiss. Where's the sword pressure? The pressure that suppresses me. He realized that the sword pressure from the sword soul tomb was gone. Could it be that the transformation stone fooled the sword soul tomb as well? By transforming into a sword soul, the tomb regarded him as one of its own and no longer exerted pressure on him. This discovery filled Feng Xiu with joy, his eyes wide open. Doesn't this mean I can stay in the sword soul tomb for as long as I want? In an instant, he even entertained the idea of collecting enough sword memory beads for the third and fourth transformations. Though a beautiful thought, whether it could be realized depended on how many sword souls were in the tomb and how many he could defeat. With this in mind, Feng Xiu sprang into action, determined to restore the glory of the sword path, starting by clearing the sword souls around him. At the entrance to the sword soul tomb dungeon, the silver-white portal flickered slightly, like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples. At the entrance, Hongjia and Li Bo simultaneously glanced at their phones. Exactly 45 minutes had passed. To their surprise, it wasn't Feng Xiu who emerged from the portal, but a young man in white. He held a sword in one hand, panting heavily, his tattered white clothes suggesting he had just been through a fierce battle. By Gur, another young man waiting with Hongjia and Li Bo immediately stepped forward to support the young man in white, helping him sit down to rest. The young man in white took out a healing potion from his professional space and gulped it down, finally calming his breath. For a second-turn professional entering the Sword Soul tomb for the first time, lasting 45 minutes was quite an achievement. The older professional, like a judge, assessed his performance. How was the harvest? I honed my swordsmanship to the maximum level and killed 5 sword souls on the outskirts of the Sword Soul tomb, obtaining 2 sword memory pearls, the young man in white replied truthfully. The older professional nodded slightly, evidently unsurprised by the result. As the 3 were about to leave, the young man in white suddenly noticed Hongjia and Li Bo waiting and frowned. The person who went in with me hasn't come out yet? No, Hongjia replied. Then I'll rest a bit longer, the young man in white said, sitting back down. The older professional crossed his arms, his gaze shifting between Hongjia and Li Bo. Inside the Sword Soul tomb, Feng Xiu was as happy as a lark. He cast a flying wheel mark on himself, skimming swiftly along the ground, his spirit companion accompanying him like a ghost, roaming around the entire Sword Soul tomb. The stronger sword souls were closer to the center of the tomb, so Feng Xiu chose to start with the weaker ones on the outskirts. There were admittedly not many low-level sword souls in the Sword Soul tomb. After circling around, Feng Xiu had killed 50 sword souls. These sword souls were at least level 30, with the highest being level 45. By exploiting their weaknesses, Feng Xiu's sun cutting technique was unstoppable, with no sword soul able to hinder him. Surprisingly generous, the 50 sword souls dropped a total of 50 sword memory pearls, boasting a 100 drop rate. Given this rate, Feng Xiu speculated that sword souls must drop sword memory pearls. However, he wasn't sure if it would be enough for him to max out his skill proficiency by the time he reached the third turn. The drop rate for sword star stones was lower, with only 10 obtained, a 20 drop rate, which was still decent. Feng Xiu also acquired 7 transformation stones, all of excellent quality, each with a different name: Flame Sword Soul, Shield Sword Soul, Water Light Sword Soul. Even if he collected 10 excellent quality transformation stones, he couldn't combine them for enhancement. Oh well, even if he could combine them, the result would only be a rare level transformation stone, something Feng Xiu wasn't particularly concerned about. Hovering in midair, Feng Xiu returned to the spot where he had slain his first sword soul, gazing into the distance where brighter spirits and denser streams of light indicated the presence of more powerful sword souls ahead. Feng Xiu felt a surge of determination to challenge a more formidable sword soul. Since he rarely had the chance to come here, he wanted to test his limits. However, before that, he decided to enhance his strength. From his backpack, Feng Xiu took out Xinghe, and then brought out the 50 second-tier enhancement stones he had obtained from completing the 5 dungeons in Haiguang City, and began to enhance Xinghe. Do you want to use 3 second-tier enhancement stones to enhance the equipment, Xinghe? He silently asked himself. After a successful enhancement, should he use 4 more stones? The enhancement rules were simple. From 1 to 5, success was guaranteed, but starting from 6, each level increased the chance of failure by 10. Feng Xiu successfully enhanced Xinghe from 2 to 9, failing once at 8, using up all his enhancement stones. Now, the attributes of Xinghe were displayed before Feng Xiu. Xinghe 9 quality, an Epic Lord artifact, attack 256, agility 28, strength 28, attack speed 50. It also had the skill Starlight Surge, which had a 10 chance to double the attack speed and add 100 of the user's attack as star damage. The durability was 127311400, described as a legendary sword formed by the starlight power absorbed by astral swordfish over time, infused with sword aura, becoming a weapon brimming with star power. Once picked up, this lord artifact couldn't be traded, and all sword starfish not exceeding the holder's level by 20 would be compelled to submit. Feng Xiu carefully examined the enhanced Xinghe, its starlight shining even brighter, as if a few stars were about to emerge from the vast starry river. According to the enhancement rules, 5 added a radiant halo, 10 granted additional effects, and 15 bestowed a unique skill. Xinghe was just a step away from 10, a chance to be pursued later. Looking at Xinghe's attributes, Feng Xiu marveled silently. Such weapon stats he'd only seen in the Aurora App Store on 3rd-tier legendary equipment. Although he initially hesitated to use 2nd-tier enhancement stones on Xinghe, as he was nearing a 3rd-tier transformation and could soon switch to a 3rd-tier epic weapon, the appearance of the Sword Star Stone changed his mind. He decided to enhance Xinghe now, and later use the Sword Star Stone to upgrade it to a 3rd-tier epic weapon. This way, Feng Xiu could enjoy the powerful 9 weapon at 2nd tier, and not have to switch equipment upon reaching 3rd tier. He checked on the Aurora App Store. The Sword Star Stone was priced at 5,000 Aurora points, and upgrading a 2nd-tier epic weapon to a 3rd-tier one required only 3 Sword Star Stones, totaling 15,000 Aurora points equivalent to high-quality 3rd-tier epic equipment. Thus, Feng Xiu exchanged 15,000 Aurora points for a 3rd-tier weapon 9, with enough Sword Star Stones left. If he sold them back to the Aurora Guild, the price wouldn't be 5,000 points each. Feng Xiu calculated. Since he didn't have a 3rd-tier weapon, he'd have to spend Aurora points to buy one upon reaching 3rd tier. Instead of that, enhancing Xinghe directly not only postponed its relegation to a collectible, but also saved him the hassle of choosing an epic weapon. Truly a win-win strategy. The enhancement of the galaxy is complete, but the strengthening process is not yet finished. Feng Xiu has maxed out his living swordsmanship and sun cutting technique. As a sword spirit, he feels at ease in the sword spirit tomb and decides to advance the Sun Wind Cutter to the 2nd transformation. Feng Xiu sits cross-legged and begins the job change process. First, he selects his core skill, choosing the 5-star epic skill Sun cutting technique LV15 max. Then, he opts for a secondary skill, the 6-star rare skill living swordsmanship LV15 max. As the profession selection progresses, 3 options appear before him. 1. Sun Wind Royal Sword Guard Commander 7-star unique. A balanced profession, the commander of the Royal Guard of the Sun Wind clan, possessing exceptional control over Sun Wind, adept at wielding sword-type weapons with wind power, mastering elemental skills, swordsmanship, defense techniques, and noble etiquette, making them a near-flawless magic swordsman. 2. Blade Lord 7-star unique. A spell-oriented profession, the strongest among the Sun Wind cutters. Only the mightiest can be called a Blade Lord. This profession merges the sharpness of swordsmanship with Sun Wind elemental skills. A powerful mage who has honed cutting abilities to the utmost. 3. Bloody Wind Sorcerer 7-star unique. A spell-oriented profession, originally an ordinary Sun Wind mage, turned to dark paths by studying the power of living beings, hunted by the Sun Wind clan for extracting blood through slaughter. Skilled in combat using Sun Wind and blood power, their methods are eerie and cruel, naturally abhorred by all living beings. Feng Xiu examines each profession, first ruling out the Sun Wind Royal Sword Guard Commander, as his goal for the 3rd profession is an elemental mage. A balanced profession does not align with his objectives unless he later acquires hybrid elements ranked among the elements. Thus he dismisses the wind element profession for now. He decides to choose a spell-oriented profession. Both the Blade Lord and Bloody Wind Sorcerer are spell-oriented but differ in focus. The Blade Lord combines the swordsmanship of the living sword with Sun Wind power, an advanced version of the Sun Wind Cutter. The Bloody Wind Sorcerer, on the other hand, is the magical counterpart of the living sword, a blood-sucking mage whose battles are bound to be intensely gory. Although being hunted by the Sun Wind clan is of little concern, the description of being naturally abhorred by all living beings gives Feng Xiu pause. After careful consideration, Feng Xiu ultimately decides to transition to the Blade Lord. As he sits cross-legged on the ground, a fierce wind immediately whirls around him, no longer the gentle breeze of before, but a sharp, silver-white hurricane. Enveloped in the silver-white storm, Feng Xiu feels an intense sensation of being pointed at by blades. The sensation didn't last long. Once the silver hurricane dissipated, a message appeared. Job change successful. Current class, Blade Lord unique. The skill Sun cutting art has been upgraded to Wind Slash. Feng Xiu acquired the class core Ultimate Wind Slash and eagerly opened his attribute panel. Feng Xiu's race is human, with the talent of infinite job change at the Genesis level, allowing him to freely switch between horizontal job levels. Currently, he is a mythical seeker, with all skill level caps increased by 50. He possesses the rare Sun Wind Source, granting him mastery over wind elements. enhancing the power of all wind-related skills by 20. Additionally, all his wind skills automatically upgrade to the Sun Wind level. Feng Xiu's health is 550,550, and his mana is 13001300. His strength is 90, with a growth rate of 1 star, increasing by 0.5 points per level. Agility is 110, with a growth rate of 1 star, increasing by 1 point per level. Stamina is 53, with a growth rate of 1 star, increasing by 0.5 points per level. Spirit is 128, with a growth rate of 4 stars, increasing by 3 points per level. His skill bar is full, containing 3 skills. Wine / 7-star Epic Skill LV10420, Flying Blade Mark 7-star Epic Skill LV1, and Wind / Kill 7-star Epic Skill LV1. The Wind / 7-star skill can compress the power of Sun Wind to the extreme, forming a thinner and sharper wind blade that deals wind element damage equal to Spirit X 6.5, with a 300 increase in flying speed, and applies an armor-piercing status for 3 minutes, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. The Flying Blade Mark skill allows 2 flying blade marks to be engraved on shoes, increasing the wearer's movement speed by 150, final damage by 10, and grants flight capability for 60 minutes, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. The Wind / Kill skill manipulates the power of Sun Wind to form a large wind blade in the palm, which is then thrown at the target, ignoring 20 of defense and causing wind element damage equal to Spirit X6. During flight, every 0.1 seconds, damage and flight speed increase by 10, size enlarges by 10, with a cap of 300, consuming 500 mana, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. When the wind / level reaches 10, Feng Xiu will unlock a new skill. Upon reaching level 15, he will gain even more powerful abilities. Feng Xiu carefully examined his attributes and skills, confirming his suspicion. The Blade Lord indeed enhanced all skills of the Sun Cutter, especially in terms of ignoring defense. The Sun Cutting technique had transformed into Wind Slice, with armor penetration efficiency skyrocketing from 40 to 60. Combined with the new core's additional 10 from Ultimate Cutting, it could ignore 70 of defenses in total. Moreover, using Wind Slice kill on an already armor-broken target allowed for an additional 20 defense penetration. Feng Xiu wasn't sure if the 60, 10, and 20 were calculated cumulatively to ignore 90 of the opponent's defense or calculated sequentially, but either way, it was practically like stripping the enemy bare. He turned his gaze towards a powerful sword soul in the distance. Although he couldn't test the armor penetration effect, he could try his offensive power. Feng Xiu raised his hand to cast the Flying Blade Mark, moving swiftly and lightly like the wind, dashing forward like a sharp blade piercing through the air. The scenery around him blurred past, as he covered hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Near a distant tombstone stood a middle-aged sword soul, leaning on the tombstone with a sorrowful expression. It was the sword soul of the broken water-flowing cloud sword, a level 51 boss with an HP of 500, 005, 0000. Based on the aura emanating from the sword soul, Feng Xiu was almost certain that there were at least 1,000 sword souls of standard level or above deep within the sword soul tomb. Over 1,000 level 50 boss sword souls left Feng Xiu astounded. Yet, while others might feel fear, he felt greed, contemplating how to capture them all next time. The sword soul sensed Feng Xiu's approach instantly, straightening up from the tombstone with a sharp, unhidden aura, advancing slowly with a sword in hand. Feng Xiu quickly raised his hand to unleash Wind Slice. The power of Sun Wind rapidly condensed into a wind wheel, further compressing into a circular blade of cyan energy that inspired dread just by looking at it. With a gentle flick, whoosh, the air emitted a mournful wail as it was sliced. The sword soul's speed increased abruptly, stepping lightly as if clouds supported its feet, wielding the sword in its right hand, trailing a stream of pale blue water. In the next moment, a water dragon appeared, opening its mouth to swallow Feng Xiu's Wind Slice. Due to Wind Slice's incredible speed, it seemed as if it was sucked into the dragon's maw. Boom! Wind Slice exploded within the water dragon, with wind energy enveloping the sharp sword light, bursting forth in all directions like terrifying sun wind blades, yet they were firmly contained by the water flow. The water appeared gentle but possessed incredible adaptability, slowing everything that passed through it, and anything trying to emerge would inevitably carry its properties. Feng Xiu couldn't help but admire this sword soul's master, who must have been an exceptionally skilled defensive swordsmanship practitioner in life. As Feng Xiu marveled at the sword soul's strength, a piercing chill attacked from behind, sharp as a needle, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. Feng Xiu swiftly transformed, becoming an iron guard with magical runes. Clang! A long sword suddenly pierced his back, producing a crisp metallic sound, nearly depleting half of his health. Wind cutter kill. Feng Xiu quickly turned his head, conjuring a large, blade-thin azure wheel that shot forward. Clang sizzle. The rapidly spinning wind wheel collided with an old long sword. The attacker was indeed the sword spirit of the Duan Shui Lu Yun sword. However, what puzzled him was that just a second before Fang Xiu turned around, the sword spirit had been 50 meters in front of him. How did it suddenly appear behind him? Could there be two sword spirits of the Duan Shui Lu Yun sword? No, the sword spirit in front was a decoy, meant to cover the true sword spirit's sneak attack from behind. Fang Xiu's judgment was confirmed when the sword spirit in front of him instantly turned into mist. Is its strength not just in defense, but in assassination swordsmanship? Seizing the moment while the sword spirit was deflecting the wind cutter kill, Fang Xiu quickly flew into the air to distance himself. When that sword pierced him earlier, his heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Transforming into the Iron Guard with magical runes granted him a 64 physical defense boost. Without this formidable damage reduction, the hit could have dealt over 700 damage. Since the sword spirits in the sword spirit tomb are not living beings, Fang Xiu hadn't managed to generate the blood shield skill from his lifeblade class, which could have saved him from being instantly killed by the attack from behind. No, the Iron Guard with magical runes also provided an additional 120 physical defense, which was further amplified by the 50 increase from the apprentice core of his class. In total, his physical defense reached 180 points. Without transforming into the Iron Guard, the damage from that sword would have been at least 1,000, enough to instant kill him even if he had a full blood shield. Damn, the attack power of swordsmanship classes is truly top-notch. Fang Xiu couldn't help but curse. But ultimately, it was because his level was too low, only level 30, while his opponent was a level 51 boss. If the sword spirit is this formidable, how terrifying must its original master be? Fang Xiu was likely facing a weakened version of a 5th or even 6th tier powerhouse. Even as a weakened version, a 5th or 6th tier powerhouse could easily crush him with superior attributes and swordsmanship skills. Fang Xiu decisively abandoned any thought of competing in swordsmanship. With a swift step, he utilized the speed granted by the blade imprint, flipping rapidly in midair and sheathing his Star River 9 sword. He conjured wind blades with both hands. Wind cutter. 8 wind wheel shadow formation. Numerous wind wheels, varying in size, descended from the sky like a flurry of snowflakes. The sword spirit remained indifferent in the face of Fang Xiu's overwhelming attack, turning its long sword to summon a water dragon that rose from the ground, blocking all incoming wind wheels and charging towards Fang Xiu. He had to distance himself once more and threw out more wind wheels. Compared to the sword spirit of the Duan Shui Lu Yun sword, what were the likes of octo-armed red squids or 9 kelp sea serpents? They couldn't even be called bosses. Now he truly felt the challenge of facing a boss. At the entrance of the Sword Soul Tomb dungeon, an hour and 15 minutes had passed. Hongjie and Li Bo were anxiously watching the clock on their phones, feeling a mix of anticipation and unease. As they had predicted, Fang Xiu managed to last 45 minutes, which was a relief to them, suggesting that Fang Xiu's talent might even surpass Yi Chen's. However, as time went on, their joy gradually turned into concern. Fang Xiu was indeed a genius, possibly even surpassing Yi Chen, but lasting 5 minutes longer was considered genius. 15 minutes was extraordinary, so what would 30 minutes be? A prodigy among prodigies? More than whether Fang Xiu had truly become an extraordinary talent, Hongjie and Li Bo were worried about whether he might encounter any danger. Li Bo hesitantly mentioned that he had heard from their teacher that the pressure within the Sword Soul Tomb for sword practitioners increased over time. Therefore, even if Fang Xiu could endure longer than Yi Chen, it shouldn't be excessively longer. You wait here. I'll go find the guardian of the Sword Soul Tomb, Hongjie said resolutely, getting up and heading towards a nearby military camp. She hoped more for Fang Xiu's safety than to gamble on whether he was truly an exceptional prodigy. The 3 young men in white watched with indifference, the older practitioner acting like a bystander uninterested in the 10-minute difference. The young man in white remained seated, his gaze fixed on the portal not far away. Filled with curiosity unlike before, he was now concerned about whether the person whose sword aura resembled his own had perished in the Sword Soul Tomb. Inside the Sword Soul Tomb, Fang Xiu was engaged in a fierce battle with the Sword Soul. Wind slash. 8 wind wheel shadow formation. Wind slash kill. A regular-sized green light wheel was thrown first, followed by 8 smaller light wheels that spread out to enclose the sword soul of the severing water-flowing cloud sword, attempting to slice it apart. Finally, a giant green light wheel made its entrance, the largest, fastest, and most powerful of them all. Clang, 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 zzz. The green light wheels were all blocked by the sword soul of the severing water-flowing cloud sword using the long sword in its hand. However, this was exactly the outcome Fang Xiu had hoped for. The essence of the sword soul was the sword it wielded. As long as the water flow wasn't used to block the green light wheels and the sword was used instead, it meant the sword soul was taking the attack with its own body. With each block, Fang Xiu could see red numbers floating above its head. This was why, despite all his attacks being blocked, Fang Xiu persistently led the sword soul of the severing water-flowing cloud sword on a chase around the sword soul tomb for 2.5 laps. The sword skills of these sword souls originated from their masters. For humans, the sword in their hand is a weapon made of hard metal, not fragile flesh. Whether attacking or defending, they naturally use the long sword in their hand to block and attack. Each attack was like using their own body to collide with the opponent. After a round of attacks, Fang Xiu glanced at the health bar above the sword soul's head. Severing water-flowing cloud swords, sword soul, LV, 51 boss, HP, 712150000. Victory was within reach. With a swift movement, Fang Xiu leaped into the air, quickly putting distance between himself and the sword soul, patiently waiting for his 3 skills to cool down. But as he flew 3 meters away, he suddenly sensed something was off. The sword soul, which should have been chasing him, wasn't accelerating to catch up, but was instead running forward at a normal pace. This meant transform. Demon Mark, Iron Guard. Instantly, Fang Xiu's body was enveloped in a layer of silvery white light. The next moment, a sharp sword light suddenly attacked from the side of a large tree. Clang! Fang Xiu was struck by a sword again, but this time he wasn't flustered like before and immediately counterattacked. Class change. Living sword. Transform. Star Sword King Fish. Semi-human form. Weakness penetration instant. A glimmer of starlight flashed, and the sword soul's movement paused briefly as its pale blue soul body was sliced into 2. Suspended midair like 2 pieces of rock. Fang Xiu turned with lightning speed, drawing a massive cross in front of him with the Milky Way. Living stream, cross slash. Star King sword. A gigantic sword of starlight pierced the ground, sending black smoke, dirt, and weeds flying. Fang Xiu didn't need to confirm if the sword soul of the severing flowing cloud sword was killed, as the notification already appeared before him. Defeated sword soul of severing flowing cloud, sword LV 51 boss. Gained 201,120 experience. Sensing the sword pressure bearing down on him, Fang Xiu quickly reverted to sword soul form. But he immediately noticed something significant and swiftly transformed back into Star Sword King Fish, semi-human form, diving into the dust cloud to grab something from where the sword soul of the severing flowing cloud sword last remained. Finally, he shot out like a cannonball toward the outskirts of the sword soul tomb. Less than 10 seconds after Fang Xiu left, 7 sword souls, each wielding different colored long swords, arrived one after another. After checking the sword on the ground, they each departed. Hundreds of meters away, Fang Xiu disguised himself as an ordinary sword soul, sitting on a hillside, staring blankly at the battle site, feeling relieved that he had escaped quickly. Just after the battle ended, Fang Xiu reverted to his sword soul form and immediately saw several light clusters from the interior of the sword soul tomb flying toward him. Each light was far stronger than the sword soul of the severing flowing cloud sword. If surrounded by them, Fang Xiu was alarmed and decided to exit the sword soul tomb immediately. He opened his backpack to check his newly acquired loot. 2 sword star stones and 1 sword memory pearl. However, the sword memory pearl in his hand was different, containing a special item effect. When used, it could enhance sword skill proficiency and had a very low chance of granting a sword-related talent. The higher the star level of the sword skill, the less proficiency gained. The description mentioned that it embodied the understanding and insight of a sword master, entrusted only to those recognized by the sword soul. The chance of gaining a sword talent? Fang Xiu hadn't expected that. Though it was stated to be a very low probability, it was still possible. He felt a tinge of anticipation, as if awaiting a reward after the 3rd class change of the living sword. Storing the sword memory pearl and sword star stones in his professional space, Fang Xiu gazed into the depths of the sword soul tomb. From the beginning, he noticed that every sword soul had a stream of light flowing over them, like a brook, yet also like a rope, drawing them deeper into the sword soul tomb. Though temporarily unable to hunt powerful sword souls, Fang Xiu could explore the sword soul tomb further. If he encountered an unavoidable powerful sword soul, he would choose to exit the instance immediately. Inside the sword soul grave, after confirming that all 7 sword souls had left, Fang Xiu returned to the place where the sword soul of the Duan Shui Lu Yun's sword was defeated. Facing the worn-out longsword, he used the transformation stone refinement array. The array attempted to extract the lingering spirit from the surface of the sword to create a transformation stone, but once again, it failed, and the worn-out sword became completely useless. Fang Xiu was accustomed to such failures and immediately proceeded with his plan. He chose an area with fewer sword souls and quickly advanced inward. Before long, Fang Xiu began to frequently switch transformations, sometimes turning into a sword soul, other times transforming into the semi-human form of the Star Sword King Fish. When transformed into a sword soul, he could see the positions of other sword souls, but they could also sense his presence. Whenever he sensed other sword souls approaching, Fang Xiu had to transform back into the semi-human form of the Star Sword King Fish to avoid their detection. However, as time passed, he noticed that the previously stationary sword souls began to move and pursue him. This made Fang Xiu wonder if there was some encrypted form of communication between the sword souls, as otherwise, why would they join forces to hunt him down? In reality, Fang Xiu was somewhat unjustly suspicious of these sword souls. Ordinary sword souls, like the dazzling sword he encountered in the sword's soul grave, hadn't developed enough intelligence and attacked intruders purely out of instinct. High-level sword souls like the Duan Shui Lu Yun sword had developed intelligence, though still bound by the obsessions of their sword masters, and could perceive changes in the outside world and react. The Star King sword attracted several sword souls for this very reason. To Fang Xiu, the sword souls appeared like flickering, almost blinding light bulbs. Initially, the sword souls pursued him because he intruded into their territory, but now, more sword souls were chasing him, clearly intrigued by his presence. The relentless pursuit of the sword souls made Fang Xiu increasingly curious about what was hidden deep within the sword soul grave. What was the source of those streams of light? Unconsciously, he quickened his pace. With the speed boost from his sword comprehension movement technique and the added effect of the flying blade seal, Fang Xiu ran at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he delved deeper into the sword's soul grave, where the streams of light became more dense and robust. Whoosh! A sword light flew from afar, carrying an unmatched sharpness and coldness, slicing through trees and rocks in its path. Fang Xiu clearly saw that this attack came from a sword soul 500 meters away to the northeast. He had just stepped into its alert range, yet it attacked mercilessly. This must be a hot-tempered sword soul, Fang Xiu thought. However, as long as it didn't pursue him, he could escape its territory. Quickly dodging the path of the sword light, Fang Xiu knew that the powerful attack contained terrifying damage. Turning his head, he felt his hair stand on end as a blinding light appeared behind him, with sword souls crowding together in indistinct forms. Fang Xiu was intrigued. When he transformed into a sword soul, he was immediately attacked upon approach, but now these sword souls were face-to-face without any fighting. Did they gather for afternoon tea, read newspapers, and share feelings? Suddenly, a deafening explosion came from the southeast, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave that rapidly swept across the ground. Alarmingly, the shockwave seemed to adjust its direction with Fang Xiu's movement, leaving a trail of cracked earth and shattered trees, pulverizing fallen leaves into dust. Fang Xiu was at a loss, realizing that even as a demon-patterned iron guard, he lacked confidence to withstand such a fierce attack. He glanced back and saw that the sword soul 500 meters ahead and the one 400 meters to the northwest had detected his presence. The situation was dire, so Fang Xiu decided to use his last resort. He tapped the ground with his toe, switching to his storm dragon hatchling semi-human form, enveloped by a cyan storm, and soared into the sky above the sword soul tomb like an arrow released from a bow. Once airborne, Fang Xiu quickly surveyed the surroundings, but his view was limited to just over 1,000 meters as the sword soul tomb was shrouded in dim light and mist, making it difficult to see clearly. From the moment he took flight, Fang Xiu's gaze was fixed on the deepest part of the light streams. These streams, resembling rivers, all originated from the very center of the sword soul tomb, where a dark abyss lay with a black sword resting silently in its midst. Fang Xiu was shaken, his previous assumptions wavering. Were all these light streams truly coming from the depths of the sword soul tomb? Although the light streams on the sword souls appeared static, the flow direction near the abyss was clear, as if the abyss was continuously absorbing light from the sword souls, forming these river-like streams that ultimately converged into the black sword. Fang Xiu noticed hundreds of sword souls surrounding the abyss, each exuding a terrifying aura, all above level 70 and of boss status. Previously, Fang Xiu estimated the sword soul tomb housed about 1,000 sword souls, but now it seemed the number had risen to 2,000. The moment the hundreds of sword souls by the abyss sensed his gaze, they simultaneously slashed towards Fang Xiu. In an instant, hundreds of sword auras sliced through the air, layering densely together, creating a massive wave of sword energy from Fang Xiu's perspective. This wave of sword energy wasn't meant to engulf him, but to obliterate him without a trace. Moreover, Fang Xiu faced attacks not only from the front, but also from the sword souls behind him. As he ascended, he was like a target in plain sight, prompting every sword soul that could see him to unleash their ranged attack skills immediately. Caught in a pincer attack, forming two waves of sword energy. If hit by such an attack, Fang Xiu estimated not even 100 lives would suffice, and there was no time to linger. He decisively chose to exit the instance. Just 3 seconds after Fang Xiu vanished, the two waves of sword energy collided in midair. Instantly, the entire sky was torn apart by the sword energy. Explosions echoed continuously, and energy scattered like magnificent fireworks. At the entrance of the Sword Soul Tomb dungeon, Hong Jia led a burly man built like a tower. He was none other than the guardian of the Sword Soul Tomb, General Iron Sword, Tai Zhong, from the military. The three young men dressed in white who were watching the scene quickly stood up. The older professional greeted them with a smile, a hint of flattery in his demeanor. The young men in white curiously observed General Ironsword. Having heard of his reputation and now seeing him in person, he matched their expectations. Taizhong nodded in acknowledgement to the older professional and walked straight to the entrance of the Sword Soul Tomb dungeon. He asked Li Bo, "What is the strength of the person who went in, and how long have they been inside?" Li Bo quickly checked his phone and replied, "Second transition, 5-star. They've been in for an hour and a half." Second transition, 5-star, in for an hour and a half. Taizhong frowned and looked back at Hongfang. Even third transition, 7-star professionals find it hard to last an hour and a half in the Sword Soul Tomb. "Are you sure you want me to go in?" Entering the Sword Soul Tomb requires a ticket, and finding someone inside is no small task. The military charges a fee. If it weren't for my old acquaintance with Hongfang, you wouldn't be able to get me. I'm sure. Whether alive or dead, we need to find them. Hongfang had made up her mind on the way to find Taizhong. Regardless of whether Fang Xiu was dead or alive, she had to give He Chun an explanation, as she was the one who brought him in. Seeing Hongfang's determination, Taizhong said no more and stepped toward the portal. However, just as he was about to enter, the silver-white surface of the Sword Soul Tomb's portal rippled, suggesting someone was coming out. Everyone focused their attention on the portal. The next moment, Fang Xiu emerged from the portal, still shaken, and exhaled deeply. "Good thing I ran fast. There are too many sword souls in that tomb." The recent experience had left him feeling extremely perilous. Fortunately, it was inside a dungeon. In reality, he wouldn't know where to escape. He noticed everyone staring intently at him, especially the older professional not far away, whose face was filled with a ghostly surprise. "Did something happen?" Fang Xiu quietly asked Li Bo. Before Li Bo could answer, a towering figure blocked his view. "Are you a second transition professional?" Taizhong suddenly asked. Fang Xiu observed the man before him, feeling the intense pressure of a high-level professional and the profound, hidden sword aura from him, like a giant sword sheathed, causing unease. "Yes," Fang Xiu replied honestly. Taizhong nodded, turned, and left. As he passed Hongfang, he said loudly, "Your Aurora Guild has some promising newcomers this year. I'll send over the agreed payment later." Hong Jie quickly responded, feeling relieved, while Taizhong waved and disappeared from sight. As soon as Taizhong left, Li Bo hurried over to examine Fang Xiu closely, even reaching out to pinch his arm to confirm he was indeed flesh and blood. However, Fang Xiu quickly swatted his hand away. "What happened?" Fang Xiu asked again. Instead of answering, Li Bo countered, "Did you really stay in the Sword Soul Tomb instance until now?" Fang Xiu replied dismissively, "What else? Did you think I went out for a barbecue halfway through?" For those who have reached the second transformation in their profession, the time spent in the Sword Soul Tomb is a measure of their capability. Typically, a second transformation swordsmanship professional with talent can last half an hour, while 45 minutes indicates exceptional genius. Fang Xiu's ability to endure for an hour and a half was an incredible feat to them. It seemed likely that Fang Xiu might have perished. Hong Jie walked over to explain. Fang Xiu suddenly understood. Indeed, without the ability to transform into a sword soul, he would only have lasted 45 minutes before being forced to leave the instance due to the increasing sword pressure. If he had stubbornly stayed, the consequences would have been dire. Either the sword pressure would collapse, drastically reducing his sword skill proficiency and causing severe mental trauma, or he would lose his sanity and become less than a sword soul. Regardless of the outcome, for a talented swordsmanship professional, it would be akin to death. If someone doesn't emerge from the Sword Soul Tomb for a long time, it's possible they were killed by the sword souls inside. Military records indicate that many people die in the Sword Soul Tomb each year, most at the hands of the sword souls. "I was just lucky," Fang Xiu said modestly. Hong Jie didn't press further. Clearly, Fang Xiu's extraordinary potential allowed him to endure so long, suggesting he might naturally possess superior attributes. There is an unwritten rule, both domestically and at the frontier, prohibiting inquiries about these attribute panels. As they prepared to leave, with Hong Jie leading Li Bo and Fang Xiu, they were suddenly stopped by a trio of white-clad youths who had been watching. "I am Bai Qingfeng, a newcomer from the Jianfeng Mountain branch this year. May I ask which branch you are from and your name?" Bai Qingfeng inquired, fixing his gaze on Fang Xiu. "Haiguang City Headquarters," Fang Xiu replied politely, though he was unsure of Bai Qingfeng's intentions. Upon hearing Fang Xiu was from Haiguang City Headquarters, Bai Qingfeng seemed to realize something and turned to leave with his companions, leaving behind a parting remark. "See you on the battlefield of Nightmare Valley next time?" Fang Xiu stood there, puzzled. What was this person about? They had just met, and he was already talking about the next battlefield. Hong Jie explained, "The Nightmare Valley battlefield he mentioned is something you'll encounter after your third transformation. Once most newcomers of this batch complete their third transformation, the Aurora Society will issue competitive tasks involving the Nightmare Valley battlefield. At that time, Your competition won't just be with newcomers from Haiguang City, but with everyone recruited by the Aurora Society this year. It turned out Bai Qingfeng saw Fang Xiu as a rival. Fang Xiu and his two companions emerged from the portal opened by Li Bo in Haiguang City. Fang Xiu scanned his surroundings as Li Bo waved at him and said casually, "I have some matters to attend to, so I'll head back to headquarters." With that, Hongjia also got up and left. Fang Xiu watched them go, standing in the central square and contemplating his next move. With the adventure at the Sword Soul Tomb concluded, Fang Xiu didn't seem to have any urgent matters to address. Perhaps he could head to Binhai City to continue honing his skills? Currently, his living swordsmanship and combat transformer were maxed out, but the newly acquired Wind Cut was still only at level 1. Once Wind Cut reached its maximum level, he planned to seek out Lin Jinan to attempt opening the Dragon Herd ruins. Just then, Fang Xiu's phone vibrated, displaying a call from Rong Rong. He answered to hear Rong Rong's excited voice. "Brother Xiu, I found the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle." Fang Xiu's eyebrows raised in surprise, a rush of excitement coursing through him. It had been a long time since he heard anything about the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle, almost forgetting that there were still 2 wild bosses left undefeated. He urgently asked, "Where?" "I'll send you the coordinates." Rong Rong quickly ended the call, and soon sent over a map. Studying the map, Fang Xiu was astonished the marked location was 50 kilometers away from Haiguang City, seemingly at the bottom of a deep-sea trench. He was filled with curiosity about how Rong Rong had discovered it. Putting away his phone, Fang Xiu headed towards the city gates of Haiguang City. Once outside, he transformed into the semi-humanoid form of the Star Sword King Fish and cast a flying blade mark, soaring into the sky towards the distant location. During the flight, he stacked the sword comprehension style, doubling his speed within a minute, moving as fast as a shooting star. As a prominent figure in Haiguang City, Fang Xiu's sudden departure drew attention from those around. They speculated about his urgent destination, considering he hadn't ventured out for a dungeon raid in quite some time. Could it be that he had located the 2 yet-to-be-defeated bosses? Some attempted to follow Fang Xiu, but quickly realized that even their fastest mounts couldn't keep up with him, and his figure soon vanished from sight. Eventually, they could only return in silence. In a corner by the city gate, 2 young people watched Fang Xiu from afar, their hollow eyes reflecting an eerie light, as if they were imprinting everything before them into their minds. For Fang Xiu, the 50-kilometer distance was not far. At full speed, he reached the marked destination above the canyon in no time. Looking down, he saw a wide canyon teeming with seaweed, scattered shells, and vibrant fish swimming leisurely. Rong Rong's marked point was deep within the canyon. Fang Xiu immediately dove down. As he descended tens of meters, the canyon walls gradually narrowed, with rocks blocking the light, making the surroundings dimmer. As he delved deeper, the darkness intensified, and the level of the creatures around him began to rise. Fang Xiu reached into his professional space and retrieved a transformation stone of the Battle Armor Crab King, quickly embedding it into his combat transformation device. As the transformation to Battle Armor Crab King semi-human form initiated, a crimson shell appeared on his body. Although his speed decreased, the surrounding darkness was no longer an obstacle for him. The Battle Armor Crab King's dark vision allowed him to see the canyon shrouded in darkness as clearly as if it were daylight. He continued to move downstream. After diving about 100 meters deep, Fang Xiu finally reached the deepest part of the canyon, a desolate sea area. He proceeded slowly and soon found Rong Rong in a small cave on the canyon wall. "You got here so fast," Rong Rong exclaimed in surprise, clearly remembering she had just sent the message. "I had nothing going on, so I sped up to get here," Fang Xiu replied casually, his eyes scanning the surroundings for the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle. "Where's the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle?" Rong Rong motioned for Fang Xiu to follow her, and she quickly exited the cave, walking along the rock wall. It wasn't long before they discovered a giant sea cucumber embedded in the wall. As Fang Xiu approached, text appeared above the sea cucumber's head. Millennium Cold Armor Turtle LV 40 Boss HP 3800038000. Huh. Fang Xiu looked at the sea cucumber in astonishment, realizing it wasn't a sea cucumber at all, but the head of the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle. "What's going on here?" Fang Xiu asked, puzzled. Rong Rong explained. "It seems the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle's body got stuck in the canyon wall and can't get out. Maybe during the earthquake a few months ago, the rocks above collapsed, and the turtle was sleeping here, ending up trapped." Fang Xiu examined the wall, noticing cracks and gaps everywhere, with most stones being rubble, except for a few larger ones. The situation was indeed as Rong Rong had speculated. "Since it's trapped under the rocks, why didn't you just take it out yourself and share the loot?" Fang Xiu asked, puzzled. Rong Rong felt a bit embarrassed. "I didn't think about keeping it all to myself, but the problem is I can't break through its defense." Fang Xiu glanced at the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle, acknowledging that turtles are typically known for their strong defense. Rong Rong pouted. "My attacks only deal single-digit damage, and it recovers faster than I can hurt it. She sighed in frustration, clearly having tried multiple times without success. The big turtle looks at her like she's just a passing shrimp, not even bothering to acknowledge her. With no other options, Rong Rong had to call for backup. Fang Xiu looked at the motionless Millennium Cold Armor Turtle in the distance, a smirk forming on his lips. Strong defense, huh? Fang Xiu loves taking down those monsters that think they're invincible. He turned to Rong Rong. By the way, are we sticking to the previous agreement for sharing the spoils? Sure, Rong Rong agreed, knowing she couldn't take on the turtle alone and would have to let Fang Xiu take the larger share. Wind slash. Fang Xiu concentrated a terrifying azure light wheel at his fingertips, seemingly brimming with endless energy. Sensing the power rippling through the water, the Millennium Cold Armored Turtle glanced at Fang Xiu before lazily closing its eyes again, not even bothering to retract into its shell in the face of the impending attack. Clearly, it regarded Fang Xiu as insignificant as Rong Rong. Seeing the turtle's nonchalant demeanor, Fang Xiu couldn't help but smirk. Acting tough? I'll make you fly. With a wave of his hand, the wind slash glided smoothly through the water. Although the water resistance greatly reduced its speed and power, the attack's armor-piercing effect remained intact. Slash. The sharp wind slash instantly cut through the turtle's skin, piercing into the flesh of its head. The ensuing display of crimson numbers was striking. Roar. The searing pain forced the Millennium Cold Armored Turtle to roar, its limbs frantically scraping against the rocks beneath it. The surrounding rocks trembled, the ground shook, and even the water wasn't spared. Despite its struggle, the turtle couldn't break free from the rocky confines. Fang Xiu muttered, its defense is really high. Even after bypassing 70 of its defenses, the weak point damage only amounted to 1,200. This scene left Rong Rong, who stood nearby, utterly dumbfounded. She could barely inflict single-digit damage, yet Fang Xiu's casual skill could deal thousands? Compared to Fang Xiu, Rong Rong began to wonder if he was a boss disguised as a human. He was just too monstrous. Once again, the light wheel formed at Fang Xiu's fingertips. 8 Wind Wheel Shadow Formation. Wind slash kill. A millstone-sized azure light wheel accompanied by 8 smaller ones flew towards the Millennium Cold Armored Turtle. Having been injured once, the turtle immediately chose to retract its head. It pulled its large head back, leaving a dark, deep hole that distorted the water flow. Boom, boom. The spot where the turtle's head used to be turned into a cannon port, continuously gathering surrounding water and shooting high-pressure water jets. However, the water jets were sliced in half by the massive azure light wheel as soon as they were fired. Weapons with built-in defense-ignoring skills and equipment have one thing in common: theory, exceptionally sharp. The scene of the wind slash kill slicing through the high-pressure water jets was like cutting a watermelon with a kitchen knife, smooth and effortless. The massive azure light wheel, along with 8 smaller ones, flew straight into the dark cavity. Instantly, a series of numbers popped up. The first damage came from the wind slash kill, while the subsequent damage was caused by the 8 wind wheel shadow formation. The final 80 fixed damage points also came from the 8 wind wheel shadow formation. When the formation's attack hits, it applies a wind blade tear effect to the target, lasting for 3 minutes. Under the influence of wind blade tear, the Millennium Cold Armored Turtle takes 10 damage per second, stacking up to 8 times. This means that even if Fang Xiu stopped attacking now, in 3 minutes, the turtle would lose 14,400 health points. However, only a colossal creature like the Millennium Cold Armored Turtle could so easily endure all 8 hits from the 8 wind wheel shadow formation. Roar. The escalating pain made the Millennium Cold Armored Turtle even more restless. Initially trapped under the rocks, it might not have been so fearful or realized the looming threat of death. But now, the primal instincts within the Millennium Cold-shelled turtle roared wildly. It knew all too well that if it couldn't break free from the crushing weight of the rocks, death would be its only fate. So, it summoned every ounce of strength and struggled desperately. The ground shook, and the seabed canyon trembled. The surrounding waters churned with its roar, forming swirling currents that began to reach the canyon above. Passing adventurers felt the unusual vibrations and looked around warily, searching for the source. At the canyon's bottom, Fang Xiu paid no heed to the commotion. He rarely encountered such a docile boss, allowing him to attack at will. This provided him with an excellent opportunity to vent all the frustration accumulated in the Sword Soul tomb on the Millennium Cold Shell Turtle. Thanks for the gift from nature, Fang Xiu sneered. Millennium Cold Shell Turtle, the Sword Soul, is after you. Why come after me? Before he finished speaking, Fang Xiu launched a fierce assault. After executing a set of skills, he quickly switched forms, transforming into the Star Sword Kingfish's half-human form, and then transitioned to the Sword of Life. He drew his 9 Galaxy, slashing a brilliant cross in front of him. Soul Stream, Cross Slash. The massive cross-shaped sword energy, carrying an unparalleled sharpness, instantly sliced a high-pressure water cannon into 4 pieces before plunging into the dark cave. 284. Immediately, Fang Xiao attacked again. Soul Stream, Blood Rupture Slash. In an instant, he felt his blood surge wildly, concentrating on the galaxy in his hand with each breath. The once light blue blade was suddenly covered in a crimson layer, void of starlight. Only the vivid and beautiful blood red remained. Fang Xiao swung forward forcefully, sending a blood-red shockwave roaring out, blasting apart another incoming high-pressure water cannon, then driving deep into the Millennium Cold Shell Turtle's shell. Boom! The explosion echoed from the cave, accompanied by two numbers flying up, 466 and 284. The former was the damage dealt to the Millennium Cold Shell Turtle, while the latter was the life value Fang Xiao regained. Although the damage seemed modest, it was because Fang Xiao was currently wearing an agility set. If he switched to intelligence gear, the higher defense ignoring wind cut kill would undoubtedly inflict more significant damage. As for the healing effect, though the value wasn't high, it was enough to replenish the 50 life consumed by the blood rupture slash, even maxing out the shield value provided by the blood shield. Fang Xiao raised his bluish crystalline arm, a result of his transformation, ready to strike. Star King's sword. In an instant, the entire sky above the canyon transformed into a brilliant starry sky. All nearby adventurers witnessed this scene, many immediately recognizing it as Fang Xiao's signature ultimate move. However, the anticipated starry sword pillar did not appear in the water. Fang Xiao had already targeted the Star King's sword at the Millennium Cold Shell Turtle's cave. A dazzling beam of light spanned 100 meters, piercing directly into the turtle's body, illuminating the darkened area completely. Under this earth-shattering blow, the Millennium Cold Shell Turtle could no longer hold on. Its eyes rolled back, and it collapsed with a mighty crash. "I'm done for," it murmured weakly, before completely losing its life force. Fang Xiao skillfully executed a series of abilities with his soul sword profession, then swiftly switched to Blade Lord to continue his assault. However, before he could complete the second set of skills, the Millennial Cold Armor Turtle was already defeated. In its armor-breaking state, which ignored 60 of its defense, even iron would become as fragile as jelly. Ultimately, Fang Xiao successfully vanquished the level 40 boss, earning 152,551 experience points. Despite its desperate struggle to escape the surrounding rocks and water pressure, the Millennial Cold Armor Turtle's efforts were in vain. Had it been able to break free, it wouldn't have been suppressed for so long. Even if it had escaped the rocky confines, the outcome would have remained unchanged. The greatest threat it faced was Fang Xiao's relentless pursuit. Watching the turtle finally draw its last breath, Fang Xiao instinctively raised his hand to cast the Stone Essence Transformation Array, but suddenly recalled how he dealt with the octopus. He thought to himself, "Can your dad handle this big turtle?" Turning to Rong Rong, he noticed her staring at him blankly. He waved and shouted, "Hey, it's over." Startled, Rong Rong snapped out of her daze and quickly responded, Oh, what did you just say?" Fang Xiao repeated, "Can your dad handle this big turtle?" Rong Rong excitedly replied, "Of course. We can make soup with it. 1,000-year-old turtle should be very nourishing." Just the thought made her mouth water. Fang Xiao nodded in satisfaction, thinking that such a large turtle would make enough soup for him to bathe in. As for how many attributes he could gain this time, he hoped it would exceed those from the octopus. Fang Xiao placed his hand on the turtle's shell, and in an instant, the massive Millennial Cold Armor Turtle was absorbed into his profession space. With the turtle's body gone, the rocks that had pinned it down collapsed, burying the loot. Fang Xiao had to break apart the fallen rocks one by one and remove the obstacles. He called Rong Rong to help him clear away the stones. Compared to the time spent defeating the turtle, it took even longer to clear the stones covering the loot. The two of them worked for a good 10 minutes before finally uncovering the turtle's loot, a scroll and a shield. Picking up the shield, Fang Xiao discovered a perfectly intact egg hidden underneath. The Cold Armor Turtle Shield, quality, epic, attributes, defense 200, strength 5, constitution 12, comes with the active skill, Millennial Cold Armor, which can gather millennial ice on the shield's surface to reinforce it, providing an additional 200 defense. When blocking melee attacks, it also inflicts a cold status, lasting 1 minute, reducing the attacker's movement and attack speed by 20, non-stackable, durability, tier 3, 500,500. Description: made from the shell of the Millennial Cold Armor Turtle, it boasts excellent defensive and ice-making capabilities, serving as both a reliable asset in battle and an efficient ice maker during scorching summers. Absolute Defense Scroll, special item effect, temporarily increases self-defense by 200 and ice attribute resistance by 50 for 10 minutes upon use. Fang Xiao held a special scroll in his hand, crafted from the powdered shell of a 1,000-year-old cold armor turtle. The process of making such a scroll is extremely complex, and the difficulty is so high that the shell of a single cold armor turtle can produce, at most, 1 scroll. At this moment, Fang Xiao was calculating the value of this absolute defense scroll in his mind. When facing a powerful boss, it could provide a defense boost of up to 200 points for 10 minutes, essentially acting like an additional cold armor turtle shield. During his battle with the cold armor turtle, he deeply realized the importance of magic equipment. While he wasn't in a hurry to prepare defensive gear, acquiring equipment for magic classes was urgent. Even if he didn't buy an epic set directly, he needed to get a perfect grade second-tier set to handle upcoming challenges. As for the cold armor turtle's egg, Feng Xiao had considered the idea of having a pet, but a turtle didn't fit his aesthetic. He preferred legendary creatures like dragons, or strong and impressive animals like wolves, tigers, lions, leopards, and eagles. Ultimately, he decided to give the cold armor turtle's egg to Rong Rong beside him. Although her class wasn't a defensive one, she showed some interest in raising a cold armor turtle. Feng Xiao stored the cold armor turtle shield in his class space, knowing that even if he didn't use it, it could be handed over to the Aurora Guild for recycling. The two began to swim upstream, preparing to turn in their quest. There were still 20,000 Aurora points left from the cold armor turtle quest, and according to their previous agreement, Feng Xiao would receive 14,000 of those points, allowing him to acquire another piece of epic equipment. As they swam out of the canyon, a crowd had already gathered, drawn by the earlier commotion and the star map on the water's surface. Many were preparing to head to the canyon's bottom to see what was happening. Feng Xiao's appearance made them pause, and one bold adventurer approached, asking, "Feng Xiao, were you just fighting a boss?" Feng Xiao gave a slight nod in response. Just as Feng Xiao was about to leave, an unexpected change occurred. The adventurer suddenly pulled out a scroll from his class space and tore it open. Instantly, a dark current surged up from the ground within a 100-meter radius around Feng Xiao, carrying sand and stones from the seabed. In an instant, a curtain of sand and stone had risen, and four eerie figures with fish tails and human bodies, clad in black cloaks, appeared within the curtain, surrounding Feng Xiao and Rong Rong. Upon seeing the appearance of these creatures, Feng Xiao immediately realized they were merfolk, intent on surrounding and killing him and Rong Rong. He glanced at Rong Rong and saw her frozen in shock, understanding that these merfolk were targeting him. Rong Rong had been out searching for bosses every day without being ambushed, yet the one time he ventures out, he is targeted. Feng Xiao was puzzled. He hadn't heard of merfolk ambushing anyone before, but now was not the time to ponder the reason. The four merfolk moved swiftly, closing in on Feng Xiao as soon as they appeared. Simultaneously, a human youth who had set up a sand and stone screen was the first to attack Feng Xiao. He drew a long spear from his professional space, stomped heavily on the ground, creating a deep pit, and propelled himself forward using the recoil. As he charged, wind elements flowed around the spear tip, stirring the seawater and aiming straight at Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao glanced at him, raised his hand to gather a wind blade, and thought, such a slow speed, at most a second-tier professional, yet he dares to attack me? How audacious! A sharp green light will shot out, slicing through the spear from the tip and piercing straight into the youth's head. Blood sprayed wildly as the youth fell, painting a gruesome scene. This was Feng Xiao's first time killing a human, but he felt nothing special. As long as he viewed opponents as monsters, there was no discomfort. Humanoid monsters were not uncommon in dungeons, and Feng Xiao would not hesitate against creatures, human or otherwise, that wanted him dead. The sight of blood snapped Rong Rong out of her daze, and she asked frantically, "These creatures are from another race. What do we do?" Feng Xiao instructed quietly, "Just protect yourself. I might not be able to look after you during the fight." As the four merfolk approached, he could see their names and levels above their heads. Merfolk Hunter Tribe LV40, Merfolk Illusion Tribe LV40, Merfolk Guard Tribe LV40, Merfolk Hunter Tribe LV40, all level 40, exactly matching the information from the rookie competition task, indicating they were all third tier. The Hunter, Illusion, and Guard suffixes after the merfolk race denote internal divisions, similar to different skin colors among humans. After seeing the rookie competition task, Feng Xiao had researched the merfolk. There are four main tribes: Royal, Hunter, Illusion, and Guard, each representing a different career path. The Royal tribe mostly serves as priests and healers. The Hunter tribe are natural archers and assassins. The Illusion tribe are predominantly mages and sorcerers mastering elemental powers, while the Guard tribe consists of brave warriors and knights. Judging by their tribes and weapons, Feng Xiao could roughly determine the configuration of the four merfolk before him: one warrior, one mage, one archer, one assassin. Facing a siege by four level 40 alien output professions was a first for Feng Xiao. He could see their names and levels, just as they could see his level 30. A cruel smile spread across the face of Leia, who had been lurking near Feng Xiao for days without seeing him, wondering if Feng Xiao had been in seclusion to break through. Hunter Feng observed the situation before him, fully aware that despite his recent breakthrough, it hadn't brought about any substantial change. He knew he had to finish the battle quickly, as powerful human warriors were surely on their way. He issued instructions to his three companions, then raised his dagger and vanished into the water. The other three mermen quickly responded, coordinating their attack on Feng Xiao. In the distance, the illusionist Zhu Zhu was the first to act. A milky white pearl floated in front of her, emitting a dazzling light. Instantly, her fellow mermen were enveloped in this light, significantly enhancing their swimming speed and sharpening their focus. However, it was the archer who first launched an attack on Feng Xiao. Wielding a long bone bow, he shot a fishbone arrow infused with high-pressure water. The arrow sped through the water as if unimpeded, propelled even faster by the current. Feng Xiao threw a wind slash in reverse, directing the 8-wind wheel shadow formation with his right hand towards the distant merman mage, while locking his gaze on the merman warrior charging towards him. Gripping the starry sky sword, he took the initiative. In an instant, he disappeared from his spot, moving so swiftly that the charging merman warrior couldn't detect him, forcing the warrior to halt and search for Feng Xiao's whereabouts. At that moment, the merman warrior felt a sharp pain in his chest, with damage numbers appearing. Before he could locate the source of the attack, a powerful sword force was already closing in on his back. Turning his head, he saw a cross slash composed of 2 crescent moons just 3 meters away. Clang! A heavy blocking sound echoed as the recently vanished merman assassin reappeared out of nowhere, using dual blades to deflect the slash. Don't underestimate him. This is a human prodigy. Use all your strength and finish this quickly. Hunter Fong loudly reminded, not only cautioning his companions, but also reminding himself to stay focused. Initially, Hunter Fong had underestimated Feng Xiao because he was only level 30, but now he regarded Feng Xiao as a formidable foe who must be defeated at all costs. Suddenly, cries of agony were heard. The merman mage, facing Feng Xiao's 8-wind wheel shadow formation, activated a defensive skill, enveloping herself in a water shield. Confident in her ability as a level 40 third-tier professional, she believed she could easily fend off attacks from a level 30 or even second-tier opponent. However, Feng Xiao effortlessly sliced through her defense. Although the water shield had decent defensive power, the 8-wind wheel shadow formation had 8 attacks, and it only managed to block 4 of the green light wheels. The remaining 4 wheels mercilessly struck the merman mage. For crimson numbers rose, instantly depleting her health. The sharp light wheels sliced the merman mage's body into several pieces, with limbs and flesh floating in the water, creating a gruesome scene. The nearby merman archer used a dodge skill called air step to evade the wind slash, staring in disbelief as he watched Zhu Zhu perish. The sudden turn of events not only shocked the merman archer, but also stunned the merman warrior and merman assassin. Their original plan was to eliminate Feng Xiao as quickly as possible and then retreat swiftly. However, to their surprise, the battle had just begun, and without inflicting any harm on Feng Xiao, they had already lost a member. The sight of Zhu Zhu being killed was chilling at a glance. Upon defeating the merman illusionist of level 40, Feng Xiao gained 4,000 experience points. Feng Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile, not because he relished the bloody scene, but because it reminded him of the sword soul of the water-cutting cloud sword encountered at the Sword Soul Tomb. The 8-wind wheel shadow formation might be a minor skill, but not everyone could deflect it as effortlessly as the sword soul of the water-cutting cloud sword. Opting for defense, the Blade Lord, who possessed the ability to ignore defense, favored such opponents. Iron Fist shouted, swapped out his shield, and switched to team combat. Hunter Bone yelled sharply and raised his hand to hide in the water again. Initially, they attacked from 4 angles, attempting to encircle Feng Xiao and prevent him from breaking through from a single direction. But now, the question wasn't whether Feng Xiao could break through, but whether they could survive Feng Xiao's onslaught. The merman warrior named Iron Fist immediately put a sword into his professional space, drew out a shield, and combined the sword and shield, watching Feng Xiao warily, positioning himself to block the distant merman archer. Feng Xiao's gaze swept over the 2 mermen still within his sight, and he had a rough estimate of their strength. It seemed that the difference between other races and humans wasn't significant, or perhaps the merman race wasn't particularly formidable. In contrast, the threat posed by the 8-legged red squid was much greater. While Feng Xiao was pondering, he completely forgot he had transformed into the Star Sword King Fish's semi-human form. Without the transformation, even if humans took underwater breathing potions, their movements in the water would still be inferior to those of the naturally aquatic merman. Thus, in underwater combat, unless they were geniuses like Feng Xiao or He Chun, humans were generally at a disadvantage against the mermen. The mermen initially underestimated Feng Xiao partly because of this. Underwater was their home turf, and as a human with a lower level, the mermen were confident they wouldn't lose. However, after witnessing Feng Xiao's speed and movements in the water, Hunter Bone, a merman, couldn't help but wonder, is it humans who are the aquatic race, or are we? Feng Xiao's speed surpasses mine, but why are his movements also better suited to the underwater environment? Feng Xiao didn't provide Hunter Bone with an answer, as he couldn't read minds, and more importantly, he had lost interest in these mermen who were only slightly above his own transformation level. Star Sword Charge. A faint blue light flashed in Fang Xiu's eyes as his body transformed into a streak of pale blue starlight, rushing toward the merman warrior. The merman warrior quickly raised his shield to block. Thud! A dull sound echoed as Fang Xiu's crystalline left hand pierced the merman warrior's shield. Before the merman warrior could counterattack, a cold, fierce cyan light will suddenly appeared from Fang Xiu's right hand, sweeping towards the warrior's head with astonishing speed. Upon seeing the familiar azure light wheel, the merman warrior's mind immediately flashed back to the gruesome scene of his companion Juju's death. Instinct for survival triggered an unprecedented agility in him, causing him to swiftly retract his head and narrowly avoid Fang Xiu's sweeping attack. However, Fang Xiu was wielding the wind cutter as a weapon, not throwing it. After missing the sweep, he immediately shifted to a slash. Thud! Accompanied by a satisfying sound of cutting through flesh, the merman warrior's bones proved not to be sturdy, and the wind cutter in Fang Xiu's hand sliced from the left shoulder to the right waist, cleaving him in two. By defeating the merman warrior LV40, Fang Xiu gained 4,000 experience points. At that moment, Liegu's figure suddenly appeared behind Fang Xiu, his right hand raised high with a dagger, aiming to pierce Fang Xiu's head for a lethal strike. But Fang Xiu seemed already aware of his presence, turning his head abruptly with a playful smile on his handsome face. His eyes, once glittering like the Milky Way, were now replaced by a pair of majestic golden vertical pupils. A dragon, a member of the dragon race? Liegu's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't Fang Xiu human? When did he become a dragon? Before Liegu could react, Fang Xiu slightly opened his massive jaws, unleashing a terrifying roar. Roar! The deafening dragon's roar spread like a tidal wave, causing the surrounding seawater to tremble violently. Liegu, being closest to Fang Xiu, nearly lost consciousness instantly. Fang Xiu was not surprised by this result. It was well known that assassins, much like mages, were fragile classes. Even the hell-level boss, the 9 algae sea serpent, couldn't escape the influence of a dragon's roar, let alone an ordinary level 40 merman assassin. Casually launching a wind cutter at the nearest merman archer, Fang Xiu then turned and grabbed the head of the unconscious merman assassin with one hand. A primal fury from the dragon race surged within him, tempting him to crush the merman's head like a watermelon with his dragon claw. However, as a human, Fang Xiu found it somewhat messy and instead chose to decapitate the merman assassin with the galaxy slash. By defeating the merman assassin LV40, he gained another 4,000 experience points. Meanwhile, another merman archer was also killed. The wind cutter's larger size, combined with increased damage and speed over distance, made it incredibly challenging for the merman archer to dodge. In the face of the wind cutter, the merman archer and his giant arrow were both sliced in half by the azure light wheel. The surrounding sand and stone curtain gradually disintegrated, either due to the end of its duration or the death of its support, collapsing like a falling curtain. Fang Xiu casually cast a transformation stone refined array on the nearest merman assassin, then picked up his phone to check the rookie competition task issued by the Aurora Guild. He remembered the task mentioned a 5-member team, yet there were only 4 mermen here. Where was the last one? Fang Xiu glanced at the human player he had slain at the start, wondering if he could have been the final merman. In a kelp field 10 miles away from an underwater canyon, a 5-meter-long, jet-black shark with an shaped scar on its head lay silently on the seabed, deep in slumber. Even in its dreams, the powerful aura it unconsciously emitted kept surrounding creatures at bay. At that moment, a merman was observing the events unfolding in the sandy curtain near the canyon through a crystal ball. Suddenly, with a bang, Leto angrily crushed the crystal ball that was displaying Fang Xiu's massacre of merman kin, the sharp crystal shards cutting into its hand and causing blood to flow. The scent of blood roused the great shark from its slumber, its keen eyes darting between Leto's head and bleeding hand. The pain in its hand did not quell Leto's anger. Instead, it fueled the fire in its chest. Leto was the merman left behind to support the team, ready to hide with the bloodthirsty emperor shark once the merman team had hunted down Fang Xiu. Once the merman tribe learned about the situation within human territory, they would launch another attack on the human border, using the chaos caused by the bloodthirsty emperor shark to return to the deep sea. However, Leto recalled the scene when they first entered human territory. The powerful 5th and 4th rank members of their group were mercilessly slaughtered, leaving only a few 3rd rank members like themselves. A few days ago, they attempted to return to the deep sea with the bloodthirsty emperor shark, but were invariably discovered and pursued each time. From what they had gathered from a captured human, Leto understood that the number and strength of the merman team had been accurately recorded in the Aurora Society's mission board. For nearly a month, no powerful humans sought them out, leaving them to be hunted by human recruits. We are merely whetstones for the human warriors, Leto finally realized, a bitter, self-mocking smile appearing on its face. There's no going back, no going back. In the next moment, Leto's expression turned frenzied. If they want to use us as whetstones, then they better be ready for the blade to shatter. It caressed the shark's rough skin with its bloodied hand, ignoring the shark's increasingly blood-red eyes and the primal hunger rising from its bloodline. Come on, let's make some trouble. Leto swam to the top of the shark's head and retrieved a blood-red pearl from its professional space. The shark's eyes were immediately filled with crimson, and at Leto's command, its tail flicked slightly, propelling it forward like a cannonball. As the sandy curtain fell, a crowd gathered to watch the spectacle. Initially, they didn't know what had happened and speculated whether someone was unhappy with Fang Xiao and wanted to attack him. After all, Fang Xiao's dominance in 5 dungeon leaderboards, first clears of 3 hell-level dungeons, and a boss kill had left many disgruntled. However, when the curtain dropped, revealing 4 merman corpses, everyone was shocked. The mermen had ambushed Fang Xiao, only to be completely counterkilled by him. Damn, aren't these mermen supposed to be slippery like eels? They wondered, puzzled by how the mermen, who had been fleeing, were now attacking Fang Xiao. Could it be true? Has Fang Xiao's name already spread among the other races? He doesn't care much about the chatter of others. He has already determined that the first attacker was human, not a merman. When an alien is killed, they drop an item called a life box, which contains some, but not all, of the items from their professional space. This is true whether a human kills an alien or vice versa. Currently, the 4 mermen Fang Xiao killed each left a life box, but the first human he killed did not, proving he was indeed human, not a merman. As for why that person betrayed humanity to side with the mermen, Fang Xiao is unsure. However, he can take the body back to Aurora for identification, which might yield unexpected insights from the person's acquaintances. As for the last merman's whereabouts, Fang Xiao has no idea and doesn't plan to dwell on it. The transformation stone was successfully created, and a transformation stone made from the corpse of a merman assassin floated before Fang Xiao. It seemed his luck was good today. He picked up the stone to examine it. This transformation stone was of the merman hunter tribe, of excellent grade. Upon use, it allows the user to transform into a merman hunter tribe member, granting 7 agility and the skills of water concealment and tooth hunt for 10 minutes. The description mentions that this stone embodies the power of the merman hunter tribe, allowing temporary transformation into a merman hunter with their ability to move freely in water and superior hunting skills. Although the attributes seem unremarkable, Fang Xiao was intrigued by the water concealment skill, which he did not yet possess. He was also concerned about whether his name and level would be visible to the merman after transformation. If his level and name were easily detectable from afar, it would make stealth much harder. At the site where the merman assassin disappeared, a pile of equipment lay scattered. Fang Xiao quickly gathered them all. Mermen are a race with human upper bodies and fish lower bodies, and they only carry equipment for the upper body, which humans can also use. After a brief inspection, Fang Xiao found that the merman assassin's equipment was mediocre, with only a dagger and a leather armor being of perfect grade, while the rest were merely rare grade, suggesting he wasn't among the top tier of merman third transitions. Besides the equipment, Fang Xiao discovered a black iron box about the size of a lunchbox, which he recognized as a life box. The life box's special effect is that it contains some items from the slain individual's professional space. Its description states, "Only slaughter is eternal." Fang Xiao put the life box into his professional space, planning to examine its contents later. He then moved to the other 3 merman corpses, applying the transformation stone refinement array before collecting their equipment and life boxes. However, the attempts to create transformation stones from the other 3 mermen all failed. Fang Xiao wasn't bothered, as 1 merman transformation stone for experimentation was sufficient, and having too many wouldn't be useful. Notably, these 4 mermen provided over 20 pieces of equipment. Although the highest grade was only perfect, collectively, they were quite valuable. Killing and looting bring riches, as the saying goes. After gathering his spoils, Fang Xiao called to Rong Rong to continue their journey back to Haiguang City. At Rong Rong's pace, it would likely be evening by the time they returned to Haiguang City. Fang Xiao simply grabbed Rong Rong by the scruff of her neck with one hand, as if carrying a kitten, swiftly navigating through the water with her. Suddenly, Rong Rong sensed something and turned her gaze eastward. "What is it?" Fang Xiao asked, slowing his pace. "I think I've sensed the location of the last boss, the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark." Rong Rong said seriously. "Sensed?" Fang Xiao asked in surprise. "Do you have some sort of sensing skill?" Rong Rong kept her eyes fixed on the east and casually replied, "No, it's my innate ability. I can detect bosses within a certain range." Realizing she had said too much, she quickly added, "Don't tell anyone else." "I won't tell anyone," Fang Xiao assured her with a nod, thinking to himself that it was no wonder Rong Rong had managed to find the Millennium Cold Shell turtle hidden so deep in the ocean canyon. He turned to look in the direction Rong Rong was staring, and indeed, there was a faint shadow in the distance. "Let's get out of here," Rong Rong suggested urgently. Fang Xiao looked at her in confusion. Having finally spotted the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark, why would they run away? The bloodthirsty Emperor Shark is the offspring of the Beast King that the Aurora Guild hunted while expanding into the coastal areas. It was already around when I first arrived in Haiguang City. Every year, the Aurora Guild issues a newbie competition task involving it, but no one has managed to complete the task, and several attempts to hunt it have resulted in heavy losses, Rong Rong explained. Hearing the rumors about the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark, Fang Xiu was filled with curiosity. If the shark was such a formidable boss, why had no adventurers come back to hunt it after growing stronger? The more powerful a boss, the better the loot it drops. Rong Rong continued. It said that slaying the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark is a competition task personally designated by the Aurora King to identify the most exceptional talents. As a result, there's an unwritten rule in the Aurora Guild that prohibits any adventurers who have undergone more than 3 class advancements from hunting it. Fang Xiu accepted this explanation, but the more Rong Rong emphasized the shark's strength, the more he felt compelled to challenge it. If the Aurora King had chosen it as a task for newcomers, it meant it could indeed be defeated by them. In the half-minute during which Fang Xiu and Rong Rong talked, the shadow in the distance gradually became clearer. Fang Xiu could now see it clearly, a large shark, entirely black, likely the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark Rong Rong had mentioned. But what puzzled Fang Xiu was why the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark, like the Millennium Cold Shell Turtle, had remained hidden for so long only to suddenly appear. Soon, a figure on the head of the black shark provided Fang Xiu with an answer. The last merman. Fang Xiu immediately realized that it was coming for him, seeking revenge. As the black shark and the merman drew closer, Fang Xiu could see their levels. Fang Xiu frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The bloodthirsty Emperor Shark was only level 40? This was somewhat different from what he had expected. He recalled the rewards for the newcomer competition task in the Jiguang app. The bloodthirsty Emperor Shark was worth a whopping 100,000 Jiguang points, while the octopus Chiyu, also a boss, was only worth 10,000, and the Millennium Cold Armored Turtle only 20,000. This huge discrepancy made him originally think that the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark was at least a level 50 boss. No wonder there's an unwritten rule within Jiguang prohibiting those who have undergone 3 transformations or more from hunting it. Fang Xiu chuckled lightly, a trace of excitement in his eyes. Since it's coming for me, let's give it a try. He quickly turned around and hurled Rong Rong towards the direction of Haiguang City with all his might. Hey hey! Rong Rong exclaimed with a bewildered look, not yet realizing she had been thrown. Aren't you leaving? Rong Rong cried out in surprise. Fang Xiu didn't look back, his voice firm. The mermen are controlling it. They're coming for me. As he spoke, Fang Xiu was already in motion. He first cast a blade mark on himself, refreshing its duration. Meanwhile, his Star River sword kept swinging, rapidly stacking the living sword style. In the distance, Liao finally spotted Fang Xiu. The sight of his enemy filled him with rage. Tear him apart for me, Liao roared, eager to see the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark shred Fang Xiu to pieces, just as Fang Xiu had brutally slain his kin before. The bloodthirsty Emperor Shark flicked its tail again, suddenly accelerating. Its passage exuded an overwhelming aura, causing all the wild creatures to flee in terror, not daring to approach. Fang Xiu was undeterred, unleashing his wind cut. A cyan light wheel whistled out, aimed directly at the merman atop the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark. Capture the leader first, Fang Xiu thought to himself. However, to Fang Xiu's surprise, the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark opened its massive jaws and bit down on the wind cut, crushing it as easily as a cookie. Although the armor-breaking effect was still applied, the attack was effortlessly blocked, leaving Fang Xiu somewhat frustrated. Not giving up, Fang Xiu immediately launched a more powerful wind cut strike. This time, the cyan light wheel was bigger, faster, and stronger, heading straight for the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark. Once again, the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark opened its mouth full of serrated, densely packed shark teeth and bit down on the wind cut strike. This time, it was like biting into a large pancake. Crack, crack, crack. Even from 100 meters away, Fang Xiu could clearly hear the sound of teeth shattering, like popping candy exploding in his mouth. Although the wind cut strike was bitten into pieces again, this time it did cause damage. The bloodthirsty Emperor Shark turned its head and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with countless broken teeth, yet it didn't slow its advance towards Fang Xiu. More astonishingly, its broken teeth were regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fang Xiu quickly assessed the damage of the wind cut strike. Considering the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark's health and skill cooldown time, he was not entirely satisfied. But this only further proved the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark's strength. Sheathing the Star River sword, the living sword style was fully stacked. Fang Xiu tapped his toes, his figure shooting sideways. With wind cut in his left hand and the 8 wind will shadow array in his right, he swung heavily forward, shouting fiercely, "Kill it for me!" In the water, azure rings of light danced around. Fang Xiu swiftly maneuvered through the depths, pursued closely by a massive, bloodthirsty Emperor Shark. Since mastering long-range attack skills, Fang Xiu's combat style had subtly transformed. He no longer engaged opponents up close right away, but instead opted to create distance first, using long-range attacks to weaken the enemy. Once the opponent closed in, he would then finish them off with his melee abilities. If the enemy couldn't catch up, they would become an easy target. However, this seemingly bulky and cumbersome bloodthirsty Emperor Shark was incredibly fast, gradually closing the gap despite Fang Xiu enhancing his speed with the Flying Blade mark and the full tier of the Living Sword style. It seemed close combat was inevitable. Finally, as the distance between Fang Xiu and the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark shrank to 30 meters, he suddenly turned around, drawing his sword, Xinghe. Instantly, starlight shimmered, and a pale blue sword light traced a brilliant galaxy through the water. Thud! The blade sliced into flesh, and blood quickly spread through the water. Fang Xiu's target wasn't the Emperor Shark, but the merman on its back. The merman stared in terror at the blood seeping from his chest, shocked by Fang Xiu's speed. Watching Fang Xiu's battle through a crystal ball, it was impossible to gauge or appreciate his true speed. By the time the merman realized Fang Xiu had attacked, a deep sword wound had already appeared on his chest. However, this single strike wasn't enough to bring the merman down. Hurriedly, Hunter Fang retrieved a healing potion from his inventory and drank it, then swapped his dagger for a shield. His task was to protect himself and command the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark to devour Fang Xiu. As the Emperor Shark swam forward, it suddenly noticed Fang Xiu had vanished, quickly adjusted its course, and locked onto him again. With a powerful flick of its tail, it lunged to bite. Its terrifying burst of speed left a blur in the water. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance to just 3 meters. Fang Xiu saw the shark's densely packed teeth, enough to make anyone shiver, but he didn't panic. He immediately executed the life stream cross slash. A bright, massive silver-white crescent slash flew past the Emperor Shark's face and struck its gaping maw. Boom! The sword energy collided with the shark's teeth, creating a massive explosion, releasing a surge of energy. The violent impact propelled Fang Xiu backward, and using the recoil, he quickly retreated, trying to increase the distance. However, the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark, along with the smoke from the explosion, swallowed it all and continued to chase Fang Xiu at an astonishing speed. Transform demonic iron guardian clang. The shark's teeth finally caught Fang Xiu, but the sound was like metal clashing, as if biting into steel. Fortunately, Fang Xiu managed to avoid his head being bitten at the last moment, with the shark only catching his left shoulder. A blood-red number immediately appeared above Fang Xiu's head, shocking him with the damage he received. Even the highest level boss he had faced so far, the Sword Soul of the Breaker of Flowing Clouds, had only dealt less than 250 damage to him. He hadn't expected the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark's attack would be significantly more powerful, catching him completely off guard. During the battle with the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle, Fang Xiu's blood shield had reached its limit. Despite his shoulder being nearly shattered by the bite of the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark, he remained calm. The shark's sharp teeth were embedded deeply into his shoulder, and it kept exerting force, seemingly trying to tear him in half. Over Fang Xiu's head, damage numbers climbed rapidly, signaling imminent danger. In this critical moment, Fang Xiu quickly reached into his professional space and used the absolute defense scroll he had just acquired. With his other hand, he gathered the wind slash and struck fiercely at the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark's head. The blade cut into flesh, blood sprayed everywhere, and the shark's blood gushed out like a fountain. However, it still refused to let go, shaking its head even more vigorously, determined to tear Fang Xiu apart. As the merman prepared to attack, Fang Xiu unhesitatingly unleashed Dragon Roar. The deafening roar echoed across the sea area. Although he did not transform into the Ragewind Whelp, the Wind Dragon Ring skill of the Runic Iron Guardian still had a powerful effect. The merman was stunned instantly, and the shark's grip loosened slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Xiu quickly pulled his shoulder back, switched his profession to Primal Apprentice, and transformed into the Star Sword Kingfish's semi-human form. His left hand became a long sword, crossing with the galaxy in his right, and he slashed down forcefully. The surrounding starlight condensed and compressed instantly, unleashing a brilliant starry cross slash. Although the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark realized the threat, it was too late to evade, and it took the hit heed. With a loud bang, the shark was blasted over 10 meters away, a red damage number of 10,000 floating above its head. As a Primal Apprentice's ultimate skill, the Star Sword Kingfish's exclusive skill had a staggering effect. Fang Xiu's attack power, enhanced by armor penetration and weak point piercing, dealt massive damage. But the attack wasn't over. Fang Xiu switched professions again, preparing to unleash the life flow, bloodburst slash to continue the fight against this fierce enemy. Fang Xiu's attack once again proved that without the protection of the shark teeth, he could inflict significant damage on the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark. With just one bite, Fang Xiu not only fully replenished his lost health, but also restored his shattered blood shield to perfection. He looked up at the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark charging at him again. noticing its health had dropped to 38,514 out of 70,000. Victory was within reach. Without hesitation, he unleashed a swift combo, Wind Slash. 8 Wind Wheel Shadow Formation. After releasing the wind blades, he raised his crystalline left hand, stirring the starlight. Instantly, a star map appeared on the sea surface. Star King's Sword. Feng Xiu extended his hand forward, and a dazzling sword of starlight, 100 meters long, formed and shot straight for the gaping maw of the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark, as if to pierce it through like a skewer through a grilled fish. Crimson numbers floated above the shark's head. Seeing the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark's health about to drop below 20,000, its eyes suddenly cleared from their bloodthirsty haze. With a sudden burst of strength, it bit down hard, shattering the Star King's sword lodged in its mouth. With a sound like shattering glass, the 100-meter-long sword began to break from the tip, spreading towards Feng Xiu. He remained unfazed, knowing the Star King's sword had already dealt its intended damage. The remaining health could be chipped away with smaller skills. Watching as his skills' cooldowns ended, Feng Xiu raised his hand to gather a wind slash. However, to Feng Xiu's surprise, after shattering the Star King's sword, the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark did not immediately charge at him. Instead, it turned towards the distant professionals drawn by the grand spectacle of the star map and dragon roars. With a flick of its tail like a whip cracking the air, it shot forward with such speed that it seemed like a torpedo. The professionals quickly turned to flee. Although two braver ones filmed the battle between Feng Xiu and the shark with underwater cameras as they ran, none could outrun the shark, not even Feng Xiu with all his buffs, let alone those merely using underwater breathing potions. The bloodthirsty Emperor Shark descended upon the group of professionals like a tiger among sheep, devouring them one by one. The two filming professionals were the first to be swallowed. Feng Xiu thought to himself that their perspective could have made for a scene in a great white shark movie, if shown in a previous life. In less than 10 seconds, the area where the shark attacked turned into a sea of blood, with the surviving professionals fleeing in terror, unwilling to stay a moment longer. It was a gruesome scene, befitting the shark's bloody reputation. Feng Xiu felt indifferent to the strangers' deaths. Just as they hunted bosses, bosses would hunt humans. However, what he couldn't accept was that after the shark devoured a person, its health began to rapidly recover. 420,640,330. Damn, does it have a life-stealing ability too? Feng Xiu couldn't help but curse. It hadn't shown this ability when attacking him earlier. From what I've seen, its lifesteal efficiency is incredibly high. Absorbing energy from just one magic user can restore 330 health points, and a second-tier mage's maximum health is only about 330, right? A 100 attack lifesteal? No way, I can't let it eat anymore. Seeing the bloodthirsty shark's health recover to 25,000, Feng Xiu immediately charged towards it. He unleashed Wind Slash, followed by the 8 Wind Wheel Shadow Formation. The bloodthirsty shark, sensing Feng Xiu's attack, twisted its tail and darted away, heading towards the fleeing adventurers. It didn't get far before passing through a coral area. Some wild creatures had already fled upon sensing the commotion between Feng Xiu and the bloodthirsty shark, but others simply hid. For example, a group of level 20 rainbow fish hid beneath the coral. The passing bloodthirsty shark spotted them instantly, crashed through the coral, and devoured them whole. Instantly, a green number appeared, 8420. If this were a movie, this scene would be quite satisfying. But for Feng Xiu, seeing the bloodthirsty shark regain over 8,000 health points, it was infuriating. This is too unfair. Even my life spirit sword isn't this overpowered. The bloodthirsty shark paid no mind to Feng Xiu's protests, focused solely on eating. It swam swiftly through the coral area, not sparing any life-replenishing creature. I eat, 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 eat. Feng Xiu realized Wind Slash wasn't doing much damage, so he switched tactics, using it to scare the other creatures in the coral area into fleeing. Even so, in just 2 minutes, the bloodthirsty shark's health had already recovered to 50,000. Looking up at Feng Xiu, who was still relentlessly attacking, the bloodthirsty shark's eyes gleamed with ferocity. It flicked its tail, launching its body towards Feng Xiu again. This time, Feng Xiu had to retreat. When the bloodthirsty shark had 20,000 health, its abilities were weakened, and Feng Xiu could have slowly worn it down with small skills. However, now its health was back to 50,000, and it was nearly back to peak condition. Meanwhile, Feng Xiu's Star King's Sword, Primal Liberation, and Life Stream, Bloodburst Slash were on cooldown. He needed a way to quickly deplete its health. Feng Xiu regretted using his ultimate moves too soon. If he had saved Meteor Blast Slash and Star King's Sword for when the bloodthirsty shark was down to 20,000 health, things might have been different. But who could have predicted the bloodthirsty shark's terrifying lifesteal ability? Not even the monster encyclopedia in the Aurora app mentioned it. Ultimately, there was too little battle data on the bloodthirsty shark. Regret was useless now. Feng Xiu needed to figure out how to kill it. Without the means to inflict severe wounds or reduce its life-stealing ability, He had to find a place where it couldn't replenish its health from other creatures. Suddenly, a location name popped into Feng Xiu's mind. He immediately cast a blade mark on himself and used Star Sword Rush to speed towards a specific direction. The bloodthirsty shark followed closely, keeping its eyes locked on Feng Xiu. Haiguang City. It was another peaceful day. Yang Guang, as usual, sat leisurely on the balcony, sipping tea and enjoying the scenery. Just as he set down his teacup, a frantic shout came from behind him. Uncle, something's wrong. Yang Guang's heart skipped a beat, thinking he shouldn't have spoken of peace, and turned around to see Li Bo, the apprentice of Fang Tianheng, and Rong Rong, the daughter of the neighboring Rong Ji restaurant owner, looking alarmed. What happened? Yang Guang asked. The bloodthirsty emperor shark is on a killing spree. Li Bo shouted. Why don't you just post a notice on the forum, telling the kids to stay away? Yang Guang replied casually. Every year, many people try to challenge the bloodthirsty emperor shark due to rookie competitive missions, and he was used to it. However, Rong Rong said, Fang Xiu is fighting it. Li Bo explained. Uncle, Fang Xiu is the strongest genius in our Haiguang City branch this year. He topped 5 nightmare-level dungeons and was the first to clear 3 hell-level dungeons. Yang Guang was familiar with this. Fang Xiu was a genius brought by He Chun, whom he had discussed with Hong Yu recently. Is he being chased by the bloodthirsty emperor shark? Yang Guang asked. No, he went to face it on his own, Rong Rong replied softly. Do you think I still need to go save him? Yang Guang sighed, thinking to himself that Fang Xiu was likely already digested by the bloodthirsty emperor shark, perhaps even expelled. What a pity, a top-notch genius. Li Bo and Rong Rong exchanged silent glances, both inwardly lamenting. Just as Rong Rong was about to leave, her phone rang. Seeing it was Fang Xiu calling, she quickly answered. Fang Xiu, are you okay? Are you safe? Yang Guang and Li Bo immediately focused on her expression. Rong Rong nodded energetically. Yes, okay, I understand. After hanging up, Li Bo hurriedly asked, Is Fang Xiu alright? He's fine, but he's leading the bloodthirsty emperor shark towards Swordstar Bay with some plan in mind. He called me to help evacuate the professionals around Swordstar Bay. Rong Rong replied, her gaze turning to Yang Guang. As an ordinary professional, Rong Rong found it challenging to evacuate the professionals at the dungeon entrance. But if Yang Guang, the vice president of Haiguang City's Aurora Guild, stepped in, it would be much easier. Deploy the city gate guards. Say it's my order. Yang Guang tossed a token to Rong Rong. Thank you, vice president. Rong Rong hurried off to carry out the task, with Li Bo following closely. Yang Guang picked up his teacup, gazing towards Swordstar Bay. A second transition professional who could survive under the bloodthirsty emperor shark's attack for 20 minutes was more of a genius than he had imagined. After all, even He Chun had only managed to escape from the bloodthirsty emperor shark's pursuit. Lin, Yang Guang called softly. From the shadows in the corner of the balcony, a black cloak materialized. Go to Swordstar Bay and bring Fang Xiu back if necessary, Yang Guang instructed. The black cloak vanished into the shadows upon receiving the order. Near Swordstar Bay, Fang Xiu had already been entangled with the bloodthirsty emperor shark for quite some time. To evade the relentless pursuit of the bloodthirsty emperor shark, Fang Xiu had to frequently use teleportation and Star Sword charge for bursts of speed, barely managing to widen the distance between them. He was surprised to find that the once blood-red eyes of the shark now gleamed with cunning. It no longer recklessly crushed the wind cutter, but instead began to deftly dodge his attacks. While running and attacking, Fang Xiu realized that his strikes barely inflicted any real damage on the bloodthirsty emperor shark. As for the poor merperson, they had remained unconscious since being stunned by Fang Xiu's dragon roar. This wasn't due to the roar's sheer power, but rather the shark's rapid dodging and vigorous swimming, which caused the merperson to flop around on its back like a ragdoll, likely leaving their brain thoroughly scrambled. Familiar terrain appeared in the distance, and Fang Xiu was filled with joy. Swordstar Bay, this was the carefully chosen graveyard for the bloodthirsty emperor shark. Only here could he gather all the necessary elements to defeat the creature. During a brief moment of respite, Fang Xiu called Rong Rong, asking her to clear the professional players around Swordstar Bay to prevent them from becoming bloodbags for the shark. When he saw the entrance to the instance devoid of people, with only a few Swordstar fish leisurely swimming, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Rong Rong had fulfilled his request. Fang Xiu quickly drew Xinghe from his waist and issued a command. All Swordstar fish and swordfish, heed my call. Drive all surrounding creatures away from Swordstar Bay immediately. As a lordly artifact, Xinghe granted Fang Xiu the authority to command the Swordstar fish race. Although he couldn't understand their language, these aquatic spirits could fully comprehend and execute his orders. With the order given, Swordstar Bay erupted into action. Thousands of Swordstar fish and swordfish formed a massive procession, unleashing their skills and darting away like arrows, disappearing from Fang Xiu's sight in an instant. In the next moment, Fang Xiu plunged into Swordstar Bay like a drawn sword. The usually bustling bay now felt eerily quiet, like an abandoned city. The bloodthirsty Emperor Shark followed closely, but as it entered the bay, it sensed something amiss. The human had stopped, his eyes glinting with a familiar look, the gaze of a hunter eyeing its prey. Fang Xiu floated calmly in the water, attuning himself to the unique undercurrents of Swordstar Bay. There was another crucial reason for choosing this location. It harbored the ultimate move that could clear the instance in one strike. Wind Cutter, Fang Xiu muttered, as a massive azure light wheel materialized in his hand. This was not a highly concentrated wind wheel, but a large, ordinary one. Drawing on past experiences from grinding in Swordstar Bay, he instantly grasped the rhythm of the bay's undercurrents. In an instant, the wind wheel synchronized perfectly with the currents, and a colossal azure waterspout erupted from the bay's depths. Fang Xiu gently pushed it toward the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark. Come on, taste the ultimate move I've crafted using the terrain hurricane waterspout. Fang Xiu's voice was filled with confidence and anticipation, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. It started as an ordinary underwater tornado. The bloodthirsty Emperor Shark didn't pay much attention to it, as the attack seemed less powerful than the wind-cut Fang Xiu had previously unleashed. However, within seconds, the water tornado rapidly expanded, emitting a terrifying suction force. Realizing the danger, the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark attempted to escape. But Fang Xiu had anticipated this move. After launching the hurricane water tornado, he quickly swam to the shark's side. When he saw the shark trying to flee, he countered with the life stream. Cross slash. The sharp, white crescent slash forced the escaping shark back with unmatched sharpness. Yet, this still wasn't enough. The bloodthirsty Emperor Shark, using its immense physical strength, withstood the cross slash and stabilized itself against the suction of the hurricane water tornado, continuing its attempt to swim away. Trying to escape again? I have plenty more of these life stream cross slash techniques. Fang Xiu swiftly executed the wind cut slash, sending a massive, millstone-sized green light wheel forward, growing larger as it gained speed. This attack was something the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark couldn't withstand heat in. It tried to dodge, but the exponentially increasing suction force pulled it into the hurricane water tornado, just like the Swordstar fish Fang Xiu had seen in the dungeon, leaving it with no escape. Fang Xiu quickly used Instant Star Sword Charge to distance himself. From the moment he launched the hurricane water tornado, control was no longer in his hands, as it was a completely indiscriminate attack. Reaching the edge of Swordstar Bay, Fang Xiu gazed from afar. He remembered that the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark's health was at 47,248 when it was sucked into the tornado. The power of the hurricane water tornado was hard to calculate, but in the dungeon, even the hell difficulty boss, the Star Swordfish, was defeated in one blow. Judging by its performance, the tornado's power far exceeded the Star King Fish's ultimate move, the Meteor Burst Slash. Taking down a bloodthirsty Emperor Shark with less than 50,000 health should be no problem, right? In Swordstar Bay, the hurricane water tornado grew visibly larger, occupying the entire bay within seconds. If someone were to look from Xiguang City towards Swordstar Bay at that moment, they would witness this magnificent underwater tornado connecting the seabed to the surface, instantly filling the entire bay to its limit. Then boom! The terrifying underwater tornado, unable to contain the ever-increasing power, exploded from its center. The violent hurricane spread in all directions, with a force seemingly capable of tearing everything apart. The ground within tens of kilometers trembled as the massive water tornado exploded, resembling a powerful underwater earthquake. People walking in Xiguang City looked up, sensing the source of the tremor. Although underwater earthquakes were common, such a violent tremor was unprecedented for Xiguang City. As a witness to the hurricane water tornado's explosion, Fang Xiu felt grateful that he was far enough away. The real-world explosion of the hurricane water tornado far exceeded its depiction in the dungeon, likely due to the undercurrents in Swordstar Bay. In the replica of Swordstar Bay, it seemed like a tranquil undercurrent from a certain era, calm and unmoving, far less fierce than the real undercurrent. Under the stronger undercurrent, the hurricane waterspout that formed became even more powerful. Such a terrifying force descended, nearly flattening the terrain around Swordstar Bay, scattering countless rocks and seaweed in all directions. If caught nearby, a person would vanish in an instant. However, there was a problem. Despite this, Fang Xiu did not receive any notification that the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark had been slain, only a message about a merman being killed. Was the shark still alive? As the storm gradually subsided, Fang Xiu hurriedly swam over Swordstar Bay to investigate. At this point, Swordstar Bay had been swept clean by the hurricane waterspout, with the sand and stones on the ground carried away, making the ground appear several meters lower. The bloodthirsty Emperor Shark was still alive, lying on the ground like a dead fish, its fins and tail eroded by the storm. Its mouth opened and closed weakly, its health showing 151470000 on the brink of death. Although the hurricane waterspout didn't instantly kill the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark, it was close. To avoid prolonged trouble, Feng Xiu immediately gathered a wind blade to end the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark's evil life. However, as if sensing Feng Xiu's actions, the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark suddenly revived from the ground. Under Feng Xiu's astonished gaze, it regrew its eroded tail and fins at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. Even more shocking was the rapid recovery of the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark's health, increasing by 10,000 points at a time until it stopped at 40,000. What the heck? Still has a trump card? Feng Xiu felt a wave of numbness. Was this really a monster that newcomers could defeat? Was the person who issued this task for newcomers at the Aurora Guild out of their mind? Feng Xiu suddenly recalled an unwritten rule in the Aurora Guild that players who haven't reached the third transformation can hunt the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark. If he were at the third transformation, with all 4 professions completed, his strength would be dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than now, making killing the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark as easy as slaughtering pigs and dogs. Then it's fine, find my foot. He was anxious. The problem was that he was only at the second transformation. In the distance, the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark looked at Feng Xiu, a hint of mockery flashing in its eyes, as if taunting him. Didn't expect this, did you? I still have a trump card. Even if you use all your means, you still can't kill me. And now, I'm going to eat you. The bloodthirsty Emperor Shark opened its mouth wide towards Feng Xiu, and an inexplicable suction came, as if something was pulling Feng Xiu's body, in particular, the blood in his body. Countless blood began seeping out through the tiny pores on Feng Xiu's skin, and damage numbers started popping up above his head, each one increasing. The blood shield remained intact, but his health was decreasing, clearly an attack that ignored defense. Phew, I didn't want to use this move, but there's no choice. I'll have to ask Rong to help me get a few keys for the hell-level instance of Swordstar Bay, and do it again later. Feng Xiu took a deep breath and switched his profession to Primal Apprentice. You're not the only one with a trump card. I have one too. He used the Transformation Stone Star Sword Kingfish on the Combat Transformation device, activating the skill Primal Majesty. Transform. 7-star Sword Emperor Fish Semi-Human Form. A pure white light burst from the transformation device, enveloping Feng Xiu completely. Amidst this dazzling light, 7 stars shone with exceptional brightness. When the light faded, Feng Xiu stood in the water, his eyes sparkling like celestial stars, exuding an intense and pure star power. His presence was sharp as a sword, creating a formidable sense of pressure. Although his outward appearance changed little, he seemed to be cloaked in a faint starlight, adding to his aura of mystery. The true transformation lay in his left hand, where 7 colorful gemstones were embedded in his crystalline arm, each radiating bright light. Feng Xiu glanced at the status bar to check the additional boosts from his transformation. Originally, the Transformation Stone Star Sword Kingfish was of epic level. With this upgrade, it should have reached legendary level. The legendary Transformation Stone, enhanced by the core of the primitive apprentice profession and the skill Primal Power, provided an additional 100 attribute boost, resulting in a massive increase of 150 points in his attributes. A surge of power coursed through Feng Xiu's entire being. He then cast his gaze towards the distant Blood Emperor Shark, which was startled by the sudden surge in his aura. Kill. Feng Xiu leaned forward slightly, extending his left hand and unleashing 7-star Annihilation. This was an upgraded version of the skill Star Sword Charge. His figure instantly transformed into a stream of starlight, flickering rapidly in midair. Each flicker slightly enhanced his power. By the 7th flicker, he was already in front of the Blood Emperor Shark. His left hand, embedded with 7 dazzling starlights, turned into a 7-star sword, descending with pure star power and sharp sword energy. Swish! The sword cleaved through, splitting the Blood Emperor Shark's gaping mouth right down the middle with such speed that there was no resistance felt. Overwhelmed by pain, the Blood Emperor Shark's expression shifted from shock to terror. Ignoring the wound, it turned and fled. Although it had a trump card to instantly recover 40,000 health points, it could only be used once in a short time. Faced with Feng Xiu's terrifying newfound strength, the Blood Emperor Shark was utterly intimidated. As a descendant of the Beast King, a natural shark sovereign, it couldn't afford to die here. Scared out of its wits, Feng Xiu sneered internally as he watched the Blood Emperor Shark desperately flee. Running was futile. Now my speed surpasses yours by far. Feng Xiu leaped slightly, slashing forward with his right hand. Instantly, splat! Blood splattered in the water as a rift opened beside the Blood Emperor Shark from the starlit strike. The excruciating pain drove the Blood Emperor Shark to flee even more frantically, only to be met by Feng Xiu, who appeared out of nowhere in its escape path. Living Stream, cross/. 2 sword lights, like crescent moons in a cool night, crossed in an X over the Blood Emperor Shark's face, causing its health to plummet once again. Severely wounded from consecutive attacks, it was in a blind panic, thrashing its bleeding head as it dove towards the depths of Swordstar Bay. Feng Xiu hovered in midair, not pursuing. It's about time to try a big move. After ending the transformation, the effects of the Primal Prestige upgrade and the Star Sword Kingfish transformation stone would vanish. Feng Xiu raised his left hand, silently lamenting that the next opportunity to experience the power of the legendary transformation stone was far off. In an instant, the area around Swordstar Bay was plunged into darkness. In the blink of an eye, countless stars appeared in the sky, and the magnificent Milky Way seemed to flow on the water's surface. Among them, 7 stars shone particularly bright, representing the upgraded version of the 7-star Sword Emperor Fish Transformation Stone's strongest skill, the Sword of the Star King's 7-star Judgment. As Feng Xiu swung his left hand down, the 7 stars transformed into enormous swords of light, descending precisely upon the Blood Emperor shark on the ground. A series of thunderous booms ensued as the 7 swords pierced the earth, resembling a cluster of explosive, sword-shaped crystal stones, both beautiful and deadly. As 7 damage numbers appeared, a system notification followed. Killed Blood Emperor Shark LV40 boss, gained 301778 experience. Feng Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, having finally slain the ever-surprising Blood Emperor Shark. Although the 7-star Judgment wasn't particularly powerful in one strike, its speed and 7 locked-on attacks made it formidable. Even without hitting a weak spot, it dealt over 30,000 damage. Feng Xiu couldn't help but regret that if all strikes had hit weak spots, the fully healthy Blood Emperor Shark might have been instantly killed. Unfortunately, such a powerful legendary transformation could only be used once. Eager to inspect his loot, Feng Xiu propelled himself toward the Blood Emperor Shark. As he landed at the lowest point of Swordstar Bay, the 7 giant swords of light dissolved into starlight, revealing the shark's remains, now a mass of shredded flesh, barely recognizable as a shark. Feng Xiu curiously picked up a piece of the shark's flesh, noticing scorch marks on the surface and sharp shark teeth embedded within. The remains resembled red cement mixed with sand and stone, completely unappetizing. Remembering the shopkeeper Rung's advice that consuming the same level boss multiple times greatly diminished attribute boosting effects, Feng Xiu decided to attempt creating a transformation stone. An array for refining the dark purple transformation stone appeared on the shattered ground, crushing the shark's flesh and sharp teeth into powder. A minute later, Feng Xiu received a notification. Transformation stone creation successful. Upgrade effect triggered. Obtain Blood Emperor Shark Transformation Stone. Feng Xiu held a transformation stone imbued with the power of the Blood Emperor Shark, feeling a surge of excitement. This legendary transformation stone, once used, would allow him to transform into the Blood Emperor Shark, boosting his strength by 40, agility by 25, and constitution by 20. Additionally, he would gain powerful skills such as Iron Tooth Tear, Blood Devour, Blood Bite, and Blood Return, lasting for up to 30 minutes. Feng Xiu eagerly imagined himself becoming the Blood Sea Emperor, the ruler of the endless seas and the master of blood sharks, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Blood! Awesome!" He initially thought that successfully creating a transformation stone was already quite fortunate, but he was unexpectedly lucky enough to trigger a rare upgrade, turning what should have been an epic-level stone into a legendary one. Overjoyed, Feng Xiu didn't bother with the transformation of the 7-star Sword King Fish and immediately embedded the Blood Emperor Shark Stone into his combat transformation device. Transform, Blood Emperor Shark, semi-human form. With his command, a beam of white light shot from the device, enveloping him. As the white glow faded, Feng Xiu's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. His height soared from 1.85 meters to over 2 meters, and his body became robust and powerful, with strong limbs, especially his hands, which seemed ready to grow sharp shark teeth at any moment. A cross-shaped scar appeared on his handsome face, adding a dangerous and dominant aura rather than detracting from his looks. His hair was thicker than before, with bangs nearly covering his eyes, and his deep, dark eyes showed a hint of blood red, suggesting hidden depths of cruelty and terror. Upon opening his mouth, he noticed his teeth had become serrated like a shark's, and a black shark tail had emerged, a feature used for swimming acceleration. This was Feng Xiu's first experience of having a tail in his semi-human form, something even the semi-human form of the furious wind dragon hadn't included. Anyone who saw Feng Xiu at this moment would undoubtedly feel a wild and dangerous pressure emanating from him. He checked his transformed state, and found his strength had increased to 80, agility to 60, and constitution to 30. The Blood Emperor Shark transformation was clearly more suited to melee strength-based classes. Feng Xiu pondered that the transformation stone of the Star Sword King Fish also deserved careful consideration, not primarily for its agility boost, but because its attack skills could enhance the sword techniques of the Sword of Life. If he could obtain the 7-star Sword King Fish transformation stone, he wouldn't hesitate. He speculated boldly that it wasn't impossible, just a matter of low probability. The only way was to upgrade by defeating the Star Swordfish in the Swordstar Bay dungeon at Hell difficulty to directly obtain the Star Sword King Fish Transformation Stone. then combined 10 of these to create the 7-star Sword King Fish Stone. However, given the upgrade probability, it would take at least 100 keys for the hell-level dungeon of Swordstar Bay to make it happen. 100 keys? Forget it, I'll just stick with the Star Sword King Fish Transformation Stone for now, Feng Xiu decided internally. Feng Xiu pulled his scattered thoughts back to reality and opened the panel to check the skills attached to the Transformation Stone, Blood Emperor Shark. First was Iron Jaw Tear, a skill that allowed him to tear targets apart with sharp shark teeth, with an added effect of breaking through magic defenses. Then there was Blood Feast, a passive skill that enabled Feng Xiu to restore health equivalent to the target's maximum health when he killed a target in close combat. Another skill, Blood Bite, could draw blood from all target units within a certain range, dealing damage that ignored defenses and restoring his health accordingly. Lastly, Blood Return allowed any excess life gained from blood absorption to be stored when his health reached its maximum. This stored life could be used to heal himself during skill activation, even regenerating lost limbs, with a cooldown of 1 hour. The maximum stored life was his level multiplied by 2000. Royal Offspring was a passive skill that provided a 50 boost to all attributes. However, when facing any shark-type enemies below the royal rank, all attributes would decrease by 50. These skills were undeniably powerful. Feng Xiu initially thought Iron Jaw Tear could be troublesome since he wasn't a beast and wouldn't attack with his mouth. But he soon realized his hands could grow shark teeth, allowing him to tear opponents apart with his hands instead of relying on his mouth. He thought wielding the wind blade to slice opponents in half was already gruesome, but tearing them apart was even more so. The second skill, Blood Feast, clarified Feng Xiu's confusion about why the Blood Shark Emperor didn't regain health when attacking him, but did when attacking others. It turned out he had to kill the opponent to absorb blood, and the absorption efficiency was incredibly high, nearly 100. Blood Bite was a skill previously used by the Blood Shark Emperor, capable of ignoring defenses and directly extracting blood from opponents' bodies, affecting a wide area. As for Blood Return, it was evidently the Blood Shark Emperor's trump card, allowing storage of health and regeneration of lost limbs. Feng Xiu noted that the Blood Shark Emperor only restored 40,000 health, indicating its recovery rate wasn't as high as that of the Blood Emperor Shark. The final skill surprised Feng Xiu, directly boosting all attributes by 50. However, upon reviewing his status, he found that this 50 increase only applied to his initial attributes and those gained through level ups. As a level 35-star apprentice, Feng Xiu's base attributes were Strength 44, Agility 44, Constitution 43, and Spirit 43. With the Royal Offspring enhancement, these attributes increased to Strength 66, Agility 66, Constitution 64, and Spirit 64, totaling an 86-point increase. This boost would grow stronger as his class rank increased, making it incredibly powerful. Feng Xiu began to consider whether he should choose a strength-oriented profession to pair with the Blood Emperor Shark Transformation Stone. After defeating the Blood Shark Emperor, his Aurora points had reached over 200,000, enough to exchange for a 4-star epic skill. Now, Feng Xiu decided to inventory his spoils and turned his attention to the loot left by the Blood Shark Emperor. The bloodthirsty Emperor Shark dropped 3 items, a pair of black sharkskin gloves, a shark flag with a black base and red design, and a skill book. The gloves, named Blood Shark Bite, are of epic quality, with attributes including 200 attack, 10 agility, 25 strength, 10 constitution, 20 defense, and 5 attack lifesteal. This equipment is a 3rd-tier durability item, with a durability of 600,600, made from the sharkskin of the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark. It forgoes flashy additional skills to focus on attributes and comfort. Wearing it feels like wearing nothing at all, but underestimating it would be a mistake. This is a 3rd-tier epic weapon, suitable for classes like grapplers and martial artists. However, Feng Xiu is not skilled in these professions and doesn't plan to learn them, so this equipment might only be sold to the Aurora Guild. Next, Feng Xiu noticed the Blood Shark's Charge Flag, a special item. When planted in the ground, it creates an aura effect within a kilometer radius, granting all allies a 10 attack and 5 attack lifesteal. The Charge Flag of the Blood Shark clan symbolizes power. When placed, there are only 2 outcomes. Either the Blood Shark clan is annihilated, or their enemies are slaughtered. Feng Xiu's eyes gleamed. While this boost doesn't mean much to him personally, in large-scale battles, it's an extremely important item, especially with the powerful attributes of attack and lifesteal. It might be exchanged for a legendary piece of equipment, and Feng Xiu considered that the Aurora Guild seemed to specialize in acquiring such area effect buff items. Finally, Feng Xiu examined the skill book Blood Siphon, a 4-star skill book of epic quality, requiring a 3rd-tier user. It allows the user to siphon the life force of defeated enemies to replenish their own, a powerful secret technique. Feng Xiu was intrigued. He had just been thinking about acquiring a 4-star epic skill, and unexpectedly, he had obtained this book. From the description, It seems like a weaker version of Blood Devour, a skill of the Blood Emperor Shark. Since he already possesses the transformation stone of the Blood Emperor Shark, Blood Siphon is unnecessary for him, and he plans to trade it for a skill book he truly needs. After inventorying the 3 spoils, Feng Xiu couldn't help but feel that although the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark was difficult to kill, the rewards were substantial: an epic weapon, an epic skill, and a flag that could potentially be traded for legendary equipment. The profit from killing 1 bloodthirsty Emperor Shark far exceeds that of 5 Millennium Frost Armor Turtles. With a light tap of his toes, he leaped into the air, swiftly heading towards Haiguang City. In his semi-human form as the Blood Emperor Shark, Feng Xiu's speed was faster than when he transformed into the Sword Kingfish, especially with the additional tail that, with a gentle flick, propelled him forward like a cannonball. The distance between Haiguang City and Swordstar Bay was only 3 kilometers, and with a burst of effort, Feng Xiu arrived at Haiguang City. At the city gate, a group of soldiers stood in formation, preventing adventurers from coming out. Feng Xiu landed in front of the gates of Haiguang City and was surprised to see Rong Rong and Li Bo leading soldiers to intercept adventurers heading to Jinqing Bay. He quickly reverted from his transformation and walked into the city under the curious gazes of the onlookers. As soon as Rong Rong and Li Bo saw Feng Xiu, they hurried over. Li Bo couldn't wait to ask, "Feng Xiu, my friend, did you take down the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark?" The surrounding adventurers perked up their ears, holding their breath in anticipation. Feng Xiu replied succinctly, "Yes, I killed it." He then turned to Rong Rong and said, "Let's head to the headquarters. I'll share the Aurora points from the mission with you." His words exploded like a bomb among the crowd, eliciting gasps and murmurs of disbelief. Killing the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark solo? This implied that Feng Xiu might be the most gifted talent since the founding of Haiguang City. Ignoring the commotion around him, Feng Xiu made his way straight to the headquarters. Rong Rong and Li Bo followed closely, along with a large group of curious adventurers eager to witness the confirmation of this astonishing news at the Aurora Guild headquarters. A winding line of people formed from the city gate to the headquarters. Passers-by turned their heads, speculating about the significant event unfolding at the Aurora Guild. Feng Xiu entered the headquarters lobby, where Sister Hong was leaning against the counter with a welcoming smile. Feng Xiu approached the staff behind the counter and said, "Hello, I'm here to submit a mission." "Which mission would you like to submit?" the staff member inquired politely. "The newcomer competition mission, involving the slaying of the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle, the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark, and 5 other races," Feng Xiu replied, once again causing a stir among the crowd behind him. The staff member smiled and said, "All right, I'll transfer the rewards to your app account right away. Please check it." Feng Xiu was a bit surprised. No verification needed? The frontline staff have already reported it. "You indeed single-handedly defeated the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle, the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark, and 5 other races," the staff member explained patiently. The adventurers behind him exclaimed in shock, "Whoa, solo kills. Both bosses taken down solo. By the way, is Feng Xiu still accepting followers?" Feng Xiu glanced back, and the entire lobby fell silent. He turned back to the staff and said, "Please allocate 6,000 Aurora points from the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle to Rong Rong. She was in my team for that kill." Feng Xiu had a balance of 242,000 Aurora points, enough for 2 entries into the Sword Soul tomb. However, he wasn't in a hurry to enter the tomb just yet. He decided to set aside 100,000 Aurora points to prepare for his 3rd-tier equipment. At that moment, a young man with glasses and a scholarly appearance entered the room, introducing himself. "Hello, Mr. Feng Xiu. I'm He Zuching, the manager of the Aurora Guild's procurement department. I heard you have some items you wish to sell." After completing his mission, Feng Xiu expressed his intention to sell equipment and items to Sister Hong, who personally brought him to the Aurora Guild's procurement department and had He Zuching handle the transaction. For the procurement department manager to personally attend to someone, it must involve epic-level equipment or skills. Otherwise, the manager of the Aurora Guild's Haiguang City branch wouldn't easily meet with just anyone. "What are the purchase standards of the Aurora Guild?" Feng Xiu inquired. He Zuching handed him a list, which Feng Xiu examined carefully. It clearly outlined the purchasing standards. 1st-tier epic equipment is worth 5,000 Aurora points, 2nd tier is 7,000, 3rd tier is 12,000, and 4th tier is 50,000. Weapon prices increase by 20, and jewelry prices by 50. For skill books, the base price is multiplied by 5, while special items and legendary equipment are appraised on site. Selling 10 or more pieces of equipment at once increases the price by 5. Feng Xiu noticed that the Aurora Guild's purchase prices were higher than he expected. In the Aurora Guild's app store, the lowest price for 2nd-tier epic equipment was 8,000, and for 3rd-tier epic equipment, it was 12,000. The price difference was acceptable. After thinking for a moment, Feng Xiu retrieved the equipment and skills he intended to sell from his professional space. Although he had a lot of epic-level equipment and special items, not much was available for sale. He took out a Cold Armor Turtle shield from the Millennium Cold Armor Turtle, a skill book, Blood Draining Technique, from the Bloody Emperor Shark, and the Blood Shark's Charge banner. He had another item, a Blood Shark Bite, but decided to keep it for now, as it was a third-tier piece, and he wanted to wait until he confirmed his fourth profession for the third tier. The Cold Armor Turtle Shield, a defensive piece calculated as a weapon, was worth 14,400 Aurora points with the 20 increase. Blood Draining Technique, a third-tier epic skill, was worth 60,000 Aurora points, and the Blood Shark's Charge banner was indeed a valuable item. Hierophant glanced at Feng Xiu and said, "Since you were referred by Sister Hong, I'll give you a good deal, 220,000 Aurora points." Feng Xiu raised an eyebrow. 220,000 Aurora points? That was nearly half of his current savings. It seemed he had underestimated the value of area-enhancing items. Deal. Feng Xiu agreed without hesitation. Until he found other platforms to buy or trade epic-level items, Aurora points from the Aurora Guild were his only useful currency. The total value of the three items was 294,400 Aurora points, but Hierophant suddenly said, "I'll round it off for you, 300,000 Aurora points." Feng Xiu was taken aback. After earning 300,000 Aurora points, Feng Xiu snapped back to reality and quickly expressed his gratitude to Hierophant. Hierophant shook his head slightly and smiled, saying, "I should be the one thanking you. That bloodthirsty Emperor Shark took away quite a few of my friends." With that, Hierophant pulled out a pen, jotted down his number, and handed it to Feng Xiu, adding, "If you have any epic gear or powerful special items to sell, feel free to contact me." He then transferred the 300,000 Aurora points to Feng Xiu's Aurora Society app account, gathered the three items on the table, and left. Watching Hierophant's departing figure, Feng Xiu couldn't help but reflect. It seems the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark caused quite a bit of havoc, but it worked out for me, as I gained 5,600 Aurora points for free. Standing up, Feng Xiu left the room and headed to his dormitory. On the way, he browsed the Aurora Society store, contemplating what equipment to purchase first. Currently, he needed 2 sets of gear. One with agility as the main attribute, planned for the third-tier profession of the Sword of Life, tentatively the 5-piece 9-scale Phantom set, and another with a focus on spirit, intended for the third-tier profession of the Blade Lord, though the specific set wasn't fully decided yet. Additionally, he needed a weapon that enhanced spirit. Although his current weapon, Xinghe, was upgraded to 9, it didn't boost spirit attributes, making it unsuitable for a spirit-based profession. Ideally, he should find a weapon that increases wind attribute damage. Soon, a weapon caught Feng Xiu's attention. The Wind King Orb, of legendary quality, offered 50 attack, 50 defense, 120 spirit, 10 constitution, and increased wind skill damage by 25. Its attached skill, Wind King Shield, automatically formed a shield when attacked, with a value of spirit power x5, lasting 3 minutes, and having a 1-hour cooldown. The weapon's description read, "A gem polished from the heart core left by the legendary Wind King upon death. It floats beside the holder, slowly orbiting them, and automatically protects the bearer with the power of the Wind King when attacked." It was priced at 120,000 Aurora points. With a whopping 120 spirit points, exceptional attribute boosts, and an automatic shield mechanism, Feng Xiu was deeply tempted. However, what intrigued him most was that the Wind King Orb would float beside the holder. This meant he wouldn't need to switch weapons when changing professions. Even while holding Xinghe, the Wind King Orb could float nearby, allowing him to tap into its power for Blade Lord skills, despite not gaining attribute bonuses from both weapons simultaneously. Nevertheless, the Wind King Orb's price was steep for a legendary weapon, 120,000 Aurora points, 10 times the recycling price of third-tier epic equipment. After returning to his room, Feng Xiu recorded the desired equipment, including the Wind King Orb, but didn't make any purchases. The reason being he was only at the second tier, making third-tier gear unusable for now. Moreover, Feng Xiu intended to try farming the 9-scale Phantom 5-piece set while still in the second tier. Better get some rest. There's a lot to do tomorrow, Feng Xiu said, stretching lazily. Besides equipment, he needed to max out the basic skill of the Blade Lord, Wind Slash, before considering Tier 3 advancements. Feng Xiu stayed in Haiguang City until mid-September, nearly a month after he had slain the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark. This period was both busy and fulfilling for him. His daily training focused on mastering the Wind Blade technique, and whenever he could acquire keys to Hell-level dungeons, he would take on the challenge. With the end of the newcomer competition, the price of Hell-level dungeon keys plummeted, typically selling for no more than 2,000 Aurora points. As a result, Feng Xiu posted a buying ad on forums, expressing his willingness to purchase 5 second-turn dungeon Hell-level keys at a high price. Despite his efforts, he managed to acquire only 7 keys, 3 for Swordstar Bay, 2 for Sea Serpent Algae Grounds, 1 for Crab King Cave, and 1 from Pippi Shrimp Valley. The 3 Swordstar Bay keys allowed Feng Xiu to barely craft the Star Sword Kingfish Transformation Stone, while the 2 Sea Serpent Algae Grounds keys brought him different components of the 9-scaled illusion set. Fang Xiu found the remaining 2 pieces of equipment in the Aurora App Store, with one being a recent acquisition from over a month ago. He spent 30,000 Aurora points to purchase both pieces, finally completing the 9-scaled illusion set. This set's top, bottom, gauntlets, boots, and helmet were all of epic quality, boasting incredibly powerful attributes. Defense 250, movement speed 50, agility 80, strength 10, constitution 20. It also featured the passive skill Scale Retention, which automatically generates a snake scale illusion every 10 minutes, absorbing 50 of damage. As a third-turn set effect, it includes the skill 9 Serpent Scales, generating 9 illusions with 10 of the original's full attributes, lasting for 1 minute with a cooldown of 24 hours. Compared to the Woodland Bird set he wore during his second turn, the epic 9-scaled illusion set nearly doubled all basic attributes and added both a passive and an active skill, significantly enhancing his prowess. Fang Xiu was eager to don this set, but he needed to wait until his third turn. Among the remaining keys, Fang Xiu visited Crab King Cave mainly to explore the Flame Lord Crab's lair and see if there was any Ocean Fire Lotus. However, the outcome was disappointing. As a rare elemental item, the Ocean Fire Lotus typically doesn't appear in a single dungeon run. After checking the Aurora App Store, Fang Xiu found no rare elements for sale, and since he wasn't short on Aurora points, he didn't consider selling the Ocean Fire Lotus. The last key from Pippi Shrimp Valley turned out to be a complete loss. No transformation stone from the boss, no epic equipment, nor any rare elements like in Crab King Cave, possibly because he wasn't the first to clear the hell difficulty of that dungeon, and the most valuable items had already been taken by others. Aside from hell-level dungeons, Fang Xiu didn't miss out on ranking first in the nightmare difficulty of the 5 second-turn dungeons in August. Consequently, in early September, he received 50 second-turn enhancement stones. Fang Xiu decided to invest all these enhancement stones into his already level 9 enhanced Star River, instantly boosting its level from 9 to 12. Fang Xiu held in his hand the Epic Lord artifact, a 12-quality sword named Star River, with its blade radiating a dazzling light. This sword boasts an attack power of 297, increases agility and strength by 34 each, and boosts attack speed by 50. It also comes with a powerful skill, Starlight Surge, which passively grants a 10 chance to increase attack speed by 100 and adds 100 star damage of the wielder's attack with each strike. Additionally, the passive skill 7-star Flash increases damage by 50 on every 7th attack against a target. This legendary sword was formed by the starlight absorbed by the starfish swordfish over a long period, eventually becoming a divine weapon imbued with celestial power. As a lord artifact, once picked up, it cannot be traded, and it compels all swordfish of a level not exceeding the wielders by 20 to submit. After enhancement, the soulbound 7-star Flash skill derives from the extra ability granted by Star River's 10 enhancement. Fang Xiu attempted to upgrade Star River to 15 but failed, leaving him with 7 second-tier enhancement stones. To gather more materials, he cleared 5 second-tier dungeons near Sea Light City in September, ensuring he could still claim the rewards for these dungeons' completion at the end of the month, even after a potential third-tier advancement. After nearly a month of effort and investing 15,000 Aurora points, Fang Xiu finally maxed out the Wind Cutter skill, reaching level 15 and achieving max skill comprehension. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling relieved. Although he was ready for a third-tier advancement, due to a promise to Lin Jinan, he decided to delay it and return to Green Mountain City first. Opening the skill panel, Fang Xiu examined his newly acquired Blade Edge Profession Ultimate Move 8 Desolate Wheels. This is a 7-star epic skill that cannot be upgraded, consuming 1,000 mana points. When activated, it generates 8 large wind wheels that cannot be controlled and only fly forward, each dealing damage equivalent to Wind Cutter Slash, with a 24-hour cooldown. Fang Xiu pondered that while this skill might not be significant in boss battles, it would be an excellent tool for mowing down weaker foes. In addition to 8 Desolate Wheels, upon reaching LV10 with Wind Cutter, Fang Xiu also unlocked a skill called Extreme Wind. This 7-star epic skill also cannot be upgraded, but doubles the damage multiplier of all Wind Cutter attacks, and increases their flight speed by 50. This is undoubtedly a manifestation of the pursuit of extreme damage from magic-based professions. Fang Xiu felt a surge of excitement, especially anticipating the second skill of the Blade Edge Lord, 8 Wind Wheel Shadow Formation. Unlike the 100 damage multiplier increase of Wind Cutter and Wind Cutter Slash, each wind wheel in the 8 Wind Wheel Shadow Formation calculates damage separately, effectively enhancing the damage multiplier by 800. Although 8 Desolate Wheels consists of 8 wind wheels, they do not target the same entity, so the damage inflicted remains akin to a regular Wind Cutter Slash. All of this filled Fang Xiu with anticipation for future battles. The day before Fang Xiu and Li Bo were scheduled to travel to Qingshan City, coincidentally, He Chun had just returned from the front line and invited Fang Xiu out for a meal. Fang Xiu initially planned to have a gathering at Rome's restaurant, inviting Li Bo along to enjoy the Millennium cold-shelled turtle meat jelly stored with Boss Rome. Fang Xiu had entrusted the turtle to Rome to deliver to Boss Rome that same day. By the next noon, Fang Xiu had enjoyed the turtle's soup and meat, which increased his overall attributes by 1 point and his maximum health and magic points by 10. Eating more did not have any further effect. For Fang Xiu, bosses of the third transformation no longer provided any nourishing benefits. To gain more attribute points, he needed to hunt fourth transformation bosses in the wild. There didn't seem to be any fourth transformation bosses near the coast, and the Millennium cold-shelled turtle was so large that Fang Xiu, Li Bo, and Rome couldn't finish it. The remaining meat was made into jelly by Master Rome and stored there, ready for Fang Xiu to collect any time. However, He-Chen declined Fang Xiu's suggestion and chose a private room in an ordinary hotel, indicating to Fang Xiu that this mentor, who had guided him into the Aurora Guild, had something important to discuss and needed a quiet environment. The first floor of Rome's restaurant was a public dining area, and the second floor had an open kitchen with Boss Rome present, making it unsuitable. In the evening, before taking their seats, the two exchanged a few pleasantries. Once the dishes were served, He-Chen got to the point. "I heard you took down the Bloody Emperor Shark?" "Not bad," he praised. "It was risky, I was just lucky," Fang Xiu replied honestly. At the start of the battle with the Bloody Emperor Shark, he had been bitten. If not for using Dragon Roar to escape, there wouldn't have been any story afterwards. This experience made Fang Xiu realize his lack of defense, prompting him to collect the 9-scale illusion set with auto-defense capabilities. Buying the Wind King Spirit Orb was also part of this strategy. Without strength, luck means nothing. He-Chen shook his head, dismissing Fang Xiu's mention of luck. "I once tried hunting the Bloody Emperor Shark myself. Back then, I was arrogant, a 6-star second transformation profession against it, and I barely escaped. When I returned as an 8-star third transformation profession for revenge, it was a stalemate. I couldn't defeat it, and it couldn't stop me, so I had to give up. You managed to kill it during your second transformation, clearly showing your talent surpasses mine by far," He-Chen said with a smile. "Recently, Sister Hong told me you stayed in the Sword Soul Tomb for an hour and a half your first time there. I was skeptical, but now I suspect an hour and a half isn't your limit." Fang Xiu scratched his head silently. The Sword Soul Tomb incident was indeed due to luck, employing a clever trick. Without the Sword Soul Transformation Stone, lasting even an hour would have been difficult, given his 6-star living sword profession lacked any extra swordsmanship enhancements. "Here, take this." He-Chen suddenly pulled out a golden jade from his professional space, strung with a black cord to be worn as an amulet. "What is this?" Fang Xiu asked as he took the golden jade to examine it closely. Fang Xiu stared at the amulet in his hand, his shock evident. This 3-turn legendary accessory might only provide a 20 boost to all attributes, but its true power lay in the terrifying skill, Heaven's King Fist. Not only could it restore health in critical moments, but it also launched a deadly counterattack against attackers. Seeing this, He-Chen continued to explain. "This amulet is no ordinary item. Legend has it that it was crafted by the founder of the Aurora Society, the Aurora King, Hao Ringguang, who personally sealed the power of the Aurora into the jade. As long as you wear it, any enemy trying to take your life will first have to endure the wrath of the Aurora King." Fang Xiu couldn't help but gasp. An amulet from a king, its power was unimaginable. Noticing Fang Xiu's shock, He-Chen went on. "You might not know the background of the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark. It was once the ruler of the coastal waters and is the offspring of a king-sealed, bloodthirsty Emperor Shark. With a little nurturing, it could very likely become a king-sealed powerhouse in the future. We're not the only ones eyeing it. Even the sea's alien races are after it. Those 5 border-crossing merfolk came for it." He paused, his expression growing serious. "Now that you've managed to kill the bloodthirsty Emperor Shark on your own with just a second-turn professional strength, you're seen as a future threat that must be eliminated in the eyes of the alien races. So, young man, be extra careful when you go out and protect yourself." Only then did Fang Xiu realize that this 3-turn legendary amulet was not something easily obtained. It was precisely because he was now targeted by the alien races that the Aurora King bestowed this life-saving charm upon him. "What a hassle," Fang Xiu frowned. "It feels like a knife is being held to my throat. If I had the strength, I'd love to wipe out all the alien races in the sea." He-Chen, seeing this, smiled and reassured him. "Don't worry, as a genius, you need to get used to being targeted by alien races. I went through the same thing back in the day. Besides, the human front lines have kings stationed, and the border cities are protected by powerful formations. As long as you're careful, it's difficult for alien races to infiltrate Dongwang country to assassinate you." Fang Xiu relaxed slightly at these words. Indeed, if human geniuses were so easily eliminated by alien races, how could there be king-level powerhouses? The two of them drank and chatted until the night deepened and the clock struck 11, ending their gathering. As they parted, He-Chen suddenly said, "I'll be disappearing for a while. If anything comes up, You can go to Sister Hong. I've already informed her, and she'll help you as much as she can. Disappearing for a while, Fang Xiu asked, "What are you going to do?" He Qin grinned and replied with 2 words, "Seal the king." In ancient times, the title of king symbolized the ruler of a species among humans, other races, and beasts. However, in the modern world of professionals, king has become synonymous with an 11-star profession. More precisely, this level should be called the Morning Star. Above the 10-star profession, there are 3 additional levels: Morning Star, Glorious Moon, and Radiant Sun, corresponding to the titles of king, emperor, and sovereign, respectively. Any profession named with king is at the Morning Star level, with emperor, it is at the Glorious Moon level, and with sovereign, it is at the Radiant Sun level. The process of becoming a king involves elevating a profession from 10 stars to the Morning Star level, a gap that should not be underestimated. For professionals, a 10-star profession is a significant milestone. Once crossed, the professional's life level is elevated, lifespan significantly extended, and both profession and skills become more powerful. After achieving the title of king, they can easily handle 10 opponents of the same level. However, successfully becoming a king requires specific conditions, namely transitioning with 1 primary and 1 secondary 10-star skill. As Fang Xiu joined the elite platform Aurora Society, he learned through the Aurora app that ordinary geniuses, those whose innate attribute panels lack innate talents, and whose transition skills are not legendary, can reach the highest star-level professions at each transition stage. At the first transition, the limit is a 3-star profession, at the second, a 5-star profession, at the third, 7 stars, at the fourth, 8 stars, at the fifth, 9 stars, and at the sixth, 10 stars, acquiring a 10-star skill. The 7th transition involves transitioning again based on the 7-star skill learned after the 6th transition to gain another 10-star skill. Only at the 8th transition can one become a king. This is the theoretical maximum transition path for ordinary geniuses. Although in reality, most cannot achieve this smoothly, possibly due to lower skill grades or the inability to reach the theoretical limit during transitions, or simply not surviving to the 8th transition. The 8th transition signifies level 80. The higher the level, the more experience is required, naturally necessitating more battles. Additionally, the higher the skill star level, the harder it becomes to increase proficiency. Many geniuses spend their lives reaching only level 60 or 70, which is the standard for ordinary geniuses. However, a talent like He Chun, who possesses innate talents on his attribute panel, has extraordinary potential. His task is to accelerate along this ordinary genius transition path and become a king as early as possible. The earlier he becomes a king, the stronger he will be. After achieving king status at the 6th transition, He Chun can attempt to reach the emperor level. Currently, among the billion people in Dongwang, official statistics show only about 100 kings, making it a 1 in 10 million chance. On average, only 1 king appears per 10 million people. As for emperors, Dongwang has only 3. Regarding sovereigns, humanity once had 1, but now no one knows if he is still alive. Through conversations with He Chun, Fang Xiu learned about He Chun's 2nd and 3rd transition profession star levels: 6 stars for the 2nd transition and 8 stars for the 3rd. Fang Xiu speculated whether He Chun could reach 10 stars at the 4th transition, elevate another skill to 10 stars at the 5th transition, and prepare to become a king at the 6th transition. He suspected that He Chun was currently a formidable 5-transition professional. Fang Xiu was amazed at He Chun's talent, achieving the rank of king 2 cycles faster than ordinary geniuses. This feat placed him at the top of the younger generation in the Aurora Society. Reflecting on this, Fang Xiu realized that if He Chun truly accomplished this, he would surpass even Hao Ringguang, the founder of the Aurora Society and a 7-cycle king. Fang Xiu began to ponder when he might achieve the rank of king himself. It once seemed distant, but now with his 3 second-cycle professions, 5-star Primal Apprentice, 6-star Sword of Life, and 7-star Blade Lorda had already surpassed He Chun's 6-star second-cycle profession. He calculated how many more cycles he might need to become a king. After some thought, Fang Xiu suddenly realized that becoming a king might not be as far off as he once thought. It could even be within reach. A bold idea crossed his mind. If his Blade Lord could reach 10 stars by the 3rd cycle, then his 4th foundational skill could potentially also reach 10 stars by the 3rd cycle. Could he aim for the 4th cycle to become a king? To achieve a 10-star Blade Lord, the key was the strength of the 4th skill. A 4-star epic skill wouldn't suffice. At least a 4-star legendary skill was necessary. With this in mind, Fang Xiu took out his phone but then put it back down. He had looked for a 4-star legendary skill long ago, but found none. This was why he had always expected the 4th skill to be epic rather than legendary, as epic skill books were easier to find. Fang Xiu decided to ask Sister Hong to keep an eye out for him when she had the chance. He wasn't in a rush. There was plenty of time to search after the 3rd cycle. Aside from the 4-star skill, the only way to increase the probability of the Blade Lord reaching 10 stars by the 3rd cycle was through exotic elements. The next morning, Li Bo opened a portal for Fang Xiu in the central square of Haiguang City, also known as the teleportation square leading to Qingshan City. Thanks a lot. When I get back, I'll treat you to a meal. Fang Xiu expressed his gratitude. No problem at all. Just call me whenever you need a ride back, and I'll be there. Li Bo waved with a big smile. Knowing Fang Xiu might become a king in the future, he felt it was worth it to be his driver. Stepping through the portal, Fang Xiu arrived at the station in Qingshan City, the very place he and He Chun had departed from last time. He couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of spatial abilities, envying skills with space attributes. Unfortunately, such skills were extremely rare and valued at several times more than ordinary attributes. In the Aurora Society's App Store, there wasn't a single spatial attribute skill among the 4-star epic skills, let alone legendary ones. As Fang Xiu walked out of the station hall, he imagined how powerful Wind Cut and the Sword of Life would be with spatial abilities. Throwing a wind cut through a spatial rift or turning the Sword of Life into a space sword to slash through space itself would be incredible. Not far from the station entrance, a woman wearing a white researcher's outfit and sunglasses had been waiting for some time. Auntie, Fang Xiu waved. Li Qinghong removed her sunglasses, nodded at Fang Xiu, and opened the car door, motioning for him to get in. Fang Xiu got into the passenger seat, fastened his seatbelt, and asked, "Where are we heading first?" "Let's go home first. I've prepared some dishes to welcome you," Li Qinghong replied. The braised lion's head meatballs, steamed swimming crabs, lobster egg custard, and white-cut chicken were all as delicious as ever, showcasing Auntie's culinary skills. Though not quite at Chef Rong's level, these dishes were filled with childhood memories. Fang Xiu savored each dish, reminiscing about the days when Li Qinghong took care of him after his parents passed away, filling him with a deep sense of gratitude. After dinner, Fang Xiu allowed himself a rare drink before going to bed early, foregoing his usual sword practice in the courtyard. The next morning, when he awoke, Aunt Li Qinghong had already left for work. It felt like old times as Fang Xiu donned his workout clothes for a run around the park, stopping by a street-side breakfast shop to pick up some steaming hot buns to take home. After washing up, eating, and changing clothes, he headed out to Lingji Company's headquarters in the center of Qingshan City. Today, he had a meeting scheduled with Lin Jinan to discuss their plans to explore the Dragon Shepherd ruins. At the company's ground floor, the familiar receptionist, Xiao Li, greeted him with a bright smile. "Mr. Fang, our president instructed me to wait for you. Please follow me." The elevator swiftly ascended to the 30th floor. Guided by Xiao Li, Fang Xiu walked through the spacious hall to the door of the president's office. Xiao Li knocked gently. "President, Mr. Fang is here," before opening the door for him. Inside, a young woman dressed in a black business suit with a neat ponytail was focused intently on her keyboard, the sound of typing filling the room. This elegant young woman was Lin Jinan, and to Fang Xiu's surprise, she was the president of Lingji Company. "Have a seat, and have some tea," Lin Jinan said without looking up. Fang Xiu made himself comfortable on the leather sofa. While Xiao Li went to prepare tea, he took the opportunity to look around the president's office. Behind the black desk was a matching glass cabinet displaying various antiques and calligraphy, with a lush money tree in the corner. The decor was clearly not Lin Jinan's personal style. After bringing the tea, Xiao Li quietly left. Lin Jinan paused her typing, turning to appraise Fang Xiu. "I hear you've been making waves at the Aurora Guild? Even slaying a beast offspring left near the coast." Fang Xiu was slightly surprised. "You know all that? Seems like you've been keeping an eye on me." Lin Jinan explained. The Aurora Guild is a top-tier professional group, close to the border. Any large professional group or company would closely monitor their activities. Fang Xiu nodded in agreement and asked, "Have you arranged the exploration of the Dragon Shepherd ruins with the other two people? I hope we can move quickly." "It's all set. We're just waiting on you," Lin Jinan replied, a bit exasperated. "The time is set for 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow, meeting at the west gate of Qingshan City. Make sure you're prepared with supplies. Oh, and just to confirm, your skill proficiency should be maxed out by now, right? Ready for a class change. Based on your experience from the second job advancement, you should be able to reach level 40, right?" Lin Jinan asked. She had actually asked Fang Xiu this question on the phone before. Fang Xiu replied that he could change jobs anytime, and that the accumulated experience was probably enough to reach level 50. The maximum level for the second job advancement is 30, and he had reached it shortly after arriving at Haiguang City. Since then, he had repeatedly cleared Swordfish Bay, defeated 3 outdoor bosses, and tackled various dungeons at hell difficulty. Reaching level 50 might be an exaggeration, but he certainly had enough experience to reach level 40, with some to spare. As for why Lin Jinan asked, it was because she planned to enter the Dragon Shepherd Ruins dungeon and immediately change jobs thereafter. There's a high chance of facing off against 2 others, so Lin Jinan needed to enhance her combat power as much as possible. Changing jobs upon entering would significantly boost both job rank and level, providing a substantial combat advantage. If the opponents hadn't changed jobs, Fang Xiu and Lin Jinan would have a significant edge. However, if the opponents had changed jobs while Fang Xiu and Lin Jinan hadn't, Lin Jinan's meticulous nature meant she wouldn't let such a situation occur without being fully prepared. All right then, Lin Jinan said, taking out a parchment from her professional space and tossing it to Feng Xiao. He examined the parchment closely. The special item, a team contract, would grant those who signed it a deep sense of camaraderie as if they had fought together for years, making it impossible to harm each other or harbor ill intentions. The contract would last until both parties agreed to dissolve it. It's signed, Lin Jinan stated, describing the manifestation of the contract's power, supposedly a spark left by the god of contracts for unfamiliar souls. Perhaps the effect of the team contract wasn't to instantly create a trustworthy team, but to plant the seed of one. This item was rare and not cheap. Feng Xiao picked up a pen from the coffee table, signed his name, and chose to use it. The contract in his hand was immediately engulfed in a pale blue flame, which had no heat but quickly consumed the entire parchment. As the parchment vanished, both Feng Xiao and Lin Jinan sensed an intangible force binding them together. They inexplicably understood and were familiar with each other's every move, as if they had known each other for a long time and weathered many storms together, making them feel very reliable. However, this feeling left Lin Jinan unexpectedly irritated. "See you at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow," she said, signaling it was time for Feng Xiao to leave. He didn't mind, got up, and left. Just as he was about to exit the CEO's office, Feng Xiao suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Lin Jinan, "Does your Lingji company collect foreign elements?" "Yes," Lin Jinan replied without hesitation. "What attribute do you need?" "Wind, preferably something high-ranking. I can check for you, but you should prepare something for the trade. This time, there's no sponsorship from Lingji company." Of course, Feng Xiao waved as he left. He had already prepared the trade item for exchanging other wind attributes, which was the Songhai Flame Lotus he obtained from the Crab King Cave Hell-level dungeon. If it wasn't enough, he would figure it out then. The next day was the agreed-upon date. Feng Xiao arrived at the west gate of Qingshan City right on time, where Lin Jinan was already waiting. She was dressed in a black suit of armor, the same outfit she wore during the inter-school competition in the Qingshan boundary. Compared to the previous day, she appeared even more valiant and spirited. Besides Lin Jinan, there were two other young men present. One was burly, standing at 2 meters tall with a muscular build, veins bulging, and wearing a pair of clawed gloves. He was clad in a full, deep blue armor with a bear head emblem on the chest, emitting a faint glow, indicating that his gear was enhanced. With his arms crossed, he exuded an intimidating aura that kept ordinary people at bay. The other young man was of average build, about 1.7 meters tall, wearing white clothes and sunglasses, with a slight smile as he conversed with Lin Jinan. Lin Jinan had already provided Feng Xiao with information about these two individuals. The burly young man was named Hong Zhong, whose voice was as loud as a bell. He was a second-rank 6-star 1,000-pound fist fighter and a newcomer to the Northern Wilderness Beast Guild. The man in white was named Lin Qingfeng, a second-rank 5-star whirlwind dual swordsman from the Greenfield Palace Guild. Both the Northern Wilderness Beast and the Greenfield Palace are top-tier guilds in Dongwang. The fact that these two newcomers were from such elite guilds and had high-rank stars indicated their talent, especially Hong Zhong, who clearly had exceptional abilities. When Lin Jinan saw Feng Xiao arrive, she announced loudly, "Everyone's here." The other two turned to assess him. Lin Qingfeng stepped forward with a smile and asked, "I'm Lin Qingfeng. How should I address this handsome gentleman?" Although Feng Xiao knew they likely had his information as well, he responded out of courtesy. Hong Zhong, on the other hand, did not introduce himself, merely giving Feng Xiao a cold glance, remaining vigilant. "Let's go." Lin Jinan took the lead, and the four of them quickly left through the west gate of Qingshan City, heading towards Miaoqing Mountain. They stopped in a deserted woodland area, where Lin Jinan said, "Take out your fragments." As she spoke, she had already taken out her fragment. The other three followed suit. As soon as the 4 fragments appeared, they emitted a golden light, flew into the air, and quickly merged into a complete golden map, which slowly descended. Lin Qifeng, Hong Zhong, and Feng Xiao remained on guard, but none stepped forward to take the map. Ultimately, it was Lin Jinan who stepped up to catch the map and then tossed it forward. The golden map transformed into a stream of golden light, flying towards Miaoqing Mountain. "Follow the golden light. It will lead us to our destination," Lin Jinan urged as she quickly followed. Feng Xiao and the other two promptly chased after her. The golden light moved through the forest at a manageable pace, allowing the 4 to keep up easily, though the distance covered was considerable. The golden light circled Miaoqing Mountain, veering into a deep valley between 2 large mountains where it suddenly disappeared, revealing a pale blue portal. The group halted in front of the portal. "Form a team," Lin Qingfeng suggested. "I wonder if this is a one-time portal. If it truly is, only the first person to enter would succeed, while the others would be ejected even if they followed." The 4 of them quickly formed a team, working together as they approached the portal. The surroundings instantly transformed, with the vibrant forest replaced by a golden altar shrouded in dark clouds. Standing on the altar, the four gazed down at a breathtaking sight. The colossal skeleton of a dragon, stretching 1,000 meters long and 100 meters high, lay silently among the ruins of a city, a black spear piercing its skull and pinning it to the ground. The ruins were littered with intermingled dragon and human bones, leaving no doubt that this was the legendary Dragon Shepherd tribe's ruins. The ground was covered with dragon bones, echoing the gruesome scenes described in history of battles between the Dragon Shepherd tribe and the dragons. Surprisingly, in several corners of the city, faint blue portals floated. There were a total of 5 portals at the West City Gate Tower, the center of the crossroad, and the East Alley. Could there really be portals leading to other areas within the Dragon Shepherd ruins? Feng Xiu withdrew his gaze and turned to look behind him. There stood a magnificent palace, adorned with gold and jade. Above the palace, another enormous dragon skeleton was similarly pierced by a black spear, nailed in place. At the entrance, a giant portal stood silently. At that moment, Lin Qingfeng and Hong Zhong suddenly withdrew from the team, triggering the battle alarm. Almost as soon as the two left the team, Lin Jinan shouted loudly, leaping into the air. With his right hand, he drew a silver longbow from his professional space, instantly locking onto Lin Qingfeng on the ground, and arrows rained down like a storm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Qingfeng had already drawn 2 faintly glowing long swords from his professional space, swinging them in a crisscross pattern to cut down the arrows midair, and then immediately pursued Lin Jinan. Meanwhile, Hong Zhong launched a surprise attack on Feng Xiu. He stomped the ground, lunging forward, his muscles trembling with power, his fists and claws gleaming coldly like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Is the competition starting already? I haven't even had my 3rd transformation yet. Feng Xiu was shocked, but didn't hesitate. He stepped back half a pace, gripping the hilt of the Star River sword with his right hand, assuming a charging stance. Transform, Star Sword Kingfish, semi-human form. A faint starlight enveloped Feng Xiu, wrapping around his eyebrows, hands, and feet. Intertwining a sense of power and agility, his gaze locked onto the opponent's weak point. Weak point piercing blade mark. A faint green wind wheel appeared at his feet. In an instant, Feng Xiu drew his sword, the sharp blade slicing out of its sheath, his form becoming a streak of starlight flashing through the air, vanishing in a blink. Clang. The sound of sword meeting metal echoed as Feng Xiu stood 5 meters behind Hong Zhong. The sound was as heavy as a mountain, and Feng Xiu felt as if he had struck a massive piece of steel. Indeed, Hong Zhong's body had somehow turned pale blue, his defense greatly enhanced. The recent slash only left a palm-sized gap in his armor at the waist, with the red numbers above his head indicating that Feng Xiu had not inflicted much damage. Feng Xiu was quite surprised when the damage didn't even reach 100. It had been a long time since he had seen such low damage. However, what shocked Hong Zhong even more was that he was wearing an epic heavy armor set, gifted to him when he joined the Northern Wilderness Beasts. Although it had no additional skills, it provided extremely high strength and defense attributes. Later, he used enhancement stones obtained from completing dungeons to enhance the entire set to 7. With such terrifying defense, even many 3rd-tier professionals without epic weapons found it difficult to break through. Yet now, Feng Xiu could inflict nearly 100 damage on him. Hong Zhong's gaze fell on the weapon in Feng Xiu's hand, murmuring to himself about an epic weapon enhanced beyond 10. He suddenly stomped his right foot, and with a loud thud, the ground shattered beneath him. His figure shot forward like a cannonball, leaving an afterimage in his wake. In the face of Hong Zhong's charge, Feng Xiu sheathed his sword and countered with a wind cutter. The basketball-sized green light wheel rolled forward at an incredible speed. Hong Zhong was not a speed-type professional. He was strength-based, with short-distance explosive power but unable to evade attacks. Facing the swift light wheel, he could only choose to defend, crossing his hands in front of him, attempting to block with his heavy armor. But the moment the wind cutter arrived, he realized he had made a fatal mistake. The green light wheel sliced through his armor as if it were tofu, without resistance, and then through his arms and head. Blood and white matter mixed as they fell, creating a gruesome scene. This top-tier genius, almost earmarked as the next leader of the Northern Wilderness Beasts, didn't even have the chance to see his life flash before his eyes before he lay on the ground. Only a blood-red number hovered above his head. That's more like it, Feng Xiu said, satisfied with the damage he dealt. The wind cutter, with its high 70 defense penetration effect, was indeed the best attack method against professionals with defense as formidable as a steel fortress. Turning to Lin Qingfeng and Lin Jinan, who were still fiercely battling, Lin Qingfeng's varied weapon changes and attack styles dazzled the eyes, while Lin Jinan wielded his 2 swords like a circus performer, using the hilt, blade, and edge for both attack and defense. Sensing Feng Xiu's gaze, Lin Qingfeng, after parrying a spear thrown by Lin Jinan, hurriedly glanced at the situation between Hong Zhong and Feng Xiu, his expression changing drastically. Hong Zhong had been killed. He was the rising star of the Northern Wilderness Beasts. Even though Feng Xiu was quite famous in the Aurora Guild, It had only been half a minute since they launched their ambush, and Hong Zhong hadn't even lasted that long. A sense of retreat grew in Lin Qingfeng's heart. Seeing Lin Jinan charging with a spear, he immediately threw his two swords. The swords, caught in a whirlwind, flew straight ahead, faint electric currents flowing on their surface, waiting to unleash their hidden power upon impact. Lin Qingfeng's sword sliced through the air, one blade aimed at Fang Xiu while the other targeted Lin Jinan. Before the sword light could reach them, Lin Qingfeng had already decided to abandon his weapon and flee. With swift movements, he retrieved two more weapons from his inventory, using them as stepping stones to leap into the air. He sprinted towards the nearest portal, balancing on the swords. "Don't let him get away," Lin Jinan shouted urgently. Her advance was blocked, forcing her to switch her spear for a shield to defend against Lin Qingfeng's sword. A cold glint flashed in Fang Xiu's eyes. Wind cutter slash. He understood the importance of eliminating threats completely and wouldn't leave Lin Qingfeng any chance for revenge. With a light slap of his left hand, he deflected the incoming sword while his right hand conjured a blue light wheel. In the next instant, a massive wind wheel shot from his hand, tearing through the sky with astonishing speed. Splurt! Blood bloomed in the air. Thud! A lifeless body crashed heavily onto the altar, still 100 meters away from the nearest portal. Though Lin Qingfeng's flying sword was swift, it couldn't outpace Fang Xiu's wind cutter slash. Seeing Lin Qingfeng fall, Lin Jinan exhaled deeply and turned to Fang Xiu, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Just over 2 months ago, they had been evenly matched rivals, but today, Fang Xiu's swift defeat of Hong Zhong and Lin Qingfeng had left her far behind. Why were they in such a hurry? Jumping into a fight the moment they got here, Fang Xiu wondered aloud, expecting everyone to spread out and explore rather than act so greedily. Lin Jinan explained, they wanted to monopolize those dungeons. The quicker they could eliminate us, the better. Dungeons? Fang Xiu looked around in confusion. Where are these dungeons? There wasn't any difficulty prompt when we entered. His gaze suddenly fixed on the pale blue portals in the city's ruins. Are those dungeon portals? Yes, Lin Jinan confirmed. The Dragon Shepherd civilization has a history spanning over 2,000 years. Ordinary portals should have disappeared by now due to energy depletion. The only ones that could persist without maintenance are dungeon portals. Moreover, dungeons often form in the wake of intense battles, so finding dungeon portals in the ruins of a fallen civilization is quite normal. Lin Jinan looked relieved as she continued. I initially thought the map fragment from the first-level hidden dungeon pointed to a second-level special dungeon. I never expected it to be the actual Dragon Shepherd ruins. Had I known, I wouldn't have delayed my job advancement. But at least we've taken down those two troublemakers. Fang Xiu paid little attention to Lin Jinan's reflections, his focus entirely on the dungeons. These dungeons were clearly untouched and even fresher than those on the frontier. He was eager to explore them. Wait, don't go yet. Lin Jinan stopped Fang Xiu as he was about to leave. Let's discuss how to handle this Dragon Shepherd site first. After exploring the Dragon Shepherd ruins, Fang Xiu and Lin Jinan faced two options. The first was to inform their respective organizations about the ruins' existence. Fang Xiu would notify the Aurora Society, while Lin Jinan would contact the Lingji Corporation. Cooperation between these two powerful entities would quickly yield substantial rewards and eliminate the threats from the forces behind Hong Zhong and Lin Qingfeng, particularly the Northern Wilderness Beasts and the Greenfield Palace. Even if it were discovered that Hong Zhong and Lin Qingfeng had been killed, their organizations would handle the situation. The second option was to keep the ruins a secret known only to them. Lin Jinan's tone became resolute, emphasizing that regardless of the difficulty level of the instance, they could develop it on their own, with all profits belonging to them. However, the downside was that given their current level, they wouldn't be able to complete the development quickly and would still face the pursuit from the Northern Wilderness Beasts and Greenfield Palace. Fang Xiu didn't rush to decide, and instead questioned Lin Jinan. Surprisingly, Lin Jinan seemed to have already considered this, which caught Fang Xiu off guard, as the Lingji Corporation belonged to her family. With the corporation's resources, she could have quickly exploited the ruins' value. However, Lin Jinan stressed that the Lingji Corporation was her family's, not hers personally. Fang Xiu understood, realizing the complex dynamics within large families. He chose the second option to maximize their gains. He didn't want to hand over the Dragon Shepherd ruins, believing that the instance's profits alone were enough to solidify his decision. Lin Jinan teased him about his boldness, questioning if he wasn't afraid of the Northern Wilderness Beasts and Greenfield Palace's pursuit. Fang Xiu was unfazed, stating that if he could reach the fourth transformation and become a king, it would be them who should worry about provoking him. Lin Jinan observed Fang Xiu, sensing his strong confidence. With their decision to develop the ruins themselves, Lin Jinan suggested they explore the Dragon Shepherd ruins, document the instance levels, and search for any leftover treasures. She emphasized that whoever found a treasure would own it, to which Fang Xiu agreed. Their gazes turned towards the palace behind them. Compared to the city ruins, the resplendent palace seemed more likely to conceal treasures. As they approached the palace, they took note of the instance at its entrance. The description of the Dragon Shepherd Temple revealed it as the core building of the Dragon Shepherd clan, which had once made pacts with dragons, with many dragon shepherds emerging from there until a catastrophe struck. The instance challenge was capped at 7 transformations, and Feng Xiao and Lin Jinan exchanged glances, unable to hide their surprise. 7 transformation instances were extremely rare within human territories, typically occupied by top-tier forces. Possessing a 7-star instance is a significant indicator of a top-tier power. The stable output from the 7th-level dungeon brought a sense of joy to Feng Xiao. 8-star skills and equipment are crucial for geniuses on the path to becoming a king of the 8th rank. A gleam of ambition flashed in Lin Jinan's eyes as she suddenly asked, "Interested in forming a faction?" Feng Xiao slightly curled his lips, having already seen through Lin Jinan's ambitions. He replied in a deep voice, "It's not the right time yet. We need at least one of us to reach the king rank. For top-tier forces, having a king-level powerhouse is a hard requirement. No matter how large a faction is, without a king to oversee it, it's ultimately second-rate." He paused. "Besides, I have little interest in small-scale endeavors." Lin Jinan nodded in agreement. The two of them bypassed the dungeon of the Dragon Shepherd Temple and headed straight for the main temple. Even before entering the temple, Feng Xiao's attention was drawn to the phenomena on either side. Lying on both sides of the grand entrance were skeletons with dragon heads and human bodies, each holding a golden axe. "Are these the remains of dragon people?" Feng Xiao speculated quietly. Lin Jinan explained, "Dragon people are the offspring of dragons and humans. Normally, there's reproductive isolation between the two races. However, higher-level beings often have the ability to transform into human forms, allowing them to reproduce with humans. Besides dragon people, there are also tiger people, leopard people, fox people, and others, collectively known as the beast race, but they are far inferior to dragon people." She continued, "In the current human territories, high-level dragons are rare, and dragon people have become extinct. However, beast people are quite common in Xiling country, north of the Dongwang kingdom." With a touch of melancholy, Lin Jinan added, "Historical records indicate that the first dragon person among humans originated from the Dragon Shepherd clan. As the Dragon Shepherd civilization declined, so did the dragon people. Some ventured to distant lands in search of high-level dragons, while others remained in human territories, marrying within their communities, causing the dragon blood to thin out until they lost their dragon traits." Her gaze turned profound. Even those who occasionally awaken a dragon bloodline often cannot harness its power properly, becoming ordinary, or worse, dying because they couldn't withstand the dragon blood's force. Noticing Feng Xiao's curious glance, Lin Jinan quickly regained her composure and added, "This is all from historical texts I've read." Feng Xiao nodded with a smile, not pressing further. They stepped into the temple, revealing a vast hall before them. Beneath their feet lay cold black marble, and above, a redwood dome towering 20 to 30 meters high. A bright red carpet stretched from the entrance to the golden dragon head thrown deep within the hall. On either side of the carpet stood 7 coiling dragon pillars, each with an eastern dragon of a different color, seemingly representing 14 different attributes. Feng Xiao and Lin Jinan advanced cautiously, their mental focus sharp, ready for any potential danger. Despite the passage of over 2,000 years, as a place capable of nurturing a 7th-level dungeon, it was likely there were still mechanisms left behind. Yet, they encountered no attacks as they reached the golden dragon head throne. The massive golden throne, weathered by time, still shone brilliantly. The imposing dragon head loomed above, inspiring awe. Soon, a black wooden box on the throne caught their attention. Lin Jinan's pupils contracted as she recognized the box immediately, whispering in shock, "The Box of Destiny." Lin Jinan pondered for a moment before slowly explaining. The Box of Destiny is a container crafted by the ancients using the power of fate. It's typically filled with things the creator wishes to leave for future generations. Feng Xiao, still puzzled, asked, "What makes a box crafted with the power of fate different from an ordinary one?" He thought to himself that the power of fate was indeed rare. To his knowledge, only divination was related to it, and the effectiveness of divination varied greatly among individuals. Some could only analyze celestial phenomena, while others could truly predict and avoid misfortune, making it mysterious and peculiar. "The differences are significant," Lin Jinan continued. "The Box of Destiny has 3 incredibly unique features. First, neither the box itself nor its contents are bound by time until it is opened. They remain eternal and indestructible by any force other than the power of fate. Second, the creator weaves rules using the power of fate, allowing only those who meet the box's requirements to open it. Third, the Box of Destiny will ultimately end up in the hands of the intended recipient, regardless of how many people it passes through. Only this person can see the box's restrictions." As she spoke, Lin Jinan picked up the Box of Destiny, shaking her head slightly, and said, "I can't see its restrictions. It's not meant for me." She handed the box to Feng Xiao. He took it and examined it closely, filled with curiosity. The description of the Box of Destiny as a special item reads, a box crafted using the power of fate, with no traceable origin or destination, only to be opened by the destined life. The restriction is possessing talents beyond the mythical level. Feng Xiu was startled when he saw the restriction. I can see the restriction, I can open it. Is this something left for me by someone from the past? He pondered, realizing that the Box of Destiny had found its rightful owner. Lin Jinan glanced at Feng Xiu but didn't ask further questions. She stood up and looked around. Soon, she noticed two passages on either side of a golden dragon head throne. I'll go left, and you wait here. We'll meet back in the hall after exploring. If you encounter anything you can't handle, let me know through the walkie-talkie, she said, handing Feng Xiu a black walkie-talkie. Normally, phones could communicate in dungeons, but in the Dragon Shepherd ruins, there was no signal. Feng Xiu took the walkie-talkie, hooked it to his belt, and watched as Lin Jinan entered the left passage. He decided to open the Box of Destiny. When he opened it, there was no extraordinary phenomenon, as if he had just opened an ordinary wooden box. Inside, a scroll lay quietly. The Scroll of Breaking Limits, special item effect, unlocks the seal on one's talents when used. The scroll's description made Feng Xiu frown. Unlock the seal on my talents? My talents aren't sealed. What's the use of this? He pondered, wondering if his talents were sealed without being reflected on his attribute panel. According to Lin Jinan, the Box of Destiny would ultimately reach the person it was meant for. This implied that someone from ancient times, possibly the Dragon Shepherd High Priest, intended it for him. But why would they choose to give it to him? Feng Xiu was taken aback. Could it be that he had foreseen the downfall of the Dragon Shepherd clan and sent this box to his future self to rebuild the clan? He couldn't help but wonder if he had dragon blood in him. Though it seemed incredible, it wasn't entirely impossible. Qingshan City was the site of the Dragon Shepherd clan's ruins, and if his family had lived there since ancient times, it was conceivable that a trace of dragon blood flowed in his veins. Feng Xiu shook his head, dismissing these thoughts about his lineage. The main issue he faced now was whether to use the scroll in his hand. If his abilities weren't sealed, using the scroll would be wasteful. According to the description, it was a tool crafted by the Dragon Shepherd High Priest with the strength of the entire clan. But if his abilities were indeed sealed, what harm could come from not using it? He hesitated, pondering the hand fate had dealt him. Even if using it now proved ineffective, perhaps the High Priest had foreseen this. Just use it, it's found anyway, Feng Xiu suddenly said to himself, deciding to act decisively. He tore open the scroll, and instantly, a blinding white light erupted from the torn edge, transforming into a pure energy that surged into his body. Feng Xiu felt a shiver run through him, as if he had taken a cold shower, and his mind cleared, a glint of understanding appearing in his eyes. In that moment, he felt the world open up to him. His innate abilities as a seeker of myth had been unlocked, and the limitless creation stage of his talents was now accessible. Quickly, he checked his attribute panel and discovered his race was human, and his talents were at the unlocked limitless creation stage, allowing him to possess different professions simultaneously based on his skills, with all attribute growth star ratings taking the highest value, and only one core of the same type being effective. His Seeker myth level skill increased by 5 levels, and all options during job changes would be unique professions, always reaching the upper limit of the current skill combination. The rare Zephyr source granted him control over wind elements, enhancing all wind-based skills by 20. All his wind skills automatically upgraded to Zephyr level, with second job choices being Blade Lord, Sword of Life, and Primal Apprentice, and the job core being Extreme Wind Cut, boosting wind skill damage by 75, increasing movement speed by 50, and ignoring 10 of defenses. Additionally, the Sword of Absorption's damage increased by 75, with 20 of the damage converting to his health, and the Primal Core transformation being cost-free and limitless, with a 50 boost to beneficial effects. His health was 640,640, Mana 13201320, Strength 116, with a growth of 1.5 stars, gaining 1.5 points per level. Agility 156 with a growth of 2.5 stars, gaining 2.5 points per level. Stamina 61 with a growth of 1.25 stars, gaining 1.25 points per level. And Spirit 129 with a growth of 4 stars, gaining 4 points per level. His skill slots were 33, with Wind Cut being a 7-star epic skill at LV15 max, Sword of Life being a 6-star rare skill at LV15 max, and Combat Transformer being a 5-star rare skill at LV15 max. All these changes left Feng Xiu exhilarated, knowing that his destiny was undergoing a profound transformation. Feng Xiu stared at his attribute panel, dazed for a moment before he snapped back to reality. The Genesis-level talent of Infinite Job Change had finally been unlocked. This meant an explosive boost in power. He no longer needed to switch jobs frequently, as he could now possess multiple jobs simultaneously, a truly epic enhancement. No, it should be called a Genesis-level enhancement. Besides not having to constantly monitor job changes, he also had multiple job cores at once, with growth stars only taking the highest star level. However, this also meant he needed to adjust his plans. The first 4 jobs each specialized in a single attribute. The more extreme, the better. This way, he would become a versatile job holder. Feng Xiu stroked his chin, pondering whether he should change his equipment. He felt he had been too hasty. He should have crafted a set that boosted all attributes. Besides the unsealing of the infinite job change talent, the Seeker talent was also activated, providing yet another boost. The skill level cap increased from a simple 50 boost to a direct increase of 5 levels, and all options during job change were guaranteed to be unique jobs, with the upper limit of the current skill combination's job change results. Directly adding 5 levels to a skill meant that whenever he learned a skill, it started at level 6. Yet, the experience needed to level up remained from level 1 to 10. This effectively tripled or quadrupled his skill training speed. He would no longer need to endure the grind for the last 5 levels in the training room. As for the guarantee of unique jobs during job changes, Feng Xiu was indifferent, as he usually encountered 1 or 2 unique jobs anyway. However, the guarantee of the current skill combination's job change result cap was what truly caught his attention. It was well known that job change options were influenced by skill level, quality, talent, and a degree of randomness. For instance, when Feng Xiu changed to the 5-star job of Wind Cutter, a 4-star job, Windwheel Knight, once appeared. If he had had the Seeker talent back then, he would have been presented with 3 5-star unique job options. This gave him more confidence in his plan to ascend to King rank at the 4th job change. Feng Xiu believed that the appearance of the Seeker talent had removed all elements of luck from his King rank plan. Now, it was all about how well he prepared. After admiring his attribute panel, Feng Xiu reluctantly closed it. Just then, Lin Jinan's voice came through the intercom. Feng Xiu, come to the room on the left. I'm in trouble. This was followed by a loud crash, like an explosion. Feng Xiu quickly cast a blade of flight on himself and sprinted towards the left passage at high speed. He thought to himself that not having to switch jobs took some getting used to. Entering the left passage, Feng Xiu found himself in a garden, but there were no flowers in the flower beds, and the small pond beside them was dry, evidently vanished with time. As he walked deeper into the garden, he could hear the sounds of combat clashing. Feng Xiu quickened his pace, moving through the garden to reach a spacious room. Inside, a dragonman automaton made entirely of metal was swinging a massive metal axe, launching a fierce assault on Lin Jinan. Lin Jinan, faced with the automaton's attacks, could only dodge repeatedly, unable to retaliate. Feng Xiu quickly noticed the name above the dragon humanoid automaton. Inheritance Trial Dragon Humanoid Automaton LV40 Elite HP 10 245 200 000. With a maximum health of 200,000, Feng Xiu was surprised. Even the Blood Emperor Shark didn't have such a high health value. However, the current health of the Inheritance Trial Dragon was just over 10,000, and Feng Xiu's eyes gleamed with determination. He swiftly launched his weakness-piercing attack, raising his hand to execute a standard 3-hit combo, Wind Slash, 8 Wind Wheel Shadow Formation, and Wind Slash Kill. First, a moderately sized azure light wheel accurately struck the back of the Inheritance Trial Dragon humanoid automaton, digging deeply into it. Following that, the Wind Slash Kill was even more fierce, directly severing its head. Finally, 8 small azure light wheels danced out, cutting through the air with dense damage numbers flying up, each dealing close to 800 damage, totaling over 6,000 points. In terms of damage alone, the power of the 8 Wind Wheel Shadow Formation was twice that of the ultimate Wind Slash Kill. The health of the Inheritance Trial Dragon humanoid automaton was instantly depleted, and it collapsed into a heap of useless metal scraps. Feng Xiu casually performed a Stone Transformation Refinement Formation, reaching out to help Lin Jinan, who was sitting on the ground. Lin Jinan let out a long breath, marveling. Hasn't it been over 2,000 years? How can there still be automata? Feng Xiu was curious about this. Automata like these are powered by energy, and even if they remain still, their internal energy would deplete, turning into scrap iron after a few hundred years. Lin Jinan speculated that the Inheritance Trial Dragon humanoid automaton's health limit suggested it might have been created by a king-level or emperor-level master, and thus, even after 2,000 years, it retained a small portion of energy. While the two were talking, a clicking mechanical sound came from a recessed part of the wall. Judging by the size of the recess, it seemed to be the spot where the Inheritance Trial Dragon humanoid automaton had been. Lin Jinan quickly ran to the mechanical area, retrieving 2 items from inside, a scroll and a bottle containing a dark red liquid. Seeing the scroll's attributes, Lin Jinan exhaled in relief, overwhelmed with joy. I knew there had to be something here, and indeed, there is. What did you find? Feng Xiu asked. A skill book to activate my Dragon Clan talent. Lin Jinan replied without hesitation. A skill book to activate Dragon Clan talent? Are you a Dragonborn? Feng Xiu asked, raising an eyebrow. Lin Jinan's joy froze for a moment. realizing she had let the secret slip, but she didn't mind. I'm not hiding anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table, yes. I'm a Dragonborn. The Lin family of Qingshan City are descendants of the Dragon Shepherd clan. Her lips curled up uncontrollably. Feng Xiu wasn't surprised that Lin Jinan was from the Dragonborn clan, having already noticed hints from her behavior along the way. Don't go telling everyone. If certain people find out I've reactivated my Dragon Clan talent, things could get complicated, Lin Jinan cautioned Feng Xiu. You defeated the Inheritance Trial Dragon humanoid automaton, so you deserve a share of the trial rewards. With that, Lin Jinan tossed the bottle containing the dark red liquid to Feng Xiu. The blood of the sky-cracking Dragon Lord is a remarkable item. Once used, it enhances the bloodline power of lower dragon clans and grants unique abilities to those without dragon blood. This blood, filled with fierce energy, is the best refining material for all dragon warriors starting out. Feng Xiu looked at Lin Jinan in surprise, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. You're quite generous, he sincerely praised. Lin Jinan shrugged, his expression calm. I didn't want to give it up, but without your help in defeating the Dragon Man puppet, I couldn't have completed the inheritance trial, he explained candidly. Inheritance trial? Feng Xiu frowned, recalling the Dragon Man puppet he saw before. What's that? Lin Jinan glanced around and pointed at the surrounding structures. This is the inheritance hall of the Dragon Shepherd clan. Those with Dragon Shepherd or Dragon Man bloodlines can initiate an inheritance trial using their bloodline power. Completing the trial earns the Dragon King's reward. He continued, in ancient times, both Dragonmen and the Dragon Shepherd clan became Dragon Warriors and Dragon Shepherds after completing trials here. I just came to give it a try, thinking that after 2,000 years, any rewards might have deteriorated. Surprisingly, everything remains intact. Lin Jinan paused, a gleam in his eyes. These rewards must be stored in some alternate dimension. Feng Xiu listened thoughtfully. Only the Dragon Shepherd clan and Dragonmen can unlock it. He recalled his earlier speculation about his identity. How do you activate it? Lin Jinan raised an eyebrow at Feng Xiu. Do you have dragon bloodline too? Feng Xiu shook his head. I don't know, but my family has always been in Qingshan City. Maybe I'm a Dragon Man descendant, he added half-jokingly. Besides, we are the descendants of dragons from our journey here. Lin Jinan couldn't help but laugh. Even if you were a Dragon Man descendant, without dragon bloodline in your talent, it's useless. Back then, not everyone in the Dragon Shepherd clan could enter the inheritance hall for trials. Seeing Feng Xiu's eagerness, Lin Jinan decided to tell him how. Place your hand on the Dragon Claw imprint. If you really have dragon bloodline, a Dragon Man puppet for the inheritance trial will appear, just like before. Following Lin Jinan's instruction, Feng Xiu saw a dragon claw imprint the size of a basin at the front of the inheritance hall. He quickly stepped forward and placed his palm on the indentation. A minute passed, and nothing happened. Feng Xiu turned to Lin Jinan, a bit embarrassed. How long do I have to wait? Lin Jinan crossed his arms, looking amused. For me, the Dragon Man puppet appeared as soon as I placed my hand. Feng Xiu had to admit he might not have dragon bloodline. Just as he was about to give up, a bold idea flashed in his mind. If I transform into a young Ragewind dragon, does that count as having dragon blood? Feng Xiu muttered to himself, determination flickering in his eyes. Let's try it. Feng Xiu, in his transformed state as a Gale dragon hatchling in humanoid form, underwent an instant change in appearance. He shifted from a handsome young man sparkling with starlight to a noble dragon man with greenish-blue scale tattoos on his shoulders and golden vertical pupils. Under Lin Jinan's astonished gaze, Feng Xiu once again pressed his hand on the dragon claw imprint, triggering the sound of mechanical gears turning. From the corner, a metal tube descended from the top of the heritage sanctuary, embedding itself into the ground along the wall. With a loud crash, the metal tube opened, revealing a metallic Dragon Man automaton wielding two massive swords. The Heritage Trial Dragon Man automaton, level 40 elite, HP 881-320-0000, appeared, similar to the previous level 40 elite automaton, but with even less remaining energy. Really? Feng Xiu pondered, surprised that things unfolded just as he had hoped. As soon as the Heritage Trial Dragon Man automaton appeared, it locked its gaze on Feng Xiu, brandishing its swords as it charged at him. Feng Xiu raised his hand and unleashed a trio of attacks: Wind Slash, 8 Wind Shadow Formation, and Wind Killing Slash. In an instant, the Heritage Sanctuary of the Dragon Shepherd clan was littered with metal fragments. He then executed the Transformation Stone Refinement Array. The previous attempt to turn the Heritage Trial Dragon Man automaton into a transformation stone had failed, and Feng Xiu speculated it might be due to its lack of life or soul. However, since even the Rune Iron Guard could be made into a transformation stone, the Heritage Trial Dragon Man automaton should be possible too. Perhaps it was just a matter of luck. The mechanical bearings turned once more. In the spot where the Heritage Trial Dragon Man automaton had appeared, a scroll and an egg covered in blue lightning patterns materialized out of thin air. Feng Xiu strode forward and grabbed both items. The Dragonheart Secret Art 4-star skill book, of legendary quality, required a third transformation to use and was described as an exclusive secret art of the Dragon Shepherd clan. Once learned, it allowed one to forge a soul bond with the dragon race, becoming a true dragon shepherd. The Thunder Dragon Egg, when used, would grant a healthy Thunder Dragon hatchling, described as an egg that could hatch into a Thunder Dragon. A 4-star legendary skill book and a dragon egg. Feng Xiu beamed with delight. He had been in need of a 4-star legendary skill book, and to obtain it so easily, along with a bonus dragon egg, was truly satisfying. Lin Jinan, still stunned by Feng Xiu's activation of the Dragonman's heritage trial, couldn't help but ask, "How did you do it? You didn't have any dragon aura before, so how now?" "It's just a skill that allows me to transform into a dragon," Feng Xiu explained with a smile, having used this skill before in his ultimate showdown with Lin Jinan. Lin Jinan recalled the scene of Feng Xiu transforming into a Gale Dragon hatchling, still somewhat puzzled. "What transformation skill is that powerful? Is it a one-time thing?" "Yes." Lin Jinan nodded. Feng Xiu continued to inquire. "What's the criterion for passing the trial? Is it based on bloodline or soul power?" Lin Jinan looked confused, not comprehending Feng Xiu's question. Feng Xiu muttered to himself, "Never mind, I'll try it myself later." He pondered whether, since transforming into a Gale Dragon hatchling allowed him to undergo the trial once, transforming into another dragon race might enable him to initiate the heritage trial again. After all, the trial's detection method was based on dragon blood, not the soul. Feng Xiu and Lin Jinan sat down in the inheritance hall of the Dragon Shepherd Temple, both eager to achieve their third transformation. After being startled by the Dragonman puppet during the trial, Lin Jinan decided to immediately learn the new skills she had acquired. Feng Xiu, on the other hand, planned to use the blood of the sky-splitting dragon lord he had just obtained. Carefully, he opened the bottle containing the dragon blood and poured it over his head. Surprisingly, the dragon blood was not as viscous as he had imagined. Instead, it flowed down his head like clear water, spreading across his neck and body, and then miraculously disappearing without leaving any trace on his clothes or hair. In an instant, a warm current swept through Feng Xiu, and he felt a continuous surge of power coursing through his limbs, his skin taking on a faint red hue. Half a minute later, a system notification appeared. "Used the blood of the sky-splitting dragon lord. All attributes 5, strength 10, constitution 10, and acquired the talent fracture force." Overjoyed, Feng Xiu quickly opened the panel to check the details of his new talent. Fracture force rare. Close combat attacks have a shattering effect. Shattering. When an attack hits, it reduces the durability of the hit equipment by the attacker's strength 5. Increases damage to shields by 50. When the durability of the attack part is 0, it deals fixed damage equal to strength x1. This intriguing attribute lit up Feng Xiu's eyes, and he couldn't help but imagine the enemy's equipment gradually shattering under his assault, feeling a sense of triumph. Next, Feng Xiu turned his attention to the Thunder Dragon Egg in his hands. After a brief hesitation, he decided to ask Lin Jinan about the method to hatch the dragon egg. However, when he turned to look at her, he found that she had already completed her third transformation and was using a similar dragon blood. Lin Jinan poured the dragon blood over herself, and in an instant, a layer of golden red flames appeared on her body. Her body slowly floated into the air, a pair of crimson gold wings sprouting from her back, golden horns emerging from her head, and her black eyes taking on a layer of crimson gold, resembling a blazing fire. Contemplating the flames dancing in her hands, Lin Jinan murmured to herself, "So, my draconic lineage is of the flame dragon, and my dragon blood comes from the flame dragon queen." She reached out into the air, and a crimson eastern dragon made of flames appeared out of nowhere, coiling around her body. Feng Xiu was astonished to see Lin Jinan's aura instantly surge 100-fold, her combat power likely becoming immeasurable. After a long while, Lin Jinan gently landed back on the ground. With a light wave of her hand, the dragon wings, horns, and crimson gold vertical pupils vanished along with the flames on her body. Noticing Feng Xiu's gaze, she asked curiously, "Is there something you need?" Feng Xiu snapped back to reality and quickly asked, I wanted to know, can I hatch the dragon egg directly? Or do I need to cultivate it with some nutrient solution and let it hatch on its own?" The method of allowing a pet egg to hatch on its own in nutrient fluid is intended to ensure it absorbs ample nutrition, resulting in a stronger creature than ordinary pets. However, this process has a significant drawback. Self-hatched pets do not recognize their owner. Therefore, only beast tamers with the appropriate skills can enable a pet egg to hatch independently in nutrient fluid. Dragons are the most elite creatures in this world. Their eggs typically do not require nutrient fluid, as regular nutrients are ineffective on them. After Lin Jinan imparted this knowledge to Feng Xiu immediately decided to hatch the dragon egg before him. As soon as he made the choice, the blue lightning pattern on the egg's surface began to flicker, as if electricity was coursing through it. With a loud boom, The top of the egg burst open, revealing a blue oriental hatchling dragon, as thick as Feng Xiu's thigh, emerging from the shell. Its large eyes curiously observed Feng Xiu, taking in the new world around it. Feng Xiu couldn't resist reaching out to gently stroke this fascinating little creature. In the human world, dragon pets are envied by many. The hatchling emitted a sweet sound, showing no resistance to Feng Xiu's touch, and seemed to enjoy it immensely. Having recognized Feng Xiu as its owner during hatching, it felt a deep, soul-level connection with him. Jilei Dragon? You're really lucky, Lin Jinan said with a smile, extending his hand. It's one of the most powerful dragons in the Mulong lineage, known for its high attack power. The little Jilei Dragon immediately darted around Lin Jinan's arm, like a nimble eel, clearly very fond of him as well, a fondness rooted in its dragon lineage. While the little Jilei Dragon played with Lin Jinan, Feng Xiu opened its status panel. The panel displayed Jilei Dragon Species, Dragon Lineage Talent, Jilei Epic Level, Lightning Skills Effect increased by 100, Paralysis Chance increased by 50, Paralysis Effect doubled, and a 10 chance to penetrate target's magic defense causing true damage. Level 1. Hatchling, Health 300300, Mana 300300, Strength 30, Growth 10 stars. Each level up increases Strength by 10, Agility 30, Growth 10 stars. Each level up increases Agility by 10, Stamina 30, Growth 10 stars. Each level up increases Stamina by 10, Spirit 30, Growth 10 stars. Each level up increases Spirit by 10. The skill list included Jilei Technique, Jilei Enchantment, and Jilei Flash. Jilei Technique sprays Jilei at a target, causing Spirit X 3 damage, consuming 30 mana, with a 3-second cooldown. Jilei Enchantment imbues a weapon with Jilei, adding damage equal to the Jilei Dragon's Spirit Power X1, consuming 100 mana, with a 1-minute cooldown. Jilei Flash moves at an extremely fast speed, increasing movement speed by 300 for 1 second, consuming 200 mana, with a 3-minute cooldown. This is truly an impressive status panel. An epic level talent, and although it can't wear equipment like humans, it boasts high growth in all attributes with 10 stars even in its infancy. As the little Jilei Dragon matures, its growth star level will further increase. Once it reaches adulthood, the Jilei Dragon will become an extremely formidable entity. After all, it's one of the top-tier creatures in the infinite world, a true dragon. Little Ji, the Thunder Dragon, and Lin Jinan played to their heart's content and obediently returned to Feng Xiu's embrace to rest. Lin Jinan got up to leave, feeling the powerful force awakened within her from the Yanlong Queen's bloodline, which made her a bit overconfident. She decided to take a walk. Feng Xiu remained seated, planning to complete his job transition before setting off. When faced with the choice of a third job transition, Feng Xiu carefully weighed 3 skills: 6-star Rare Living Sword Technique, 5-star Rare Combat Transformer, and 7-star Epic Wind Cut. Considering his future plan to achieve 10-star skills, he temporarily ruled out Wind Cut. Between Living Sword Technique and Combat Transformer, Feng Xiu ultimately chose Living Sword Technique. He believed that the 5-star skill level was too low, whereas the Combat Transformer had consistently performed well and deserved a qualitative leap at the third transition. The job transition process began, and the system prompted him to choose a core skill. Feng Xiu decisively selected the 6-star rare skill, Living Sword Technique LV-15 Max. Next, the system required him to choose a secondary skill, with Wind Cut being the only option. Feng Xiu calculated in his mind, understanding that each skill could only serve once as a secondary skill during another skill's transition. If he could repeatedly select them, he could potentially learn just 2 skills and quickly enhance them through mutual selection, ultimately learning 9 10-star skills directly at level 100. After careful consideration, he chose the 7-star Epic skill, Wind Cut LV-15 Max, as his secondary skill. The system began generating job options and soon presented Feng Xiu with 3 unique 8-star professions to choose from. 1. Royal Xuanfeng Magic Swordmaster, a mentor-type profession that combines the power of Xuanfeng with swordsmanship, achieving a dual cultivation of physical and magical skills. This profession is not only powerful in combat, but also highly aesthetic, often recruited by the royal family of the Xuanfeng tribe as a royal swordsmanship instructor for teaching royal offspring. 2. Bloodstorm Sword, a power and speed-oriented profession. It forcibly merges the power of living beings with the power of wind, distorting the essence of living power into blood power. This dark path eventually leads to madness, transforming the individual into a bloodthirsty demon that inevitably brings chaos and destruction wherever they appear. 3. Sword Demon of the Wind, a speed-oriented profession centered around swordsmanship, supplemented by the power of Xuanfeng. It draws from the cutting power in Wind Cut to create a swordsmanship style known for its speed and lethality. Although it no longer focuses on living power, the swordsmanship retains some of its peculiar traits, earning the title Sword Demon. Feng Xiu quickly analyzed these three options. Although the Royal Xuanfeng Magic Swordmaster offered dual cultivation as a mentor-type profession, it did not align with his aspirations. He muttered to himself, pass, and turned his attention to the other two options. The Sword of Bloody Tempest and Feng Xiu, while transitioning to the Blade Lord, noticed that the Tempest Sorcerer bore a striking resemblance to them. Both were drawn to the dark path by the power of living beings, ultimately transforming into the power of blood. Feng Xiu pondered that the power of living beings naturally led one astray, especially with the life-stealing attacks of the living sword technique, making it seem not far removed from the power of blood. Despite an inner urge to possess it all, Feng Xiu realized that the attributes of the Sword of Bloody Tempest strength and agility contradicted his plan to choose a different attribute for each of his first four professions. Thus, he turned his attention to the third profession, the Wind Sword Demon. This speed-oriented profession focuses on swordsmanship, utilizing the power of the wind as support, aiming for speed and lethality. It was clearly the most suitable choice among the three options for Feng Xiu. Without hesitation, he decided to transition to the Wind Sword Demon. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he felt a fierce gale, yet it touched him like a gentle spring breeze, soothing and pleasant. The small creature in Feng Xiu's arms, Ji Lei Luan, looked around in confusion, trying to find the source of the strange wind. Meanwhile, Feng Xiu sensed the power of the gale, which seemed to conceal a profound sharpness capable of tearing through flesh unnoticed. Soon, a prompt appeared before Feng Xiu. Transition successful. Current profession is Wind Sword Demon. The living sword technique upgraded to Wind Demon Sword technique, and he acquired the profession core, Wind Demon Sword. His current experience exceeded the level cap, automatically raising his level. As his level increased, Feng Xiu's attributes improved. Current level 31, Strength 1.5, Agility 4.5, Constitution 1.25, Spirit 4. Level increased. Current level 32, Strength 1.5, Agility 4.5, Constitution 1.25, Spirit 4. Level increased. Current level 40, Strength 1.5, Agility 4.5, Constitution 1.25, Spirit 4. Has my experience reached a point where I no longer need to gain a single experience point to level up automatically upon transitioning? Feng Xiu chuckled as he opened his attribute panel to examine his information. Feng Xiu's race is human, with the talent of unlimited profession transitions. His current level is 40, with 3 transition professions, Blade Lord, Wind Sword Demon, and Primal Apprentice. The profession core Wind Demon Sword enhances sword damage by an additional 125, increases attack speed by 100, ignores 10 physical defense, and converts 10 of the damage dealt into his own health. Additionally, he acquired profession skills, Gale Slash, Wind Condensing Sword Style, Cross Hurricane Cut, Wind Spirit Shield, Storm Collapse Slash, and other skills yet to be unlocked. Extreme Wind Slash. Primal Core. Health, 910910. Mana, 13201320. Strength, 146. Growth, 1.5 stars, increases by 1.5 points per level. Agility, 266. Growth, 4.5 stars, increases by 4.5 points per level. Stamina, 88. Growth, 1.25 stars, increases by 1.25 points per level. Spirit, 174. Growth, 4 stars, increases by 4 points per level. Skill slots, 33. Wind Magic Sword Technique. 8-star Epic Skill, LV61800. Increases sword skill damage by 125, attack speed by 50, ignores 15 of physical defense, 5 chance to trigger a critical hit, and grants 10 life steal. Class Skill, Gale Slash, 8-star Skill, LV6. Skill level equals Wind Magic Sword Technique level. Briefly merges with the wind, then draws the sword at extreme speed, dealing physical damage equal to attack power plus agility x3 to surrounding targets, ignoring 20 of the target's defense. Killing a target refreshes the skill cooldown. Consumes 100 mana, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Sun Foam Condensed Element Sword Style. 8-star Skill, Level 1 Max, Passive. Attacks are imbued with wind sword energy, with an attack range equal to agility 50 centimeters. Additional damage is attack power x 1.5 agility x 0.5. Each attack adds a layer of condensed element, up to 10 layers. When attacking living targets and dealing damage, steals 2 points of the target's attributes for 10 minutes, with a cap of 200 attribute points. Condensed element increases attack speed, movement speed, and sword damage by 10, and life steal by 1. Cross Hurricane Slash. 8-star Skill, LV1 Max. Conjures sword energy and storm power to unleash a massive cross-shaped sword energy in midair, dealing base sword damage of attack power agility x6 to enemies within range, ignoring 20 of the target's physical defense. Each layer of condensed element increases final damage by 15. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Wind Spirit Shield. 8-star skill, LV6. Skill level equals Wind Magic Sword Technique level, passive. Gains 1 layer of Wind Spirit Shield effect every minute, with each layer providing shield value equal to Agility 1 and 10 movement speed, stackable up to 3 layers. Storm Collapse Slash. 8-star skill, LV6. Skill level equals Wind Magic Sword Technique level. Consumes 20 of own health to convert into temporary attack power, simultaneously increasing attack speed by 50. Unleashes a massive storm-infused collapse slash forward, dealing physical damage of attack power x 4 agility 5, along with wind attribute damage of agility 1 lasting 10 seconds. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Feng Xiu's attributes soared dramatically. He quickly donned the 9-scale phantom armor he had prepared in advance, and his agility attribute instantly surpassed the 300 mark. Compared to the 161 points before his 3rd class advancement, it had nearly doubled. The increase in agility was more than just a numerical change. The boost in speed and combat power was significant. Although some skills in his skill bar were reduced due to fusion, his attack speed skyrocketed. The core profession and basic skill, Wind Demon Sword Technique, provided a 150 increase in attack speed and a whopping 250 sword damage bonus. It was indeed a new profession designed with speed and damage in mind. Feng Xiu thought to himself that it would be great to encounter a tough monster now to test its power. After completing the 3rd class advancement, Feng Xiu decided to learn a 4th skill. He took out the Dragon Heart secret art from his profession space and chose to use it. Instantly, a new skill appeared in his skill bar, Dragon Heart secret art, a 4-star legendary skill, LV501, permanently binding a dragon, allowing them to communicate telepathically and each gaining 10 of the other's base attributes. Feng Xiu noted that while most beast taming skills focused on taming or enhancing, the Dragon Heart secret art uniquely offered a permanent bond with a dragon, clearly a skill exclusive to the Dragon Shepherd clan. He looked at the little G Thunder Dragon in his arms, knowing it was his only choice for binding. With a tense heart, Feng Xiu extended his palm towards the little G Thunder Dragon, letting his blood drip. The little G Thunder Dragon also released a drop of its blood, and the 2 drops collided and merged in midair, eventually returning to Feng Xiu and the little G Thunder Dragon's bodies. Feng Xiu felt a warmth as if a void within him had been filled. A notification sounded. Dragon Heart secret art successfully used. Binding with G Thunder Dragon, current bonus. All attributes, 4.5. Feng Xiu looked down at the little G Thunder Dragon, sensing its emotions. Moved, he quickly took out food from his profession space. Beef jerky, pork jerky, and squid tentacles were all available. The little G Thunder Dragon devoured them without hesitation, and Feng Xiu, worried it might choke, poured a bowl of milk for it. Watching the little G Thunder Dragon feast, Feng Xiu felt like he was raising a child. Unlike ordinary pets, the telepathic connection allowed him to share in the little G Thunder Dragon's joy, a feeling more intimate than blood relations. While the little G Thunder Dragon ate, Feng Xiu reopened the skill panel to check the specifics of the Dragon Heart secret art. He was surprised to find it was already at max level 4-star legendary skill, LV6 max, permanently binding a dragon, allowing telepathic communication and each gaining 15 of the other's base attributes. Feng Xiu was puzzled. Why was the newly acquired skill already level 5? Normally, it should start at level 1 after learning, with the Seeker's talent boosting it to level 6. Feng Xiu was filled with doubts about how to level up the necessary experience. He discovered that the proficiency of the Dragon Heart secret art seemed to be linked to bonding with dragonkind, and its level cap was only 1. Because his Seeker talent was forcibly raised to level 6, the extra 5 levels granted him a 5 boost to all base attributes, saving him a lot of time in skill practice. However, he was still concerned about whether having a skill level cap of just 1 might affect the outcome of his job change. At the moment, Feng Xiu was undergoing a job change. He chose a core skill, the 4-star legendary skill Dragon Heart secret art LV6 max, and began to generate a new class. He faced 3 options: Dragon King Controller, Dragon Guard, and Dragon Breeder. Although the balanced attributes of the Dragon Breeder tempted him, he worried that its proficiency leveling might be similar to the Dragon Heart secret art, requiring bonding with dragonkind to improve, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. In the end, Feng Xiu decided to choose Dragon King Controller. This strength-focused class specializes in nurturing partner dragons into Dragon Kings, and the nurturing process described intrigued him. Upon successfully changing his class, his role became Dragon King Controller. The Dragon Heart secret art evolved into Dragon King secret art, and he acquired the class core skill Path of the Dragon King. This skill allowed him to use foreign elements to open the path to becoming a Dragon King for ordinary dragons, with an additional skill Dragon Might. It is important to note that this does not affect dragons that are already Dragon Kings, and the strength of the foreign elements directly influences the Dragon King's power. At this moment, Feng Xiu was filled with both anticipation and unease, knowing he had embarked on a new and challenging path. Fang Xiu felt a sense of relief in his decision to become a Dragon King tamer, as this profession held the potential to cultivate a true Dragon King. However, to achieve this goal, he needed to find rare elemental variants, particularly those with lightning attributes. Lightning elements were already scarce, and finding a variant was even more challenging, leaving Fang Xiu somewhat troubled. He decided to ask Lin Jinan later. Perhaps the Lingji company might have the elements he needed. If he could find them, he was willing to pay any price or make any exchange, as he could earn it back over time. He opened his attribute panel to review his career information. The Dragon King Tamer was a 6-star profession, with growth distributed as 3 stars in strength, 1 star in constitution, 1 star in spirit, and 1 star in agility. Fang Xiu's strength growth had increased by 1.5 stars, and by level 40, his strength attribute would reach 60 points, which was quite satisfactory. As for skills, he still had the Dragon Heart Secret Art at level 5, requiring 1 experience point. However, this time, gaining proficiency didn't seem to require bonding with a dragon. Was he supposed to personally nurture a Dragon King? Fang Xiu was puzzled, but, after some thought, concluded that it was unlikely. The Dragon King's rank was very high, and the Dragon King's secret art was only a 6-star legendary skill. If leveling up a 6-star skill was so demanding, wouldn't it be even harder for him to change professions again? With no other options, Fang Xiu decided to first search for elemental variants to start the Dragon King path for the Little Thunder Dragon. He left the Hall of Inheritance, pondering the many unexplored halls of the Dragon Shepherd Temple. A force as vast as the Dragon Shepherd tribe should have a treasure trove, right? Fang Xiu wandered within the temple, hoping to find some epic or legendary equipment and items. Reality, however, proved his thoughts to be too naive. He roamed the left side of the Dragon Shepherd Temple, passing by the residences of the priests, but found nothing of value. Then, he entered a place resembling a bathhouse, where a gigantic dragon head stood in a corner, with a set of descending stairs in front of it, suggesting it once held some kind of liquid. Initially, Fang Xiu thought it was a bathhouse, but he noticed dark red stains on the dragon head's mouth, resembling dried blood. He couldn't help but wonder if the Dragon Shepherd tribe really enjoyed bathing in blood. Nonetheless, sacrificial rituals involving blood were indeed common in ancient times. Eventually, Fang Xiu returned to the main hall, still empty-handed, unable to help but complained that the Dragon Shepherd tribe didn't seem to be in too much of a rush when they were destroyed, as they hadn't left behind any valuable items. Maybe these treasures were hidden elsewhere? He turned his gaze towards the passageway on the right side of the golden dragon head throne, deciding to investigate further. Entering the right passage, Fang Xiu found that the architecture here mirrored the left side, first encountering an abandoned garden, indicating a symmetrical design in the buildings on both sides. Passing through the garden, he stepped into a hall corresponding to the Hall of Inheritance. This place had no dragon claw marks and wasn't the Hall of Inheritance, but rather was adorned with ancient murals that seemed to tell a story of distant history. Lin Jinan gazed intently at the mural in the center of the grand hall, her brow furrowed in deep thought. Fang Xiu quietly approached her side, his attention immediately drawn to the magnificent artwork before them. The mural was extraordinarily expansive, vividly depicting dragons of various colors and forms. Western dragons coexisted harmoniously with Eastern divine dragons, all gathered around a solemn altar. Below the altar, countless humans and dragonfolk stood reverently. Everyone, both human and dragon, surrounded a priest holding a dragon head staff, dressed in ceremonial robes, raising the staff towards the sky. Above the mural, the sky was split open, and a giant golden hand reached down. Between the priest and the hand, a scroll of parchment floated. On the side of the mural, strange, cryptic symbols were inscribed, resembling an otherworldly script. Fang Xiu glanced around and noticed that similar peculiar characters were present on the other murals as well. He casually asked, "Can you understand it?" Lin Jinan nodded slightly. "My family has ancient texts from the Dragon Shepherd clan, so I learned a bit." Fang Xiu immediately inquired, "What do these murals mean?" Lin Jinan slowly explained, "These murals document the history of the Dragon Shepherd clan. From the time our ancestors signed a pact with the dragons, they grew and prospered step by step. Various heroic figures emerged, and at their peak, there were even 3 emperor-level powerhouses." 3? Fang Xiu asked in shock. "Does that mean they were stronger than the entire human race now?" Lin Jinan nodded in confirmation. "That's right. Currently, the human race only has 1 emperor-level powerhouse who hasn't appeared in years, and whose fate is unknown. But the Dragon Shepherd clan had 3 emperors, easily surpassing the current human race. According to the mural's description, the era of the Dragon Shepherd clan was nearly 10,000 years ago, the pinnacle of humanity's strength." Fang Xiu frowned in thought. How did such a powerful Dragon Shepherd clan eventually fall? Was it really due to the dragons turning against them? He initially thought that dragon retaliation was a possibility, as this was a race established by both dragons and humans, combining strength and wisdom. The sudden downfall of such a formidable force seemed to suggest dragon retaliation as a plausible explanation. However, after learning the dragon heart secret technique, Fang Xiu felt this scenario was almost impossible. The dragons and humans were connected in spirit, with no trust issues between them, making the likelihood of dragons turning against humans very slim. Lin Jinan didn't directly answer Fang Xiu's question. Instead, she gestured for him to look at another mural to the left of the massive one. It depicted 3 individuals sitting cross-legged, surrounded by dragons of various colors. However, one of them was in a clearly abnormal state, covered in blood. The 3 emperors attempted to ascend to a higher realm, but one failed and died, Lin Jinan explained. Fang Xiu pondered. Is there a realm beyond the emperor level? Becoming a god. He recalled the mention of the wind god when discussing the profession of the wind sect, and thought that the concept of gods likely existed in this world. Lin Jinan, her gaze unwavering, said, the notion of becoming a god is only mentioned in fragments from ancient ruins. It's difficult to say that becoming an emperor leads to becoming a god. She pointed to the right side of the mural depicting the 3 emperors of the Dragon Shepherd clan trying to reach a higher realm, where a summary of the scene was inscribed. The path to godhood is severed. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.